Chapter 1. The Chaotic Covenant. In every era, there exist individuals captivated by the bizarre and fantastical tales, drawn irresistibly into the world of vibrant myths and legends. These fervent seekers tirelessly explore, yearning for the possibility that these stories might have once held a kernel of truth, and that the world conceals mysteries yet to be unveiled. Naturally, in the vast majority of instances, these individuals find only disappointment, though occasionally, a few may stumble upon success. In a dilapidated church within Eastern Europe, a solitary figure meticulously inscribes a magical array upon the floor, partaking in an arcane ritual for what seems the umpteenth. To me, as an ardent aficionado of mythology, Chun Sheng has engaged in countless attempts, yet results have remained elusive on this particular day. He is poised to undertake a forbidden and sacrilegious act, layering the sigils of demons and angels in yet another endeavor. Goat's blood, bat's teeth, and a touch of slug slime, he mutters, mixing the ingredients per the ancient recipe, inscribing the infernal ritual circle while reciting celestial hymns, embarking on a path of self-destruction. However, to Chun Sheng's astonishment, this trial unexpectedly leads him to an encounter with the supernatural. As the sacred chants resonate, the long and effective ritual suddenly responds. But before Chun Sheng can revel in his excitement, calamity ensues. The imprints of heaven and hell provoke a terrifying reaction, obliterating the church in an instant, silent and unseen, as if no edifice had ever stood, leaving behind nothing but an expanse of perfectly flat land. In June 9th, 1507, in the archipelago of Shambodi, the sea breeze is cool, and the sunlight is just right, awakening groggily on the grass. Chun Sheng rubs his aching head, the painful sensation reminiscent of a blow from a coal magnate's brick. What just happened? As the agony subsides and clarity returns, the vivid recollections of his recent experiences flood his mind, prompting Chun Sheng to reflect on the adage that one should not court danger. How petty, it was merely a ritual, he grumbles, still massaging his temples. Upon raising his gaze, he realizes he is at the water's edge, clad only in tattered shorts, a sheepskin scroll tucked in his belt, and a silver-inlaid wooden cross hanging from his neck. What is the situation? Have I traversed dimensions? Staring at the towering tree before him, its height reaching 100 meters, a jolt of unease strikes him, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Fortunately, his years of delving into the arcane and his peculiar experiences have equipped Chun Sheng to adapt swiftly to the extraordinary. Having previously escaped from a coal yard, he remains relatively unperturbed by this minor spectacle. Instinctively touching the sheepskin scroll at his waist, a series of strange memories surge into his consciousness. Paradise has no path, hell no gate. The agents of chaos ultimately return to the void. We walk in shadows, sowing light, devoutly slaughtering, elegantly desecrating children of chaos. Eternally damned you are the covenant bearer of chaos. A resounding male voice, akin to a mighty bell, reverberated within Chun Sheng's mind, forcibly inundating him with a torrent of knowledge. Accompanied by an oppressive sensation reminiscent of being pinned down by a specter, Chun Sheng gradually grasped the intricate web of events leading to his current predicament. By virtue of his soul's unique attributes and a series of fortuitous circumstances, Chun Sheng miraculously established a realm of magic on a world where magic had long been extinguished. However, due to his simultaneous invocation of rituals from both heaven and hell, he was cast out in wrath by both realms. Amidst their fury, heaven and hell were also astonished by Chun Sheng's ability to connect with them in this desolate era. Thus they granted him a token of communication, designating him as a chaotic contractor, enabling him to traverse the heavens under the banner of chaos. So, I have truly transcended, Chun Sheng mused, suppressing the throbbing in his head as he rose to his feet, only to find the ground beneath him slick with a repulsive slime that clung to his entire being. Evoking thoughts of bizarre creations, feeling the briny sea breeze caress his face, Chun Sheng meticulously surveyed his surroundings. This place seems oddly familiar. An ocean, the slime, and towering trees. Could it be? His gaze fixated on a distant flag that bore an uncanny resemblance to a seagull's emblem, and suddenly his eyes widened in realization. No way. Could it be the Sabati archipelago from One Piece? As a former fan of the Pirate King, Chun Sheng couldn't help but notice how the flag resembled that of the Marines in the series. Instantly, he smacked his thigh in dismay. This was disastrous. Those familiar with One Piece understand that the inhabitants of that world are not of the same species as Earthlings. No human from Earth could possibly possess such remarkable physical prowess. Chun Sheng's constitution had been relatively commendable back on Earth, surviving years of reckless behavior. Yet here, he felt as fragile as glass. One touch, and he might shatter. Recalling the chaotic and perilous environment of the pirate world, Chun Sheng shuddered at the thought of the tribulations his slight frame would endure, placing his hopes solely on the identity of a chaotic contractor that he had just acquired. Let me see if this golden finger of mine proves worthy, he thought, hastily recalling any memories related to the chaotic contractors. Chaotic contractors are a unique faction capable of navigating the realms of heaven and hell simultaneously. They traverse worlds beyond the dominion of both realms, amplifying their influence through their actions. In return for spreading this influence, chaotic contractors can engage with both angels and demons, leveraging their powers to fulfill their ambitions. While wandering the chaotic expanse may present numerous opportunities, the cost is steep. Upon death, they will not be accepted by either heaven or hell, likely to be devoured by the abominable creatures lurking in the void. Moreover, communication with either realm is fraught with difficulty. The demons of hell are treacherous and cunning, while the laws of heaven are exceedingly stringent. Navigating both realms is far from straightforward. The Chaos Pact has a rich history spanning over 100,000 years, with an unparalleled wealth of inherited knowledge, encompassing the invaluable experiences imparted by successive Chaos Pact bearers. The voice echoing in Chun Sheng's memory belongs to the inaugural Chaos Pact bearer, intended to ensure that future successors would not face insurmountable challenges at the outset. Gradually coming to terms with this reality, Chun Sheng sat cross-legged by the shore, gazing out at the boundless sea, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort. Why must this be the world of pirates? Wouldn't a world akin to that of Gochumen, wa Usagi Disuka, be preferable? In this grand era of piracy, no island is entirely secure. The likelihood of ordinary individuals meeting untimely ends is exceedingly high. The only viable course of action is to find ways to enhance one's physical capabilities, rendering oneself formidable enough to survive in the long term. While he does not aspire to the grotesque power of Kaido or Big Mom, he at least aims to be above the average threshold at present. The swiftest route to strength lies in making pacts with devils. Despite the inherent risk of being deceived by these fiends, theoretically, as long as Chun Sheng can present a prized possession, he could, with the devil's assistance, become invincible within a single day. Alas, Chun Sheng possesses nothing of value, not even a pair of undergarments. The sea breeze swept over him, and he reflected that he had never been this destitute in his previous life, well, except for that period in the coal yard. According to the records of the Chaos Pact, souls are the most valuable currency in hell. The more intense the desires, and the further a soul has fallen, the greater its worth. Additionally, various peculiar items and artifacts can be traded with devils, as the denizens of hell are as diverse as they are strange, with some having a penchant for collecting oddities. Understanding this, Chun Sheng felt a slight relief. In the world of pirates, human lives are cheap, and gathering souls is not particularly arduous. Moreover, there are plenty of bizarre items available. Though dealings with the heavenly realm present a more complex challenge. Unlike hell, heaven values order and relies on the actions and deeds of Chaos Pact bearers. In simpler terms, one must accumulate merit by promoting virtue and punishing evil. Merit is the sole currency for trade with sufficient merit. One may even receive additional rewards. Chun Sheng continued to peruse the inherited knowledge of the Chaos Pact, discovering information regarding the parchment and cross he bore. Chapter 2. The celestial descendant appears. The parchment at his waist is a token from hell, while the cross hails from heaven, serving as a medium for communication between the two great powers and standing as the most crucial tools of the Chaos Pact. Bear the ledger of Satan. This is one of the fragments of the ledger once wielded by Satan, the king of hell. Having passed through the hands of several infernal monarchs, it has been reformed into a new magical artifact. Although it possesses the least magical potency among its peers, it continues to embody the might of the king of hell, infused with his will. Constant death curse. This ledger can be employed for a curse once a year by inscribing the name or alias of the cursed individual along with a detailed account of the cause and time of death. The curse will perish as inscribed, their soul ensnared. Within the ledger, this process is unavoidable and irrevocable due to its scarce magical energy. The user must infuse it with their own soul's power as a source of energy. Should this energy be insufficient, the curse cannot be activated. The stronger the soul of the target, the greater the energy consumption. Cross of hope. When God created the first batch of angels, the sacred cross was formed from the feathers of the angels, which for reasons unknown became damaged. Its fallen fragments were subsequently ground and remade in the mortal realm. The constant spell of advanced restoration, resurrection of the dead healing, can be performed once for every month accumulated. Any living being, not yet deceased, can regain its health within 10 seconds. After 12 months, any life form in the world may be resurrected, though if the soul has dissipated, only the body can be restored. The Pact of Chaos. The core utilized by the Chaos Contractee to balance the powers of heaven and hell, possesses the ability to comprehend the advanced language of constant spells, inherit dreams, and forge chaos contracts. The chaos contractee is fluent in all languages, able to communicate seamlessly with any civilization, can acquire knowledge swiftly through dreams, and can establish binding chaos contracts with both heaven and hell. The Pact of Chaos was imprinted on Chun Sheng's chest like a tattoo, an exceedingly intricate and elaborate design resembling an eye and an open door. Gazing at these two tokens, Chun Sheng realized that his recent transference was far from ordinary. These two artifacts pointed directly to the supreme rulers of heaven and hell, a privilege sought by the vast majority of chaos contractees, but seldom attained. Moreover, the additional effects of the tokens were equally formidable. Regrettably, this was not the time for deep contemplation. As he organized the heritage of the chaos contractee, Chun Sheng disdainfully wiped away the slime from his body and prepared to turn away from the shore when a hat-wearing seabird came into view. Waving at the seabird, it dropped a newspaper before flying off, showing no intention of asking for payment from Chun Sheng. The intelligence of this newsbird was not to be underestimated. Aware of the menacing pirates lurking at sea, it discerned who warranted payment and who did not. Chun Sheng exuded an aura of danger, rendering him someone best left undisturbed. This bird is rather clever. Picking up the discarded newspaper, the headline stood out prominently. Shock. The fisherman tiger invades the Holy Land, leading to a massive slave uprising. So, is this the prelude to the unfolding narrative? Chun Sheng analyzed the timeline with growing amusement. There are still many opportunities ahead. This is my advantage. Having grasped his circumstances, Chun Sheng resolved to first seek out a refuge while searching for means to enhance his physical prowess. In the world of pirates, augmenting one's body is not particularly difficult. Any Zoan-type devil fruit can bring about a qualitative transformation. However, the quality of Zoan-type devil fruits varies greatly, necessitating careful consideration. Thus, even if the most precious nature-type fruit were presented before him, Chun Sheng could not partake. Many have suffered due to over-reliance on their abilities. The user of the mud fruit serves as a prime example, whose nature-type fruit ability rendered him a mere expendable. Moreover, relying solely on the strength of a fruit is a precarious path. Chun Sheng's frail body had already severed the road ahead. Only the Zoan-type fruit remained a beacon of hope on the road to the town. Chun Sheng began to ponder the issues of sustenance and accommodation. He certainly did not wish to spend the night outdoors, unaware of the perils that might await him, yet financial constraints posed a significant dilemma. After wandering through the city a few times, Chun Sheng, aided by the inherent linguistic abilities bestowed upon him by the Chaos Pact, learned the location of the naval base. From a kind-hearted elder, gradually, he approached the area of naval operations, preparing to settle nearby. Regardless of the murky reputation of the Navy in the world of pirates, they at least maintained an outward facade of justice, thus ensuring a semblance of safety. After searching for a little while in the naval protection zone, Chun Sheng finally found a small restaurant. Seeking help in his previous life, he had relentlessly pursued mysteries, but lacked any remarkable skills. However, his extensive travels had afforded him a wealth of culinary experiences, and though he could not cook, he could certainly contribute some ideas, making his presence not entirely unwarranted. On his first day of work, lying down in the cramped few square meters of his room, Chun Sheng finally felt a sense of relaxation. Upon reflection, his ambiguous identity was hardly reliable. What likely impressed his employer was his willingness to forego a salary in exchange for food and shelter. Currently, the prominent business guilds and auction houses were hosting various events, drawing a multitude of dignitaries from across the globe to the Sabaody archipelago. This influx of people led to a severe shortage of staff in restaurants, prompting the owner to hire Chun Sheng. The long hours of work, exceeding 10 each day, were immensely fulfilling, leaving him without even an hour of free time. After a week of this routine, Chun Sheng had barely acclimated to life in the pirate world. Although he was exhausted to the point of near collapse each day, he had managed to gather some essential intelligence. The owner was quite generous, providing hearty meals and a daily bonus of 1,000 berries. Recognizing Chun Sheng's tireless efforts 8 days after Chun Sheng's arrival, while he was assisting in the kitchen, the bustling tavern suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if one could hear a pin drop. A celestial dragon, distinguished by its iconic transparent bubble helmet, passed by the street, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a space suit, thoroughly isolating itself from the world. Given that the Sabaody archipelago is adjacent to Mariewa, it was not uncommon for celestial dragons to visit the islands under the guise of exploring the lower world. Peering cautiously from the kitchen service entrance, Chun Sheng observed a celestial dragon riding a slave down the street, flanked by numerous black-clad guards wielding weapons. vigilantly monitoring any disturbance in the surroundings as the celestial dragon passed. Everyone on the street knelt in unison, bowing their heads to the ground, trembling in fear. This was the protocol for celestial dragons when in the presence of divinity, one must kneel. Not only did those outside comply, but even patrons within the restaurant were no exception. Fortunately, the kitchen was situated far enough that Chun Sheng, a mere insignificant figure, could remain standing without being noticed. However, the patrons in the dining area waited until 5 minutes after the celestial dragon had departed before they dared to rise. As he watched the celestial dragon recede into the distance, Chun Sheng's mind began to churn with thoughts. Were these beings not the perfect commodities for trade? The celestial dragons enjoy privileges that place them above all laws and regulations. With the entire world of One Piece revolving around their whims, this has resulted in these individuals becoming arrogant and debauched, devoid of humanity. Due to the absence of constraints, they have sunk into depravity, greed, and arrogance, rendering them more akin to beasts than to humans, making them perfect sacrifices. Moreover, recent intelligence suggests that a slave auction will soon take place at a human auction house located a kilometer away. Such grand auctions typically attract the participation of celestial dragons. Considering the information regarding Fisher Tiger, the fisherman who ascended the Red Line unarmed to rescue numerous slaves, Chun Sheng can deduce that this auction will undoubtedly see the celestial dragons replenishing their recently lost slaves, presenting an exceptional opportunity. Chapter 3. Curses and Sacrifices. Having resolved his determination, Chun Sheng began to devise a strategy for hunting down the celestial dragons. Given their elevated status, conventional assassination methods seem futile. The only viable approach is to use the Hell's Notebook to curse them, binding their souls. However, one must contemplate the timing of the curse, the location, and how to maintain anonymity throughout the process. Having contemplated the core issues at hand, Chun Sheng began to devise a plan of action. On the afternoon of June 30th, 1507, he took leave and approached the vicinity of the human auction house, where he discovered an old tavern situated along the thoroughfare leading to the auction. Chun Sheng had considered numerous potential obstacles regarding this assassination endeavor and had made preparations accordingly. However, one pivotal question remained unresolved. The celestial dragons would never divulge their names to the commoners, and without any established connections, Chun Sheng could only seek the answers he desired through the exchanges of the crowd. Thus, from that day forward, he attempted to glean information through subtle inquiries during his procurement outings, albeit to little avail. Now, he was left to wager on the hope that the final day would present an opportunity. To this end, he feigned illness and took leave a day early, arriving at the location to stake out and wait. By this time, the auction had commenced, and the surrounding throngs were animatedly discussing the grand event. Some spoke of the beautiful slave girls, while others speculated about the potential top-tier auction item, a mermaid slave. Yet throughout, Chun Sheng heard not a whisper regarding the celestial dragons. All discussions surrounding them were shrouded in silence, as no one dared to mention them for fear of attracting calamity. As the minutes ticked away, Chun Sheng's brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a group of men clad in black burst in, brandishing firearms and violently inspecting anyone who might pose a threat to the safety of the celestial dragons. While they conducted their searches, Chun Sheng could not help but chuckle inwardly. From her conversations, he finally caught wind of a name he desperately needed, Tuflorn Saint. The anonymous tip-off from a few days prior had borne fruit, he mused. As a last resort, Chun Sheng left a message at the naval gate, indicating that a pirate sought to assassinate a celestial dragon, without providing any further clues. By intentionally creating chaos and exchanging a potentially dubious piece of information for an opportunity, Chun Sheng finally achieved his goal. Even without knowledge of the individual's appearance, this was sufficient for him. Detailed information can diminish the consumption of curses, yet Chun Sheng, confident in the strength of his own soul, believes he can confront the celestial dragons. The legacy of the chaos contract stipulates that the soul and body are mutually reinforcing. Only a robust physique can sustain a powerful spirit, and conversely, the strength of the body can elevate the quality of the soul. The pig-like physique of the celestial dragons cannot possibly be formidable. They would likely falter against the battle-hardened Chun Sheng. Moreover, even if their physicality is insufficient to curse him, Chun Sheng is assured that the resilient spirit he cultivated in his previous life is more than capable of vanquishing them. At this moment, the cloaked figures continue to scrutinize the crowd, blissfully unaware that they are driving their master into the abyss. Once the black-clad individuals depart, Chun Sheng returns to a corner of the restaurant by the window. To ensure the success of this curse, he deliberately chose this establishment situated along the path frequented by the celestial dragons, allowing him to constantly monitor their movements. thereby minimizing the distance required for the curse and reducing the expenditure of soul energy. Soon, the auction concludes. Observing the throngs of people sprawling on the ground several hundred meters away, Chun Sheng recognizes that the moment has arrived. 10 hours after the auction's end, the celestial dragon Tevrin Saint is assailed by a frenzied super sea king, perishing along with his escort as their passenger vessel sinks to the ocean depths. In the ensuing chaos, Tevrin Saint meets his demise when his head strikes the corner of a table, and within a day, his body is completely consumed. Aside from the name, Chun Sheng has meticulously prepared the remaining details, inscribing them in a blend of Chinese and the esoteric symbols of his past life. The powers of heaven and hell stem from the soul and will. Employing a mixed script for the curse not only conceals its exposure, but also serves to disguise his identity. Chun Sheng is presently masquerading as a foreign writer, chronicling his life through travel. Swiftly inscribing the name of the celestial dragon, Chun Sheng distinctly senses his soul's energy ebbing away. As the final character is etched, the ink abruptly twists together, forming the visage of a demon before fading into obscurity. After invoking the death curse, Chun Sheng's complexion visibly pales. Fortunately, he had already feigned illness, sparing him from drawing suspicion. After waiting for over half an hour and confirming the celestial dragon's departure, Chun Sheng settles the bill and exits the tavern, returning to the restaurant where he works, quietly anticipating the arrival of the curse. The Red Lark, with a bounty of 73 million berries, was apprehended by bounty hunters 3 months ago and sent to the slave auction house. Inspection completed. All is in order. The pitch-black dagger, with a bounty of 145 million berries, was captured by the Navy 4 months prior. Inspection completed. All is in order. The frenzied lion celt, with a bounty of 121 million berries, was defeated by Admiral Sengoku 10 days ago. Inspection completed. All is in order. Report. This batch of slaves has passed inspection without any issues and can be safely delivered to Mariehua. A black-clad man rudely checks the slaves, then turns to report to his superior, "Be more thorough in your inspection. Wager your lives on it. The tragedy of the last time must never be repeated." The man's superior bore a scarred visage, unmistakably a figure not to be trifled with. On board the illustrious vessel of the Grand Line, the celestial dragon Tufernel was returning to the sacred Mariehua with his newly acquired slaves. As a celestial dragon who considered himself above mundane pleasures, Tufernel paid little heed to ordinary slaves. Instead, he reveled in the thrill of bloody combat, thus focusing primarily on those slaves of formidable strength, predominantly pirates. Among the powerful pirates, there remained but one, a pink-haired mermaid. In light of Tufernel's esteemed status as a celestial dragon, even without a direct request, the auction house would eagerly place the mermaid into his hands. That accursed fishman, who allowed so many of my slaves to escape, has yet to be apprehended. I shall see him subjected to 1,000 tortures. At this moment, Tevringal was in a fit of rage. The mere mention of slaves conjured memories of the recent uprising, leading him to discharge his weapon, mercilessly ending the life of a newly acquired slave. Those accompanying him dared not utter a word, fearful that a slip of the tongue could cost them their lives. A report. In the distance, an enormous sea creature emerged from the surface of the ocean. What is happening? Why is such a colossal sea creature appearing here? Are they not supposed to inhabit the doldrums? The captain of the vessel was taken aback upon hearing the lookout's report. The colossal sea creature was unlike any other of its kind. The formidable physical prowess of these colossal sea kings is terrifying. Even a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish them. The strength of their vessel is only sufficient to eliminate ordinary large sea kings, leaving them utterly helpless against these behemoths. How could this be? We must urgently request assistance from the Holy Land and summon an admiral, for only they possess the capability to ensure the annihilation of such monsters. Commander, it is too late. As he spoke, a colossal sea king, resembling a serpent with an enormous lizard's head, opened its gaping maw and charged towards their luxurious cruise ship. In less than a minute, the entire vessel was shattered under the impact of the gigantic sea king, and all aboard, including the celestial dragons, succumbed to the depths of the ocean. The sole survivor aboard, a mermaid maiden, stared in bewilderment at the treasure of gold and jewels adorning her. During the ship's sinking, the treasury was crushed, revealing an abundance of tributes from other nations to the celestial dragons. Coming to her senses, the mermaid promptly returned to Fishman Island with the riches, preparing to live incognito as a wealthy woman. Chapter 4. Dragon Fruit. Celestial comet dragon form sitting at the edge of his bed. Chun Sheng anxiously fixed his gaze upon the journal atop the table. As the countdown neared its end, A black silhouette of a human head materialized, none other than the celestial dragon involved in the auction. Accompanying this apparition was a surge of merit infusing the cross, causing its intricate patterns to faintly glow. Indeed, this individual was steeped in malevolence. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chunsheng swiftly retreated into the innermost storage chamber. Devoid of any light, the floor bore a sacrificial array etched in animal blood, designed for transactions with infernal demons. Ignoring the foul stench, Chunsheng donned an outfit reminiscent of a villainous overlord, carefully placing the journal at the center of the array, and began to softly chant the sacrificial incantation. As he uttered these bizarre phrases, a flicker of red light gradually emerged from the void, evolving into flames that erupted in a scarlet blaze, engulfing the entire room. Under the fiery shroud, the chamber was transformed, the infernal power severing ties with the world, its essence manifesting as flowing magma. Numerous fiery, demonic heads floated in midair, their eyes ablaze with flames of various hues, countless gazes fixated upon Chunsheng. O chaotic wanderer, offer your soul, and I shall bestow upon you boundless power. O humble human, surrender your soul, for the great Harak shall fulfill your desires. Fallen souls, deliver him to me, otherwise, you shall face the wrath of the demon lord. The legacy of the Chaos Pact revealed that these were the lords of hell, dwelling in its deepest recesses, their cranial projections representing dominion over their infernal realms. While the colors of the flames signified the laws of sin, these fiends, whether driven by madness or calmness, are unequivocally formidable beings. Judging by both the quantity and quality of the demon lords, the souls of the celestial dragon people are immensely valuable. Immortal, a formidable entity, found himself threatened by a devil whose very presence caused him to tremble as if struck by lightning. He turned, and a blood-red flame erupted behind him. Even across an infinite expanse, the mortal could sense the dread emanating from this being, who could possess such overwhelming authority. Among these lords of the abyss, a blood-red skeleton dominated the center, surrounded by rebellious demons who, surprisingly, exhibited no dissatisfaction, instead gathering obediently around it. The projection of its flames soared to a height of 3 meters, with the crimson hue signifying the sin of pride. Behind the laws of sin lies an innumerable array of hellish lords, yet each sin can only be governed by a singular demon sovereign. According to the chronicles of the contract bearers, this entity is likely the third throne beneath the great lord of pride, Arskith. Never could the mortal have anticipated that a mere act of sacrifice would attract such a formidable figure. Heaven and hell are interconnected with countless worlds, and the corresponding lords of the abyss and celestial beings outnumber the grains of sand on earth. Those who manage to leave a mark among them are undeniably beings that transcend the known limits of humanity. And it is estimated that the realms governed by this particular sovereign number no fewer than the stars within the Milky Way. Among the myriad titans of hell, while the power of the law of pride may not be the most potent, those who occupy the throne of pride are certainly among the strongest. For pride has always demanded substantial capital. Generally speaking, demons who wield the position of pride rarely engage in dealings with mortals. These haughty beings disdain all other intelligent life. Yet when they do engage, their arrogance prevents them from entering into treacherous contracts. Thus, demons of pride are often the most favorable parties for negotiation, even for the seasoned and unflinching chaotic contract bearers. Although their arrogance might strip the chaotic contract bearers of control over the transaction, they would not emerge at a loss. Without hesitation, the mortal dispersed the other demons and articulated his desires to Arskith. Noble Lord Arskith, your inconsequential admirer offers this fallen soul in hopes of acquiring the power of the dragon's bloodline. According to one of the laws governing transactions with demons, regardless of the sin a demon bears, they're creations of chaos. One should never specify one's ambitions, but rather delineate a broader range of needs, incorporating elements of disorder into the agreement. Furthermore, whether trading with heaven or hell, the outcomes of such exchanges automatically adapt to the varying rules of different worlds, ensuring no contradictions with the governing laws of those realms. To fundamentally alter one's corporeal form would necessitate the exchange for a beast-type demon fruit. But the risks are too great, leading the mortal to opt to directly leverage the influence of the rules to obtain the desired bloodline. If all proceeds as anticipated, the lineage-based inheritance will likely be transformed by the world's rules into a demon fruit. As soon as the mortal concluded his request, the soul in his grasp vanished silently, leaving only a drop of bright red blood behind. Simultaneously, Arsgate vanished without a trace, the transaction concluding without any forewarning, and not a single contract was established. There were no superfluous words exchanged. This epitomized the arrogance of a demon. Chun Shang was even left bewildered as to what he had truly acquired. Nevertheless, he exhaled in exhilaration. As long as the transaction could proceed smoothly, he would eagerly welcome encounters with such decisive figures. Throughout the several millennia of the chaotic contractee's history, few have had the fortune of meeting such prominent individuals. And perhaps his only distinction lay in the token he bore. The treasures bestowed by these formidable figures never fail to astonish. They are undoubtedly of SSR caliber. As the transaction concluded, the magical array lost its efficacy, and the room reverted to its original state. The only alteration being a solitary drop of blood suspended in the air, with the barrier of the array's space absent. The floating blood was promptly transformed by the laws of the world, and shortly thereafter, a crimson, banana-shaped fruit resembling a comet fell into Chun Shang's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and consumed it whole, skin and all. Though unaware of the origins of this bloodline, he recognized that such an opportunity would be rare for the foreseeable future. It was his sole reliance at present. The taste of the devil fruit lived up to its reputation, ranking among the top 3 of the most peculiar dishes he had ever encountered in his lifetime. As the fruit was ingested, an unprecedented power began to spread from his abdomen throughout his entire being. Silvery scales emerged from beneath Chun Shang's skin, his eyes transforming into celestial blue draconic orbs, while a scarlet aura of dragon essence and an overwhelming sense of strength coursed through him. In an instant, Chun Shang's form vanished, replaced by a magnificent silver beast prostrating on the ground. Its gleaming silver scales shimmered under the moonlight, reflecting a resplendent glow, while razor-sharp claws and wings sliced through the air with each breath of the colossal creature, creating a dazzling display of light with even the slightest movement. At this moment, Chun Shang came to realize the name of the fruit. The dragon fruit, ancient dragon species, heavenly comet dragon form. Chapter 5, A Modest Trial. The power of the ancient dragon. A fruit that ought not to exist in this world has traversed dimensions, possessing power that rivals that of the mythical beast fruits. The elder dragons, formidable predators perched at the apex of the food chain within the realm of Monster Hunter, wield the tremendous force to manipulate nature. Their mere presence can incite a biological upheaval within a region, and their blood harbors a terrifying energy. Each elder dragon is a harbinger of calamity, causing entire civilizations to vanish beneath their feet. The celestial comet dragon, dwelling among the clouds, possesses the ability to control draconic energy. Its wings, resembling jet engines, have supplanted traditional wing structures, making it the most agile and physically formidable of all elder dragons, revered by scholars as the silver-winged harbinger of doom, while players affectionately refer to it as the dragon-like behemoth. The winged limbs, which replace conventional wings, possess dual destructive capabilities akin to a spear and a cannon, complemented by powerful limbs and razor-sharp claws, rendering it a terrifying weapon in both close and range combat. According to the insights recorded in ancestral lore, the process of bloodline transformation is naturally smooth, devoid of violent conflict, indicating that the laws governing the worlds of pirates and monster hunters exhibit a strong adaptability, free from the mysterious energy clashes characteristic of the magical realm. The celestial comet dragon's strength remains unwavering despite changes in the world, allowing it to fully harness its ancestral capabilities. The transformation takes mere seconds, during which Chun Shang feels his vision sharpen dramatically, akin to being propelled by a rocket, enabling him to effortlessly perceive objects hundreds, even thousands of meters away, with clarity rivaling that of 4K resolution. Returning to his humanoid form, Chun Shang invigorates himself with a shake of his muscles, mimicking a superhero's stance as he slowly squats down. His leg muscles powerfully contract, propelling him forward like a cannonball, effortlessly leaping a distance of several meters. In a few strides, he traverses from the small shop where he resided to an open space outside the town, instinctively controlling the flow of power within him. Silvery scales rapidly envelop his body as he morphs into his draconic form. The dragon gem within his chest stirs with excitement, emitting a roar akin to that of a fighter jet engine, while crimson draconic energy circulates through his body via specialized conduits. 6 unique winged limbs tear through his clothing, extending from his back, while fissures open along his chest, drawing in vast amounts of air. The dragon gem converts this air into draconic energy, infusing it into his wings. A tremendous surge of high-pressure draconic energy erupts, launching Chun Shang skyward like a jet aircraft, soaring to an altitude of thousands of meters within mere seconds. The chaotic air currents rush past him, leaving no trace upon his resilient scales. Breaking through the cloud cover, he bathes in the moonlight of the night. The silvery rays cascading through the clouds, creating a dreamlike panorama that captivates the senses. In this realm between heaven and earth, Chunsheng experiences an unprecedented thrill. For miles around, he stands alone, the vast night sky igniting a surge of ambition within his heart. Since the dawn of humanity, there's been an innate yearning for the skies, and at this moment, he gazes down upon the swirling tempest below. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Chunsheng comes to realize the significance of the celestial comet dragon within the world of pirates. In this realm of limited landmass, dominated by oceans, the technology related to the skies remains a blank canvas, and even those few formidable beings capable of aerial feats are confined to altitudes beneath the troposphere. Once elevated to the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there exists scarcely any means to influence the celestial dragon. To a certain extent, as long as Chunsheng does not actively court death, he is no longer in peril of losing his life. The surge of newfound power fills Chunsheng with immense exhilaration. However, as the fervor subsides, he finds himself suspended in midair, contemplating how to navigate the future. The mysterious power he had relentlessly pursued in his past life has now been attained, and he has borne witness to the true essence of hellish demons. Reflecting upon his previous obsession, he realizes that beyond mere curiosity, it was simply a matter of ennui. With the legacy of the Chaos Pact bearer at his disposal, Chunsheng's future is replete with myriad possibilities. He could ascend to become the next pirate king, or perhaps the savior of the Navy. Yet, having entered the world of pirates, it would be remiss not to topple the celestial dragons. Burdened with the mission of both heaven and hell, Chunsheng is destined to be an agent of upheaval. In this pursuit of chaos, it is only fitting that he eliminate those who irk him, and the presence of the celestial dragons certainly vexes him. Nurturing his influence, toppling the Holy Land, and transforming the world. Resolute in his decision, under the cover of darkness, Chunsheng transformed into the celestial dragon form and returned to the Sabati archipelago from afar. In the air, he spotted a dilapidated pirate ship riddled with holes, its pirate flag shattered. In the distance, he noticed a Navy warship in pursuit. This band of pirates appears to possess some extraordinary abilities. Their seemingly decrepit vessel is capable of outpacing even the warships. As the Navy recedes further into the distance, the pirates, having narrowly escaped from the recent fierce battle, exhale in relief. This group of naval officers launched a surprise attack, fortunate to have procured some Sky Island shells from the black market for propulsion. Otherwise, they would have surely faced disaster. Captain, these Sky Island shells are truly valuable. We must acquire more from that unscrupulous merchant next time, and I hope he recognizes our worth, mused the first mate, casting a dark smile as he gazed at the receding silhouette of the warship on the horizon. Indeed, it was a pity that their quantity was insufficient, and obtaining them proved to be quite challenging. A robust man adorned with a captain's hat shook his head in regret. He understood the significance of the Sky Island shells, yet only a handful of merchants who navigated the Sky Island routes possessed them, and their prices were exorbitantly high. Regrettably, most of this haul would be allocated for ship repairs, leaving the Sky Island shells to wait for another opportunity. The first mate conducted a brief inspection of the ship's condition. Though it appeared dire, it was still salvageable. However, the thought of the repair costs demanded by the black market shipyards made him sigh in disappointment, realizing that the wealth they had just plundered from the small town was unlikely to sustain them. Captain, look up. What is that in the sky? Captain, a meteor is falling. Just as the captain pondered their course, he was interrupted by the cries of his crew. Before he could express his anger, a brilliant red light revealed the reflection of a colossal beast clad in silver scales in his eyes. The explosive force struck their vessel with such ferocity that it shattered into splinters, and he himself was thrust into the depths of the sea. In the world of pirates, the level of technology defies conventional analysis. Advanced technology has surpassed that of Earth, while foundational techniques remain astonishingly primitive. The vast majority of pirate ships are wooden sailboats, utterly incapable of withstanding the impact of Chunsheng's assault. The entire pirate vessel splintered at the point of collision, its already battered structure disintegrating into fragments, with only a few fortunate pirates surviving on 2 larger remnants. Incredible. Is this the power of the ancient dragon? Chunsheng, gazing at the devastation he had wrought, felt a wave of astonishment, struggling to believe that this was his doing. This is a medium-sized pirate ship, measuring several dozen meters in length. Typically, it would require numerous cannonballs to potentially sink it, yet I managed to achieve this feat with a single strike. Experiencing that instinctual predatory motion, it felt remarkably fluid, despite being my inaugural attempt. This is the sensation of possessing immense power. Chun Sheng clenched his fists, feeling the explosive strength surging within him. Destroying a pirate ship was as effortless as shattering a piece of foam. This was the essence of the ancient dragon. Such terrifying prowess instilled in Chun Sheng the confidence to vanquish any pirate whose bounty did not exceed 100 million, living up to the illustrious title of the ancient dragon. With merely the most rudimentary physical attributes, he could easily overpower the majority of those who wielded fruit abilities. While he possessed unwavering confidence in his strength, Chun Sheng was not blinded by power. He understood that there remained a significant chasm between himself and the formidable pirates of the seas. The most prudent choice at this juncture was to leverage the advantages of the narrative and bide his time in seclusion, quietly honing his skills until he could fully master the power within him before venturing forth. According to the information he gathered in Sabaody, the current year was 1507 in the era of the sea, and there remained a long stretch until the story commenced. It was an exceedingly chaotic time, with various formidable factions vying for dominance. It would be wise to avoid the spotlight and await the opportune moment to act. Following his prior plan, Chun Sheng intended to seek out a city near Reverse Mountain, simultaneously developing his abilities while hunting the pirates entering the Grand Line from all corners of the world to harvest their souls. However, he had devised a new strategy. The kingdom of Goa, the childhood home of the Straw Hat brothers, became his focus. Due to the frequent visits from Garp, Chun Sheng was assured that there would be no enemies here that he could not defeat. Moreover, based on the storyline, the local nobility were not to be trifled with. They were prime offerings for the devils. The impoverished populace, struggling to make ends meet, could be utilized to accumulate merit, and the occasional passage of celestial dragons made it difficult to find a more suitable location for his development. The journey to the East Blue would require navigating the Grand Line with a proper compass, factoring in resupply and other elements, which meant the voyage could take several days. A misfortune could lead to encountering extreme weather, risking his very life. Hence, the Kingdom of Goa was not initially the top choice. However, after acquiring the celestial dragon fruit, Chun Sheng altered his perspective. How could a dragon destined to soar through the skies be hindered by the weather? The devastation wrought by extreme climates was confined to the troposphere. As long as Chun Sheng ascended to the stratosphere or higher, he could disregard the majority of meteorological fluctuations. With silver scales that effectively reflected solar radiation in the stratosphere, a robust dual respiratory system ensured a steady supply of oxygen. For the inhabitants of this world, the sky was an alien domain, but for the celestial dragon, it was the most comfortable of homes. Furthermore, in his celestial dragon form, Chun Sheng's taste buds would align with those of the dragon, allowing him to consume raw food without any burden. The celestial dragon primarily feasted on fish, effortlessly capturing a large one to replenish its energy without concern for resupply issues. Should he encounter islands, he could hunt wild beasts to enhance his meals, simultaneously serving as resting spots, thereby eliminating a significant number of inconveniences. One person's satisfaction can stave off hunger for the entire family. In comparison to sailing, Chun Sheng's mobility is almost unreasonable. The heavenly comet dragon is exceptionally well suited for the world of pirates. After weighing the pros and cons, Chun Sheng indulged in a hearty meal at a restaurant, bid farewell to the proprietor, and embarked on his journey to the East Sea. In the waters of Sabaody, aboard the warship of Rear Admiral Booker, a junior officer lamented, "Admiral Booker, we have lost track of the Golden Tooth pirates. It seems we shall not catch up with them." The officer, gazing through his telescope at the receding pirate ship, sighed. As the stationed navy of Sabaody, they interacted with numerous pirate crews daily, managing to apprehend only about half. It appeared their efforts would go in vain once more. According to protocol, they would turn back after pursuing for 10 nautical miles. Rear Admiral Booker, however, remained unfazed. After many years in the Navy, he had encountered such situations frequently, aware that peculiar pirate vessels often brought various troubles to the Navy. The vessel that sails with greater swiftness is manageable. At worst, one might fail to capture their quarry. However, encountering those deranged pirates who had transformed their ships into suicide vessels would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. In instances of failed captures, as long as one pursues a sufficient distance and submits a report to headquarters, the accumulated experience over the years has rendered Booker exceedingly zen. After pursuing for 8 nautical miles, just as he was about to turn back, a multitude of shipwrecks came into view. Among the debris, a tattered sail caught Booker's attention. Was that not the sail of the Golden Tooth pirates? He stroked his chin, his brow furrowing slightly. He had witnessed the Golden Tooth pirates depart and was acutely aware that such destruction would not lead to his sinking. Who could have vanquished the Golden Tooth pirates? From the moment they parted ways to the discovery of the wreckage, no more than a few minutes had elapsed. Regardless, the Golden Tooth was a notorious pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions, not some stray cat or dog, yet they were defeated in mere minutes. Could it be another pirate? No other vessels were in sight, and the assailants left no trace. The sudden emergence of a mysterious attacker unsettled Booker. If they could annihilate the Golden Tooth so effortlessly, he was ill-prepared for a confrontation. Admiral Booker, there is a survivor. A voice from the Navy called out. Approaching the individual, Booker beheld the recently rescued survivor. It was none other than the Golden Tooth himself, gravely injured and lying on the deck, seemingly on the verge of death. Who could have inflicted such harm upon you? Booker demanded, fixing his gaze upon the eyes of the Golden Tooth. It was the silver-winged star of death. Upon uttering his final words, the malevolent Gold Tooth drew his last breath. Chapter 6. Hunting and the Second Offering. The journey from the Grand Line to the East Sea spanned a fortnight, during which Chun Sheng made additional discoveries. The ancient dragon bloodline of the celestial comet dragon could similarly influence the fauna of the pirate world, producing effects akin to Conqueror's Haki, albeit significantly less potent than in the Monster Hunter realm, with a limited scope of influence. The affected creatures predominantly exhibited fear, regardless of Chun Sheng's attempts. No instances of fainting occurred. When he directed his aura at a rabbit, it astonishingly succumbed to death from sheer fright. As he trudged onward, Chun Sheng bore witness to the capricious weather of the Grand Line, where even the stable stratosphere was often subject to disturbances. Thunderstorms, akin to natural disasters, were not uncommon. However, their power was considerably diminished at high altitudes, posing no threat to Chun Sheng. More astonishing than the weather was the era of great piracy that surrounded him. While an ordinary individual on Earth might never encounter a pirate in their lifetime, here, one could see 5 or 6 pirate crews on average each day, often witnessing brutal raids on villages and towns. At this moment, as Chun Sheng soared through the skies, he could discern the fish beneath the waves, with pirate ships rendering themselves utterly visible. A medium-sized sailing vessel, adorned with a pirate flag, drifted across the water. By cross-referencing the bounty information collected during his travels, he identified it as a small pirate crew with a bounty of less than 5 million. With a sinister grin revealing his sharp fangs, Chun Sheng altered his course, accelerating from an altitude of 10,000 meters to plunge downwards, harnessing the terrifying kinetic energy he possessed to strike the vessel. Fallen star of the wasteland, the ship lacked any formidable wielder of observation Haki, providing the pirates no time to react. With a resounding crash, the pirate ship was reduced to mere splinters. More than half of the crew perished instantly, while the remaining pirates remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Soul capture. Only at this moment did Chun Sheng's voice finally reach the stunned pirates, rousing them from their daze. Upon awakening, I beheld a silver claw obscuring my vision, and in the next moment, my head shattered like a balloon, leaving my semi-transparent soul grasped in the hands of Chun Sheng, sealed within a tome. Bereft of the ship's protection, the pirate faced certain demise amidst the vast ocean. Chun Sheng, unfazed and leisurely, harnessed the abilities of his inheritance to reap souls without the need for combat. On the very day of his departure from the archipelago of Sabaody, while resting, he triggered the effect of the inheritance dream, the target of which was the celestial comet dragon. In the dream, he transformed into a newly hatched celestial comet dragon, gradually maturing under the care of his parents, experiencing the journey from his first hunt to becoming the sovereign of the skies. Centuries passed as Chun Sheng felt himself truly embody the celestial comet dragon. Upon awakening from the dream, his mastery over his body had increased tenfold, allowing him to refine his combat techniques through the experiences gleaned from the dream, ultimately culminating in the creation of his inaugural skill, the Great Desolation Starfall. Concurrently, this inheritance activated the additional abilities of the Chaos Pact Maker, the Soul Passage spell, and the Soul Capture technique. One was designed for the funeral of the deceased, while the other was meant for soul plundering, serving as the foundational spells of the Chaos Pact Maker, unlocked due to the augmented strength of souls granted by the celestial comet dragon. Over the course of half a month, he exchanged materials acquired from hunting for wealth, purchasing compasses and maps in the towns he passed through, while simultaneously hunting pirates to claim bounties at naval bases, drawing upon his memories of battle. Not a single pirate could escape his grasp. Hunting these nefarious pirates provided considerable merits, and slaying a celestial dragon yielded merits exponentially greater. According to the definitions established by the heavenly realm regarding evil values, If the crimes warranting a death sentence on Earth are deemed as 1, then the average evil value of pirates in this world exceeds 10. The lowest evil value of the pirates Chun Sheng hunted was 3, while the highest reached 42. By the same calculations, the evil value associated with the slain celestial dragon was a staggering 13,214, illustrating the extent of his heinous deeds. Upon arriving at the kingdom of Goya, the bounties from the small pirate groups he had exterminated combined with his hunting spoils amounted to several million, affording him a modest fortune. Hovering above the kingdom of Goya, he observed a stark polarization. The noble district teemed with indulgence, while the uncertain terminus, later dubbed the garbage station, lay in disarray, resembling a duality akin to a hot pot, with the two realms distinctly separated. Gliding over the urban expanse, Chun Sheng descended upon Mount Kolbo, unleashing a resounding roar that resonated for hundreds of meters, causing numerous beasts to flee, leaving a serene forest in their wake. Retaining his draconic form, he entered the waterfall, using the rushing waters to cleanse his body and wash away the fatigue of his arduous journey. Selecting a level patch of ground, he utilized his claws and tail to gather substantial timber, employing a rudimentary mortise and tenon structure to erect a wooden cabin as a temporary refuge. After laboring until dusk, Chun Sheng soared into the sky, fixating on a massive wild boar excavating the earth in the distance, and with a single dive, captured his evening meal. He ignited a bonfire using draconic energy, draining the boar's blood in preparation to transform the day's bounty into sustenance. With the boar's blood, he inscribed a sacrificial array within his cabin, initiating the devil's sacrifice once more, offering the souls of 121 pirates he had collected along his journey. In some civilized realms, such a sacrificial ritual involving hundreds would be a sensational event, yet in this chaotic era, it barely stirred a ripple. Chapter 7. The Art of Stealthy Assassination. Upon re-entering the fiery realm, this time no formidable devil appeared. Instead, dozens of lesser and greater devil lords responded to the sacrificial ceremony. Their numbers were far inferior to those from the previous ritual, for the value of souls varies greatly. The vast majority of souls do not qualify as either fallen souls or sacred souls, generally within a population of 1 billion. The combined count of these two types of souls does not exceed 10,000, with the value of a soul intricately tied to its experiences, memories, and the will at the moment of death. Only these two types of souls possess the merit to enter the primordial realms of heaven and hell, while the rest may only traverse the minor heavens birthed from the conjunction of heaven and hell. Thus, the worth of a fallen soul equates to that of 1,000 sacrifices. Of course, this is merely a comparison. Were one to truly undertake 1,000 sacrifices, the rewards would undoubtedly surpass those of a fallen soul. The devils drawn to these 100 souls were predominantly mid-tier or small-scale lords of hell, or large lords thoroughly subdued by heaven. Their symbolic power of flames diminished to less than half of that of the previous demons. Moreover, most of these devils adhered to the law of greed, the most common yet least suitable for trade among the denizens of hell. The teachings of the Chaos Pact Maker expressly advised novices against trading with greedy devils. Disregarding their offers, Chun Sheng sought out a weaker devil governed by the law of torture to engage in a transaction. Tortured devils are mentally twisted, deriving power and passion from endless torment, leading to their substantial consumption of souls and a relatively generous disposition, making them suitable for trade. Would these souls suffice in exchange for an assassination technique? Chun Sheng dismissed the other demons and spoke assertively without any pretense. In his selection, he deliberately chose this feeble creature, believing it had not experienced a significant sacrifice in quite some time. A demon, eager for power to alter its fate, proved to be the most suitable trading partner, offering rewards ample enough for a newcomer. While humility was essential when dealing with formidable figures like Allsgate, it was imperative to assert dominance over weaker chaotic contractors, ensuring control over the rhythm of the transaction. The sadistic demon Tolt, nominally a lord of hell, was suppressed by other demons of the same realm and held dominion over only a meager territory. The souls that perished daily were predominantly claimed by other lords, leaving him with only a handful, barely enough to maintain the status quo, resulting in his power stagnating for millennia. The youth possesses considerable knowledge, he mused, offering a complete set of assassination techniques from the king of assassins, encompassing skills in assassination, concealment, and strategic planning, all devoid of contradictions to the laws of your world. With certain extraordinary techniques present, sadistic demons, reveling in the torment of their foes, typically possessed abilities inclined towards cruelty, rendering their value relatively insignificant. However, They wielded another formidable weapon, assassination arts, which formed a core component of their power system. Tolt chuckled, attempting to appear tranquil, yet his visage, longer than that of a donkey, betrayed him. His slender, spiraling horns extended several centimeters backward, while tufts of flesh adorned his cheeks, resembling an animated hammer. His mouth, lined with sharp teeth, stretched into a grin that reached his ears. He presented Chun Sheng with a tantalizing item, with a power ceiling equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the pirate realm. And the content was exceedingly comprehensive. Chun Sheng recognized that skills of this caliber far exceeded the worth of his soul. The mere act of offering such a commodity indicated Tolt's dissatisfaction with this singular sacrifice. Aware of the ulterior motives at play, Chun Sheng nonetheless found the bait too enticing to resist. 5,000 points of sin value in souls could be paid in 3 installments, without interest, with each payment granting a portion of the skill inheritance until the transaction was settled in full. Indeed, Tolt's subsequent words made his intentions clear. He sought a long-term arrangement. The sacrifices of chaotic contractors were indiscriminate. Establishing a lasting trade necessitated an independent contract with the demon, thus forging a stable communication channel through the power of the agreement. 500 points of soul value for each installment, divided into 3 payments, totaling 1,500 points of sin value in souls. This time, the first installment of goods was to be advanced, with the next sacrifice compensating for the initial 500 points. Based on the wisdom of his predecessors, Chun Sheng understood that the true aim of this old demon was not merely a handful of souls. Rather, it sought a reliable supply channel for souls. The old demon surely possessed far more valuable commodities, which it would unveil as the transaction neared its conclusion to entice Chun Sheng into further dealings. Chun Sheng felt confident enough to slash the price by more than half. When negotiating with the demon, one need not engage in elaborate machinations. One could either assertively dominate the exchange, seizing absolute control, or relinquish all authority entirely, as he had done the first time. Those who resort to cunning in dealings with demons often find themselves in utter despair, while the remaining few are largely still tormented in hell. However, armed with a systematic inheritance that encompasses a wealth of experience for reference, even a novice like Chun Sheng could render this old demon momentarily taken aback. Trading a soul valued at 1,500 points of evil for an assassination technique may seem like a poor bargain. Even the king of assassins might not be able to eliminate that many foes in a lifetime. The true value of this assassination technique lies in its application against high-ranking rulers and similar figures. Acquiring a single fallen soul is immensely profitable. Moreover, knowledge can be traded repeatedly with minimal loss, at most resulting in slightly diminished gains, and the old devil would undoubtedly agree. Both parties are acutely aware of each other's needs, arriving at a consensus without excessive verbal sparring. Tort agrees to Chun Sheng's proposed price, contingent upon Chun Sheng conducting at least 3 additional sacrificial activities, ultimately providing no fewer than 10,000 points of sinful souls. Both parties are satisfied with the transaction, and Chun Sheng successfully obtains 1/3 of the assassination technique, provided he replenishes the souls lacking from the initial sacrifice within 6 months. As for the souls dispatched to hell, their fate is a nightmare, especially when encountering sadistic demons, yet they deserve such a fate for their deeds. As the hellish barrier dissipates, Chun Sheng contentedly inspects his acquisitions. The untraceable assassination technique hails from a world devoid of magic, one where extraordinary energies are absent, yet unparalleled martial skills and relatively exaggerated physical prowess abound. The creator of this assassination art was a legendary assassin, boasting a success rate of 98. He once assassinated the world's foremost boxing champion, but met his demise during his final attempt against the strongest man in the world, ultimately seized by Tort at great cost and trained into a formidable aide. The untraceable assassination technique is primarily divided into 3 sections: the untraceable chapter, the assassination chapter, and the reconnaissance chapter. The untraceable chapter focuses on concealment techniques, including how to diminish one's presence, seek out blind spots in vision and perception, engage in silent combat, and master movement skills. The assassination chapter encompasses killing techniques, methods for crafting poisons, setting traps, and physical conditioning. The reconnaissance chapter instructs on preparatory work, target intelligence gathering, and post-assassination escape plans. After addressing his physical deficiencies, Chun Sheng requires proficient martial skills to harness the full power of his animal-based fruit. And becoming an assassin presents an excellent choice, allowing him to simultaneously reap souls and accumulate merit, thereby acquiring wealth and achieving multiple objectives. This time, Chun Sheng has obtained the contents of the assassination chapter, which records numerous combat techniques. Based on his current circumstances, he selects 3 martial skills as his initial training goals: Shadow Step, Yama, and Silent Blade. Shadow Step is akin to the shave technique within the 6 forms. With a slower burst speed than shave, yet it boasts the advantages of silence and the ability to be employed flexibly multiple times. Yama involves striking with fingers to press against an enemy's vital points, delivering instant force into their body for a silent kill without external wounds. It serves to enhance finger dexterity and is foundational for certain advanced martial skills. Silent Blade is a method of using concealed weapons, characterized by the difficulty in discerning the source of the projectile, possessing a long range and stealth, capable of eliminating targets from up to 100 meters away. These 3 martial arts techniques serve as foundational practices, aiding Chun Sheng in better mastering his own strength, unlocking his physical potential, and acquiring essential combat skills. That night, Chun Sheng once again entered the realm of the inheritance dream. Within this dream, a vague shadowy figure emerged as his mentor, patiently instructing him on the techniques of assassination and demonstrating them personally. Unfortunately, he could not achieve the extraordinary experience of the celestial comet dragon's inheritance, which allowed for a century of dreams. After merely a day within the dream, he awakened. Chapter 8. Jack as dawn broke the following day, Chun Sheng rose early. Through his review of the inheritance information, he discovered that this was the standard level of the inheritance dream. The previous century-long experience was an anomaly, linked to the strength of the inheritance itself. It was evident that the formidable figure behind this legacy surpassed others by leagues in this regard. The knowledge acquired in the dream required real-world practice to transform into power. Thus, Chun Sheng embarked on his journey of cultivation at the break of dawn. The foremost principle of cultivation is a sufficiently robust physique, making daily exercise indispensable. Following the training methods documented in the art of assassination, the nearby stones encountered misfortune. Weight training, strength conditioning, and striking practice all relied heavily on the rocks. Taking advantage of his formidable physique, Chun Sheng opted for the most extreme methods, resulting in the rapid depletion of the stones surrounding his dwelling. By afternoon, having completed his training regimen for the day, Chun Sheng prepared to establish his foundational presence in the pirate world. Even the mightiest individual can only influence a limited sphere. It is the collective strength that fundamentally alters the world, and he aspired to build his own faction and influence. The first step in this endeavor was to win the hearts of the people. To this end, Chun Sheng planned to use the bounty he earned to establish a shelter in the junkyard to aid the destitute wanderers, many of whom struggled merely to survive, needing to eat before they could concern themselves with anything else. However, before taking action, he needed to personally assess the situation in the area to make informed decisions. Draped in a tattered white cloak, Chun Sheng resembled an outsider wanderer as he approached the uncertain terminus of refuse. The foul stench of the junkyard could be detected from several kilometers away, and as he drew nearer, the odor intensified to a horrifying degree. Especially after consuming the celestial comet fruit, Chun Sheng's senses had been enhanced to varying degrees, including his sense of smell, which had become exponentially more acute. The unpleasant odors were overwhelmingly intense for Chun Sheng. Contemplating his future prospects, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself to venture inside. Upon entering the garbage station, his eyes were met with a scene of desolation. A chaotic amalgamation of various household waste and a smattering of industrial refuse lay strewn about, with a pungent, acrid scent wafting through the air. Solid and liquid refuse coalesced into a sludge-like filth that blanketed the ground. It was no wonder that not even the nobility would dare to tread here. Any reasonable person would recoil from such a place. As he delved deeper into the refuse station, Chun Sheng gradually discerned traces of human activity. Scattered about were makeshift shelters constructed from wooden planks and scraps of steel, and occasionally he would catch sight of a dust-covered face peering out. As he walked, his foot unexpectedly slipped on the refuse. Looking down, he discovered a small girl crouched in a corner, who had stealthily tripped him with a piece of rebar. When he turned to face her, she scurried away like a mouse escaping a cat, crouching down to peer into the depths of a shelter. Chun Sheng was astonished to uncover a relatively intricate system of pipes. A considerable accumulation of waste had created substantial voids within. These gaps are quite challenging for adults to navigate, yet children as young as she can effortlessly weave through them. Judging by the finesse of her movements, it is evident that this is not her first endeavor of this kind. Why, then, does she wish to trip herself? Rising to his feet, Chun Sheng cast his transcendent gaze around, and indeed, several other small figures were scurrying off into the distance. Intriguing. It appears to be a case of collective mischief. With legs propelling him as if he were superhuman, he leapt onto a pile of refuse, and, After a few bounds, he caught up with the fleeing children. If you little ones don't mind, might we converse about your motives for this escapade? Suddenly appearing behind one child, Chun Sheng, like a specter, placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. The dear child jolted as if struck by lightning. Why you? How did you get here? Everyone run. I'll hold him back. In his panic, the child, disregarding their size disparity, clung to Chun Sheng's leg and began to strike with fists and feet. After a few ineffectual blows, he even resorted to gnawing with his teeth. The other children, demonstrating remarkable coordination, dispersed almost instantaneously, though their expressions betrayed an underlying unease. What's the fuss? Why such a strong reaction? I'm not a monster out for blood. Observing the child clinging to his leg, Chun Sheng felt a sense of helplessness. The boy, already small, had been living in a refuse dump, severely malnourished to the point of weakness. Even in his unseasoned state, Chun Sheng could easily subdue him. No matter the boy's efforts, he could not inflict any harm on Chun Sheng, who even relaxed his muscles, lest he risk damaging the child's teeth. Once the boy's energy waned, Chun Sheng lifted him with one hand and set him down, inquiring, "What is your name? What do you seek? Why resort to such measures?" Perhaps sensing Chun Sheng's lack of malice, the child calmed and cooperatively answered the questions posed. As the initial excitement faded, the psychological pressure from their vast size difference became palpable. I have no name. Everyone calls me Little Six, as I am the sixth to join the group. We aim to trip you, to see if you possess food or something of value to trade. Food here is exceedingly scarce. Only a select few strong individuals can freely acquire it, while we must barter with items to obtain sustenance. However, the prices they demand are exorbitant. It takes numerous items to exchange for even a morsel of food. I am left with no choice but to resort to this. Yet we harbor no intention of causing you harm. The shadow of Chun Sheng enveloped the diminutive figure of Little Six, and the oppressive aura compelled him to reveal his intentions. Now I believe I understand. As a harbinger of chaos, Chun Sheng possesses an extraordinarily sensitive intuition regarding sin and virtue. From this child, he discerned not much malevolence. However, as a resident of a landfill, he was certainly not as pristine as those from other locales. Do you believe your companions will come to your rescue? They will surely arrive. Brother Jack has proclaimed that he will never abandon anyone. In response to Chun Sheng's inquiry, Xiao Lu's gaze was resolute, emanating a profound trust from the depths of his heart. Jack, intriguing indeed. To muster a dozen individuals in such a place, and to restrain them from causing harm to others speaks of a fascinating character. Chun Sheng pondered. As per Xiao Lu's account, they lived together with 13 companions. Although their existence was arduous, it was relatively stable. Shortly thereafter, a youth of about 16 or 17 approached, leading a young boy, 2 girls, and a throng of small children. The young leader appeared somewhat frail, his exposed skin revealing numerous scars. Yet beneath his gaunt exterior lay the discernible definition of muscle, indicating he was not as feeble as he seemed. Ah, a leader of children, perhaps? Chun Sheng was astonished. He had initially thought the children were few in number, only to discover a multitude of them. To navigate life in such an environment with a host of children was no ordinary feat, thus elevating his esteem for the group. As he observed their approach, Chun Sheng was curious about how they would address the situation. Jack strode forward with a commanding presence, accompanied by the children, and they all bowed in unison at a precise 90 degrees, a moment that exuded remarkable gravitas. We apologize for attempting to steal your possessions. It was our mistake. Please spare my companions, and I shall offer ample compensation. Jack's voice was somewhat hoarse, not typical of a youth. Chun Sheng braced himself for a confrontation, yet was taken aback by the unanticipated decisiveness of the apology, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, Chun Sheng did not reveal his surprise, maintaining an expression of indifference as he fixed his gaze upon them, eager to see their next move. After a full 2 minutes of silence from the opposing side, Chun Sheng finally spoke. "You are a good person. Such individuals are rare in this place, and those with your capabilities are even more scarce." Observing the still bowed head of the young man, Chun Sheng continued, "I have heard them refer to you as Jack, correct? Come and work for me. I can assure you that each of you will receive sufficient sustenance and clothing to keep warm." Upon his arrival, Chun Sheng sought a cooperative assistant to facilitate his work. Finding a reliable partner proved to be a daunting task, yet fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a suitable candidate on his very first day. While Chun Sheng scrutinized Jack, Jack too was keenly observing Chun Sheng, initially gauging the reaction of Xiao Lu before assessing Chun Sheng's demeanor. Jack concluded that Chun Sheng was a rather extraordinary individual, distinctly different from the usual characters found at the refuse station. Upon receiving Chun Sheng's invitation, Jack straightened up to meet his gaze, perceiving from Chen Sheng's expression that he was not jesting. This man was earnest in his intent. What was his purpose? Jack's immediate reaction was one of skepticism. The saying goes, a shallow pond has many turtles, and although the refuse station was modest in size, its intricacies ran deep. Some wielded power, others maintained connections with the nobility within the city, and the occasional pirates added to the chaotic milieu. In this environment, Jack and the children he protected held no advantage. Why would Chen Sheng seek him out? Was it merely because he believed Jack to be a good person? Do not doubt, for it is precisely because you are a good person that I think you can be trusted. Nothing more. Chen Sheng smiled, attempting to appear more amiable, though his robust physique might not lend itself to an inviting demeanor. What do you wish of me? Jack, having spent considerable time in the refuse station, had learned one vital lesson. Trust in others is a luxury not to be taken lightly. This world can be predatory. Slavery, organ trafficking, even pets. There are countless ways a living person can be reduced to mere currency. What to do? Chen Sheng mused, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. Ultimately locking eyes with Jack, he extended his hand and proclaimed, "Join me, and let us change the world." Chapter 9. The Eastern Sea Rescue Station within the city. Chen Sheng utilized the bounty he had acquired to purchase a substantial amount of provisions. Jack, burdened with food larger than his own frame, followed closely behind Chen Sheng on their journey back to the refuse station. In the end, Jack acquiesced to Chen Sheng's request, though he could not quite articulate why. Perhaps he was moved by the man's formidable presence. Reflecting on Chen Sheng's words from the previous day, which had been delivered in a calm tone, yet contained astonishingly audacious content, Jack felt an inexplicable conviction that perhaps, just perhaps, this man could truly achieve his vision. This is the essence of charisma. Jack, after much contemplation, could conceive of no alternative answer. He could only acknowledge that the demeanor of the other had truly captivated him. While Jack and Chen Sheng ventured to procure provisions, the children had already constructed a rudimentary shelter. The shelter was modest in size, surrounded by a lingering stench, yet it stood as the cleanest spot in the vicinity. A large pot of fragrant rice porridge was soon simmering, its enticing aroma attracting nearby vagabonds. With Chen Sheng's sudden appearance, those drawn in by the scent congregated, casting wary glances between Chen Sheng, who was stirring the porridge, and the sign indicating that food was available free of charge. Doubt was etched on each face. The refuse station had endured for many years, and never before had they been offered sustenance. After a quarter of an hour, a famished wanderer finally mustered the courage to approach Chen Sheng and request a bowl of porridge. As the first individual to stand before him, Chen Sheng smiled and handed him a bowl of hot porridge along with a piece of jerky, saying, "Be careful, the porridge is very hot. Take your time." The wanderer tentatively extended his hand, gingerly accepting the food. After murmuring a soft thank you, he hurried to a corner to savor his meal. With a leader in place, the remaining vagabonds exchanged glances and began to accept Chen Sheng's offerings one by one. Chen Sheng, having prepared an ample supply of ingredients, welcomed all comers. Before long, every arriving wanderer had received their own bowl of porridge and jerky. Chen Sheng made no demand aside from asking them to return the bowls once they had finished. Quietly observing from the side, feeling the gentle warmth of the cross upon his chest, a symbol of his good deeds being recorded, he found satisfaction in the exchange. As the meal concluded, Jack, accompanied by the children, began to enjoy the specially crafted sandwiches and milk prepared by Chen Sheng. The number of wanderers may not have been vast, but approached 20. Without the assistance of these children, Chen Sheng would have found himself quite occupied. From that day forth, each morning, Chen Sheng would arrive punctually, ensuring that any wanderer who approached would receive sustenance ample enough to satiate their hunger. It took merely 2 days for the populace, initially skeptical, to embrace his offerings. Those who teetered on the brink of survival had little time for contemplation. Yet, there are always individuals who strive to disrupt the course of events, and within less than a week, Chen Sheng encountered a troublesome character. Early that day, Chen Sheng, as usual, brought food to the rescue station. However, the once bustling scene had transformed into a desolate emptiness, with only a handful of ruffians lingering about. "This is our territory, you scoundrel. Have you paid your protection fee for working here?" The leader of the ruffians approached Chen Sheng without the slightest hint of politeness, his face twisted in malice. For reasons unknown, Chen Sheng found the thug oddly familiar, after staring intently for several minutes. He could not recall his identity and chose to let it go. Having consumed the fruit, Chen Sheng had grown to an impressive 2 meters in height, while the ruffian leader stood at a mere 1.80 meters, his strength being rather mediocre, his imposing demeanor merely bolstered by the large knife he wielded. "If you seek to trouble me, might you not at least gauge your opponent first? Through rigorous training, Chun Sheng had ascertained that he far surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity in every regard, and this band of ruffians presented an ideal opportunity to test his advancements. With a crack of his knuckles, Chun Sheng raised his hand, delivering a swift and decisive blow. In an instant, his fist connected with the thug leader's face, causing a noticeable deformation of his skull, followed by the thug being propelled backwards several meters, crashing into a heap of refuse. The swiftness of Chun Sheng's strike left everyone momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly dispatched the remaining ruffians to the ground. In merely 5 seconds, those who sought to disrupt my peace ought to recognize the disparity in our strengths. Kneel obediently to the side, lest you wish to suffer further consequences. Dealing with these ruffians required no special abilities on Chun Sheng's part. He easily subdued them, with only a few who bore no significant malice escaping his wrath. The rest of the thugs received a thorough thrashing. Those sprawled on the ground, having heard Chun Sheng's words, instantly rallied, enduring their pain to line up obediently. As he dealt with them, Chun Sheng employed the techniques of Yama, ensuring that the injuries they sustained would be painful yet not severely damaging, akin to muscle cramps. Meanwhile, the onlooking vagrants observed Chun Sheng effortlessly vanquishing the tyrant of the garbage dump. One by one, they made their way to the aid station, as usual, to collect their rations. When danger approached, they fled to safety, only to return once the coast was clear. Such authenticity was rather disheartening to Chun Sheng. Though he held no particular expectations of them, the outcome still left a sour taste. Fortunately, the children rescued by Jack gripped their weapons tightly, ready to assist at a moment's notice. At least not all efforts were in vain. Over the past 2 days, the number of vagrants receiving news had steadily increased, prolonging the distribution of food. After more than an hour, the distribution concluded, and Chun Sheng sat ostentatiously amidst the ruins, focusing his attention on the ruffians nearby. Their cramping muscles had only just begun to recover, their sweat-drenched clothing clinging to them, faces etched with fear. Now, speak. How do you believe we ought to deal with you? Since you dared to approach and trouble me, are you prepared to pay the price? Upon hearing those words, the individuals were instantly thrown into a state of panic, their attempts to protest silenced by Chun Sheng's intimidating expression. Only the ringleader, Johnny, mustered the courage to speak up, declaring, "What powers do you possess to intimidate my esteemed Johnny? Do not bully my companions." As Johnny spoke, his face was heavily bandaged, with traces of blood still visible at his nostrils. Is this ruffian truly displaying such loyalty? Chun Sheng was taken aback to witness Johnny standing up for his underlings. It seemed this man possessed a few commendable traits beyond just fear of authority. Is this what one might call the world of pirates? Without responding to Johnny, Chun Sheng glanced around and said, "Each of you shall receive a piece of clothing and some food. From now on, you will be responsible for safeguarding this place." How does a monthly remuneration of 3,000 berries sound? The thugs, who had already braced themselves for death, exchanged bewildered glances at this unexpected turn of events, Johnny included. Frozen in disbelief, observing their reaction, Chun Sheng kicked one aside and bellowed, "In consideration of your leader, I shall spare you this once. But do not presume you can escape unscathed. Do not dawdle. Get moving." As he herded the young thugs towards the aid station, Chun Sheng approached Johnny, the ringleader, and said, "You are not the kind of villain devoid of limits. I can see that, at the very least, you have not taken a life. Thus, I will not kill you. However, your persistent oppression of the civilians accumulates numerous charges against you, and it would not be unjust to execute you. Yet, while the death penalty may be evaded, the hardships of life are inescapable. Henceforth, protect the people here, and you shall receive your due share of money and food. Should any troubles arise, I will hold you accountable, and it shall not be so easily resolved then." After a brief confrontation, life returned to a smoother rhythm for Chun Sheng. The days that followed were marked by a regularity and simplicity, during which all the drifters became acquainted with him. Chapter 10. The Ghostly Akin and Chun Sheng's mini-class half a month later, on the shores of the kingdom of Goa. Chun Sheng embarked upon the sea to procure his lunch. Shortly after taking flight, he stumbled upon an individual lying motionless on the beach, prompting him to abandon his hunt and escort the stranger back to his abode. After several days of care, Chun Sheng was astonished to discover that he had fortuitously encountered the first character of his narrative upon the stranger's awakening. Driven by the dire circumstances of life, 15-year-old Akin had ventured away from his homeland, seeking adventure upon the ocean in hopes of survival. However, the tumultuous sea proved to be an insurmountable challenge for a novice youth, and soon Akin found himself lost, with his provisions of food and fresh water entirely depleted. After enduring 3 days without sustenance, a violent storm ultimately capsized his small vessel, casting Akin into the depths of the waves, where he was swept ashore to the nearest part of the kingdom of Goa. The ferocious waves not only shattered Akin's boat, but also left him grievously injured, unconscious upon the sand. Without the timely intervention of a benevolent stranger, his fate would have likely been sealed. At that moment, Akin still bore the visage of youth, and Chun Sheng did not recognize his identity, treating him merely as an ordinary individual. Chun Sheng diligently attended to Akin's wounds, nourishing him daily with nutritious fish soup. Ever vigilant of his condition, should his health decline, Chun Sheng would have to contemplate employing the restorative powers of the cross. Fortunately, after 2 days of unconsciousness, Akin gradually regained consciousness and began to mend under Chun Sheng's attentive care. This prompted Chun Sheng to marvel at the resilience of human beings in the pirate world. What might have been a perilous injury requiring intensive care on Earth, Akin seemed to heal remarkably well on his own. Even more astonished than Chun Sheng was Akin himself, who, in the brief span of their acquaintance, experienced kindness for the first time in his life. Chun Sheng was the first person willing to treat him with such compassion. Akin hailed from one of the most impoverished islands in the East Sea, where the inhabitants endured extreme hardship, with daily fatalities resulting from hunger and violence. Despite this, the people of the island persistently schemed against one another, often resorting to violence over trivial gains. The atmosphere of brutality, crime, hunger, and death fostered a sense of despair. Although strategically located at a vital supply hub along trade routes, the island squandered its inherent advantages, transforming what could have been a flourishing port into a den of iniquity. Due to abject poverty, few were willing to remain. Even notorious pirates would merely dock temporarily to plunder supplies, with the sole means of replenishing the population being through enslavement. Passing fleets and supplying pirates would fall into traps set by the island's residents, who would then descend upon them like ravenous wolves, devouring all their possessions. In a place where the birth of a child was never meant to occur, Akin, against all odds, came into existence on this island. At the tender age of 3, he was sold by his biological mother in exchange for sustenance. By 5, he had wielded a dagger to slay a dying pirate for the first time, and by 12, his hands were stained with the blood of countless victims, becoming notorious for his merciless and cold demeanor. At 14, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere of the island any longer, he set sail with aspirations of becoming a pirate. Under normal circumstances, Akin would have encountered Crick, ultimately becoming his most formidable subordinate and earning the fearsome title of the Demon Slayer. However, fate intervened when Akin was unexpectedly rescued by Chun Sheng, who treated him with the utmost care as if he were a critically ill patient. After Akin regained consciousness, Chun Sheng continued to prepare porridge and herbal remedies daily, compelling him to rest for 3 days, despite Akin being able to engage in normal activities and conversations. It was only then that Chun Sheng discovered Akin's true identity, and he couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. Conversely, Akin had never experienced such gentle treatment before. Grateful for Chun Sheng's kindness, he vowed to remain by his side and dedicate himself to assisting him in every possible way. In recent days, Chun Sheng has not been idle. The appearance of a gene in the East Sea indicates that Crick has set sail, and it is anticipated that he will pass through this area in the coming days. As another month swiftly passed, Chun Sheng dedicated himself to honing his assassination techniques, exerting every effort to unlock the potential within his bloodline. Upon close inspection, even familiar faces would fail to recognize him. In a mere month, Chun Sheng's height surged dramatically from 2 meters to an astonishing 2.5 meters. His robust muscles surpassing those of Schwarzenegger, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a divine being. The devil fruit he consumed, transformed from ancestral blood, has fortified his physique in a profound and comprehensive manner. However, after over a month of relentless exploration, the progress in developing his body began to slow, prompting Chun Sheng to shift his focus to the wanderers around him. For days on end, he scoured the neighboring waters without encountering any sign of Crick, indicating that the moment of their convergence was yet to come. During this month, Ajin was even more astounded. In the East Sea, the majority of people were oblivious to the existence of devil fruits, let alone the mythical zootype that Chun Sheng possessed, leaving them utterly shocked. When Ajin first witnessed Chun Sheng's transformation, he was rendered speechless. Now, after his metamorphosis, Chun Sheng loomed over 10 meters tall, a veritable behemoth. His razor-sharp scales capable of slicing through hair, surpassing the majority of weapons Ajin had ever encountered. Perhaps only legendary swords could rival them. Moreover, Chun Sheng captured a large fish daily for sustenance. As a convalescent, Ajin dined on dishes crafted from fish larger than himself, complicating his resolve to protect Chun Sheng. Fortunately, Ajin quickly regained his spirits, determined that by becoming sufficiently powerful, he could indeed assist Chen Sheng. Thus, under Chen Sheng's care, Ajin rested peacefully, his desire to repay the kindness growing ever stronger. One morning, after concluding his morning exercises, Chen Sheng arrived at the rescue station, where Ajin awaited him. Ajin, you're here quite early today. Good morning, Mr. Chen. I've told you before, it doesn't have to be so tidy. Just close enough will do. Chen Sheng remarked, walking on the clean floor with a hint of exasperation. No, you saved me back then, and I promise to do everything in my power to assist you. Ajin replied earnestly, adjusting a misaligned stool. Remarkably, Ajin, who initially knew nothing beyond taking lives, had learned to maintain order and handle various household chores within just a few days. The garbage station had been organized to a remarkable degree, with tables and chairs arranged immaculately. Has Ajin developed a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder? As Chen Sheng gazed at the exceptionally orderly arrangement of tables and chairs, he pondered deeply. Although he found it somewhat curious, he could not deny that Ajin's meticulous cleaning efforts were indeed remarkable. The children who prepared meals daily and the guards displayed a noticeable increase in enthusiasm. As usual, the homeless gathered to receive their sustenance, and Chen Sheng, accompanied by Ajin, distributed breakfast to the vagrants. Outside, a considerable crowd had assembled, eagerly awaiting their morning meal, forming a lengthy queue while engaging in quiet conversation. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The homeless greeted him with fervor upon spotting Chen Sheng, having escaped the shadow of death's threat. Their words brimmed with a vitality and hope that had previously eluded them. Over the course of several weeks, the homeless had undergone a transformation. They no longer appeared as they once did, numb and perpetually fearful of starvation, devoid of thought, merely existing to survive, akin to the living dead. Good morning, everyone. Today we have rice porridge and smoked meat strips. Don't forget to grab an apple after your meal. Chen Sheng cheerfully greeted the homeless. It had been only a short while since his arrival, yet their lives had already begun to change for the better due to his presence. In his previous life, Chen Sheng, buoyed by his privileged upbringing, had recklessly traversed the world in pursuit of mystical legends, fully aware that some regions remained impoverished. Yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. Only by engaging with these individuals could one truly comprehend the helplessness of fate. No one desires to wander aimlessly, alas. The world is fraught with circumstances beyond one's control. The vast sea stretches endlessly, yet it offers no sanctuary for these unfortunate souls to find solace or establish a home. Initially, they arrived merely to accrue merit, but now, Chen Sheng has invested considerable effort and emotion into this endeavor. It is said that the sage observes actions, not hearts, yet in truth, there are no sages in this world. The celestial realm is indifferent to Chen Sheng's motivations. As long as his actions align with its principles, he shall receive merit. Presently, Chen Sheng has garnered significant prestige, flanked by dozens of individuals clad in black, who despite their rough appearances, diligently maintain order and assist those in need. Breakfast is simple, yet the inhabitants cherish it deeply, consuming their meals with utmost care and leaving no remnants. As the meal draws to a close, Chen Sheng unexpectedly addresses the gathering in a soft voice. Do you wish to continue living in this manner? To remain stagnant, blind to the future? Is your greatest aspiration merely to sift through discarded refuse, oppressed by the nobles dwelling within the city? Do you not yearn for change? His voice, though not loud, resonates with all present. The sudden inquiry momentarily stuns the diners. Most merely pause before resuming their eating, while a few young individuals set aside their bowls and chopsticks, gazing intently at Chen Sheng. If you seek to alter your fate, then learn from me. Each day, I shall impart knowledge after our meals. If you are interested, feel free to stay and listen. Having spoken his mind, Chen Sheng resumed tidying up the utensils. As the vagrants gradually departed, several lingered behind. Are you interested in learning? Today, I will discuss the fundamentals of the Grand Line. Observing the young individuals still seated, Chen Sheng felt a surge of joy, surprised to find an audience on the very first day, having prepared himself for solitude. Summoning Jack, his companions, and the gatekeepers, Chen Sheng ascended the platform and began his discourse. Firstly, let us address the basic knowledge of our world. Our realm is composed of the red soil continent and the ocean, which is divided into 4 seas by the Grand Line and the continent. In the early stages of his teaching, Chen Sheng focused on fundamental concepts, avoiding overly complex subjects, as the people here lack foundational education and required gradual enlightenment. Of course, his students were a diverse mix, and teaching them necessitated an essential lesson: moral integrity. If humanity could uphold the strong without oppressing the weak, if the many did not exploit the few, if the wealthy did not scorn the poor, if the noble did not look down upon the humble, if the cunning did not deceive the simple, then the world could become a paradise. Therefore, I urge you to familiarize yourselves with the 8 honors and 8 disgraces, to cultivate your sense of honor and shame. Understand each individual's rights and responsibilities, establish a moral baseline, and discern what is permissible and what is not. Remember my words today. Reflect upon them carefully. Tomorrow, I shall pose questions, and should you fail to answer, you may forego lunch. It is indeed true that assignments have been assigned. As Chun Sheng listened to the wails of the crowd, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, allowing him to finally grasp the joy once experienced by his former homeroom teacher. As time unfolded, Chun Sheng's reputation within the Refuse station flourished, attracting an increasing number of newcomers, including some common folk not associated with the station who came to partake in the lively atmosphere. By the second month, Chun Sheng's classroom had swelled to dozens of students, each hailing from diverse backgrounds. The majority were from the Refuse station, while a few were underprivileged citizens unable to afford education. Thus, the infamous GOLD, Roger was executed in Lowtown, marking the conclusion of the Pirate King's era and the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, during which countless individuals hoisted the Jolly Roger to seek the fabled treasures. That concludes today's lesson. After class, please summarize the story I shared and submit it to me tomorrow. Class dismissed. Jack, you, and a few others remain. I have something to discuss. Chapter 11. The Invitation. The Legend of the Hero. Once the students had departed, Chun Sheng addressed those who remained. I have kept you here because you are unlike the others. Through your assignments, I could discern your yearning for the vast seas. Your futures do not belong to this place. Therefore, today I wish to share with you a special tale. Are you willing to listen? Jack promptly nodded in agreement. Of course, this is a story from long ago. It unfolds in the distant Grand Line, where there existed a mysterious island inhabited by a formidable swordsman, whose name was unknown. Whenever danger loomed, he would be the first to appear, vanquishing foes. The people revered him, calling him the hero. The hero possessed immense power and had, for decades, silently safeguarded the island's tranquility. The inhabitants thrived in peace and happiness until the day of Roger's execution, which heralded the onset of the Great Pirate Era. With the influx of pirates to the island, even the hero could not perpetually protect its denizens. Gradually, more lives were lost, and the hero bore injuries, yet he never retreated a single step. One fateful day, a band of powerful pirates invaded his island. The hero fought valiantly, managing to slay his enemies. But nearly all of the island's residents perished, leaving him gravely wounded and on the brink of death. In his final moments, he imparted his wisdom to the sole surviving child, urging them to uphold justice and eradicate the wicked. That night, the hero passed away, and the surviving child departed their homeland, intent on carrying forth the hero's legacy, to punish evil and promote righteousness, ensuring that the hero's name would resonate throughout the world. Listening to Chun Sheng's tale, the youth displayed expressions of yearning and sorrow. Having never ventured beyond this place, they lacked experience and clung unwaveringly to Chun Sheng's words. They believed that he was the very child from the stories, moved by the tales of heroism. Observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, Chun Sheng smiled gently. The wanderers who lived in the refuse of the world had been adrift for far too long, their spirits long extinguished. Only by cultivating a resilient belief could they awaken their slumbering hearts. You may surmise that my intention in finding you is to hope for the inheritance of the spirit of the heroes. Alone, I cannot alter the world. This cursed era is plagued by marauders. I have vanquished countless foes, yet they remain inexhaustible. Today, I extend an invitation for you to join me on the boundless sea, to fight together, to eradicate evil, and ensure that the virtuous no longer suffer harm or anguish. Chun Sheng led them to a towering mound of refuse, gesturing towards the scavengers below, and declared, "Perhaps I may perish on this journey at the hands of villains or treacherous souls, yet I yearn for all people, all the good-hearted, to live happily and with pride in this world." Turning to face them, he asked, "Are you willing to join me?" In response to Chun Sheng's invitation, the group fell into stunned silence. Some among them had once been residents of the city, cast out in their youth for various reasons, and for years, no one had treated them with such kindness. For them, Chun Sheng's willingness to assist was the greatest fortune, and they had never dared to wish for more. Yes, Johnny suddenly knelt, shouting fervently. Once the leader of the local ruffians, he was feared by some, despised by others, and looked down upon by many. No one had ever believed in him. And for these unfortunate souls, even a modicum of recognition was invaluable. Seeing Johnny transform into an emotional maestro startled Chun Sheng. Are the denizens of this pirate world so expressive? Taken aback by Johnny's fervent reaction, Chun Sheng hurried to lift him, saying, "There is no need for such displays. What I seek are companions, not servants. From this day forth, we shall be heroes, belonging to the order of the chivalrous. Focus on your training, for tomorrow I shall impart further knowledge and martial skills." With tears of gratitude streaming down Johnny's face, Chun Sheng distributed a set of clothing and supplies to each person. Jack, whose full name is Sparrow Jack, was once a resident of the town. At the tender age of 7, he was sold by his gambling father and forced to flee, ultimately becoming a wanderer in a garbage dump. The two women, Sally and Bourne, were unfortunate souls whom Jack had rescued over the years. They had endured immense suffering for 14 years, yet Jack had never allowed them to come to harm, providing shelter to a group of equally homeless children. Joseph, an adventurous spirit, had journeyed from his hometown in pursuit of knowledge. Upon hearing that someone was teaching in the kingdom of Goya, he traveled specifically to learn the tales of the sea from Chun Sheng. Akin wore a smile, unwavering in his unconditional support for Chun Sheng, a testament to his boundless trust. "Rest well. Remember to come by tomorrow," Chun Sheng said, patting Jack on the shoulder with approval. He admired Jack, recognizing that under similar circumstances, he might not have acted in such a manner. Chun Sheng was aware of his own shortcomings. He was selfish and unlikely to undertake actions that would jeopardize his own interests. Yet this did not diminish his respect for those who selflessly give of themselves. "Indeed, Akin, you remain utterly unresponsive," Chun Sheng remarked after bidding farewell to the five. "Mr. Chun, you saved me, and I shall assist you until my last breath. Whether you are a hero or a pirate, it matters not," Akin replied. Chun Sheng, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I've told you, there's no need for that. Just call me Chun Sheng." "Well, it seems I cannot dissuade you. It appears your recovery is progressing well. Let us train together tomorrow." "Very well, Mr. Chun," Akin responded. Due to a lack of shelter, Akin currently resides beside the wooden hut constructed by Chun Sheng. Each day, as Chun Sheng practices the art of assassination, Akin observes while simultaneously engaging in rudimentary physical training. Despite Akin's tender age of merely a few years, he possesses a remarkable composure and maturity. Chun Sheng intends to cultivate him as his successor in the realm of assassination. Akin's unique childhood experiences have allowed him to surmount the greatest obstacles faced by an assassin, making him an ideal candidate for this dark vocation. Through rigorous training, Chun Sheng has already begun to master 3 assassination techniques, each of which presents a level of complexity comparable to the legendary 6 styles of the Navy. Few individuals can grasp these skills without several months of dedicated practice. However, Chun Sheng's learning pace within the dream of inheritance is exceptionally swift. Following the conclusion of the morning lessons on the subsequent day, Chun Sheng commenced additional instruction as planned. The initial day of learning encompassed fundamental literacy, history, geography, and other essential knowledge, laying the groundwork for combat education. With the intention of establishing his own cadre, Chun Sheng aimed to set a clear direction. He turned his attention to the relatively obscure yet significant faction within the world of One Piece, the bounty hunters. Among the 4 great powers of the sea, the 4 emperors, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army, each faction boasts its own organized structure, while the bounty hunters remain a disjointed collective. If these individuals could be united, they might influence the tides of the ocean's power dynamics. Chun Sheng envisioned organizing this faction, transforming it into a coherent entity, and achieving his goals through indirect guidance. At the core of this new organization would be a group centered around him, known as the Knights. The cultivation philosophy would emphasize the spirit of heroes and knights, gathering the strongest resources available to train apprentices who could serve as the backbone for a future upheaval of the world's order. By relying on the Knights as a foundation, Chun Sheng aspired to attract as many bounty hunters as possible, establishing a system reminiscent of the Baroque works, with his students positioned as the highest-ranking officials. Acquiring resources through the hunting of pirates, Chun Sheng did not intend to impose stringent restrictions on the bounty hunters. Rather, he sought to motivate them through financial incentives, creating an intelligence network that would entice bounty hunters to join through the provision of valuable information and benefits. At this moment, Chun Sheng was imparting the principles he had distilled regarding heroes and knights. In poverty, one should strive for personal virtue. In prosperity, one should seek to benefit the world. To witness injustice and remain passive is not bravery. To draw one sword in defense of the wronged and to punish evil while promoting good is the essence of knighthood. A knight embodies compassion. With a weapon in hand and righteousness in heart, traversing the vast seas, one embodies a spirit of grandeur. The geographical peculiarities of the pirate world render the emergence of a unified regime virtually impossible. The ocean has fragmented the land beyond the red Earth continent into countless islands, each with its own distinct lifestyles and customs. Under the influence of formidable personal strength and a noble system, a unified legal perspective remains elusive. Consequently, Chun Sheng chooses to instill in his students a chivalric culture grounded in subjective judgment. Currently, only Jack and 4 others have embraced Chun Sheng's guidance. The remaining wanderers receive brief lessons in essential life skills, along with an introduction to the concepts of heaven and hell, steering them towards virtuous living. Chapter 12. The Great Deceiver. After delivering the planned lesson for the day, Chun Sheng set aside his textbook and dismissed the students, allowing them to engage in physical exercise while keeping Jack behind. Perhaps due to a history of hunger, Jack has developed a fondness for cooking and interacting with ingredients, particularly in preparing large pots of porridge and soups. Chun Sheng wholeheartedly supports this passion, utilizing his limited knowledge to assist Jack in honing his culinary skills. Recently, Jack's rice porridge has garnered praise for its delightful flavor. In the past month and a half, Jack has not only made remarkable progress in his culinary skills, but has also undergone a significant transformation in his physical well-being. With the addition of nourishing sustenance, Jack's once frail physique has gradually become more robust, shedding the disheveled appearance of a vagabond to embody the essence of a refined gentleman, both resolute and gentle. Pushing an old cart out of the warehouse, Chun Sheng and Jack maneuvered the vehicle forward, flanking it on either side as they advanced into the city. Over the course of several weeks, the duo had become regular patrons of the various shops within the bustling metropolis. As they traversed the path to the market for ingredients, an unexpected horse-drawn carriage suddenly obstructed Chun Sheng's way, and a well-dressed gentleman emerged from the carriage. The man, adorned with an aristocratic top hat, wore an ostentatiously decorated white shirt, its green patterns carelessly scattered across the fabric, failing to evoke any sense of beauty in Chun Sheng's eyes. Beside him stood a woman veiled in mystery, her figure curvaceous and her allure undeniably striking. Yet her haughty demeanor rendered her rather unapproachable. It turned out that he was a descendant of greatness. "May I inquire your title, sir?" Chun Sheng said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he greeted the obstructing nobles with a smile. He had long anticipated their presence. His sudden emergence to protect the vagrants would surely attract the attention of the aristocracy. Perhaps his current threat level was deemed minimal, for they had not yet resorted to any drastic measures in their probing. Chun Sheng was quite taken aback by their delayed approach. He is a prominent noble within the kingdom, primarily governing its commercial lifelines. Although insatiably greedy, he is nonetheless considerably superior to the other nobles. At this juncture, Chun Sheng is not yet prepared to sever ties with the ruling powers. The nobles are primarily concerned with their own interests, and as long as those interests are met, everything else can be resolved with ease. Presently, Chun Sheng has no intention of opposing these nobles. The newly established sanctuary remains fragile, and he requires time for development. For now, he will allow them to indulge for a while, waiting for the opportune moment when the kingdom of Goya may undergo a profound transformation. Queet bang queet. Mr. Chun, your esteemed reputation resonates across the Eastern Sea. Your actions, undertaken without a clear destination, are truly admirable. Yet, I wonder what brings you to this place. A simple compliment from Chun Sheng greatly pleased his interlocutor, softening his tone considerably. Being nobles, they are not inclined to believe that Chun Sheng has come to perform benevolent deeds. In their eyes, who would engage in such seemingly meaningless actions without the motivation of profit? Their genuine concern lies in the fear that Chun Sheng's actions may ultimately infringe upon their interests, particularly within the kingdom of Goya. The nobility places immense importance on social hierarchy, with royalty at the pinnacle, followed by the various ranks of nobility, and then the citizens within the city. The wanderers outside the city are regarded as beneath consideration. During this period, the wealth amassed by Chun Sheng was sufficient to acquire even the lowest rank of nobility. Yet, to the bewilderment and growing suspicion of many, he chose to assist the less fortunate in the refuse heaps. In truth, their conjecture was not entirely unfounded. Chun Sheng initially pursued his interests, albeit through a rather unconventional means. His ultimate aim was to disseminate the radiant light of paradise, allowing the brilliance of virtue to illuminate the world. With sincerity, Chun Sheng responded to his interlocutor. "I shall not only rescue the souls of the multitude, but also collaborate with esteemed descendants such as yourself." As he uttered these words, he produced from his pocket a collection of lustrous silver stones, which he gently rotated in the sunlight, causing them to refract a spectrum of colors resembling the fallen stars from the heavens. akin to silvery blossoms dancing upon the moonlit sea, enchanting and dreamlike. This is a precious mineral I unearthed from overseas mines, which I have named Falling Star Diamond. Not only is it remarkably hard, but it also possesses an unparalleled beauty and brilliance. An envoy from paradise once informed me that this stone symbolizes eternal love, having once been held by a pair of devoted lovers who received the blessings of the god of love. With this stone, their love was eternally blessed and destined to remain unsevered. Such gems can only be found in exceedingly rare islands. Apart from the New World, I am likely the only one in possession of them. The gemstone in Chan Sheng's hand was already magnificent, and with his embellishments, Lady Ket was evidently captivated, her gaze shimmering with delight, never straying from the gem. "So, Mr. Chun, are you prepared to bestow this falling star diamond upon us?" Ket, a seasoned trader, recognized its value at a glance and shamelessly continued, "You truly have no shame." Inwardly cursing her audacity, Chun Sheng maintained a facade of politeness and replied, "Your Excellency, you yist. Given that it symbolizes love, it cannot simply be given away without cost. It embodies the journey love must traverse. The more one invests in it, the smoother the path ahead, ensuring love's longevity. Thus, no gemstone can be offered freely. At 4 million belly per carat, the price is quite reasonable, especially considering that larger stones command even higher base prices. As a business-savvy individual, you surely understand this. 4 million per carat? Surely you jest," Ket exclaimed in astonishment. The East Sea, possessing a relatively low military prowess, had maintained a degree of commercial prosperity over the years, and their nobility held modest assets. Yet even with these resources, acquiring such a gem was no simple feat. She had just reached out to test its weight. Despite its small size, the stone was surprisingly heavy, nearly boasting several dozen carats. Chun Sheng had anticipated their reaction. He was well aware of the density of this gem, as it was a polished product of the scales he had shed. During his training, he utilized these scales as concealed weapons, honing his skills to achieve the remarkable ability akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, which he deemed a significant accomplishment. Those scales that had been used for training, albeit showing minor wear, were selectively chosen by Chun Sheng to be sold as diamonds, and he held great confidence in the appearance of his own scales. Drawing inspiration from the diamond marketing of Europe, Chun Sheng seems to perceive these affluent individuals as mere pawns to be exploited. It is already quite a bargain, dear sir. As a symbol of love, only through the investment of sufficient resources can one attain everlasting blessings. Is it not a shrewd transaction to exchange monetary wealth, a mere material possession, for the profound essence of love? In this moment, Chun Sheng takes on the guise of shrewd merchant. Due to the prevalence of high-end martial prowess and aristocratic culture, the commercial realm of the pirate world, though vast, lacks the intricate complexity found on Earth. Such commercial speculation is a rarity in this domain. As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to offer my Starfall diamonds at a modest price. For I am not adept in the art of commerce, and have often found my wares unsold. Chun Sheng articulated his intentions clearly. The counterpart hails from a substantial noble lineage, and should the incentives be sufficient, the royal family may not pose a threat. 100 million berries, with all future Starfall diamonds priced uniformly at 4 million per carat, leaving the final sales figures irrelevant to you. Quite pondered for a while, and then presented his offer. Given their family's assets, procuring such a sum would be challenging, yet not impossible. As the largest shipping magnate in the East Sea, Quite possessed the audacity to embrace challenges. Drawing from his years of experience, he recognized that the appearance of this gemstone surpassed that of most precious stones, and with astute management, it would undoubtedly yield profits. "Sir, your generosity is admirable. Henceforth, I shall supply 1 Starfall diamond each month, of varying sizes, yet I shall require your continued support in the future. Shall we embark on this partnership with joy?" Indeed, a joyous collaboration. From his pocket, Chun Sheng produced a contract, the Hell Token, the Devil's Ledger. The document brimmed with stipulations regarding this transaction and its fundamental framework. He made a slight amendment at the price point with a quill, handing it to Quite, saying, "Let us formalize this agreement." Upon perusing the parchment, Quite noted, in addition to their previously discussed terms, a request for assistance in concealing Chun Sheng's activities at the refuse station, thereby obscuring his presence. For Quite, this posed no significant issue, and he inscribed his name upon the paper. With a beaming smile, Chun Sheng reclaimed the ledger, sensing the intangible bond forged between himself and Quite. Internally, he rejoiced, for you have now signed a pact with the devil. After dismissing Quite, Chun Sheng took the check he had acquired to purchase provisions for his return home. On the journey, Jack furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and after much hesitation, finally inquired of Chen Sheng. Sir, are the bloodlines of those nobles truly greater than ours? Evidently, Chen Sheng's remark about great descendants had left an impression on Jack. Born of humble origins, he harbored resentment towards his father, and it was the nobles who had expelled them from the city. Yet, Chen Sheng's words cast a shadow of uncertainty upon him. My child, greatness has never been bestowed upon anyone merely by virtue of their lineage. Rather, it is the lineage that derives its honor from its bearers. Perhaps, long ago, those noble ancestors overcame great trials and expanded their domains, earning their titles through valor, but the current generation has sullied that honor. When I speak of greatness, I refer not to them, but to the contributions made by their forebears. Jack contemplated this with newfound insight, and Chen Sheng smiled as he led Jack back to the refuse station, which had been tidied into a dry and clean space. Observing Jack, who was still deep in thought, Chen Sheng realized he had gained a formidable ally. Chapter 13. The Emergence of Crick and the Hellish Illusion. Hey, Crick, have we completed this month's task? On a slaver ship that had journeyed from the Grand Line, Captain Fowl emerged from his quarters, reeking of alcohol, and fixed his gaze upon his crew. The first mate, Crick, donned tattered iron armor, his face wrapped in bandages. We still need 30 adults and 16 children, Crick replied, glancing at the capture records in his hand. Then why are you still standing there? If you fail to meet the quota, none of you will benefit. Captain Fowl's anger flared, with the month drawing to a close. Failing to meet the targets would not only jeopardize his bonus, but could also lead to a reduction in funds, an outcome he could not tolerate. However, before he could finish his tirade, Crick, who had diligently served him all along, suddenly drew his pistol and, at close range, shot him in the head. You are utterly incompetent, Captain Fowl. I have grown weary of your repulsive demeanor. From now on, I shall take command of the Daniel. Without a moment's hesitation, Crick kicked Fowl's lifeless body into the sea and turned to the sailors. Steer the ship. We are headed for the East Sea. As the first mate, Crick wielded the highest authority among the crew, second only to the captain. He had long prepared the others for this coup, promising them considerable wealth. With the old captain gone, Crick naturally ascended to the captaincy. Their fleet had consistently captured slaves for the human auction house. Beyond the annual grand auctions, the human auction house operated like a regular marketplace, necessitating a substantial supply of slaves. In the Grand Line, this was indeed a lucrative venture. However, Fowl's insatiable greed had led him to monopolize 70% of the profits, leaving little after the ship's maintenance and equipment costs, which had fostered widespread discontent among the crew. The crew aboard the ship had long grown discontented with his reign. Now, with the ascension of Krieg, he garnered overwhelming support from the majority of sailors. Lacking any connections to the human auction houses, the slave trade could not be sustained. To evade retribution from the forces of the auction houses, Krieg resolved to retreat to the weakest of seas. Armed with his innate strength and experience from the Grand Line, he was confident in his ability to amass a formidable fleet in the East Blue, and when the time came to return to the Grand Line, he would have no shortage of berries. Thus, a ship full of sailors set forth towards the East Blue. Upon entering the East Blue, Krieg immediately steered clear of naval bases and commenced plundering the various villages and towns. As sailors hailing from the Grand Line, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the local pirates, rendering the town's defenses nearly futile. With Krieg continuously rallying the wandering pirates of the East Blue, his influence expanded exponentially. Is this truly the East Blue? Even the number of pirates is so scant. What significance does such a feeble sea hold? Let it all serve as my provisions, ha ha ha. After demolishing yet another village, Krieg felt an exhilarating satisfaction. This was no battle, but a one-sided massacre. Mere pirates. How dare they be so arrogant? The Navy's reinforcements are already en route. You will inevitably be defeated. The village guard officer struggled to rise, trembling as he raised his weapon against a foe that vastly outnumbered him, resolutely defending the last bastion of the village. The Navy? Ha ha ha. What can they do to protect you, those spineless wretches? The guard officer's words provoked hearty laughter from the adversaries, as several bound Navy personnel were thrust forward, collapsing to the ground. The average bounty in the East Blue is merely 3 million, and the Navy's combat strength is the weakest compared to other seas. Although the officer of this warship initially detected Krieg's presence and led the charge, he was ultimately outmatched, with himself and most of his officers captured. But we are not alone. Spit. Do you know why pirates are so scarce in the East Blue? The leading Navy colonel, Lack, the highest authority of a naval division, had been in the Navy for over a decade, yet due to his lack of talent, he was relegated to the East Blue. Lack glared at Krieg, spitting blood as he spoke viciously. There were once many pirates in the East Blue, but ever since a certain pirate hunter emerged not long ago, the number of pirates has dwindled, leaving only the feeble remnants that no one desires. You may strut about so brazenly, but you cannot escape his blade. Huh? A pirate hunter? Those cowardly, money-grubbing rats dare to be called heroes of the East Blue? Truly, this is the weakest of seas. Krieg, upon hearing this, became even more audacious, further diminishing his regard for the Navy. In the Grand Line, who does not know that pirate hunters are merely wild dogs chasing after corpses and gold? Is that so? Look to the skies. Your doom is upon you. As a crimson light streaked across the sky, Colonel Lack burst into laughter, declaring that these scoundrels would receive their just deserts. Lord Creek, there exists a newly emerged legend in the East Sea, he recounted. According to the tale, when a red comet traverses the heavens, the gates of hell shall swing open, unleashing a torrent of demons that will tear apart the wicked of this world. A pirate, trembling under Creek's command, pointed towards the faint crimson glow on the horizon. It is merely a power wielder, a band of simpletons. Though lacking weapons made of sea prism stone, he alone is no match for us. Creek, unfazed, scoffed at the notion. After all, what fruits of power had he not encountered in the Grand Line? Stay vigilant. Should one approach, strike him down. As they beheld the approaching scarlet radiance, the comet's velocity surged dramatically, even breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous roar. The comet plummeted at a speed beyond the perception of ordinary eyes, only to be seen crashing on a Creek's ship. Accompanied by a scattering of crimson dragon energy, Creek's vessel shattered as if struck by missiles, disintegrating into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. As the light dissipated, a colossal beast emerged from the crimson glow, reducing rocks and debris to dust beneath its feet, each step of the creature resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. A dragon? The silvery giant astounded all present. Could the legendary dragon truly exist? Yamaran Dragon Strike. Chun Shung would not wait for them to recover. His wings lashed out violently, the razor-sharp tips piercing the air and instantly skewering several pirates, followed by a sweeping motion that claimed the lives of dozens more. Upon witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining pirates finally sprang into action, drawing their weapons to retaliate. Falling Star, death withering, observing the horde of pirates charging forth. Chun Shung retracted his wings and unleashed the dragon energy within him, sending hundreds of scales flying like bullets, mowing down the charging pirates en masse. In mere moments, over 70% of the pirates had been vanquished, his indigo eyes locking onto the position of the remaining survivors as the massive dragon began to fade into shadow. What is happening? Where has he gone? As the sight of the 10-meter-long dragon vanished, panic ensued among the remaining crew, even in the Grand Line. They had never witnessed such a scene. Ultimately, they were nothing more than bullies preying on the weak, and faced with a true powerhouse, their courage to fight evaporated. Trembling like leaves in the wind, they could barely steady their weapons, instinctively gathering toward Creek in a desperate bid for safety. Creek, equally shaken, commanded his men to encircle him closely, gripping a large gun and remaining vigilant. Do not look away. You are already dead. As if summoned from the depths of the infernal abyss, a voice echoed in his ears. Before Creek could take any action, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Around him flowed molten lava, while instruments of torture, fashioned from searing rock, loomed ominously. A dozen impish demons, armed and eager, awaited their chance to strike. This realm is a hallucinatory space uniquely designated for hell, accessible only through the missives of Satan. Any soul ensnared within this domain must endure a punishment lasting 49 days. The severity of the torment is directly proportional to the weight of their sins. Should one falter under the duress, the consequences could range from profound spiritual devastation to immediate demise. Click, in your lifetime, you have committed murder 75 times and have kidnapped and trafficked 634 individuals, destined to suffer the torment of being fried in boiling oil and facing the blade's edge. With a sweeping gesture, Chun Shung altered the scene, causing Click to plummet into an immeasurable cauldron of scorching oil. The searing liquid, heated to a furious boil, swiftly evaporated the moisture within Click's body, reducing him to a charred husk within mere minutes. However, this was not the end. Click's corpse grotesquely swelled and rejuvenated, returning to a semblance of health before being plunged back into the cauldron. The anguished cries echoed through the illusion for a relentless 46 days. Click's will had long since shattered under the relentless torment, yet his soul remained intact, deliberately preserved by Chun Shung until the very limit of time was reached. Indeed, a soul purified and compressed by its own malevolence. As Click succumbed to the agony, the surrounding pirates realized, with horror, that their captain had perished, replaced by an unfamiliar young man standing in his stead. Shadow Flash. Hell's killing array. Without further ado, Chun Sheng unleashed his advanced skills, darting among the shadows of the pirates, and within a few breaths, he stood as the sole survivor. Click! Was this fellow truly from the East Blue during this time frame? How enlightening. Surveying the carnage, Chun Sheng deduced the inevitable outcomes. Absent his intervention, Click would have soon breached the borders of the Goa Kingdom, where the meager defenses would have been no match for his formidable forces. Jack's crew would likely have been captured, while Johnny and others might either be conscripted or flee, resulting in dire consequences. Thus, in the future, Akin would follow Click, while Johnny, pressured to escape, would partner with Joseph as bounty hunters, and Jack would fade into the annals of history. Now, with Click's demise, all would change. Are you all well? After dispatching the remnants of Click's forces and piecing together the preceding events, Chun Sheng freed the naval officers, greeting them warmly. The liberated naval leader grasped Chun Sheng's hand, his voice brimming with excitement. "Sir, may I inquire your name? We are profoundly grateful for your salvation here. The bounty for the pirates shall be delivered shortly." As a colonel in the East Blue Navy, Lack's greatest aspiration was to be reassigned to the naval headquarters, even if it meant a demotion. The malevolent incident involving Creek, which resulted in the plunder of several towns, likely marked the end of his naval career. It would be fortunate if he were to avoid demotion, let alone get reassigned to the headquarters. Suddenly, Chun Sheng appeared like a heavenly savior, dispatching Creek. Although the repercussions remained dire, at least his prospects for returning to headquarters were preserved. Grasping Chun Sheng's hand, Colonel Locke silently resolved to ensure that this benefactor received the full bounty, even if it meant sacrificing his own modest savings. He envisioned this as a stepping stone to secure Chun Sheng's lasting presence in the East Sea. The East Sea, recognized as the weakest among the four seas, not only suffers from the generally inferior strength of pirates, but also has a relatively feeble naval force. When confronted with one or two formidable adversaries, they find themselves utterly incapable of resistance. With a stroke of luck, they might encounter the naval hero Garp returning home, who could effortlessly resolve the threat. Conversely, if fortune does not favor them, they would have no choice but to await the departure of such foes as they venture towards the Grand Line. The recently emerging pirate hunter, having effortlessly dispatched Cleek and his associates, clearly possesses strength that far exceeds the average level of the East Sea. Even if it is not feasible to reintegrate him into the Navy, it is imperative that he remains in the East Sea for a while longer. You may call me Silver Wing, a bounty hunter. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to reach out to me, though the bounty must be duly honored. Certainly, I may require your assistance in the future. The response generated was one of considerable excitement from the Navy colonel, who recognized that the likelihood of the individual remaining in the East Sea for an extended period was slim. However, as long as he lingered in the region for a time, his own tasks would be considerably eased. What do you think of a bounty of 20 million berries for these pirates, including Cleek? These are the utmost funds that Lack can secure, and combined with his modest savings, he can barely afford these expenses. Indeed, I shall return to the naval base to collect them after a while. Having hunted down numerous pirates, Chun Sheng is well acquainted with these procedures. He handed Lack a communication snail, stating, "Here is my contact information. You may reach out if necessary, though I cannot ascertain when I will depart from the East Sea." Having dealt with the pirates, the subsequent matters are no longer Chun Sheng's responsibility. Transforming back into his celestial dragon form, he turned and departed from the island. Chapter 14. The trap of the contract. From today onward, I shall impart lessons on strength. It is imperative to understand that in this world, it is ultimately a survival of the fittest, a realm where power reigns supreme. The world government's might stems from its control over the most formidable force, the Navy, and the intelligence agencies of the CP series. Your strength will dictate your influence in the future. As he spoke, Chun Sheng transformed into his Dragon Man form and addressed the crowd. "Now, you shall all launch an attack together. I shall not retaliate. Let me observe the methods you excel at in offense. Feel free to select your weapons and equipment." Upon receiving Chun Sheng's command, the others turned their gazes towards Jack, who was often relied upon as the most steadfast elder brother. Jack, without hesitation, utilized his experience to devise the most advantageous tactics. Having lived independently in the refuse station for so long, he had undoubtedly engaged in numerous battles. Conflicts with ruffians were a common occurrence, thus endowing him with considerable combat experience. Under Jack's guidance, the group swiftly armed themselves with sticks, knives, and guns, launching a coordinated assault on Chun Sheng from various directions. These weapons struck against the hardened scales, inflicting no harm upon Chun Sheng. Rather, it was his own arm that throbbed painfully from the impact. With all their might, these inferior weapons pose no threat to me. Unleash your full potential and attack without restraint. With Chung Shang's assurance, the group tightened their grips on their weapons, each summoning their strength to strike various parts of Chung Shang's body, though they all tacitly targeted non-vital areas such as limbs and the back. It seems that their training still has a long way to go, as they merely flailed their weapons in a barbaric manner. Besides Ajin, whose hands were already stained with blood, only Jack's skills were somewhat commendable, while Johnny, the leader of the ruffians, displayed a rather lackluster performance, relying solely on brute force devoid of any finesse. Joseph chose a large knife, yet his technique was abysmal, matching the clumsiness of Sally and Bourne. Lacking any semblance of an adventurer's skill, Chung Sheng even doubted whether he would survive a single encounter with pirates at sea. Well, I believe I understand what I ought to teach you. Observing the exhausted individuals, panting heavily, Chung Sheng reverted to his human form, stroking his chin in contemplation, and remarked, "During this period, your primary focus should be on physical conditioning. Do not rush into mastering martial skills. Without a solid foundation, one cannot construct a towering edifice. Ajin, you are responsible for overseeing their training. I will outline the training regimen, and you shall supervise their progress. The journey to strength cannot be achieved overnight." The physical conditioning of the group was rather mediocre. Forcing intense training would be more detrimental than beneficial, particularly for Ajin, who had only recently managed to recuperate after a prolonged period of enforced rest. Presently, he was merely engaged in basic physical training alongside Chung Sheng, as the true assassination training had yet to commence. Months passed, and it had been half a year since Chung Sheng departed from Shambody. In the past 6 months, while imparting knowledge and training to his students, Chen Sheng has not neglected his own cultivation. He has transformed from a novice into a proficient assassin, capable of eliminating renowned pirates even without the powers of a devil fruit. During this period, Chen Sheng also hunted numerous pirates, gathering the souls required for the sacrifices of the previous 2 phases. Each pirate in these waters possesses a minimum of 10 points of malevolence, significantly saving Chen Sheng's time. His combat skills have advanced markedly. However, with the enhancement of his abilities, he has realized that he has reached a limit, and the training methods of the invisible assassination technique have become nearly ineffective. It is time to prepare for departure. As the sun sets, Chen Sheng turns to gaze back at the forest where he took refuge. The small hill beside the wooden cabin has vanished, leaving behind a desolate plain reminiscent of a landscape ravaged by bombardment. Vast streams of crimson dragon energy flow through the fissures in the ground, occasionally colliding and causing minor explosions, scattering high-energy dragon energy in all directions. The seemingly infernal scene before us is a testament to the arduous cultivation of Chen Sheng. Beyond honing his assassination skills, he has diligently developed his fruit abilities, possessing the memories of the century-old celestial comet dragon. This endows him with the capacity to effortlessly integrate the martial techniques he has mastered into his fruit abilities, thus crafting unique and distinctive combat styles. Not far off, the refuse station has undergone a remarkable transformation. Under Jack's guidance, the Wanderers have gradually cleared the debris and constructed their own homes, rendering the place unrecognizable and evolving it into a quaint little town. In gratitude towards Chen Sheng, Jack and his companions deliberated and decided to name this locale 7 Heroes Town in honor of Chen Sheng and his initial 6 students. The transformation stemmed from an unfortunate incident during Chen Sheng's practice, wherein the dragon energy surged uncontrollably, causing a catastrophic influx of terrifying dragon energy to reverse into the dragon jade, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated all matter within a radius of several dozen meters. Thankfully, due to the advanced restoration techniques carried by the cross, Chen Sheng was spared from dire consequences. Despite the heavy toll, Chen Sheng reaped substantial rewards, emboldened to confront even the most formidable sea pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. During this period, Chen Sheng's days have been exceedingly fulfilling. With Jack leading the rescue station, Chen Sheng merely needed to arrive punctually at the shelter each day to impart knowledge, returning to hone his skills and occasionally hunt down some oblivious pirates. At last, he has obtained his ticket to traverse these vast seas, and it is time to witness the grandeur of the world beyond. That night, clad in a sleek black combat uniform, Chen Sheng quietly departed from his wooden dwelling, stepping into the urban expanse of the kingdom of Goya. In the shadows cast by the moonlight, he leapt from one building to another, silent and elusive. After approximately 10 minutes, he halted before an opulent villa, slipping into the courtyard through the wall's shadow, entering the largest bedroom under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. Within, Quet was resting with his wife, faintly aware of someone stirring in his chamber. In an instant, Quet awoke, sitting up and turning on the lamp beside him, only to find a masked figure admiring his artwork. "Who are you?" "Guards." Before Quet could finish his call, a dark silver dart embedded itself into the wall beside his ear, silencing him entirely. Familiar, isn't it? Chun Sheng remarked, producing another dart from his pocket and gently polishing it, the moonlight catching its bright silver sheen, causing Quet to swallow hard. The falling star diamond. You are the teacher from the refuse station. Recognizing Chun Sheng's identity from the dart, Quet immediately recalled the few months of transactions involving the falling star diamond. There was no way he could forget. But why had this individual come to his home? Do not scream. I am here to convey but one message. Fixing Quet with a steady gaze, Chun Sheng continued, I intend to depart for the Grand Line, but I am somewhat concerned about my students. Therefore, I plan to reshape the order of the Kingdom of Goya, and when the time arises, I will require your cooperation. In due course, Mr. Quet will understand. Why should I cooperate with you? Quet frowned. To him, Chun Sheng's words seemed the ramblings of a madman. Could the order of a nation truly be overturned by a single individual? Why? Do you recall the contract we signed? Chun Sheng smiled faintly. A contract? Surely you do not naively believe you can threaten me with it? Moreover, this is a commercial contract. What concern is it of the kingdom? What can you possibly do to me? Quet scoffed. A contract is only valid if one acknowledges it. Otherwise, it is merely a piece of paper. Unfazed, Chun Sheng smiled lightly and produced the contract. Do you remember the agreement we established? According to the terms, I am to supply a specific amount of falling star diamonds each month, which you are obliged to purchase at the price of 4 million berries per carat. And so, Quet retorted, you have no authority to refuse me. That means, regardless of how much I present, you are bound to comply. As he spoke, Chun Sheng tossed a handful of scales from his pocket onto the ground. Do you possess sufficient belly? If not, be prepared to pay with your very soul. With the utterance of Chun Sheng's words, a flicker of ghostly green flames ignited upon the contract, consuming both the parchment and Quet's soul. The excruciating agony of his soul's burning caused Quet to writhe in torment upon the bed, tears streaming down his face, while Mrs. Quet sat nearby, dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. So, will you cooperate? Chun Sheng approached the bedside, lifting Quet with a smile fixed upon his face. I will comply. Quet gasped, his breaths ragged and labored. Those fleeting moments of suffering felt akin to plunging into the depths of hell, his entire body drenched in sweat, muscles convulsing and rigid. Quet harbored no doubt that should Chun Sheng persist for even a few more seconds, he would surely meet his demise. That is good. I shall observe your performance in a few days. Chapter 15. The Shadowy Assassination. Departing from Quet's residence, Chun Sheng stood atop the villa's roof, scrutinizing the collection of information gathered over time. Maria Burton, a notorious figure, infamous for her ruthless plundering of wealth, acts of violence, and cold-blooded murder in the streets, is truly deserving of the harshest punishment. This document pertains to the misdeeds of the noble class within the city, particularly focusing on the notorious actions of various aristocrats. Among them is Maria, the wife of a prominent nobleman, who, 3 years prior, orchestrated the demise of her husband to seize the entire Burton family fortune. Subsequently, she allied herself with another high-ranking noble, flaunting her audacity and engaging in nefarious activities without restraint. Her conduct has become so egregious that even her fellow nobles have grown weary of her, deeming her a disgrace to their esteemed lineage, lacking the grace befitting nobility, and consequently seeking new romantic pursuits, thereby distancing themselves from her. Yet, Maria remains indifferent. Perhaps she has succumbed to madness, exhibiting signs of schizophrenia and erratic behavior that plague the populace with distress. With her objective clearly defined and preparations meticulously completed, the assassination is set to commence. Silently departing from the abode in quiet, she swiftly traverses the city under the cloak of moonlight, resembling a spectral shadow, leaving not a ripple in her wake. Upon reaching the base of the city walls, Chun Sheng gazes upward and leaps with agility, skillfully navigating the predetermined footholds, and slips into the shadows to evade the patrolling city guards. He continues his quest through the darkness, remaining undetected until he stands at the threshold of Maria's estate, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, Maria reclined in the bath, relishing the tranquility with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Before she could react, a blackened blade pierced through her throat. Maria, in shock, gazed toward the source of a shattered window, which revealed nothing but emptiness. As her vision gradually blurred, her consciousness awakened to find herself ensnared in a searing inferno. Sinful soul, welcome to hell, echoed the voice of Chun Sheng. Dozens of malevolent spirits emerged, ravenous as wolves, tearing at Maria's essence. In the blink of an eye, her soul was shredded, only to be reassembled under Chun Sheng's command, before being torn apart once more, trapped in a relentless cycle. Without a chance to scream, Maria's soul endured countless iterations of torment before it finally dissipated into fragments, scattering throughout the room. At this moment, Chun Sheng had departed, and a shadowy light coursed over the sheepskin ledger, within which Maria's soul was drawn back and reconstituted. Unlike conventional soul harvesting, Chun Sheng had developed a novel spell over the past 6 months, capable of ensnaring a target soul within the ledger of Satan, subjecting it to the torturous punishments of hell until it was shattered, and then utilizing the ledger's power to reassemble it. Souls that endured such punishment would diminish in size, but significantly enhance in quality, making them suitable only for those wretched souls steeped in malevolence. Furthermore, the fragments of souls cast aside would take root near the deceased remains, leaving behind a haunting illusion of the torment they suffered. Any weak-willed individuals who approached might be affected, witnessing Maria's harrowing experiences. This method not only allowed for the acquisition of high-quality wicked souls, but also served as a warning to the world, proclaiming his existence. In mere seconds, he traversed over 100 meters, swiftly navigating the predetermined route out of the city. It was not until he neared the outskirts that he heard a cacophony emanating from Maria's estate. Assassination was not as arduous as it seemed. A smirk graced Chun Sheng's lips. For his inaugural assassination, to test his skills, he refrained from employing his fruit abilities and meticulously planned for various contingencies. The outcome proved far simpler than he had anticipated. After all, Maria was merely an ordinary person. Chun Sheng's precision felt somewhat exaggerated, as even the most notorious pirates with bounties in the millions would struggle to survive beneath his blade. For several consecutive days, Chun Sheng executed a notorious noble each day, leaving behind his signature, a chaotic eye symbol, emblematic of the Hell's Eye of the Chaos Pact. Within the royal palace of the Goya kingdom, the king seethed in fury, grasping the collar of the captain of the guards, who possesses such audacity to assassinate 5 nobles. This is an affront to the heavens. And you, as the city guards, dare claim there are no leads? The king's eyes were bloodshot, the recent spate of noble deaths weighing heavily upon him, a source of immense pressure. Even more alarming was the sheer terror etched upon the faces of the deceased, their bulging eyes and expressions of horror chilling all who beheld them. Beside each corpse lay a stone-carved token, adorned with a gaze that sent shivers down the spine. Your Majesty, we have truly exerted ourselves. The perpetrator left behind a peculiar skull emblem. We suspect it may be the work of an organization, yet no one in the city has laid eyes upon the assailant. At most, a few citizens reported glimpses of a shadowy figure, but upon investigation, it was merely a case of misperception, utterly useless. The captain of the guards, drenched in perspiration, felt the weight of his failure as the kingdom's protector, allowing the murderer to roam free. To make matters worse, even the autopsy reports were unattainable. All physicians who approached the bodies were somehow impeded by a malevolent force, paralyzed by fear, with some members of the city guard suffering the same fate. There was simply no way to pursue the investigation. The captain of the guard found himself in a dire predicament. All conventional methods had been exhausted, yet no results emerged, leaving him devoid of options. Was there truly no suspect to pursue? The king thundered, expressing his fury, for as long as the perpetrator remained at large, he would know no peace, and if this turmoil continued, even his own life might be at stake. Indeed, the group recently spotted at the refuse station bore significant suspicion. Such incidents had never occurred prior to their arrival. I suspect that the educator is the culprit. The captain hastily shifted the blame, prioritizing his own safety over the veracity of the information. His foremost concern was to extricate himself from the situation and redirect the focus. Sure enough, a cohort of hypocritical outsiders. The king shattered his goblet upon the floor in rage. He was uncertain whether Chun Sheng was indeed the murderer, but he knew he must display an image of decisiveness, providing the nobility with a target for their ire and demonstrating his commitment to resolving the matter. The nobles in attendance at the banquet had become as fearful as startled birds. Upon receiving the news, they lived in trepidation, with an ever-increasing number of guards deployed. Yet still, a sense of security eluded them. Among these individuals, only the noble Quite family, who collaborated with Chun Sheng, possessed a profound understanding of the psychological torment he inflicted. Just days ago, Chun Sheng had visited him, and the mere threat of punishment left him in a state of anguish akin to death. He could hardly fathom the suffering endured by those aristocrats who had been assassinated. At this moment, Quite pretended to be like everyone else, occasionally voicing agreement while contemplating Chun Sheng's words. Coupling this with recent events, quite surmised that Chun Sheng might be targeting the royal family. However, now that their plans have been exposed, what course of action should he take? Summon the guards. Bring that outsider here. If he resists, it only indicates their guilt. I permit you to eliminate the intruder and those lowly commoners on the spot. As retribution for my loyal subjects, the king's face darkened with rage as he immediately rallied his forces for battle. The nobles below responded fervently, mobilizing their private guards, fearing for their own lives if the threat proved true. Through analyzing the profiles of the deceased, everyone understood that the attacks seemed focused on the notoriously vile aristocrats, fully aware that the victims were not mourned. Yet, recognizing the precariousness of their situation, they knew they lacked the strength to traverse the vast seas of power. Their only recourse lay in their noble status. Now, with someone daring to disregard their rank and commit murder, they were resolute in ensuring that the perpetrator would not escape unscathed. Chapter 16. Practical training on the training grounds. Torrents of dragon energy erupted sporadically from the earth. A group led by Jack was breathlessly scattered across various positions, their eyes fixed intently on Chun Sheng, while deftly avoiding the surges of dragon energy beneath their feet. Is this all you have? Continue. Chun Sheng, in his dragon form, bellowed. Hearing this, Jack gritted his teeth and charged forward first. Jack wielded a spear, and through Chun Sheng's keen observation, it was evident that Jack's perceptiveness and reaction speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In combat, he focused on exploiting the enemy's weaknesses, and with the spear in hand, he often gained the upper hand. Focusing on the fissure in Chun Sheng's chest, Jack realized that their only chance of victory lay there. After extensive practical training, they had come to recognize Chun Sheng's vulnerabilities. The air furnace that expanded with each breath was difficult to overlook. Their numerous attacks demonstrated that, with their current strength, they could not penetrate Chun Sheng's formidable scales. Only by targeting his weaknesses could they hope for triumph. Aware of the disparity in power, they felt no trepidation about potentially harming Chun Sheng. With swift footwork, Jack's figure vanished momentarily, only to reappear right before Chun Sheng, the silver tip of his spear hovering less than a fist's distance from Chun Sheng's chest. Your progress is commendable. You can already gauge the distance for a strike. However, your movements are too pronounced, placing yourself in jeopardy. Witnessing Jack's progress, Chun Sheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The ability to grasp the subtleties of the technique he taught, known as shadow step, revealed Jack's unexpected talent. Yet, Chun Sheng was not one to show leniency. With claws the size of a basin, he effortlessly seized Jack's weapon and hurled him aside. As he turned, two figures emerged, and to his astonishment, it was Johnny and Joseph who had taken the opportunity to approach him. The local ruffian leader and the incoming adventurer appeared to share an instinctive rapport, instantly bonding upon their first meeting. Within a few days, they became inseparable friends, training and growing together over an extended period. In comparison to Jack, Johnny and Joseph did not possess remarkable talents. In fact, they were somewhat clumsy. Despite having learned the technique of shadow step, they struggled to comprehend its application, and even mastering the technique itself eluded them. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, as they never wavered in their efforts and developed a unique cooperative combat strategy tailored to their strengths. Two massive machetes came crashing down towards Chun Sheng's chest, compelling him to raise his hands in defense. The sharp clangs echoed as the blades scraped against his scaled armor, sending sparks flying. In a moment of synchronized understanding, Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, each freeing a hand to push forcefully into the air, utilizing the resulting reaction force. They spun around, redirecting their machetes to launch another assault. Such seamless cooperation elicited Chun Sheng's admiration. With a surge of dragon energy erupting from his wings, he accelerated to an astonishing angle, evading their combined strike. His fists collided with their blades, sending both assailants hurtling away. The immense force, amplified by speed, propelled them far from the scene, rendering them momentarily incapacitated and eliminating the threat they posed. Before Chun Sheng could catch his breath, two bullets hurtled towards his chest. So, you were the bait after all? He realized, discerning their strategy. Jack, with his explosive power, was meant to capture his attention, while Johnny and Joseph served as the primary attackers. Their collective aim was not to inflict harm, but to create an opportunity for Sally and Lena to take their shots. Neither Sally nor Lena excelled in close combat. Sally dreamed of exploring every corner of the world, while Lena had a passion for music, both lacking in combat experience. Consequently, Chun Sheng had insisted they learn firearms proficiency. He believed that everyone should possess at least basic self-defense skills, allowing for some degree of resistance in the face of danger. After several months of training, the two women still had a considerable distance to cover before becoming sharpshooters. Yet hitting such a large target as Chun Sheng from short range proved to be quite manageable. The relentless onslaught forced Chun Sheng to evade, and with a burst of dragon energy propelling him into the air, he dodged the bullets aimed at him. "You've fallen into our trap, Mr. Chun." A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Akin realized that he had been beside him for some time. According to their pre-match agreement, Chun Sheng was unable to fly and could only use his winged feet to assist in jumping. However, once airborne, his evasion space became exceedingly limited. "How could I have been unprepared for you, Akin?" Having trained under Akin for several months, Chun Sheng was acutely aware of his prowess. Among the group, Akin posed the greatest threat, and Chun Sheng had been wary of him from the very beginning. In midair, Chun Sheng propelled himself by treading upon the air, twisting his body with the force generated from his legs, while his hands gripped like a hammer, striking towards Akin's chest with a fierce gust of power. Rather than evading Chun Sheng's assault, Akin accelerated his own movements, fiercely plunging two short blades into the crevice of Chun Sheng's chest. With a thunderous crash, Chun Sheng's attack landed upon Akin, while Akin's weapons mercilessly pierced Chun Sheng as well. As their bodies endured the impact, Akin descended back to the ground, and Chun Sheng emitted a muffled groan, drawing the weapon from his chest and casting it aside. "Success! Ha, we did it! The teacher is injured. How splendid!" In the brief skirmish lasting only a few minutes, Chun Sheng witnessed their coordination. He knew that without utilizing his abilities, the outcome would have been uncertain. During their initial training, Chun Sheng had set a condition with them. When they could inflict injury upon him, only then would they be allowed to leave the kingdom of Goya for independent journeys. After countless efforts, they had finally achieved this milestone. Indeed, everyone has shown remarkable progress. "I can rest easy now. Follow me. I have something to show you." Leading the six to the edge of the training ground, they arrived before a towering boulder over 5 meters high and a stark, vibrant red tree. This tree, known as the cigar tree, was a miraculous specimen from the Grand Line, with any broken branch yielding fine cigars. Chun Sheng first pointed to the cigar tree to introduce it to the group, and after snapping off a branch, he ignited it with the dragon breath emanating from nearby. Savoring a puff, as he remarked, "This tree has remarkable adaptability. As long as it has water and sunlight, it can thrive in such desolate lands, and even flourish in the desert. Moreover, depending on the environment in which it grows, the flavor of the cigars will vary. In due time, you may consider cultivating it as an economic resource for Seven Heroes Town. As for this stone, it is a peculiar rock I discovered during training. I have named it the Sun Moon Stone. Under the illumination of both sunlight and moonlight, it perpetually emanates a unique aura that instills relaxation in those nearby, subtly enhancing the physical well-being of the local inhabitants and reducing the incidence of illness. You may process it according to your own ideas. These two items are rewards obtained by Chun Sheng through exchanges in the realm of heaven. In this celestial domain, merits are categorized into two types, cumulative and real-time. Cumulative merits resemble mileage. They only increase and never diminish, leading to rewards upon reaching certain thresholds. Conversely, real-time merits function as a currency, diminishing with each utilization. Accordingly, real-time merits possess a greater purchasing power. The two items represent Chun Sheng's self-selected rewards upon achieving his milestones of 100 and 500 merits, which will aid him in establishing his own industry and distinctive landscape in Seven Heroes Town. Chapter 17, The Coup. The New Kingdom of Gioya. After imparting some essential words of advice, Chun Sheng faced his students, his tone imbued with a hint of pride as he declared, "From this day forth, you are poised to graduate. However, whether you can truly become heroes rests upon your final trial. Over the next year, you are free to roam the East Sea, whether to travel to various islands or to engage in other pursuits. Experience the vast world beyond. For it is said that reading a myriad of books pales in comparison to embarking on a 1,000-mile journey. Only through experience can one grow. 1 year from now, you shall return here, and based on your experiences, you will tell me if you wish to embrace the path of a hero." Jack had long sensed something amiss, and upon hearing Chun Sheng's candid revelation, he immediately inquired, "Teacher, are you planning to leave?" "Indeed," Chun Sheng affirmed. "I have reached a bottleneck in my current strength, and I intend to seek opportunities for breakthroughs along the Grand Line." He did not conceal this from Jack, for he recognized him as the most astute and reliable among his students. After his departure, he hoped that Jack, as the senior disciple, would look after Seven Heroes Town. "You have all qualified in today's battle. Just exercise caution, as the East Sea is relatively safe. Ajin, I have left a manual in my room detailing methods for physical training, which I believe will be greatly beneficial to you. Remember to teach the others once you have mastered it. Jack, from now on, this town will rely on your leadership. Feel free to experiment with what I have taught you during this time. No matter what transpires, I will assist you upon my return in a year. Johnny and Joseph. I admire your perseverance, especially you, Johnny. I have witnessed your growth from our first meeting to now. You have truly transformed. I recommend that you venture out together and experience the world. Your nerves are tightly strung, and a little relaxation will do you good. Sally. If you aspire to become a navigator, you must immerse yourself in extensive reading, as your written test scores have not been particularly high. Strive harder. I possess a wealth of nautical knowledge in my collection, which you may take and study. Rena, I understand your aversion to combat, but the sea is fraught with peril. Without sufficient strength, you may find yourself trapped in this corner of the East Sea for an extended period, which would hinder the dissemination of your art. For your own sake, it is imperative that you acquire more knowledge of combat. As Chun Sheng's voice faded, the group found their vision blurring. Reflecting on the transformations that had occurred over the past 6 months, everything felt dreamlike, particularly for Jack and Johnny, who, as two towering figures, contorted their expressions to suppress tears, feigning strength. After offering his final admonitions, Chun Sheng transformed into his dragon form, coiling upon the ground. He lowered his immense dragon head for one last glance before soaring high into the heavens. Teacher, when you return, I shall present to you a brand new 7 Heroes town. Jack was the first to lose his composure, his voice trembling with tears as he bellowed his farewell. Waving his arms in the air, upon hearing Jack's cries, Chun Sheng managed to summon a faint smile, accelerating his pace as he soared towards the kingdom of Goya. With Quet acting as an insider, the news of the king's impending strike was impossible to conceal from Chun Sheng. He had initially anticipated needing to eliminate a few more foes before drawing attention. However, this band of miscreants had brazenly attacked without evidence, thus sparing him considerable effort. Along the way, he encountered rows of advancing soldiers and nobles seated in carriages, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. Their picnic-like demeanor belied the atmosphere of war, rendering the situation simpler than he had imagined. The aura of the ancient dragon surged forth, igniting a riot among the island's inhabitants, each individual inexplicably gripped by a profound dread. The soldiers marching on the ground felt an unaccountable pang of anxiety, hastily drawing their weapons in search of the source of their unease. Look to the heavens. A soldier's voice captured the attention of all, and following the direction of his pointed finger, they beheld an unforgettable sight. After half a year of training, Chun Sheng, in his dragon comet form, stretched over 10 meters in length, his crimson draconic aura coiling around him. The blades of his armor gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight, their visual impact powerful enough to threaten to rend the very fabric of one's vision. Unlike the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, the essence of the ancient dragon instilled a primal fear characteristic of apex predators. It did not induce faintness. Yet the psychological scars left by such pure terror were far more profound than that of Conqueror's Haki. There was no need for Chun Sheng to engage in direct combat. The morale of the Goya Kingdom's forces began to wane under the weight of the ancient dragon's aura. Even the vagrants at a distant dump were similarly struck down, gazing at the empty sky, their hearts filled with trepidation. Chun Sheng harbored no mercy for these nobles. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed ample evidence of their crimes. I am aware of your transgressions. Today marks the time of reckoning. In the sky, Chun Sheng's gaze fixated on the nobles' army below. With a shift of his talons, he redirected his focus towards their position, drawing in vast quantities of air into his chest reactor, which was transformed into draconic energy by the precious gem. Compressed to high intensity, the draconic energy gathered at his talons, trailing a fiery red tail as it plummeted. The dragon energy cannon unleashed tremendous power, with a blast radius nearing 10 meters. The nobles and their guards caught in its path were instantly annihilated, and with each explosion, Chun Sheng accurately articulated the identity of his foes and their heinous deeds. Judgment, Dragon Constellation. Dozens of dragon cannons descended like a meteor shower, and Chun Sheng himself was propelled backwards by the immense recoil, stumbling several meters. Countless dragon energy projectiles, trailing crimson flames, arced through the air with unerring precision, striking every noble in their path. Within mere seconds, dozens perished, and coupled with Chun Sheng's indifferent voice, the once formidable coalition disintegrated in an instant, utterly crushed by fear. In the East Sea, few are acquainted with the cursed fruits of the devil. These soldiers had never encountered such a terrifying monstrosity. They scattered in panic, leaving behind a gruesome scene of blood and raging flames. Even without the mastery of Haki, Chun Sheng believed he could easily subdue the supernovas that had emerged 2 years prior. his prowess significantly surpassing the average bounty of merely 3 million in the East Sea. Should he choose to disregard all else, he could easily massacre half the population of the East Sea, claiming their souls to barter with the underworld for treasures of his desire. However, such actions would invite the ire of heaven. One who traverses chaos risks losing their balance. A fatal misstep indeed. Observing the fleeing troops, Chun Sheng felt no urgency to pursue. The principal offenders had been eliminated, and while the remaining culprits were guilty, their crimes did not warrant death. A new order required their presence. Meanwhile, within the palace, Queet strode boldly alongside his soldiers towards the throne, coldly approaching the king seated upon it. Queet, what do you intend to do? Are you staging a rebellion? Do not forget your station. Is this a place for you? I command you to leave at once. The king, witnessing his royal guards fall one by one to Queet's forces, could not remain oblivious to his intentions, rebuking him sternly. Yet, Queet paid no heed to the king's words. To demonstrate his resolve, most of the palace guards had been dispatched to engage in the hunt for Chun Sheng, leaving scant defenders behind. Queet had received directives from Chun Sheng and had begun his preparations days prior. Their strengths were no longer comparable. Do not resist. I have just received news that, aside from a few deserters, your entire expeditionary force has been annihilated. You stand alone now, drawing his long sword. Queet wielded a noble's rapier with one hand, twirling it elegantly in the air, and looked at the king with a sardonic smile, saying, truthfully, I never wished for this outcome, but having witnessed true power, I realize how absurd my former self was. Nobility and wealth are but edifices built upon fragile foundations, easily shattered in the face of genuine strength. With sufficient power, authority, and riches are merely a matter of desire. What can your esteemed throne offer you now? The following day, a news article emerged detailing a significant event. Queet, a noble of the East Sea's Goya kingdom, audaciously staged an armed coup the previous afternoon, assassinating the former king upon his throne and declaring himself the new monarch. He proceeded to purge all remaining nobles, establishing a regime of dictatorship. The world government announced today its recognition of Queet's sovereignty, renaming the Goya Kingdom to the New Goya Kingdom. Chapter 18 Departure, The Great Voyage. In the stillness of the night, upon a desolate, uninhabited island, Chun Sheng, illuminated by the moonlight, reverently grasped a cross and offered a silent prayer. After a prolonged accumulation of merit, he was poised to engage in his inaugural formal transaction with the heavens. Previously, Chun Sheng had utilized the accumulated merits to exchange for items, yet he had never expended any merit until this moment. Unlike the hellish sacrificial rituals that required intricate formations, the communion with heaven merely necessitated holding the cross in a serene location while praying, prompting heaven to dispatch a messenger for guidance. Seated cross-legged on a flat expanse, Chun Sheng quietly recited the heavenly prayer beneath the moon's glow. In a moment of reverie, he found himself within a resplendent sanctuary. Not far from him stood the Archangel Gabriel. Much like the circumstances in hell, earthly legends only corresponded to a minuscule fraction of the existence of heaven and hell. The proud king of earth, Lucifer, was merely the fifth throne under the dominion of the arrogant sovereign, having once presided over a realm within his jurisdiction. Gabriel, a member among the multitude of seraphim in heaven, held a status comparable to that of Lucifer, albeit without the exaggerated depictions from earth. Nonetheless, he was a significant figure capable of overseeing a vast domain. Chaos's executor, you have excelled during these past 6 months. Your accumulated merits have reached the required standard, and you are deserving of a reward. Please articulate your request. Gabriel spoke, his demeanor gentle and composed, exuding neither joy nor anger, and remaining distant yet approachable. Holy messenger of heaven, I wish to acquire medical knowledge to save more lives. In this tumultuous world, a mere cross was insufficient. Systematic medical knowledge could significantly enhance the speed at which he accumulated merit, which was crucial for Chun Sheng's forthcoming plans. To date, he had amassed merits corresponding to over 8,000 units of evil, with rewards of 100, 500, and 1,000 already exchanged, leaving 5,000 units unutilized. Gabriel extended his right hand, and a verdant leaf, akin to emerald, descended upon Chun Sheng's forehead, instantly flooding his mind with an abundance of medical knowledge. This knowledge encompassed both Eastern and Western medicine from Earth, along with various remedies and shamanistic wisdom. As a divine bestowal, it was devoid of any falsehood, and the technical proficiency approached the pinnacle of Earth's pre-transcendent standards. Heaven possessed its own pricing mechanism for knowledge, wherein the cost fluctuated unpredictably. At times, it could be worth its weight in gold, while at others, it could be deemed a nuisance even if offered freely. Therefore, Heaven adjusted its pricing based on the unique circumstances of each supplicant's world. In a realm where knowledge was already circulated and commonplace, the cost was minimal. Heaven merely expedited the learning process, achieving what was once referred to as enlightenment. Conversely, knowledge that was absent from a world was exceedingly costly. Chunsheng's soul originated from Earth. Hence, the medical knowledge acquired was also that of Earth, accessible for public study. The opportunity to exchange rewards was available. Yet acquiring more advanced knowledge would necessitate the accumulation of additional merits. Very well, your wish shall be fulfilled. Do you wish to exchange your merits now? I yearn for a new map, one that encompasses all the cartographic knowledge of this world, preferably infused with ideologies that allow one to discern their own position. Chunsheng has meticulously planned this aspiration. He is acutely aware of the real-time merits he has amassed, for every desire is calculated, ensuring he can obtain what he seeks. The significance of a dynamic map in this chaotic realm is strategic. Combined with its formidable mobility, it could amplify the map's value exponentially. Your desires shall be fulfilled. O chaotic executor, until we meet again. With a gentle radiance, Chunsheng returned to his chamber, his mind now adorned with a parchment-like map. A crimson dot marking his location. In the past 6 months, Chunsheng's accumulated merits have been exhausted in a single moment. Having eradicated thousands of pirates and saving numerous wayfarers, the combined value of these deeds barely suffices to cover the cost of this map. The ideological artifacts and real-time positioning capabilities have surpassed the standards of this world, rendering them exceedingly expensive. However, once the situation in the Goya kingdom stabilizes, the intervention from Qixia town will inevitably alter the nobility's rule, significantly improving the residents' lives and ensuring a continuous influx of merits thereafter. After departing from Qixia town, Chunsheng first arrived at the naval base where Lack was stationed. Throughout this time, he had cleared a considerable number of pirates from the East Sea, and with Lack's assistance, the processes moved swiftly. As they interacted more, their relationship gradually deepened. Chunsheng received his bounties, while Lack garnered political achievements, leaving both parties quite satisfied. In the upscale restaurant of the base, Chunsheng partially transformed and devoured a lavish roast suckling pig in one bite, leaving Lack in astonished disbelief. Today, it was Lack's turn to treat, and Chunsheng was not one to hold back, consuming 2 large tables of meat dishes before finally addressing Lack. Lack, I plan to leave the East Sea and head for the Grand Line. I have cleared the seas of pirates, and there are currently no more than 500,000 pirates roaming the waters. I understand your desire to reach the naval headquarters, but I can only do so much. The rest is up to your own efforts. I understand, Chun. I'm immensely grateful for all you have done. You should not be confined to this small East Sea. The Grand Line is where a formidable individual like you truly belongs. I believe it won't be long before your legend spreads across the Grand Line, Lack replied, setting down his wine glass and exhaling deeply. His face flushed with the effects of alcohol. The East Sea is indeed too small, he continued, his anger simmering as he recalled Creek, a mere thief from the Grand Line who had wreaked havoc in the East Sea just months prior. His mounting frustration led him to slam his hand on the table, the fury palpable, quickly followed by a profound sense of helplessness. This cursed era, since Roger's death, the seas have been overrun with pirates. It's not just the 4 seas. I've heard the Grand Line has nearly become a haven for them. As Lack ran it on, Chunsheng kept him company, sharing drink after drink until the middle-aged man's voice dwindled into exhaustion, eventually falling asleep. Through their prolonged companionship, Chunsheng recognized Lack as a naval officer deeply concerned for the welfare of the citizens and his subordinates, yet hampered by his limited strength and burdened by numerous disappointments. Rest well. One day, peace will surely be restored, he whispered as he escorted Lack back to the naval base. Having become an old friend of the base, the soldiers recognized him and easily allowed him to bring Lack inside. After settling Lack back into his office and draping him with a coat, Chunsheng made his way to the watchtower of the base alone. This place is predominantly a military stronghold, where outsiders are strictly prohibited from approaching. With the exception of Chunsheng, embracing the cool sea breeze, Chunsheng stood atop the base's tower, extending his arms and closing his eyes before leaping into the void. The sound of the wind rushed past him, distinct from the sensation of flying in the sky. This leap of faith provided not only a physical thrill, but also a profound spiritual fulfillment. Just a few meters from the ground, Chunsheng transformed into his dragon human form, soaring almost parallel to the earth, guided by the map in his mind towards the Grand Line. Chapter 19. Drum Island in the realm of the Grand Line. Specifically in the waters surrounding Drum Island. After entering this legendary route, Chunsheng tirelessly navigated his way here. having prepared for this moment by exchanging for medical knowledge in heaven. The Zoan-type devil fruit offers unparalleled transformation capabilities, though it is the most challenging to develop. Beyond the basic 3 forms of transformation, little else is observable, except for mythical Zoans. Therefore, the formidable practitioners of Zoan fruits typically fuse physical prowess with unique techniques, with Chopper being a notable exception. The Rumble Ball is a boon for all Zoan-type devil fruit users, serving as a shortcut to develop their abilities. Chopper, who has been deeply engrossed in medical research and has scarcely trained in combat, can nonetheless hold his own against Big Mom thanks to the ultimate transformation provided by the Rumble Ball, a miraculous creation. What enhancements might Chunsheng's fruit, comparable to a top-tier mythical dragon, receive after developing through the Rumble Ball? Currently, Chunsheng has reached a plateau in his power. He must either engage in life-and-death battles to break through or seek alternative methods. However, Chunsheng has little interest in such confrontations. His experiences on Earth have imparted a crucial lesson. When faced with the option, one should never engage in single combat if a group assault is possible. The true path lies in overpowering the weak. Life is singular, and the Chaos Contract holder does not get a second chance. A steady and deliberate approach aligns with Chunsheng's character. Those who frequently traverse the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Recklessly pushing oneself may lead to disaster in a hidden ditch. Thus, Chunsheng opted to utilize the Rumble Ball to further develop his fruit's capabilities. With the infusion of knowledge from heaven, he had acquired the medical techniques known in his previous life, yet mastery does not equate to proficiency. He requires collaboration with peers skilled in the medical arts to comprehend the medicinal practices and substances of the pirate world, integrating the knowledge in his mind to confidently recreate the method for producing the Rumble Ball. Drum Island, renowned as the Kingdom of Doctors, boasts advanced medical technology. The team of 20 doctors under Wapple's control represents the pinnacle of medical expertise in the pirate world. Here, Chunsheng can swiftly learn the medical techniques of this universe. Following the demise of the former king, the new ruler, Wapple, monopolized medical knowledge to establish his dictatorial reign. Over the years, Drum Island has undergone significant transformation, gradually fading from public consciousness as the illustrious medical nation became a neglected small state. This shall become the inaugural stop for Chunsheng on the Grand Line. Your Majesty, it is time to inspect the islands. Within the royal palace of Magnet Drum Island, Wapple, in the company of his 2 sycophants, Jess and Chromali, was indulging in a lavish feast when Dalton approached him, kneeling gracefully before him and speaking. Who would venture out in such heavy snow, you fool? What pirate would dare to appear in this weather? If you wish to go, then by all means, go yourself. Are you not the captain of the guard? What do you seek from me? Wapple's eyes bulged in disbelief as he devoured a piece of roasted meat, his mouth agape as he vehemently rebuked Dalton. The old minister, a remnant from his father's reign, increasingly irked him, constantly disrupting his merriment. Even before his ascension, Dalton had often reported back to his father, and now he seemed to oppose him at every turn. At this time, Wapple had yet to consume the munch-munch fruit, yet his hedonistic nature remained unchanged. He still relished hosting lavish banquets, reveling in merriment with his sycophants at the table. However, your Majesty, there is no however. Get out. After being subjected to Wapple's tirade, Dalton wore a look of resignation as he departed the palace, braving the swirling snowstorm alone to patrol the coastline. Over the years, due to Wapple's negligence in governance, the nation's defensive capabilities have significantly weakened, leading to frequent pirate invasions and plunder. The lives of the people have deteriorated, while he, as the captain of the guard, finds himself with limited options. He can only intensify patrols in hopes of detecting and preventing pirate incursions early. Amidst the blizzard, Dalton trudges forward against the howling wind and snow. Just months prior, a band of pirates had seized the opportunity presented by the guard's diminished strength during a storm, brutally killing several residents and making off with a substantial amount of valuables. Having learned from this experience, Dalton remains vigilant regardless of the severity of the blizzard. As he surveys his surroundings, his gaze fixes upon a distant red point in the sky. What could that be? Without hesitation, Dalton draws his weapon, fixating on the approaching crimson star. As the red light draws nearer, Dalton realizes it is seemingly heading towards him. Moments later, the red star plummets before him. Who goes there? Having spent years traversing the Grand Line, Dalton is well aware of the myriad of strange devil fruits in the world, and he remains cautious of any unusual phenomena. Drawing his enormous blade, he aims it at the shadow before him. Gradually, as the snowflakes dance around, a figure emerges from the swirling flurry, slowly approaching Dalton. Amidst the tempest, Chunsheng retains a semi-draconic form, his body adorned with gleaming silver scales, and razor-sharp claws that effortlessly part Dalton's weapon. He speaks, "Do not be alarmed. I am merely a wandering doctor passing through. Having heard that Drum Island is a hub of medical prowess, I have come to explore the art of healing." Upon seeing Chun Sheng's figure, Dalton hesitates. The man hardly resembles a doctor, yet the palpable aura of danger emanating from him keeps Dalton on edge. Recognizing that he cannot overpower this individual, he gradually lowers his weapon to avoid provoking Chun Sheng. Although lacking the demeanor of a physician, Chun Sheng does not appear to be a pirate. It would be foolish for a pirate to venture alone, as it defies logic. Without a fleet, how much treasure could one person carry away? You've arrived in an opportune time. This is the peak of Drum Island's blizzard season. Let us find shelter together. Uncertain of Chun Sheng's true identity, Dalton resolves to take him to his residence, ensuring that he does not enter the city until he can ascertain his intentions. If Chun Sheng is indeed a pirate, Dalton decides it is prudent to confront him directly. "Then I shall impose upon you," Chun Sheng replies, not declining the offer, understanding that Dalton is fundamentally a kind-hearted soul, thus saving him the trouble of seeking refuge elsewhere. Following Dalton back to his lodging, it becomes evident that, for the captain of a nation's guard, his quarters are rather humble, furnished only with the most basic wooden decor and devoid of any valuable possessions. "My home is rather simple. I hope you will pardon the modesty." Upon entering the room, Dalton first added firewood to the stove, stoking the flames to a more vigorous blaze. He then procured a packet of tea leaves to brew a cup for Chun Sheng. "It matters not. I have come here to explore the realm of medicine. Other matters do not concern me," Chun Sheng stated. Accepting the cup of red tea from Dalton, he introduced himself. "I am Chun Sheng, hailing from a secluded island within the Grand Line. After studying the medical arts there, I inadvertently consumed a devil fruit, which granted me the opportunity to depart. In my travels through the Grand Line, I learned that Drum Island is renowned as a significant medical nation, prompting my swift arrival. The journey was fraught with unexpected perils. Had my strength not been sufficient, I may not have reached this place." Dalton knelt before Chun Sheng, placing his teacup down with a serious demeanor. "I am Dalton, captain of the Drum Island Guard. Under different circumstances, I would warmly welcome your arrival. However, I must advise you to leave this nation post-haste." "Oh, and why is that?" Chun Sheng feigned ignorance. "Since the passing of the late king and the ascension of the new monarch, His Majesty Warlbow has commanded the consolidation of all physicians within the realm and has prohibited any medical exchange. Consequently, the field of medicine on Drum Island has fallen into decline. I have implored the king multiple times, but alas, he has turned a deaf ear. You too should leave quickly. Should the king discover your presence, you may find yourself seized as well," Dalton explained. "Have all the doctors been apprehended? Are there truly no others remaining?" Chun Sheng inquired, feigning a furrowed brow at Dalton's explanation. "There is still one physician, an elderly woman by the name of Kiriha. She is over 100 years old and possesses exceptional medical skills. However, her temperament is rather peculiar, making it difficult to gain an audience with her. She resides atop that cliff, but for someone like you, finding her should not prove too challenging," Dalton recalled, remembering Chun Sheng's arrival. "It is of little consequence, as long as there is an opportunity for exchange," Chun Sheng remarked. "Since you are a doctor, might I suggest that you share your experiences with me?" Dalton proposed, still uncertain of Chun Sheng's identity and hesitant to let him leave. "Certainly," Chun Sheng replied. The two conversed late into the night, with Chun Sheng's insights into medicine profoundly enlightening Dalton. Having served as the captain of the guard for so long, Dalton possessed a modicum of knowledge in the medical field as well. Through their prolonged discourse, Dalton became thoroughly impressed by Chun Sheng's medical expertise, affirming his identity as a physician and choosing to place his trust in him. "Thank you for your guidance. I present this book to you, hoping it may be of assistance." Having established a rapport of trust, Chun Sheng rose and retrieved a book from his backpack. This tome contained his reflections over the past 6 months regarding the concepts of heaven and hell, as well as the philosophical underpinnings of reforms in various nations. Upon concluding his remarks, Chun Sheng transformed into his dragon form and departed from Dalton's abode, soaring towards the residence of Dr. Kaido. As he gazed at the book left behind by Chun Sheng, Dalton initially assumed it to be a collection of bizarre legends. Curiosity piqued, he flipped through several pages, gradually adopting a more serious demeanor, fully captivated by its contents. Chapter 20. Medical Exchange. Is Dr. Kaido in? "I am a physician hailing from the EC, sent by Dalton to discuss medical practices with you." Chun Sheng gently rapped on Kaido's door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Kaido, clutching a bottle of red wine. Leaning against the doorframe, gazing at Chun Sheng with a tipsy expression. Is it truly possible for a young man to venture here? Are you not aware that this nation is currently apprehending physicians? I have just learned of this, yet I refuse to return empty-handed. I wish to witness firsthand how the medical practices of the Grand Line differ from those of my homeland. You exhibit remarkable confidence, though you hardly present as a doctor, Kureha remarked, her discerning gaze piercing through Chun Sheng. There was an absence of the familiar scent of medicinal herbs about him, and his demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a seasoned healer. My home lies far from the mainstream trade routes, nestled in a remote corner of the Grand Line, where decades may pass without the arrival of an outsider. Our medical knowledge has developed its own unique system. The island is small, with few inhabitants falling ill throughout the year, and the number of medicinal herbs is even scarcer. I have personally encountered no more than 50 varieties of herbs, having gained some theoretical knowledge through years of studying numerous medical texts. It was only 6 months ago that I inadvertently consumed a devil fruit, which allowed me to leave the island and explore the outside world. Despite Chun Sheng's explanations, Kureha remained skeptical. However, she was familiar with Dalton's reputation, and thus, she opened the door, permitting Chun Sheng entry. I have never heard of any hidden islands within the Grand Line, but I am intrigued by your claims of alternative medical knowledge. Inside Kureha's dwelling, the scene was far from the disarray Chun Sheng had envisioned. A subtle aroma of herbs permeated the air, and numerous medical books were neatly arranged upon the shelves. This collection is quite extensive, and I see you even possess texts on oncology, an affliction deemed incurable in our region. Chun Sheng marveled as he surveyed the room. In the pirate world, where battles are frequent and injuries abound, coupled with an array of peculiar creatures serving as medicinal materials, medical practices have flourished, often surpassing those on Earth in many respects. The dissemination of knowledge can indeed be troublesome, yet utilizing the branches and leaves of Aloha 8 grass can effectively inhibit its dispersal, Kureha replied with a smile. Such an herb is unknown to me. Indeed, coming here has proven to be a wise choice, Chun Sheng remarked in astonishment. Would you mind elaborating on the medical system in your homeland? Dr. Kaleha inquired. Indeed, our medical practice encompasses a multitude of principles, including the theories of yin and yang, the 5 elements, the dynamics of qi and blood, as well as the intricate workings of the viscera and meridians. This wisdom has been meticulously recorded over the span of thousands of years, with countless herbal remedies cataloged, though my personal experience with them is limited, and my understanding remains largely theoretical. Primarily, the doctrine of yin and yang was introduced. Under the celestial guidance of knowledge, Chun Sheng's medical theories proved to be exceptionally profound, quickly captivating Kaleha's interest, akin to a famished traveler catching the scent of food. The two soon immersed themselves in a fervent discourse on medicine. I believe that the practice of medicine can be categorized into 3 tiers. The first involves enhancing the body's immune capacity by unlocking the latent potential of the internal immune system through various methodologies, relying on it to heal ailments. However, this approach is exceedingly arduous, bordering on unattainable. The second method entails the use of pharmaceuticals to combat disease. Yet, as the adage goes, medicines can also poison. Administering them may yield adverse effects on the body, which is a fundamental characteristic of most medical practices. The third approach involves the direct excision of the affected areas, deemed the most rudimentary yet effective method, particularly for diseases lacking other treatment options. While intriguing theories abound, the reality is that the vast majority of medical practices are inextricably linked to pharmaceuticals, unless the two soon engaged in a spirited exchange, with the collision of their respective knowledge igniting a plethora of dazzling insights. Both Chun Sheng and Kaleha felt enriched by the experience. Time slipped away unnoticed during their academic exchange, and before long, dusk had descended. Chun Sheng reluctantly bid farewell to Dr. Kaleha in search of the accommodations arranged for him by Dalton. Although not expansive, the lodging was far more refined than the wooden cabin he had constructed himself. As snowflakes fell, on the second day of Chun Sheng's arrival at Magnetic Drum Island, he brazenly established his own clinic within its confines. Conducting medical research in isolation is futile. Without tangible cases, it becomes mere theoretical discourse, likely leading one astray. As a doctor who openly defied Walbo, Chun Sheng's name soon reached the ears of the king. An outsider dares to open a hospital in my realm? Has no one informed him of the Hunting Physicians Act? Upon hearing the report from the guards, Walbo was taken aback. After years of ruling, it was the first time someone had so boldly flouted his authority. Although warnings had been issued, the soldiers delivering them were met with violence, sustaining minor injuries, yet their spirits were nearly shattered. It seemed that the individual had employed some method to incapacitate everyone, and upon awakening, they were nearly driven mad, only now beginning to regain their sanity. Having witnessed the soldiers' dreadful conditions, the messenger was still troubled, shuddering at the memory of their anguished cries. Thus, more men were dispatched to apprehend him. After all, he was merely a physician. If you cannot even capture a doctor, what purpose do you serve? Yet Walpo remained unfazed. Doctors were plentiful on magnetic Drum Island. The physicians under his command, boasting the title of the world's foremost medical team, nevertheless found their collective prowess insufficient to rival the formidable duo of Jess and Cromalman. Dispersing the messenger, Valpo gazed out at the swirling snowstorm, a look of palpable impatience etched across his face. Inevitably, there would be those who lacked foresight. That elderly woman had already become quite a nuisance. Were it not for the lack of viable alternatives regarding her dwelling, Valpo would have long since dealt with her. And what a chef! Where's the food? A banquet was to be held tonight. Although Valpo had yet to consume the devil fruit, his appetite had already surpassed that of most individuals. Aside from power, exquisite cuisine was his greatest pursuit. Soon, the palace would once again be enveloped in a cacophony of activity. In a newly established Bao Zealand clinic, Chun Sheng had expended his own funds to procure a plethora of medicinal herbs and instruments from nearby islands, laboring throughout the day to barely organize them. Just as he was about to lie down and rest after a long day, a group of soldiers forcefully kicked open the door, raising their guns at Chun Sheng's head. By order of His Majesty, all physicians must report. Before they could finish, Chun Sheng swiftly incapacitated one soldier with a blow, scattering a handful of powdered medicine, causing the remaining men to collapse limply to the ground. The pollen of the beauty flower had worked its magic surprisingly quickly, according to Carrera's medical texts. It was merely a substance of moderate hallucinatory potency. The efficacy of the medicines here was truly remarkable. Observing the slumbering soldiers, Chun Sheng could not help but marvel at the phenomenon. Such effects were nearly unattainable on Earth without the use of particularly potent compounds. Utilizing the abilities bestowed by the Chaotic Pact, Chun Sheng discerned that none of the soldiers bore any significant malevolence. While they had committed numerous wrongs, they were fundamentally acting under orders, bound by circumstances that rendered them blameless. It remained unclear what measures would compel Valpo to reconsider his relentless harassment. His incessant meddling was equally distressing for Chun Sheng. Since Valpo had openly chosen to provoke him, Chun Sheng was undoubtedly prepared for a confrontation. However, the time for open conflict had not yet arrived. While it might be easy to unseat Valpo, maintaining the stability of the kingdom was a far more daunting challenge. As Dalton was still unable to support the kingdom of Magnetic Drum Island, the common folk's disdain for Walpole is not particularly intense. Despite his somewhat brutal reign, he remains among the less objectionable rulers in the world of pirates. Should he be assassinated, the absence of a unifying leader would plunge Magnetic Drum Island into chaos. And any injuries or fatalities resulting from this turmoil could unjustly be attributed to Chun Sheng, thereby diminishing his merits. The Chaotic Pact bearer must carefully consider the consequences of their actions. Patience is essential. Waiting until Dalton has matured sufficiently and the populace harbors a deep-seated aversion toward Walpole, until Dalton is recognized as the rightful king of the nation's heart. Chapter 21. The second bargain with the old devil after dismissing the soldiers sent to apprehend him. Chun Sheng found himself unexpectedly sensing a disturbance in his pact with the old devil. The fiend had reached out to him. "Ah, young man, it has been far too long since your last visit. Unlike my agents in the mortal realm, who yearn to seek me out daily, you seem indifferent. I possess a remarkable item that I am certain will pique your interest." The old devil's unsolicited approach revealed his desperation, having been severely oppressed by his demonic peers. It was quite humbling for a lord of demons to solicit an ordinary human. "What goods you offer? Let me be clear. If I am not satisfied, I shall not engage in trade." The relinquishment of control by the old devil indicated his unwavering confidence in the value of his goods. And Chun Sheng was eager to discern the source of his assurance. Consider the culmination of martial prowess throughout history, the pinnacle of technique across the globe. Even in the realms of high martial arts and magic, few can rival this individual's skill. What do you suppose the worth of such a powerful soul might be? Listening to the old devil's description, Chun Sheng was taken aback. If what he claimed were true, it indeed represented an exceedingly precious soul. Yet, a peculiar inconsistency nagged at him. Souls were the most vital treasures for devils. How could he possibly part with one? Pray tell, what issues does it possess? Surely, a soul of such excellence is not something you would relinquish for trade. Chun Sheng countered. There are minor flaws, to be sure. You must understand that the souls of beings of this caliber are highly sought after. We had to enlist some earthly powers to facilitate its descent into hell. However, due to interference from other demon lords during its fall. This strong soul is not entirely intact. I cannot utilize it to its full potential. Be more specific. A soul that is injured or incomplete, reduced to mere remnants, is a significant matter. The memories of martial arts and techniques within this soul have been stripped away by other lords, leaving only a fragmented essence. The old devil, resigned to honesty, recognized that the chaotic wanderers are not easily deceived. Any falsehoods would be unveiled upon the signing of the pact, rendering deceit futile. Do you find this jest amusing? I am no mere infernal demon. The soul, much like the body, bears an intrinsic mark unique to each individual, akin to one's genetic code. The souls of different individuals, when carelessly intertwined, may provoke a rejection response. The realms of heaven and hell possess the ability to radiate across myriad worlds due to their mastery over the manipulation of souls, transcending the original imprints through redemption and consumption. A complete soul can serve as an auxiliary to one like Chun Sheng, reminiscent of a venerable elder. However, should it be a fragmented soul, no matter how powerful the original being was, Chun Sheng would find no utility in it. In some high magic worlds, it may yield magical artifacts, but in the world of pirates, it holds little worth. Although the memories have been entirely erased, the instincts etched within the soul remain. Over the course of centuries, the old man has long since transformed his martial artistry into innate ability. Possessing his residual soul is tantamount to acquiring his understanding and insights into martial arts. Chun Sheng regarded the incessantly persuasive old devil with a cold gaze, indifferent to his extravagant claims. Your words bear no significance. Unless you present a useful conclusion, this transaction shall cease. You are indeed a challenging companion, yet I, the old devil, am endowed with great patience. If I were to reveal a method for you to perfectly fuse with this fragmented soul, it would not only augment the strength of your soul, but also transform his martial insights and instincts into your innate talent, making you a peerless martial prodigy henceforth. What do you require? After a lengthy prelude, the old devil finally divulged valuable information. Should he truly achieve the effects he described, this transaction might proceed. A fallen soul. You must be dreaming. If it were a complete soul, I might contemplate it. Yet this is merely a fragmented soul, devoid of memory and only possessing talent. What nonsense! Chun Sheng retorted mercilessly. I possess a method for perfect fusion. That would require more than just a single fallen soul, unless you can offer something else. Strictly speaking, exchanging talent for a fallen soul is not an undue loss, as talent-based artifacts are inherently precious. Yet the old devil appeared to be in a hurry, providing an opportunity for negotiation. How about an additional summary of the foundational cultivation techniques of this world? It encompasses the experiences of numerous masters and includes a comprehensive array of 18 kinds of weaponry. While it lacks profound content, its breadth is commendable. Chun Sheng contemplated carefully. The old devil's preparations were exceedingly thorough, leaving him with no rationale to reject such an amalgamation, as the combination would be immensely beneficial. During the training process under the guidance of the Kingdom of Goya, Chun Sheng recognized his shortcomings. He was merely a novice assassin with only half a year practice, possessing merely a rudimentary understanding of martial arts through assassination techniques, and felt increasingly overwhelmed while instructing students later on. I require more leverage. I need greater offerings. Naturally, Chun Sheng would not concede so easily. He aimed to probe the old devil's limits. Do not be misled by his seemingly wretched state. To feel sympathy for a devil is undoubtedly the most foolish of actions. The old devil, recognizing Chun Sheng's intent to extort, felt a sense of helplessness. The recent onslaught from the demon lords had left him with dwindling reserves of souls. Had it not been for the replenishment he received from Chun Sheng last time, he would likely have found himself unable to endure this situation. Contemplating this, the old devil gritted his teeth in indignation and articulated his limits. Should you agree to engage in a transaction with me this time, I can procure for you a source of hellish demonic essence on our next encounter. Upon hearing this, Chun Sheng was taken aback. The source of hellish demonic essence is not something to be found easily. It pertains to the very essence of the existence of hell. Each derivative hell within a dimension is birthed from this essence and corresponding magical rituals, a process that is exceedingly intricate, with the source essence being of paramount importance. This peculiar item exists solely in the realm of the abyss, typically brought forth by formidable demons to construct other dimensional hells. Given the elder demon's status, it is evident that he cannot extract new demonic essence from his own hell. It appears he is preparing to dismantle his own domain. Are you capable of entering into a pact? The elder demon, having managed to procure demonic essence, demonstrates that he is genuinely cornered. Chun Sheng, unwilling to prolong the matter further, decides to seize the opportunity. Very well. Thus, a transaction is established. I shall endeavor to procure a fallen soul for you within a year. No more than 6 months. 6 months may not suffice for 9 months. Fallen souls are not easily found. I assure you, within 9 months, I shall acquire it for you. Agreed, but it absolutely must not exceed 9 months. This is my final stipulation. Upon sealing the chaotic contract, Chun Sheng returned to his chamber. Although the challenge of obtaining a fallen soul was formidable, he felt no urgency. The pirate world is exceptionally unique. The lofty Holy Land harbors numerous exceedingly corrupt rulers of great power and influence. The sheer concentration of fallen souls present there could drive demon lords to madness, were it not for the certainty that the pirate world bears no traces of heaven or hell. Chun Sheng might suspect the presence of other chaotic contractors cultivating a breeding ground here. It has been 6 months since his last curse, and with another half year, his hellish journal will conclude its cooldown. At that juncture, he could simply curse a celestial dragon to reap a fallen soul, even without resorting to the celestial dragons. The chaotic contractors have documented alternative methods to acquire fallen souls. Chapter 22. Crafting the Blue Wave Sphere. 2 months later, Chun Sheng confidently ground the medicinal herbs he had recently purchased from the island, preparing to attempt the creation of the Blue Wave Sphere with pre-prepared materials. Only after embarking on this endeavor did he realize the complexity involved in its manufacture. Lacking profound medical knowledge and accumulated experience, it would likely take years to master. Fortunately, his experiences from Earth afforded him the opportunity to comprehend the medicinal practices of the pirate world within 2 months. Using the vast array of Chinese herbs ingrained in his memory as a template, he meticulously compared and categorized the herbs of the pirate realm, accelerating his learning process. After processing numerous vials of various substances, Chun Sheng embarked on his inaugural attempt at crafting the Blue Wave Sphere. Following a series of procedures, grinding the herbs into powder, filtering, and boiling, he finally completed the preparation of the ingredients. He then mixed the processed materials, incorporating various additives under specific conditions. After over an hour of diligent effort, he produced a brown pill resembling damp earth, its texture akin to an overhydrated dough. It appears to be a failure. Let us first test its efficacy. Furrowing his brow, Chun Sheng tossed the pill into his mouth, his forehead creasing tighter with each passing moment. The taste was utterly reminiscent of the infamous devil fruit. Not only was the flavor repulsive, but even after several minutes, Chun Sheng felt no discernible effects. His stomach merely warmed slightly, and then all fell silent. The potency was insufficient. Perhaps next time he would experiment with a stronger formulation. As he meticulously recorded the results of this trial, he exhaled deeply. The research on the blue orbs was a daunting endeavor, but if he could uncover the secret formula, it would lay a substantial foundation for the grand plans swirling in his mind. Dr. Chun, we have another patient outside, announced a young man in a white coat, his demeanor visibly anxious. It appears to be a case of ordinary typhoid, but the fever is particularly severe. 2 months had elapsed since Chun Sheng had repelled wave after wave of soldiers from Valpo, and finally, they had ceased their incessant disruptions. Under Chun Sheng's formidable protection, Bao Zealand had boldly established itself on Magnetic Drum Island. In just a matter of days, the inhabitants of the island had become aware of the presence of a new physician, and many ailing individuals were now seeking Chun Sheng's care rather than turning to Valpo for assistance. For those in the medical profession, the distinction between doctors who had encountered real cases and those who had not was stark, even if the diagnoses were merely for minor ailments. Such experiences were invaluable to Chun Sheng. Recently, the influx of patients had increased significantly, compelling him to enlist several assistants to aid in consultations. This is a classic case of wind cold. During a blizzard, one should not roam aimlessly. The chill can penetrate the body, causing numerous ailments, and if not careful, it can leave lasting repercussions. You are fortunate to have arrived early. A delay would have resulted in greater suffering, he remarked to the patient. Through a swift process of observation, inquiry, and examination, Chun Sheng quickly grasped the man's condition. He then devised a tailored medical plan based on the patient's physical state and family background, eliciting awe from his assistants. Mr. Chun is truly a miraculous doctor. Conditions like this would typically require considerable effort, yet Dr. Chun has resolved it so swiftly. Indeed, they are fortunate to have encountered Dr. Chun. Did you read the news today? A town in Beihai has been nearly wiped out due to an infectious disease. It is utterly horrifying. I saw that too. That white town was quite renowned. I recall my father had longed for tableware made of platinum lead, and after seeing the news today, He is especially grateful he could not afford it. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. Has the incident in the White Town already occurred? As Chun Sheng listened to the idle chatter of his assistants, a visage emerged in his mind. Luo, the first child of destiny he was destined to encounter. As the months slowly passed, Chun Sheng found himself in the 5th month on Magnetic Drum Island. By this time, he had gained a modest reputation along the Grand Line. Just a fortnight prior, a grievously wounded pirate had sought his medical expertise, brazenly sailing to Chun Sheng's location and demanding treatment with threats. Unsurprisingly, Chun Sheng subdued him on the spot, delivering him to the naval base while also claiming his soul, ostensibly rendering him a vegetable through pharmacological means. As an increasing number of patients were cured and troublemakers were subdued, transforming into lifeless husks, Chun Sheng became known as the soul-seizing divine healer. In addition to treating patients seeking his medical aid, Chun Sheng also made notable progress in his research on the Rumble Ball. Not only did he conduct his own experiments, but each night within the dream of inheritance, he altered the content, substituting assassination techniques for medical trials, drawing knowledge from Dr. Correa's extensive library. In his 246th experiment, he aimed to enhance the stability of the potion and prolong its duration. After countless failures, his prototype had begun to embody the functions of a rumble ball, capable of disrupting the transformation wavelengths of devil fruits, thereby allowing users to shift into various forms. However, under the current iteration, the potency of Chun Sheng's rumble ball was so overwhelming that it was utterly uncontrollable, lasting less than a minute. Improving the stability of the potion had become the focal point of his research. To achieve this stability, Chun Sheng had undertaken over 50 attempts, and theoretically, this one stood the greatest chance of success. Having conducted hundreds of trials, he was now exceedingly familiar with the creation of the rumble ball. Swiftly, he shaped a spherical pill in his hands, hoping for a successful outcome. Gazing at the golden-hued capsule, Chun Sheng tilted his head back and swallowed it, meticulously attuning to the changes within his body as the potion began to take effect. As the potion unfolded its power, he sensed his transformation ability evolving. It was no longer as free-flowing as before, a peculiar sensation coursing within him. Was this the essence of controlling transformation? Feeling the uncontrollable force within him, an instinctual awareness whispered to Chun Sheng that mastering this power would grant him dominion over the form-shifting capabilities of the rumble ball. The unruly energy coursed through his body, causing his physique to shift, muscles bulging at times, while at others he appeared emaciated, a somewhat terrifying sight. Regrettably, the duration of this transformation was fleeting, indicating that further effort was required. If possible, he also wished to explore whether he could continue to enhance the stability, as this was proving exceedingly difficult to control. Despite the various shortcomings, these were mere trifles. The overarching framework of the rumble ball had been constructed, and the remaining tasks were significantly simpler. In but a month's time, it would be the demise of Wapple. Estimate the time required for self-improvement in the realm of the blue wave sphere. As Chun Sheng gazes upon the castle of Walpo, a sinister smile gracing his lips. During this period, Chun Sheng intentionally magnified the misdeeds of Wobble, disseminating his actions far and wide, while arranging for nearby publishers to illustrate a tale of a virtuous king. The printed books were distributed freely on Magnetic Drum Island, aiming to diminish the people's respect for the king's status through comparison. Concurrently, Chun Sheng often subtly reminded Dalton, enabling him to promptly assist residents in their times of trouble, thereby enhancing Dalton's reputation. To date, the two figures' renown has reached polar extremes, with just a month's wait. As Chun Sheng completes the transformation of the blue wave ball and persuades Dalton, the governance of Magnetic Drum Island would change hands, granting Chun Sheng a stable rear in the Great Sea Route. Chapter 23. The Coup of Magnetic Drum Island. Dr. Chun, is this truly the right course of action? Dalton inquired, trailing behind Chun Sheng on their way to the palace. Over the past 6 months, through Chun Sheng's continuous propaganda, Dalton had begun to embrace some of his ideas, accepting the principle of prioritizing the people and the concept of a benevolent monarch. He recognized that Wobble's actions were gravely mistaken, yet he still found it difficult to raise a hand against his sovereign. Chun Sheng had long understood that a man of Dalton's integrity would not rebel unless driven to the brink. Thus, he covertly incited the public's discontent and forcefully thrust Dalton into the spotlight. Using a recent pirate invasion as a catalyst, he ignited long-simmering tensions, resulting in an explosive outburst of public anger. Now, Dalton faced an ultimatum. Either the populace would take up their tools and march into battle, or he would join Chun Sheng in overthrowing Wobble's regime. There were no other options. Reluctantly, Dalton found himself compelled to prepare for the coup alongside Sheng. You need not lift a finger. I shall confront Wobble and his minions. You simply need to assume the throne rightfully after my victory, ruling this nation and ensuring a better life for the people. Reinforcing Dalton's resolve, Sheng transformed into his Dragon Man form, his bones cracking as months of experimentation bore fruit, finally providing an outlet for his pent-up energy. Let me test the practical effects of the blue wave ball on you. Striding purposefully to the castle, he found it deserted. All guards had abandoned their posts, having learned of Dalton's impending rebellion and silently cooperating. Upon reaching the city gate, Sheng retrieved a blue wave ball from his backpack. Under the influence of the substance, the power of his devil fruit surged violently within him, akin to sodium reacting with water. The blue wave ball was still a prototype, and while it possessed potent activation properties, it was challenging to control. Sheng struggled to contain the raging power, barely managing to restrict it to certain parts of his body, unable to freely alternate between enhanced forms. Blue wave ball, power enhancement. Under the state of power enhancement, the strength of the beast form is transferred to the human beast form, which, in comparison, results in a loss of some agility. However, the destructive capability is significantly amplified. Furthermore, the power enhancement merely requires the suppression of the rampaging demonic force, making it relatively easier to control. In this enhanced state, Sheng's height surged to over 5 meters, nearly reaching the top of the city wall. His bulging muscles threatened to rupture the surface of his dragon scales. The sinewy fibers defined with artistic precision as if sculpted by a master craftsman. With limited time for transformation into his blue wave form, Sheng clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful punch to the castle gate. The heavy gate crumbled like a makeshift paper construct under the force of his blow, exploding into fragments that scattered several dozen meters away, landing at Vabali's feet. Vabali had long been aware of the murmurs among the populace and Dalton's plans for rebellion, and the castle was now on high alert. The sudden shattering of the gate sent shockwaves through the remaining soldiers, their nerves taut with tension as they beheld the colossal figure approaching. The few soldiers left instinctively recoiled, retreating in the wake of Sheng's formidable presence. You should recognize me. I spared you before because you were merely following orders. However, should you insist on obstructing my path today, do not blame me for the cruelty of my actions. With a foot that cracked the ground beneath him, Sheng threatened. You have 10 seconds to leave before it is too late. Reluctant to spill innocent blood, as it would tarnish his merit, he remained indifferent to the potential karmic repercussions of those who remained obstinate. Under the imposing aura of Sheng's ancient dragon presence and formidable might, many soldiers involuntarily relinquished their weapons, collapsing to the ground in surrender, allowing him to pass unimpeded. A wise choice indeed. As he strode past one soldier, Sheng cast a glance at him, revealing his fangs in a gesture of approval, prompting the soldier to scramble away in terror. Turning his gaze toward Vabali, who still sat upon the throne, it was evident that the current Vabali was but a newly crowned, frivolous youth, unaccustomed to the terror exuded by Sheng. He trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a word, a most disgraceful sight for a king to be so cowed before an enemy. Have you not been seeking me? Now that I stand before you, why do you remain silent? Sheng approached Vabali, lowering himself to grip his shoulder, speaking softly to him. At this moment, Vabali had been thoroughly paralyzed by fear. Prior to consuming the munch fruit, he was merely a debauched and ineffectual individual. Even a typical soldier could have subdued him, let alone Sheng in his enhanced state. Since you choose not to speak, I shall claim your soul. Whispering into Wopple's ear, Sheng deftly traced his finger, conjuring an ethereal shadow that he subsequently ensconced in the Hell's Ledger at his waist. Devoid of his soul, Wopple languished on the throne, his body yielding and breath steady, succumbing to a profound slumber. After all, I had promised Dalton that I would not take your life. You are the bloodline of the former king. Yet I made no vow to preserve your soul. Such a fate is fitting for you. Having extracted Wopple's essence, Sheng surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of the two companions from the original tale, likely having fled upon hearing the news. Regrettably, he was not a fallen soul, but his latent potential was considerable. With the application of chaotic arcana, he could be transformed, and the transaction with the old devil would be secured. Upon examining Wopple's soul, Shun discerned that the sin value was not excessively high, yet there were already signs of deterioration, meriting further cultivation. The conditions for falling from grace are stringent, intricately linked to one's identity, status, and experiences. A king who neglects governance, indulges in hedonism, and turns a blind eye to the lives of his subjects embodies true depravity. whereas a pirate exhibiting the same behavior merely embodies wickedness, not fallenness. Moreover, there are numerous other criteria. Thus, even a soul with mere traces of corruption is exceedingly valuable. Enter Dalton. The matter has been resolved. You are now the new king of this realm. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's voice, Dalton slowly stepped into the castle. Observing the scattered discarded weapons and the faint metallic scent in the air, he exhaled a sigh of relief. At least it was not a scene drenched in blood. What has become of His Majesty? Dalton inquired, gazing at the slumbering Wapol. He sleeps and shall awaken no more. As per your request, I spared his life. What do you think of the special elixir I concocted? Chun Sheng subdued the restless stirrings of the devil fruit and reverted to his human form, speaking with a composed demeanor. Such outcomes left Dalton at a loss for words. After all, Chun Sheng had impeccably fulfilled his demands, leaving him with no choice but to nod in agreement. Observing Dalton's lingering sighs, Chun Sheng too felt a sense of helplessness. At that time, Walpole had just assumed office, and Dalton still held expectations for him. Having never experienced Walpole's abandonment of the people, Dalton found it difficult to harden his heart against him. The book I brought, which you have also read, emphasizes that talent is the foundation of nation. His tyranny enslaves the populace and monopolizes medical resources. These are his self-inflicted wounds. As the new king, do not betray the trust that everyone has placed in you. Steady yourself. There are those awaiting your speech outside. Through persuasion and deception, Dalton was finally elevated to the throne, and Chun Sheng managed to establish a foothold in the Grand Line. After Dalton's ascension, he announced the cancellation of the isolationist policies of Drum Island, opening the gates once more to welcome doctors from around the globe for exchange, and publicly declared the changes on Drum Island. He reduced the people's taxes for 2 years to improve their livelihoods, establishing a national medical center with Dr. 20 in Chun Sheng's Bo Zealand as its core, and collected medical texts from around the world for the National Library, allowing free access for all to study and borrow. A series of policies revitalized Drum Island under Dalton's leadership, soon attracting renowned doctors to the island, paving the way for future development. Once Dalton had managed his affairs, Chun Sheng sought him out for a conversation. Now that everything is on the right track, I must take my leave. Medicine cannot be developed in isolation. I need to experience more complex ailments to heal more patients. Keep this phone bug. Drum Island's current national strength is relatively weak. If you encounter pirates that you cannot handle, contact me. Typically, I can reach anywhere in the Grand Line within 7 days. And if it's nearby, it may take less than a day. Additionally, I have one more favor to ask. Try to obtain the name of a celestial dragon. As your king, it should not be too difficult. After hearing Chun Sheng's request, Dalton pondered for a moment. Over the past 6 months, he had developed a strong trust in Chun Sheng, yet he lacked experience in communicating with the celestial dragons. I could invite a celestial dragon to my country, which would allow me to learn their name, but I do not wish for those individuals to set foot on Drum Island, Dalton replied thoughtfully. As the new king, he could indeed invite a celestial dragon to witness his coronation. As long as he treated them well, with sumptuous hospitality, many new kings would do the same. After all, many rulers came to power through dubious means, but once they secured the celestial dragon's approval, their thrones would be solidified. However, the conduct of the celestial dragons is well known across the world, and Dalton was unwilling to tolerate such vile individuals behaving recklessly in his nation. Submit the application for now. Just inform me of their name when the time comes. With my presence, they won't be able to come, Chun Sheng advised. Are you suggesting that the celestial dragons are protected by admirals? If exposed, Drum Island could be obliterated. Dalton exclaimed in shock. Rest assured, they will not approach Drum Island. Nor will they come near the North Blue, and they certainly won't be discovered, Chun Sheng reassured him. After listening to Chun Sheng's words, Dalton was engulfed in a prolonged silence. He hesitated to gamble with the fate of an entire nation, yet reflecting on Chun Sheng's actions over the past 6 months, he ultimately chose to place his trust in him. Communicating with the world government through the palace's telephone bug, Dalton emerged a few minutes later and solemnly informed Chun Sheng. I have made contact. We shall have results by tomorrow. However, given the habits of the celestial dragons, one cannot be too optimistic. Those individuals are notoriously malevolent. Chun Sheng muttered quietly, yet he harbored no apprehensions. After all, with his current soul power, as long as he approached the Red Soil continent, eliminating a celestial dragon would be more than feasible. Chapter 24. Happy New Year 2022 as we bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. I wish all my friends a joyous new year. Allow me to briefly discuss the status of this book, as it is the debut of a new series. It is inevitable that there will be numerous shortcomings to address. Thus far, the narrative remains in a preparatory phase. Yet I anticipate that it will officially commence within this month. The only characters introduced so far are Jean and Jack, so there's no need to worry about confusion. The pivotal roles will still align with the original storyline. The resources of this book primarily draw from Monster Hunter, with the potential addition of elements from other anime, albeit in limited quantities. Regarding monsters, the focus will still be on the ordinary creatures from Monster Hunter, with ancient dragons being a rare exception. Exceptionally powerful or taboo-level monsters will be few in number, existing only in single digits. Although the biological strength in the Monster Hunter world may not be considered overpowered in the context of One Piece, it surpasses most Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. Excessive power may lead to complications, hence the most formidable entities will be represented by ancient dragon fruits, while other powerful beings will manifest in alternative forms. Please anticipate this gradually. Lastly, as this new series makes its debut, I kindly request your support through recommendations. While I do not seek extravagant monthly votes, a few free recommendation votes each day would be greatly appreciated. Updates will occur tonight, featuring a chapter of 4,000 words. Once again, I wish everyone a happy new year. Chapter 25, Luo and Rocinante Dr. Chun. I have just received news that St. Garfield plans to visit the Drum Kingdom for some leisure, expected to depart the day after tomorrow. After contacting Mariewa, Dalton relayed the name of a celestial dragon to Chun Sheng. St. Garfield, is it? I shall remember that name. Rest assured, he will not escape Mariewa. It is time for me to take my leave. It would be unfortunate if his journey were to implicate Drum Island. Having acquired the necessary information, Chun Sheng noted the name and bid farewell to Dalton. Blue Wave Ball, Winged Foot Enhancement. Once again consuming the Blue Wave Ball, an incessant surge of energy coursed into the six-winged appendages behind him. In his dragon comet form, Chun Sheng's limbs became increasingly slender, his body light and approaching a spindle-like shape, with the six-winged feet resembling colossal rocket engines. The fissures in his chest widened, permitting a greater intake of air, and as a copious amount of air was inhaled, a torrent of dragon energy, several times more potent than usual, erupted from the winged feet. In a full-throttle explosion of power, Chun Sheng's speed transcended the sound barrier within mere seconds, propelling him into the realm of supersonic flight. At such velocity, he sensed he might even surpass Mach 2, resulting in the scales upon his body being severely abraded by the rushing air, with some scales detaching. The unprotected skin could not withstand the high-speed slicing of the air, making prolonged supersonic flight untenable. Yet, this could also be considered a form of training. Through the enhancement of his winged feet, he could not only refine the transformation duration of the Blue Wave Ball, but also stimulate the defensive capabilities and regenerative speed of his scales. The newly formed scales, having endured the battering of the Tempest, would emerge even more resilient. As he approached the vicinity of the Red Earth continent, approximately 100 kilometers away, the celestial dragon Garfield would plummet to the surface, meeting his demise upon the Grand Line, his body to be devoured by passing sea beasts, vanishing from existence. With this curse in mind, Chun Sheng soared towards Mariewa, activating the curse inscribed upon the parchment only when the sacred land became vaguely visible. At that moment, in Mariewa, the celestial dragon Garfield gazed at his recently acquired slave, a mermaid girl with pink hair. "Hey, you slave, are you not a mermaid? Jump down from here at once. Don't your kind know how to swim?" Garfield commanded, seated atop a robust figure, flanked by his bodyguard, who pointed a lavish golden handgun at the frightened mermaid. At this height, even a mermaid would perish. The captured mermaid girl, her face streaked with tears, was frozen in terror, her body rigid as if it were a decayed log. "I don't care if you die or not. Jump down now, or I will shoot you." Garfield, with a snotty visage, was brimming with arrogance, eager to witness something he had never seen before. As the threat of death loomed, the mermaid girl, left with no choice, reluctantly leaped. To remain would almost certainly mean death. Jumping, however, still left her with a slim chance of survival. Since her last venture for jewels less than a year ago, she had attracted the attention of the slave-capturing squad due to her excessive wealth, leading to her current predicament. Resigned, she leapt from the Red Earth continent, surrendering to the inevitability of her fate during the high-speed descent, when suddenly, a rotund sea creature emerged from the depths of the ocean. Among the myriad of marine beasts, there exists a rare species known for its long fur. These creatures are bestowed with thick pelts and a layer of fat that effectively insulates them, allowing them to navigate the frigid waters with ease. However, the icy domains they inhabit are often sparse in resources, prompting them to occasionally venture away from the cold seas to the warmer regions of the Grand Line in search of sustenance to replenish their fat reserves. Before this particular marine beast could find nourishment, an unexpected figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto its back before springing high into the air and landing in the nearby sea. The force of the impact sent the creature plunging into the depths, leaving it momentarily dazed. Yet, fueled by anger, it quickly regained its senses and resurfaced, eager to confront its assailant. At that moment, a rotund figure, resembling a bloated pig, fell from above, its massive form splashing into the ocean and sending waves crashing around. The impact caused his body to splinter, but the enraged marine beast was indifferent to whether he lived or died, swallowing his remains whole before drifting away. Above the clouds, Chun Sheng felt the ebbing of soul power. He did not experience fatigue. After a year of rigorous training, his physical strength had multiplied exponentially, enhancing his spirit significantly. He found it effortless to dispatch the celestial dragons. Observing the visage materializing on the parchment, Chun Sheng departed with satisfaction, setting his course for the North Sea. During his journey back to Magnetic Drum Island to further his studies in medicine, Chun Sheng witnessed the tragedy of the White Town in the North Sea. Realizing that Law's story was beginning. Much like Ace and Luffy, Law, destined to become one of the 7 warlords, possessed boundless potential. Chun Sheng aspired to cultivate his own foundation, and thus, the fated child of fortune from the original narrative was indispensable. Calculating the timeline, he surmised that Razanani should be traveling with Law in search of medical expertise. As a doctor, it was his duty to save lives. After 4 days of flight, Chun Sheng successfully arrived above a sizable city in the North Sea and boldly entered its confines. Listen up, everyone. I have heard whispers of a new infectious disease here. I wish to witness this unprecedented ailment. Nothing can deter me. The soul-claiming healer. Unbeknownst to him, Law and his companions were scattered across various islands, searching for answers akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Instead, he chose to announce his capabilities, hoping they would come to him. Thus, he proclaimed loudly in the bustling street, "Once more, I have come here to encounter new cases never seen before. If any exist, feel free to approach me for treatment. Let me be clear, do not waste my time with ordinary ailments. Only those peculiar and extraordinary cases shall be treated free of charge." Chun Sheng, standing at over 2 meters tall, is hardly the ideal figure for a benevolent healer. Rather, his rugged persona as a barefoot doctor lends him an aura of credibility. After all, the title of soul-seizing healer does not evoke images of a virtuous character. By exuding a certain intimidating charisma, he compels others to acknowledge his presence. Having garnered significant attention over the past 6 months through his acquired reputation, Chun Sheng swiftly transformed a struggling establishment into his own clinic with a grand gesture. He was resolute in his decision to remain there for a while, not only to await the arrival of Luo, whom he aimed to assist in treating his lead poisoning, but also to refine his medical skills through the peculiar ailments he encountered, thus accumulating merit. "You have athlete's foot, not poisoning. Get out, it reeks," he bellowed. "What? I have no interest in hemorrhoids. Leave. Stuck in a sputum cup? Go seek the fire brigade if you're in trouble. What do you need a doctor for? If you don't know what a fire brigade is, then consult the Navy. This is beyond my jurisdiction." During his stay of over 2 months, Chun Sheng encountered a plethora of bizarre patients. Although the majority were not truly ill, even encountering one genuine medical mystery among 10 was sufficient to enrich his experience. During the times devoid of patients, he devoted himself to hunting North Sea pirates and, under the cover of night, eliminating certain gang members or aristocrats, utilizing his time with remarkable efficiency. On that day, after dismissing an impertinent individual, Chun Sheng finally awaited his intended goal. "Hey, are you the doctor? Can you truly cure plumbum disease?" Rossi Nandi, drenched in sweat, rushed to Chun Sheng, cradling the teenager in his arms, his tone laced with urgency. It was evident that his spirits were not high due to the numerous setbacks encountered along the way, and his demeanor was far from gentle. "I am the soul-seizing divine physician, here to treat those afflicted with unknown ailments. If you possess an intriguing condition, feel free to present it to me. Though I cannot guarantee a complete cure," Chun Sheng declared, nostrils flaring with an air of arrogance. "Please, I implore you to examine this child. I have sought many doctors, yet they all refuse to treat him." Callison suddenly knelt before him, bowing his head in supplication. "Oh, what an intriguing malady. Why did those doctors decline to provide treatment?" Chun Sheng inquired, pulling the boy closer for a meticulous examination, noting that he had never encountered such symptoms before. "They believe it to be a virulent infectious disease and fear contagion," came the reply. "A cadre of quacks. Only external pathogens can incite infectious diseases. Have they even examined the child? How can they ascertain if it is pathogen-induced?" Despite his frustration, Chun Sheng felt a spark of curiosity at the peculiar symptoms. "Come with me," he instructed, ushering them into a room. After conducting a thorough routine examination of the boy, the results were unsurprisingly inconclusive. Give me a month. If I cannot uncover a remedy for this ailment, I will resort to specialized treatment, though such methods come at a significant cost. Be prepared to pay the price when the time comes. What kind of cost? Callison inquired. It is not convenient to discuss now. You will understand in due time. Such fascinating symptoms. They seem to indicate a mutation deeply embedded within the genes, yet not entirely so. I must delve deeper into this, Chun Sheng mused. He had heard of plumbum disease before, but the specifics eluded him, and he could only rely on his medical knowledge for guidance. After arranging for Luo and Rossi Nandi to reside nearby, Chun Sheng, after several days of research, finally stumbled upon a lead. It was neither incurable nor a genetic disorder, but rather an ailment arising from the accumulation of plumbum. Initially, it could be treated upon infection, but after generations of inheritance, a substantial amount of plumbum had amassed within the boy's body, with some of it having become part of Luo's very being. In a sense, it was no longer merely a disease, but rather an integral component of Luo's body. The only conceivable method for remedying it would be to expunge all traces of plumbum from within him. Regrettably, I had hoped that my crucifix's abilities could purify him. Over the past month, Chun Sheng diligently examined Luo, utilizing his knowledge, while Luo cooperated fully with the assessments. Yet, the results mirrored those of all previous doctors. Standard medical practices yielded no solutions. There is not an ounce of accomplishment to be found here. Doctor, may I inquire about the prognosis? Is there hope for a cure? For several days, Rocinandi's mind has been consumed with anxiety. Upon seeing Chun Sheng escorting Luo, he immediately approached him with inquiries. Having consulted numerous doctors, Chun Sheng had become his last beacon of hope. Conventional medical methods had proven ineffective in treating Luo's ailment. Yet I was aware of 3 potential remedies that could prove successful. What remedies? Rocinandi inquired, his excitement akin to winning the lottery. It was astonishing that this man, deemed untreatable by other doctors, had 3 possible solutions. Indeed, he had not sought the wrong individual. The first option is to locate the legendary surgical fruit, which purportedly has the capacity to flawlessly execute any operation, including this highly intricate procedure. If we can find it, there may still be hope for the child. However, the surgical fruit has been lost for an extended period, and the entire world government is in pursuit of it, even offering a staggering bounty of 50 billion. We are unable to procure it. That is not my concern. My role is solely to treat the illness. The second option involves acquiring a Zoan-type devil fruit, which has a certain probability of curing his affliction, although success is not guaranteed. The devil fruit modified by bloodline inheritance differs significantly from ordinary devil fruits. With his medical knowledge, Chun Sheng could ascertain that Luo's lifespan, cellular activity, and neuronal density were all enhanced, allowing him to live 200 to 300 years with ease, far beyond the capabilities of a normal devil fruit. Is the success rate not assured? While it may sound dubious, it at least provides a glimmer of hope. Rocinandi eagerly awaited Chun Sheng's third proposition. The third method is a closely guarded medical technique I have developed, a strategy of death leading to rebirth. Most complex diseases can be addressed by shattering all cells, bringing the individual to the brink of death, and then reviving them with a secret potion. Since I have never employed this technique, I cannot attest to its effectiveness, and it requires several months of preparation. Essentially, it involves first using cell destruction to terminate Luo's life, followed by a resurrection akin to a crucifixion. However, whether it will cure him remains uncertain. Theoretically, substances like platinum and lead, which are not part of the body's natural composition, could be expelled upon revival. What precisely is this devil fruit you mentioned? It is a powerful Zoan-type fruit. I cannot specify what it is, and whether it will cure him depends largely on fortune. After hearing Chun Sheng's 3 proposed methods, Rocinandi hesitated. Apart from the devil fruit, which sounded somewhat promising, the other 2 options seemed rather dubious, especially the final one, which made Rocinandi seriously question whether Chun Sheng might inadvertently cause Luo's demise. I personally recommend beginning with my fruit. Even if it fails, we can still pursue the third method. Chun Sheng was filled with confidence regarding the possibility of curing Luo. Even if he were unable to succeed himself, he could seek assistance from the heavens to heal Luo's affliction. And how shall we procure this Zoan-type fruit? I can offer assistance, but you must understand that the value of mythical fruits surpasses even that of natural fruits, and they are exceedingly rare. I may waive the consultation fee, but these fruits cannot be given away lightly. What do you wish to discuss? Upon leading Rocinandi into a secluded chamber, Chun Sheng adopted a serious demeanor. I have seen you before, within Don Quixote Doflamingo's fleet. I, too, possess the abilities of a devil fruit user, and by chance, I once caught sight of you while passing overhead. Do not rush to explain. I am well aware of Doflamingo's nature, an unruly and deranged villain. I find it hard to believe that his subordinates would travel great distances to seek a cure for a child. Thus, I suspect your identity is far from ordinary. However, whether you are affiliated with the world government or the Navy does not concern me. I intend to assemble a team dedicated to hunting pirates, with Doflamingo being one of our targets. I require your cooperation. In the future, I expect to share intelligence regarding the forces behind you, including Doflamingo's current strength, his associates, and their potential actions. You may inform your superior, but do notify me when the time comes to act. Furthermore, if Law accepts a devil fruit, he will be unable to return. You should comprehend the potential of a mythical fruit user. If he falls under Doflamingo's influence, the consequences could be dire. After contemplating Chun Sheng's conditions for a considerable time, Razanandi responded, I must report your first stipulation before arriving at any conclusion. As for the second condition, I agree. Law once aspired to be a doctor. If you do not mention it, I hope you can keep him here and teach him the art of medicine, preventing him from returning to Doflamingo. I will then declare that Law succumbed to illness on the journey. I await your response. Chapter 26, The Second Ancient Dragon. The Silver Dragon, 4,000 words. It was evident that Razanandi had a special line of communication with Sengoku, for shortly thereafter, he received a reply. Cooperation is possible, but the sharing of intelligence will be limited to information regarding pirates. Confidential naval matters and technical documents cannot be exchanged, including intelligence on the campaign against Doflamingo. Sheng was relatively satisfied with this response. He had never expected the Navy to fully share intelligence with him, as long as he could obtain relevant information about pirates. It sufficed. After all, both Law and the Devil Fruit were firmly in his possession, allowing him to exploit the Navy's resources, relying on his connections with Razanandi, making any disdain unnecessary. The two parties had settled on terms, and Chun Sheng sought out a secret chamber, promising Law a devil fruit. Whether he had any stock on hand was yet to be determined, as he now needed to find a new devil for trade. He had no intention of continuing dealings with the old devil. Instead, he planned to keep him in suspense. Furthermore, Chun Sheng harbored doubts about Tort's abilities to meet the conditions, as he was merely a demon lord pushed into a corner. Currently, Chun Sheng possessed a fallen soul and a preparatory fallen soul, along with hundreds of sinful souls, which could be considered a fortune in most realms of hell. This fortune is sufficient to captivate the vast majority of demon lords, for after all, the essence of the fallen soul is a treasure that no demon would ever reject. Simultaneously, the success of this transaction is a crucial element in the grand scheme of Chun Sheng's pirate world. Discovering an empty, sealed chamber, Chun Sheng skillfully inscribed the sacrificial array, initiating contact with a new demon lord. As before, the crimson flames of hell ignited, drawing forth a multitude of demon lords. With the fallen soul as bait, the number of summoned demons surged dramatically, each one a formidable lord of their domain, far surpassing the likes of ancient demons. Soon, the confined space brimming with demon lords became exceedingly raucous, a cacophony of various voices ringing in Chun Sheng's ears. The chaotic demons resembled a frenzied mob. Some issued threats, while others resorted to bribery, and the shrill cries of hysteria only elicited laughter from Chun Sheng. Gazing upon the dense congregation of skeletal projections before him, Chun Sheng suddenly comprehended the haughty demeanor of those predecessors in the legacy. The chaotic Covenanters resembled a throng of anglers, with souls serving as bait. Once a scattering of bait was cast, those powerful demon lords flocked like fish drawn to the lure. Having long since understood the nature of demons and being protected by the laws, the chaotic Covenanters remained impervious to their words. In their eyes, what distinction was there between these demon lords and mere jesters? Disregarding the threats and temptations posed by the demons, Chun Sheng unexpectedly stumbled upon an intriguing entity. This was a demon lord engulfed in icy blue flames, a hue remarkably rare in the depths of hell. One could even say it was a singularity. The icy blue flames represented the law of absolution. This is a law that is scarcely visible in the depths of hell. The sole condition for the formation of the law of oblivion is to perish while clinging to an indelible obsession. Apart from this fixation, the soul, in its descent into hell, will forget all other passions, existing solely for this obsession, living for it, dying for it. Such demons, possessed by their obsessions, exhibit considerable fragility. If one seizes upon their fixation, they can be manipulated. Thus, these demons are nearly incapable of ascending to the rank of demon lords. For in the brutal competition of hell, such a fatal weakness is tantamount to death. Before him stood a demon lord embodying the law of oblivion. and Chen Sheng found himself intrigued by how this entity had attained such a position. Devoid of emotional desires, demons governed by the law of oblivion serve as suitable trading partners. They resemble a computer program, among the few in hell that remain unaffected by the pervasive chaos. When engaging in transactions with a demon of the law of oblivion, the parameters can be narrowed down to a relatively fixed degree, necessitating no vague generalities. Chaotic Wanderer, articulate the nature of your proposed transaction. The demon before him spoke with the mechanical precision of a machine, devoid of any semblance of demonic essence. In exchange for my soul, I seek the bloodline of a monster that shares my origin, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange. Chen Sheng's request appeared simple, yet it demanded an exceptionally high standard, one that most demon lords would find unattainable. This demands that the Lord of Devils possesses an extraordinary ability for precise localization, enabling him to pinpoint the whereabouts of the celestial comet dragon within the Monster Hunter realm, based on the bloodline coursing through Chen Sheng's veins. Furthermore, he must possess the capability to fabricate the blood of legacy from this world. Unlike ordinary blood, the creation of blood of legacy necessitates a rather intricate array of materials and processes, generally speaking. A single drop of this blood could surpass the living value of the species it originates from. The transaction request was approved, offering a soul in exchange for the blood of legacy, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange, with the type of blood being random. After a few seconds of contemplation, the other party responded in an unwavering tone, stating, "There is no issue. Additionally, I request permission to establish a long-term trading contract." Noticing the absence of refusal, Chen Sheng immediately seized the opportunity and proposed a request for a sustained trading arrangement. The transaction request was accepted, granting permission to establish a regular trading contract. Similar to the previous request, there was no hesitation in agreeing. Such compliance was remarkable. As long as the payment was sufficient, it seemed that anything could be acquired. Truly, the devil of the absolute principle lived up to its reputation. The progression of events unfolded with such remarkable ease that Chen Sheng couldn't help but marvel at why the predecessors within a legacy would place the devil of absolute principle at the forefront of recommended partners. This time, I shall utilize this high-quality fallen soul for the exchange, seeking the blood of legacy. Chen Sheng summoned the soul of the celestial dragon from his ledger, a contorted visage drifting toward the central inferno. The devil of the absolute principle naturally accepted the soul, then reached into the void, tinkering for a moment before extracting a drop of blood that soared toward Chen Sheng. Upon receiving the blood, the transaction was deemed complete, the sacrificial space dissipated, and the drop of blood was immediately transformed into a devil fruit by the laws of the world. This is a silver-white, pomelo-shaped fruit, adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing water, its skin shimmering with a metallic luster under the light. It is the dragon fruit of the ancient dragon lineage, known as the silver dragon form. The silver dragon is enveloped in liquid metal and possesses the remarkable ability to transform freely. Named for the bright silver sheen of the metal it manipulates, the silver dragon embodies the pinnacle of wisdom among ancient dragons, capable of multitasking to harmoniously control the core operations within its body. Legends speak of the silver dragon's power to manipulate metal with such ferocity that it could tear the very sky asunder, earning it the title of the silver blade that rends all things, as bestowed by scholars. Now, the question remains whether it can cure Luo of his plumbum disease. Having obtained the fruit, Chen Sheng examined it for a moment before placing it in a box and exiting the room. In the lounge, Rossi Nandi anxiously awaited with Luo, growing increasingly distressed at the thought that if Chen Sheng could not resolve their plight, they would be left with no recourse, forced to rely on the timely appearance of the legendary surgical fruit. The soft creak of the door drew the attention of the two within the room. Upon seeing the box in Chen Sheng's hands, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "I have brought the fruit. You may consume it and see what transpires, though I cannot guarantee the outcome," Chen Sheng announced, handing the box to Rossi Nandi. Trembling with excitement, Rossi Nandi seized the box and wasted no time in presenting the fruit to Luo. "Consume it, Luo. Once you do, your ailment shall be cured." A radiant smile graced Rossi Nandi's heavily painted face. Though unaware of the sacrifices Rossi Nandi had made, the appearance of the devil fruit suggested a considerable cost, making Luo acutely aware of the weight of the fruit in his hands. "Mr. Corazon, what is the price?" Luo, wise beyond his years, understood that devil fruits are priceless and that Chen Sheng would not bestow such a gift freely. Corazon must have paid a significant price. "Nothing of consequence. You will learn in due time," Rossi Nandi replied, avoiding a direct answer. His current identity prevented him from disclosing too much, particularly before Doflamingo's capture. Recognizing Rocinandi's reluctance to elaborate, Luo refrained from pressing further, placing his trust in him. Gazing at the silver devil fruit in his hand, Luo hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and bit into the flesh, swallowing a large piece, only to contort his face in immediate discomfort. "It tastes terrible," he exclaimed. Upon witnessing Luo consume the fruit, Rocinandi inquired with curiosity, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Luo closed his eyes, focusing intently. And soon his youthful form began to transform. His human body gradually morphed into silver-scaled armor, vivid crimson patterns emerging along his back. Moments later, a diminutive dragon stood before Rocinandi. The dragon, entirely clad in silver scales, bore sharp spines on various parts of its body, while its head, chest, and tail emitted a dark crimson glow. Unlike typical dragons, the silver dragon's wings were uniquely constructed, lacking true membranous structures, replaced instead by flowing metal that served the function of wings. Thus, his wings often resembled sharp blades. The limbs and tail of the silver dragon were equally shielded by liquid metal, akin to wearing some form of protective gauntlet. The liquid metal on the silver dragon's tail coalesced into a serrated shape, possessing formidable lethality. Alas, Luo's transformation left Rocinandi astounded, his eyes nearly bulging out. A dragon. Prepared for the mythical beast fruit, Rocinandi had not anticipated the existence of a colossal dragon fruit. This was the silver dragon, a fruit capable of manipulating liquid metal. "Luo, give it a try and see if you can control the metal." Under Chun Sheng's guidance, Luo attempted to harness the crimson organ known as the operative core, which was the essential organ for the silver dragon's control over liquid metal. With Luo's efforts, the mercury intended for medical use in Chun Sheng's chamber was drawn towards him. Floating as if in the vastness of space, the mercury appeared to defy gravity, gracefully orbiting around Luo's form. "Oh!" During the manipulation of the mercury, Luo suddenly spoke, gazing at a piece of platinum lead not far away. This was a sample purchased by Chun Sheng for the purpose of researching plumism, intended for the analysis of treatment options. Luo's gaze fell upon the billiard ball-sized piece of plumbago, and then an astonishing event unfolded before Chun Sheng's eyes. The plumbago began to levitate, much like mercury, gradually transforming into a liquid state in mid-air, ultimately merging with the mercury. As Luo gradually familiarized himself with the power of the fruit, he slowly reverted to his human form, while the suspended liquid metal continued to swirl around him. It appeared that not only had he successfully cured plumism, but he had also serendipitously gained an unexpected boon. This should pertain to the bloodline characteristics of Monster Hunter World. In this realm, all creatures exhibit remarkable adaptability, evolving into various forms and diverging into distinct subspecies based on their environment. The demon fruit, transformed by the bloodline inheritance, has, to some extent, inherited this trait, adapting to new changes according to the conditions within Luo. It is indeed astonishing that Luo can control platinum lead, a fact that even Chun Sheng did not foresee. Platinum lead is renowned as a superior mineral, demonstrating excellence in numerous aspects. Besides its flawless appearance, Chun Sheng discovered during testing that platinum lead possesses exceptional stability, with a density comparable to platinum. Additionally, platinum lead exhibits excellent energy storage capabilities and radiation absorption properties. Furthermore, its immense economic value is such that the world government would forcibly extract it, even at the cost of a city. It is foreseeable that the new alloy composed of platinum, lead, and mercury will become Luo's primary ability in the future. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's conclusion, Luo and Rocinandi finally set aside the burdens weighing on their hearts. Rocinandi embraced Luo tightly, tears of joy streaming down, and both were momentarily overcome with emotion. Chun Sheng understood their feelings and waited for several minutes until they had regained their composure before gently reminding them. "As we agreed, Luo cannot return to Doflamingo. You shall publicly declare that he succumbed to platinum lead disease. No one will doubt it, and I will corroborate your statements. However, your prolonged absence will undoubtedly raise Doflamingo's suspicions. This departure may be fraught with peril, and I personally advise you to leave. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Mr. Corazon, come with me. Do not return." Upon hearing of the potential danger to life, Luo immediately grew anxious, wishing to shield Rocinandi from harm. "Luo, some matters are inescapable. If you do not act, others will, and more will suffer as a result. Therefore, even if it is perilous, we cannot evade our responsibilities." Rocinandi crouched down to look at Luo and softly said, "I recall that your family comprises doctors. Stay by Dr. Chen's side, learn the art of medicine, and in the future, assist more individuals. Do not become a mediocre physician like those we encountered before, incapable of diagnosing even the most basic ailments. Having calmed Luo's emotions, Razanandi stood and stated, "Well then, Mr. Chen, I must take my leave. Please take good care of Luo." "I certainly will. Take this pill and this silver needle. In the event of life-threatening danger, consume the pill and insert the needle into this acupoint. You will enter a state of suspended animation for approximately 3 hours. Upon awakening, you will feel weak for a day. I hope the next time I see you, you will greet me alive." Chun Sheng was aware that Razanandi's departure could very well result in his demise at the hands of Doflamingo. Yet he had no better course of action than to prepare some rudimentary medications. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. Take care." Chapter 27. Grudges and Hatred After Bidding Farewell to Razanandi. Chun Sheng accompanied Luo to the White Town, fulfilling Luo's request. Upon consuming the devil fruit, Luo's height surged to over 1.8 meters, making it difficult to believe he was merely 12 years old. Nevertheless, in the presence of the towering Chun Sheng, who stood over 2 meters tall, he still appeared as a child. Due to Luo's inability to match Chun Sheng's flight speed, their journey was punctuated by frequent rests, during which Chun Sheng imparted relevant medical knowledge to Luo. After more than 2 weeks, the two arrived at the once familiar white town of Ferocious. This city, once flourishing due to its abundant lead and platinum, ultimately met its demise through the same means. Now, all that remains of its former grandeur are crumbling walls and shattered remnants. As I traversed the desolate path, I was met with the charred remains of what once was. A great fire having obliterated the traces of life, leaving behind scars that may take an eternity to heal. Having wandered past the childhood playground and familiar shops, Chun Sheng followed Luo through the ruins of Ferocious, eventually returning with him to a home that stood only in skeletal form. Accompanying Luo back to his original abode, I witnessed him silently standing before a carbonized wardrobe. The wardrobe, towering above a person, had been reduced to a mere blackened frame, within which a tiny skeletal form leaned against the wall, its skinless visage seemingly etched with fear. "This is my sister," he murmured. "She aspired to be a nurse, to partner with me in healing countless patients." Gently cradling the diminutive remains, tears cascaded down Luo's cheeks, absorbed by the charred body, while the slightly parted mouth seemed to whisper its final words. "In the most beautiful realm of heaven lies a paradise, where all virtuous children are welcomed, and she shall live there in happiness. So gather your strength, and pursue her dreams, striving to assist more kind souls like her." Placing a comforting hand on Luo's shoulder, Chun Sheng found himself at a loss for words of solace, ultimately offering this sentiment. "Is there truly a heaven?" Luo questioned. "There will be," Chun Sheng assured him. "Even if it does not exist now, I shall create a paradise in due time." Reflecting on the scars borne by the journey, he pondered the culpability of these inhabitants. Though the sun shone brightly, the whispers of tormented souls seemed to linger in the air. Indeed, the delineation of heaven and hell holds a profound significance. Chun Sheng remained silent, believing that Luo could emerge from the shadows on his own, requiring only his steadfast support. After resting in the house for a night, Luo sought out Chun Sheng the following day. In the stillness of the night, Chun Sheng had observed him burying his sister with his own hands, guarding her resting place throughout the night. Luo had stepped out of the darkness, yet Chun Sheng sensed that he had not truly found closure. Leading Luo out of the dilapidated structure, Chun Sheng surveyed the charred ruins of the city and remarked, "There remains much lead and platinum here. Your abilities are not yet fully matured. Once you master the essence of these materials, you will uncover their true power. Furthermore, the people here require a place of refuge. Leaving the dead to rot is not an option. After reclaiming the lead and platinum, you may endeavor to utilize their powers to construct a resting place for them." Rao nodded in agreement, transforming into the form of Si Yinlong and hastening to the central square of the city. Utilizing the core within his body, he endeavored to manipulate the platinum lead scattered about. Yet, being still quite young and having consumed the fruit only recently, he could only exert control over the platinum lead particles within a few meters of his vicinity. Observing this, Chun Sheng produced a blue orb and handed it to Rao, stating, "With your current strength, it is impossible to manipulate such a vast expanse of platinum lead. This is the blue orb I invented. It can assist Zoan-type devil fruit users in developing their abilities. After consuming it, focus your energy within the core that resides in you and use the enhanced core to command the entire city's platinum lead." Without hesitation, Rao took the blue orb and tossed it into his mouth, accompanied by a surge of potent energy that disrupted the wavelength of the devil fruit within. Rao's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His claws occasionally grew enormous, while his scales thickened, straining to control the raging demonic power. He soon realized that the activated force was not easily subdued. The chaotic energy coursing through him was intensely uncomfortable, yet he endured the internal agony, gradually uncovering the technique to harness the demonic might, compelling it into the core within him. Indeed, you are a child destined for the world stage. Your talent surpasses what I possessed at your age. In the beginning, Chun Sheng devoted an entire day attempting to control the rampaging demonic power, while Luo managed to achieve pinpoint enhancement in merely a few minutes. Undoubtedly, Chun Sheng's improvements to the blue wave sphere played a role. Yet one cannot overlook Luo's inherent talent. The fact that Luo accomplished this feat in just a few minutes stirred feelings of envy within Chun Sheng, who increasingly yearned for the soul as spoken of by the old devil. Observing that Luo had essentially mastered the fluctuating power, Chun Sheng gradually guided him to manipulate the omnipresent platinum lead using his core control, entering the state of core enhancement. The range of platinum lead that Luo could influence expanded tenfold, with countless particles of platinum lead swirling like snowflakes in reverse, shimmering under the morning sun's glow. These twinkling particles danced towards Luo, enveloping his previously bare form, which now radiated brilliance under the coverage of platinum lead. When the silver dragon was born, it did not inherently possess mercury. Rather, the mastery of liquid metal is what distinguishes the silver dragon as a unique entity. It is through this liquid metal's enhancement that it becomes the silver blade capable of tearing apart all. The gathered liquid metal swiftly flowed along the wing bones under the silver dragon's instinctual control, transforming into glimmering blades, each pair flashing a cold light that threatened adversaries. Due to the mutations engendered by platinum lead, Luo's bloodline could be classified as a subspecies or a special individual of the silver dragon, a notion quite common in the world of monster hunting. Now, this small dragon, merely a few meters in length, finally exuded the might of an ancient dragon, and with Luo's current prowess, defeating unknown pirates posed no challenge at all. The expanse of Fry Van is vast, and presently, Luo's abilities could not encompass all the platinum lead. After extracting the platinum lead from the central plaza, the two ceased their control to gather the remains of the deceased. Just months had passed since the White Town incident, yet its infamous reputation still instilled fear in the surrounding populace, deterring outsiders from approaching. It took the duo more than a day to meticulously collect the myriad corpses scattered across the area. Concentrating all the remains in the central plaza, Luo wielded sharp metallic blades to carve out a pit 50 meters on each side, burying the skeletal remains and erecting a massive uninscribed tombstone from the solidified platinum lead. Chun Sheng placed a cross before the grand tombstone, reciting a eulogy for the souls guided to paradise. Regrettably, a derivative dimension of paradise had yet to be established here, and the souls of the deceased were temporarily entrusted to the cross, with threads of merit gold weaving their way up its edges. These tragedies have arisen from the avarice of the nobility and the concealment by the world government. Before arriving, Chun Sheng had already revealed the truth to Luo. Having experienced a series of tumultuous events, Luo's psychological resilience far surpasses that of his peers. Upon learning the truth, he has begun to devise plans for the future. It must weigh heavily on your mind. Come, let me guide you to carve out a prosperous era. In this murky world, while studying medicine can save lives, it is insufficient to redeem the world solely through that discipline. Luo has witnessed the darkness of existence. Chun Sheng fears that hatred might taint him. Life is fraught with more suffering than joy, and to survive in this realm, one must possess the motivation to endure. Hatred can indeed serve as a source of such motivation. You are unlike my other students. They yearn for freedom and aspire towards the future, while your heart is still burdened by unresolved hatred. I shall not compel you to forget your resentment. Often, hatred can be a powerful driving force. Where there is light, there is darkness. The world requires heroes who stand in the light to protect the masses and bask in their adulation, while there are also those who must traverse the shadows, instilling fear in others with blood-stained blades. From this day forth, you will need a second identity, one that must remain unknown to all but you and me. You will delve into the underworld, wield power to become a nightmare that instills dread in all, ensuring that even the lawless nobility adhere to our rules, regardless of the Navy's might. They have never eradicated the darkness of the underworld. Darkness cannot be extinguished. Only those who conquer the depths can establish order within it. Chun Sheng led Luo away from the sorrowful city to a neighboring nation, with the North Sea as their first destination. Chapter 28, Bearers Under the Cover of Night. Chun Sheng guided Luo through the shadows of the streets. Luo adorned in a suit crafted from liquid metal that concealed his visage. a guise he would maintain until the demise of Don Quixote da Flamingo. In Luo's eyes, Chun Sheng stood before him, yet his form was elusive, as if he might vanish in the next moment. Were it not for his exceptional vision akin to that of a silver dragon, he might have failed to perceive Chun Sheng so near. This is the art of shadow stealth, a skill allowing one to conceal themselves within shadows. An essential ability for an assassin. You must study it diligently. With that, Chun Sheng assumed an incredibly improbable posture, hanging from a smooth wall devoid of any footholds. This is known as wall walking. Once mastered, it enables one to traverse and anchor themselves upon walls and ceilings. To Luo's astonished gaze, Chun Sheng confidently strode along the wall and entered the estate of a nobleman. Mere minutes later, Chun Sheng appeared behind Luo like a specter, startling him to the brink of transformation. I have dealt with the noble inside. It was he who fiercely advocated for the isolation of Freyvanth. And not only was he aware of the truth, but he was also a principal beneficiary in the lead sales chain. However, he is merely one among many participants. Today, he serves as a lesson in our teachings, while the rest await your own hand to exact revenge. Very well. Upon witnessing Chun Sheng's extraordinary assassination skills, Luo nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating the day when he could vanquish all his adversaries. At the port of Tugel in the North Sea, renowned as a prominent trading hub and a notable neutral city, the absence of naval protection renders it the largest den of illicit trade in the region. Here, a substantial amount of plundered wealth flows in, siphoned off by pirates, ultimately lining the pockets of the city's rulers after hefty deductions. Observe that shop. It serves as a clandestine marketplace for stolen goods, frequented predominantly by pirates. As Chun Sheng guided Luo through the bustling streets, he pointed at an opulently adorned storefront and remarked, "Pirates, who spend most of their lives adrift at sea, often suffer from a lack of fresh water. Consequently, many of them are both filthy and malodorous, their hair and beards matted together. A mere glance can reveal the telltale signs of skin ailments. Take note of that individual. The rashes on his skin are a direct consequence of prolonged exposure to damp environments coupled with poor hygiene. Do not underestimate such dermatological conditions. If severe, they can lead to shock or even sudden death. The symptoms of this fellow are quite pronounced. Observe his fingers, deformed due to untreated injuries, with festering sores as one of the lingering aftereffects. Had this occurred to an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to infection. Lacking access to a professional medical team, most pirates grapple with severe health issues, relying solely on their robust constitutions to endure. Thus, these unrefined pirates, whether captured by the Navy or not, are fated to succumb to diseases eventually. However, they serve as excellent case studies. Various common ailments can be observed in their plight, providing invaluable educational material. Kulme, let us dwell here for a while. You have much to learn, and I too need to organize some information. As Luo appeared to be engrossed in observing the pirates, Chun Sheng roused him from his contemplation and rented a nearby, standalone residence. Chun Sheng established a small clinic, ostensibly open to all. Yet any pirate daring enough to enter would find themselves treated with the utmost professionalism, only to be apprehended and handed over to the Navy upon the conclusion of their treatment. Tugel, being the largest neutral port in the North Sea, attracted a steady stream of patients even to a newly opened clinic. Pirates frequented it in droves, yielding a daily income of hundreds of thousands of berries. In this endeavor, Chun Sheng served as the chief physician while Luo acted as his assistant, responsible for compounding medicines and performing surgeries. Although Luo had lost the powers of the Op no Mi under Chun Sheng's influence, his surgical skills remained impeccable. The liquid metal controlled by Silvery Dragon surpassed any scalpel, capable of deftly adapting to any surgical situation. Coupled with his ability to multitask and control the operating field, Luo demonstrated the innate qualities of a brilliant surgeon. Together, they swiftly dispatched pirates, yet their activities inevitably drew the attention of the piratical community. Though pirates are not a cohesive entity, the exchange of information among them is remarkably swift. In taverns and upon the seas, the intricate web of relationships among different pirate crews serves as an effective intelligence network. Have you heard? A clinic has opened in Tugel, specializing in hunting pirates. They say the doctor is a hidden bounty hunter, and many have seen him claiming bounties from the Navy. Did you also hear? Who knows where this fellow came from? Openly defying the rules of Tugel. It's only a matter of time before those notorious pirates impose their wrath upon him. Indeed, what wealth do we small fry possess? The true financiers of Tugel are those pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Once they take action, those two reckless doctors will surely face dire consequences. True, I've heard their medical skills are commendable. Perhaps the great pirates won't kill them, but rather take them aboard as ship's doctors. Ship's doctors? Would you dare use the medicines concocted by such a fellow? What if he poisons you? You might not even know how you met your end. Indeed, in that case, they would be doomed. Ha ha ha. Within the bustling tavern, dozens of pirates consumed cheap beer, ravenously tearing into roasted meats while engaging in boisterous discussions about Chun Shang's clinic. Many had previously set traps in this very establishment, and numerous pirates had fallen victim. Yet ultimately, those who devised such schemes met their end at the hands of stronger pirates or were discreetly dealt with by the port's authorities. To them, it was clear that Chun Shang would not escape such a fate. 2 doctors daring to flout the rules? What audacity! Come, lads, let us teach those 2 a lesson and celebrate our spoils. The pirate Ballas, leading his crew, had just returned from the sea. After a brief respite, he overheard some pirates discussing Chun Shang, which piqued his interest and ignited a desire to confront him. Loading his sidearm with bullets, Ballas kicked open the tavern door and, with a formidable presence, marched towards Chun Shang's clinic. Known as the fallen Navy officer Diaz Ballas, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 77 million berry. It was said that he had once held the rank of Navy colonel, and it seemed that a major pirate was about to make a move. The 2 doctors were in for a grim fate, for Ballas was notorious for his ruthlessness within the Navy. One could only wonder how Ballas would deal with the 2 physicians. Inside the clinic, Chun Shang was diligently attending to his patients, blissfully unaware that pirates had set their sights on him. Dr. Chun, you must flee. Pirates are approaching. A resident hastily informed him of the impending danger. During this period, Chun Shang had been known for his favorable treatment of ordinary people, providing affordable and effective medical care, earning him a reputation as a renowned healer. Which pirate is it? Chun Shang inquired, unperturbed. Given his prowess, he was more than capable of navigating the Grand Line, and in the North Sea, he was virtually invincible. It's a fallen Navy officer, Ballas. He was once a Navy colonel, and has now turned into a notorious pirate with a bounty of 77 million berry, commanding a formidable crew. You must leave at once. The warning came from a young boy with orange hair, who had previously sought Chun Shang's help for a cold. He had once aspired to join the Navy, but had abandoned that dream for reasons unknown, currently finding himself at a crossroads in life. Ballas, I've heard of him. There is no need for concern. He cannot defeat me. Thank you, what is your name? Reflecting on the intelligence he had gathered about surrounding pirates, Chun Shang recalled Ballas's background, noting that he was on par with Monka during his Navy days. Due to his notoriety and actions, his bounty had increased, but his capabilities were still average. I am Drake. Upon hearing Chun Shang's question, the boy instinctively replied, but then his expression shifted to one of urgency. But you're a doctor. Doctors are essential logistical support and should not engage in battle. How can a logistician go to war? That is merely conventional wisdom. Who decrees that a doctor cannot fight? The first captain of Whitebeard's crew was a ship's doctor, and he is a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Observing the orange-haired youth, Chun Shang ruffled his hair and guided him into the lounge. Offer him a drink. Stay here and do not wander about. Danger may arise. Wait until I resolve the situation with the pirates before coming out. Having settled Drake, it was not long before Ballas and his crew surrounded the clinic. Are you interested in a little fun, Law? Disregarding the fearsome pirates in Chun Shang's eyes, they were merely a collection of malevolent souls waiting to be extracted, better suited as practice targets for Luo to unleash his latent potential. Naturally, with Chun Shang having engaged in combat for so long, Luo had yet to taste the thrill of battle. Excited by the permission granted, the youth, only in his teens, brimmed with exuberance. Having acquired formidable fruit abilities, yet lacking the opportunity to unleash them, he was practically bursting with anticipation. Be cautious. Pirates do not adhere to any code of conduct during a fight. Remain vigilant against their underhanded tactics. Chun Shang cautioned succinctly before allowing Luo to confront the enemy alone. As Luo approached the door, he encountered Ballas, who was aiming a pistol at the entrance, the noxious scent of his sweat palpable from a distance. Is this just a mere child? How utterly disdainful. Although Luo stood taller than the average person, his youthful visage unmistakably revealed his age, causing veins to bulge on Ballas's forehead, his anger surging uncontrollably. To deal with you, rabble, I alone am sufficient. With that, Luo raised his right hand, and a torrent of liquid metal surged forth, hovering around him and morphing into rows of razor-sharp blades, each shaped through rigorous experimentation to achieve optimal cutting efficiency. Go! With a swift motion of his hand, dozens of blades shot forth, scattering in all directions. It's a fruit ability. Watch your defenses, everyone. Ballas immediately recognized the threat. As a former naval colonel, he possessed tactical knowledge far beyond that of ordinary pirates. However, lacking the requisite strength rendered any strategy futile. Some pirates hastily attempted to defend themselves with their weapons, but to no avail. Their arms, forged from standard materials, met Luo's liquid metal blades as if tofu were striking steel, the severed edges gleaming like polished mirrors. Unimaginable. A blood-curdling scream erupted as a pirate, along with his weapon, was cleaved in two, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Yet Luo's blades remained untouched. Within mere minutes, the once bright street transformed into a gruesome tableau of carnage, sending onlookers fleeing in terror, none daring to witness the unfolding horror. After a period of study, Luo could not yet claim to be a proficient doctor. Yet he possessed an intimate understanding of the human body's vital points and weaknesses. Each strike he delivered was lethal. He recalled Chun Sheng's words. Precision distinguishes slaughter from surgery. One by one, the pirates fell, with the exception of Balorus, who had been deliberately spared. Will you walk in yourself, or shall I escort you? Faced with such a scene, Balorus's body had become rigid, though his gun was trained on Luo. His frozen fingers could not muster the strength to pull the trigger. Move, just move. Striving to exert control over his body, Balorus gazed upon Luo's visage, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable palpitation. Should he truly take action? For reasons unknown, Balorus appeared to perceive an ethereal shadow looming behind his counterpart, a powerful and domineering presence, as if it were destined to occupy the pinnacle of existence. In a moment of bewilderment, Balorus seemed to witness a gaping maw, dripping with blood, lunging toward him. Can such an existence truly resist? If a shot is fired, death is inevitable, is it not? As the illusions dissipated, Balorus found himself still rooted in place. His adversary merely fixated on him, while cold sweat had already soaked through his garments. Let us depart. Nodding towards the entrance, Balorus stumbled in the wake of Luo. Well done. Observing the blood-soaked ground and severed limbs, Chun Sheng complimented Luo with a smile, shifting his attention to Balorus, mindful of the latter's title as a fallen navy. It is said that there are no misappropriated nicknames. Since his moniker bears the mark of fallen, one must ponder the possibility of his soul having succumbed to that fate. Thus, Chun Sheng deliberately instructed Luo to spare his life, intending to bring him back for inquiry, evaluating his worth. Formerly a commander of the 36th Division of the Navy, I wish to know the reasons behind your betrayal and what transgressions followed. Speak truthfully, and I may consider granting you mercy. Chapter 30. The astonishing news of the surgical fruit, though reluctant to admit it, Balorus felt a more formidable presence emanating from the man before him than from Luo. They resembled a pair of tigers, one just departing the confines of its den, the other having long since established dominion over the wilderness, the latter exuding a far greater aura of intimidation. Very well, I was once a lieutenant commander of the 36th Division. Balorus swallowed hard, uttering with difficulty. My departure from the Navy was precipitated by the realization that certain individuals were exploiting the Navy's resources for unsavory deeds. What precisely did you uncover? Chun Sheng inquired. I discovered that my superior, a rear admiral, appeared to have dubious connections with the pirate Don Quixote, Doflamingo. By mere chance, I stumbled upon the Navy's archives, which contained a wealth of information regarding Doflamingo's whereabouts. Yet this intelligence had never reached the Navy headquarters. In other words, our division was fully aware of Doflamingo's movements. Yet this information was meticulously concealed. I did not broadcast my findings. I was merely a humble lieutenant commander. Since then, I became vigilant of my division. In pursuit of further intelligence, I ascended the ranks with fervor, eventually attaining the rank of colonel, and began clandestine investigations into related matters. During my inquiries, I unearthed a more severe issue. The naval bases in the North Sea frequently received substantial amounts of unexplained income, and this was not limited to my division. Virtually every division experienced such mysterious financial influxes. Concurrently, numerous cases were being systematically suppressed across various bases, most of which were intricately linked to the nobility of the North Sea. These kingdoms were clandestinely engaged in extensive illegal activities. Some were trafficking arms. Others were involved in the slave trade, and the Navy, fully aware of these transgressions, did nothing to intervene. The Navy had long ceased to embody the principles of justice. Since the Navy fails to uphold justice and has become complicit with both the aristocracy and pirates alike, why should I not embrace the life of a pirate? With the anger suppressed within him, Balorus finally articulated the thoughts that had long been bottled up, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon hearing Balorus's words, Chun Sheng nodded in agreement, recognizing yet another unfortunate soul, shattered by the profound impact on his worldview. The pirates were strikingly candid. Although one might feel pity for him, It did little to absolve him of the over 40 points of malevolence that marred his existence, an amount considerable enough to warrant a documentary in a past life. So, you gathered a group of people to plunder and pillage across the North Sea? Is this not the essence of a pirate's life? How reasonable. I find myself at a loss for words. Listening to Balorus's unapologetic response, Chun Sheng could only conclude that this man had truly fallen from grace. Initially, Chun Sheng believed that perhaps Balorus had not succumbed entirely to depravity and pondered whether he should stoke the flames further. But now it seemed there was little left for him to do. Thus, let him repent for his sins in the depths of hell. With that, Chun Sheng slipped a digestive aid into Balorus's mouth and discreetly touched his skin with a sheepskin scroll. Following a profound sensation of weightlessness, Balorus was transported to a scorching inferno, where several imps brandished instruments of torture, proclaiming, "Those who do evil shall descend into hell." Like a fleeting dream, the 49 days sped by, and it became evident that Balorus was not the ironclad figure one might expect. Even a true iron block would crumble under the weight of over 40 points of malevolence, let alone an ordinary person. Having endured the torment of torture, Balorus's mind had shattered, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, while his soul was extracted by Chun Sheng and contained within the sheepskin scroll. Remarkably, he had not descended into depravity. Akin to Walpo, it seemed he merely exhibited signs of potential fall. Was it due to insufficient depth of corruption, or some other reason? Upon discovering that Balorus's soul was not one of the damned, Chun Sheng felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he had no means to decipher the conditions that birthed a fallen soul, a mystery that had eluded generations of chaotic pact-makers. However, he did stumble upon an unexpected boon. During the execution, Balorus, after enduring prolonged torment, divulged everything that was to be revealed, and even that which should not have been disclosed. Amongst this confessional was their most significant discovery during this venture, the fabled devil fruit, the surgery fruit. Who would have thought this wretch was the pirate engaged in dealings with the world government? Is this the hand of fate? Although Law had already been cured of his lead disease, he would still cross paths with the surgery fruit. Alas, I have no intention of keeping this hot potato in my hands. The surgical fruit is distinct from other fruits, possessing the ultimate capability to perform an ageless operation that grants eternal life. Consequently, its value is arguably the highest among all fruits, with the world government offering a staggering bounty of 5 billion, ensuring it will attract significant attention from various factions. As the sole immortal in existence, it is unlikely to allow the secrets of the surgical fruit to circulate, for no one desires another immortal to share in their dominion. For Chun Sheng, the allure of immortality is insufficient. Both heaven and hell offer numerous methods to achieve eternal life, transcending mere longevity to attain true immortality. Nonetheless, while he does not intend to embrace this troublesome affair, it does not preclude him from leveraging it for substantial gain. If a gang of pirates can negotiate with the world government, why should he, a law-abiding bounty hunter, not do the same? As for the potential complications arising from the disclosure of the surgical fruit, Chun Sheng remains unfazed. Provided he can secure ample benefits and resources, his growth will undoubtedly surpass that of others. If such progress invites suppression, then the issue of a single fruit becomes inconsequential. The world government, the navy, the revolutionary army, and the pirate factions are all players in this intricate game. The pirates should be dismissed first, as they possess little leverage. The revolutionary army is similarly weak, currently lacking the momentum to threaten the world government and the navy. The navy, as an institution of violence, may not possess a profound yearning for immortality. Rather, it is the celestial dragons who are most desperate for the surgical fruit. However, the specifics will hinge on the mutual valuation of both parties. Chun Sheng, of course, will not settle for mere belly. In many respects, belly is one of the least valuable currencies, merely pieces of paper in a world where countless treasures are priceless. Moreover, there is an intriguing revelation. This individual is, in fact, Drake's father. Chapter 31. The artificial soul. Chun Sheng spent what felt like an eternity in the infernal illusion, while in the external world, only an instant had elapsed. To others, it appeared that after administering a pill to Balorus, he fell into a coma, resembling a vegetative state. Dr. Chun, how is he? Drake halted upon hearing the voice, stepping outside to witness a scene of bloodshed, with Balorus lying on the ground, breathing steadily. I have given him a specially crafted elixir. Those who consume it will enter a state of nearly eternal slumber, sustained by the injection of specific nutrients. For a pirate, this is a commendable fate, Chun Sheng explained, observing Drake with surprise as he realized that Drake was Balorus's son. Why would he choose to inform him? Ah, I see. For pirates, simply remaining alive is a significant blessing. Gazing upon the soulless Borellus, Drake's emotions were a tangled web of complexity. The man he once idolized had become a shadow of his former self, spurring Drake to strive relentlessly to embody the ideals of a virtuous navy. Alas, his father had suddenly forsaken the navy, transforming into a pirate, wreaking havoc and destruction as if he had become an entirely different person, subjecting Drake to both physical and verbal abuse. The drastic metamorphosis of his father left Drake in a state of bewilderment. He could not comprehend why the figure he once revered had devolved into such a being. This abrupt shift plunged him into a prolonged state of confusion, tormenting his heart with unrelenting anguish. Thus, when he learned of his father's intentions to assault Chunsheng, he found himself inexplicably compelled to warn Chunsheng of his father's plans. Moments ago, he had heard the anguished cries emanating from outside, filling him with dread. He feared losing his father, yet he was equally anxious that Chunsheng might fall victim to his father's wrath. Perhaps this would be the most favorable outcome. With a deep sigh, Drake's expression grew intricate. His father had not perished. He had merely succumbed to a deep slumber. In the face of such an ending, he found himself uncertain whether to harbor hatred. Yet one truth remained evident. The tormenting life of piracy had come to an end. No longer would he be compelled to follow in his father's footsteps, engaging in endeavors he loathed. The past had dissipated like a fleeting breeze. The veneration of his childhood and the grievances of his youth had culminated, ushering in a new chapter of existence. I must also express my gratitude for informing me of the arrival of pirates. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chunsheng, primarily a bounty hunter of pirates, possessing some medical knowledge to heal and save lives. What say you? Would you be interested in becoming a bounty hunter of pirates? There are benefits to joining now. Drake remained silent. Chunsheng had no intention of unveiling their connection, instead extending an invitation. Influenced by his father, Drake had cultivated his physique from a young age, establishing a solid foundation with immense potential. A bounty hunter of pirates? Drake pondered for a moment. Since his father had chosen to leave the Navy, it indicated that there must be issues within, compelling such a valiant figure to become as he was now. Reflecting on the various deeds witnessed during his time with the pirate crew, Drake felt no fondness towards them. He would rather follow the man before him as a bounty hunter of pirates. Very well, I humbly request your guidance, senior. After a few moments of contemplation, Drake grasped Chunsheng's hand, consenting to become a bounty hunter of pirates. Allow me to introduce this individual. He is Luo, currently learning alongside me as a bounty hunter of pirates. You and Luo may take some rest and exchange thoughts while I tend to the outside. The messiness could adversely affect business. With that, Chunsheng exited the room, securely locking the door behind him. He scanned the surroundings and, upon discovering no one else was present, pressed the parchment into the pool of blood, softly reciting the words of the underworld. In an instant, a transparent infernal barrier materialized, isolating the vicinity within a radius of several dozen meters. This is one of the exclusive spells of the Chaos Pact, requiring the essence of malevolent souls as fuel for its execution. It temporarily obscures the world's attention, allowing for unique rituals to be performed. Arranging the scattered corpses in various positions, Chunsheng refrained from extracting their souls. Instead, he placed the essences of Balorus and Valpo at the center of the barrier, using the blood upon the ground to inscribe a pattern connecting the two. The agony of human existence, the proliferation of malevolent thoughts, the fallen souls, and the hearts filled with hatred converge here. The blood ritual, employing life and soul as offerings, forges malevolent souls with the potential for corruption, artificially creating pseudo-fallen souls. A multitude of souls is crushed and compressed, forcibly infused into a soul with latent potential. If successful, it yields a pseudo-soul, but failure results in total loss. The value of a pseudo-fallen soul can exceed that of certain fallen souls, contingent upon the quantity of offerings utilized. However, due to the peculiar method of creation, few demons favor them. It is akin to a perfectly grilled steak compared to a paste made from cockroaches. Theoretically, their nutritional value is equivalent. Yet the disparity in flavor and psychological perception is immense. Given the low success rate of the ritual, Chunsheng intended to prepare additional malevolent souls as fuel to assist in the proceedings, only to unexpectedly encounter a soul with potential. Such a soul is the finest nourishment. By adding an extra one, the success rate could rise to approximately 60%, leaving the remainder dependent on the capabilities of the ritual's conductor. Though it was Chunsheng's inaugural attempt at the ritual, he was well equipped. The Devil's Manuscript bore the marks of the Hell King, significantly simplifying the ritual's complexity. This time, Chun Sheng would retain only 2 malevolent souls of the nobility from the kingdom of Goya as a reserve, while the remainder of the souls would be wholly absorbed into the process. Under Chun Sheng's meticulous control, with the essence of Balorus's soul as the focal point, Valpo and hundreds of other souls floated aimlessly around, from which Chun Sheng extracted their quintessence and infused it into Balorus's essence. After a series of intricate operations, a blood-red soul was ultimately preserved in the ledger, devoid of any identity, shrouded in an indistinct chaos. The creation was a success, the pseudo-fallen soul. Upon examining the pseudo-soul he had crafted, Chun Sheng determined its value to be inferior to that of the celestial dragon souls. However, it certainly met the standards of a conventional fallen soul, making it suitable for trade with the old devil. Fortunately, as the hellish barrier had yet to dissipate, there was no need to inscribe the magic circle anew, and Chun Sheng directly contacted the old devil through their pact. Are you finally prepared? Was this grotesque pseudo-soul? Approaching with anticipation, Tolt's spirits were lifted, but upon glimpsing the pseudo-soul in Chun Sheng's grasp, he recoiled as if confronted with a repugnant sight, filled with disdain. Have you considered your own predicament? The time allotted was exceedingly brief. Acquiring a fallen soul is no simple task. You know well that success relies heavily on luck. Finding a malevolent soul with fallen potential is already a daunting challenge. Be content. Chun Sheng felt no pity. He was confident that the old devil would accept the offering. Although it might be somewhat distasteful to the devil, its fundamental functions remained intact. Now, let us proceed with our transaction. Chapter 32. A rare martial arts prodigy having exited the hellish barrier, the corpses and bloodstains on the ground have been incinerated cleanly. And Chun Sheng sensed a transformation within his own soul, casting doubt upon the old devil's words. You have fused with this remnant soul. From this day forth, you shall be a 1 in a million martial arts genius. In mere days, you will master all forms of combat, and within half a month, you shall be ready to embark on your journey. With diligent practice over 6 months, you will comprehend its essence even more profoundly than the founders themselves. The old devil ultimately accepted the trade, though his countenance was grim, his already aged features drawn taut like that of a donkey. Upon returning to the clinic, Chun Sheng observed Luo engaged in a spirited exchange with Drake. The best form of communication among young, aspiring pirate hunters was through sparring, as camaraderie among men is often forged through the strength of their fists. Watching the two spar, Chun Sheng suddenly perceived a shift in his vision. He could distinctly see the angles of power in their bodies, anticipate the trajectory of each other's next moves, identify vulnerabilities, and comprehend the principles underlying their techniques. This was the mark of a true martial arts prodigy. Chun Sheng was astonished. With merely a glance, he could discern the deficiencies of both individuals, particularly noting that most of Luo's abilities were derived from Professor Chun Sheng. Given that Chun Sheng's techniques were predominantly lethal, it was inevitable that in their daily sparring sessions, he would hold back somewhat. In contrast, Derek, under his father's tutelage, had mastered the conventional naval combat techniques, showcasing a fighting style that emphasized stability. However, Luo's body was enhanced by the powers of a devil fruit, rendering him superior in raw potential, even when Luo restrained his movements. It remained a challenge for Derek to defend himself. From a technical standpoint, Derek's foundational skills were considerably stronger than Luo's, and with the acquisition of a formidable devil fruit, his combat prowess could escalate swiftly. Alas, the ancient dragon-type devil fruits were prohibitively expensive, requiring the essence of a fallen soul for exchange. Even Chun Sheng found it arduous to procure another ancient dragon-type fruit, having to settle for selecting potent varieties from other non-dragon-type creatures. All right, that was a good practice. Let's take a break. Chun Sheng called to the two, instructing them, Luo, tidy up the room and find a place for Derek to stay. Given the recent events, we shall refrain from business today. I'll step outside to fetch some food. After you organize the room, remember to review the knowledge I imparted to you. Derek, you should rest well. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you some combat techniques and the essential skills required as a pirate hunter. Today, focus on recuperating and regaining your strength. Donning a coat from the hanger, Chun Sheng set off in search of a location where Balorus had concealed the surgical fruit. According to the information he gathered in the illusion, the fruit was hidden in a secret compartment within the captain's quarters of the pirate ship. A few crew members likely remained aboard to guard the ship, though it was uncertain if they had caught wind of the news and fled. Since Balorus's demise, scarcely an hour had passed. Even if the remaining crew received word and departed immediately, Chun Sheng's agility would allow him to catch up. Upon reaching the dock, Chun Sheng observed the frantic remnants of Balorus's crew hastily transporting supplies, evidently preparing to set sail. Gathering his strength, Chun Sheng leapt onto the deck of the pirate ship. swiftly dispatching the guards. He then entered the captain's quarters, meticulously searching as per Balorus's instructions. Indeed, the surgical fruit was located there. Gazing at the small heart-shaped fruit in his hand, which symbolized an immense sum of 5 billion berries, Chun Sheng felt a slight quickening of his heartbeat. After acquiring the surgical fruit, he confirmed that there were no survivors left aboard the pirate ship and used a dragon breath bomb to obliterate the entire vessel. Watching it engulfed in flames, the significance of the surgical fruit was paramount. The fewer people who were aware of it, the better. As these crew members had not yet disseminated the news, it inadvertently benefited Chun Sheng. Upon returning home and sharing dinner with 2 companions, Chun Sheng, during his rest, once again entered into the dream of inheritance. Unlike his previous experiences, this time the dream focused on the martial arts techniques acquired through dealings with the old devil, shifting the method of inheritance from teaching to combat. Within the dream, Chun Sheng was compelled to engage in battles against masters employing diverse martial art styles. The fights were to be conducted without restraint. All he needed was to perceive his opponent's moves and replicate them to achieve success. In times past, such encounters might have drained Chun Sheng's energy, but with his newfound martial arts aptitude, these battles unfolded like instructional videos. That very night, he discerned the tactics of the first combat master and defeated him using the same methods. The sole disappointment lay in the fact that the inheritance provided by the old devil was, as always, lacking. The duration of the dream was brief, lasting only half a day, thus significantly constraining Chun Sheng's learning pace. The following day, as per routine, Chun Sheng opened his establishment for business. Luo assisted him in treating patients, while Drake attended to various tasks around the shop, aiding with reception and maintaining cleanliness. In terms of combat training, Luo's focus remained on assassination techniques, where Si Yinlong's ability to manipulate metal, combined with assassination skills, yielded far greater power than the techniques themselves. Chun Sheng merely needed to identify the discrepancies in Luo's combat movements. Drake's training continued to emphasize reinforcing the fundamentals, particularly correcting the ingrained improper actions he had developed over the years. Although many of these postures were imparted by the Navy, Chun Sheng perceived them as imperfect in his current perspective. Given that Drake had trained for several years, rectifying these habits would require a gradual approach. During his leisure time, Chun Sheng delved into the dynamics of the North Sea. Each of the 4 seas possessed its unique characteristics, with the North Sea characterized by the overt and covert power struggles among various kingdoms in Germa. Renowned as the scientific kingdom, Germa 66 sought to unify the North Sea, while other kingdoms were unwilling to submit, secretly forming alliances to resist Germa, which led to repeated failures for Kaji's forces. However, Germa's continuous supply of troops and the presence of the great scientist Kaji propelled its technological advancements far beyond those of the North Sea nations, making defeat merely a matter of time. Consequently, the kingdoms of the North Sea, leveraging their influence within the world government, colluded with the Navy to engage in extensive illicit dealings, amassing vast profits while simultaneously acquiring the strength to contend with Germa. Thus, the North Sea was rife with a complex web of intricate relationships, where the slightest movement could trigger widespread repercussions. Chapter 33. Kingdom of Sunflower. This intricate web of relationships may appear troublesome, yet it can also serve as a promising point of leverage, if navigated skillfully. It could yield substantial rewards. In the late hours of the night, Chun Sheng, having undergone extensive training and daily practice, has now mastered all assassination techniques and a significant portion of martial arts, thus earning his place among the elite. Temporarily entrusting the clinic to Luo, Chun Sheng ventures alone to one of the kingdoms of Beihai, the Kingdom of Sunflower. This is a nation of moderate rank among the countries of the Northern Sea, its strength encompassing 1/8 of the region, far surpassing that of the diminutive Eastern Sea's Goya Kingdom. The city of Sunshine serves as the capital of the Sunflower Kingdom, where security is exceptionally tight. It is rumored that the kingdom's mightiest swordsman is capable of rivaling a naval vice-admiral, ensuring that no miscreants dare to wreak havoc here. Unfortunately, with the arrival of Chun Sheng, the tranquility of this place is destined to come to an end. The forsaken wanderer, the one who does not return, draws his sword, and blood follows in its wake. Currently, the art of assassination has reached its zenith. It is time to etch legends in the shadows. Today, Chun Sheng's target is the mayor of the city of Sunshine, a man of awkward stature, yet notorious for his nefarious deeds. As the capital of the Sunflower Kingdom, the mayor's authority is largely overshadowed by that of the king, leaving little room for autonomous governance. On the surface, the mayor appears to be a mere puppet. Yet beneath this facade, he orchestrates the nation's illicit enterprises, wielding control over its shadowy industries. The Sunflower Kingdom possesses a significant portion of the Northern Sea's mineral resources, boasting a plethora of weapon technicians and artisans, capable of exporting vast quantities of arms each year. A considerable amount of weaponry in the black market hails from this land. Beyond arms trafficking, the kingdom's gambling sector is equally renowned, with several prominent casino cities, where substantial funds are funneled into the support of numerous violent factions, all under the mayor's dominion. As the mastermind behind a nation's underworld, the mayor of the city of Sunshine employs highly skilled tactics, flanked by 2 elite bodyguards who have previously subdued a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. There are new movements from Germa. They seem poised to venture into the Eastern Sea. Should we take action? On the surface, the mayor presents as an inept aristocrat. Yet by night, he reigns as a formidable power in the underground realm, with spies scattered throughout the kingdom. Perusing the latest intelligence, the mayor furrows his brow, pondering Germa's intentions in the Eastern Sea. This region is the weakest and least valuable among the 4 seas. And Germa's technology is at least decades ahead of that of the East. What could they possibly seek there? After a moment of contemplation, he addresses his subordinate. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Previously, I instructed you to liaise with the Navy to obtain the research findings of Vegapunk. How goes that endeavor? Report, my lord, there has been no progress thus far. The Navy is exceedingly stringent in its secrecy regarding Vegapunk and the experimental plans. Our contacts have found no breakthrough. That is of little consequence. This is a long-term strategy. Vegapunk is the most brilliant scientist of the past 5 centuries. With his assistance, we shall no longer need to fear the threat posed by Germa, and we may even unify the Northern Sea in one fell swoop. Upon hearing that the plan had made no progress, Wuxing nodded slightly, having long anticipated such an outcome. After all, this was Vegapunk, and it would be remarkable for the Navy to relinquish their hold so easily. Master Wuxing, there is another matter. Recently, 2 pirate hunters have checked into Tuggle Port under the guise of doctors. They have clandestinely eliminated several individuals and disrupted the balance of Tuggle Port. Should we intervene and exact some form of retribution? A mere group of pirate hunters is not our concern. They are not our targets. There is no need to involve ourselves. Others will undoubtedly deal with them in due course. Let us refrain from meddling in affairs that do not pertain to us. After all, we are creatures of the shadows. Indeed, my lord, I understand. Depart. Germa was preparing to venture to the East Sea, which meant that Sanji would soon be abandoned. From the shadows of the room, Chun Sheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news. Among Germa's experimental children, Sanji was the only one who had not awakened enhanced capabilities. Gaji regarded him as a failed experiment and confined him to the dungeon, subsequently sending him to the East Sea to be discarded. Perhaps I am in need of a chef. Reflecting on Sanji's identity, Chun Sheng pinched his chin. As a potential ally for the future Pirate King, Chun Sheng recognized Sanji's potential, which far surpassed that of his brothers. Noting this intelligence in his mind, Chun Sheng emerged from the shadows and approached Wuxing, who was still engrossed in his work, easily subduing him. The 2 guards outside remained oblivious to Chun Sheng's silent entry, standing idly at their post. Although Wuxing commanded the underground realm of the kingdom, his personal strength was unremarkable, and he was swiftly knocked unconscious with a single strike. Sensing the overwhelming evil emanating from Wuxing, which exceeded several hundred points, Chun Sheng drew him into the Hell Illusion, commencing a 49-day period of punishment. The torments within the Hell Illusion were tailored to the nature of the crimes committed. The more heinous the transgression, the more severe the suffering, with Wuxing's evil value soaring into the hundreds, even summoning a great demon within the illusion. The brutal torment shattered his mind within 3 days, leaving only a hollow shell of a soul, which fragmented further under the subsequent punishments. Was it true that a high evil value rendered one unsuitable for punishment? Observing the shattered soul before him, Chun Sheng felt a deep sense of regret. The punishments in the illusion could refine the soul and enhance its quality, yet the capacity of the soul to endure had its limits. Surpassing these limits resulted in fragmentation. In the future, greater caution must be exercised in utilizing the illusion. Through the lingering fragments of the 5 voices soul and the revelations he imparted within the realm of illusion, Chun Sheng gleaned a wealth of information concerning the underground forces of the Sunflower Kingdom. Having acquired the intelligence he sought, Chun Sheng proceeded to eliminate the corporeal form of the 5 voices, employing the blood that flowed forth to inscribe the symbol of the Eye of Hell upon the wall before turning to depart. By the following dawn, rumors erupted throughout the streets of Beihai, alleging that the nefarious elements of the Sunflower Kingdom had discovered the whereabouts of a surgery fruit and intended to surrender it to the world government in exchange for berries. However, an unforeseen betrayal marred their plans, leading to the exposure of traitors and the introduction of a new cadre of assassins. The underground overlord of the Sunflower Kingdom, the Five Voices, fell victim to assassination, leaving behind clues from the perpetrator who absconded with the fruit, indicating that a public transaction would transpire within a week's time. On the same day, similar whispers spread across various islands and kingdoms, with a content largely consistent. In a heartbeat, the emergence of the surgery fruit captured the attention of all nations, prompting them to verify the veracity of the claims, including Germa. Naturally, as one of the principal players in this affair, the Sunflower Kingdom was the first to receive intelligence, leading the king to personally seek out the Five Voices, only to discover a lifeless corpse. "What have you two been doing? You stand idly by while a man is murdered," the king bellowed at the two guards stationed outside, gazing upon the body of the Five Voices. "Your Majesty, we have made every effort to maintain vigilance, but there was truly no disturbance last night." The two guards, drenched in cold sweat, were seized by dread as they realized their employer had been slain without their knowledge. The consequences of failing to provide an explanation would surely be dire. "I grant you one opportunity. If you can uncover the organization of the murderer and related intelligence, I shall spare one of you. Otherwise, you shall accompany the Five Voices. Rest assured, we shall fulfill the task." Chapter 34. The secret transaction alongside the incident involving the surgery fruit, the assassin organization known as the Unreturned emerged, a previously unrecognized entity that had audaciously accomplished such a significant deed, captivating the attention of many. Unreturned? This quality is rather intriguing. A newly emerged assassin organization, is it? They commenced by eliminating the Five Voices. Indeed, a formidable foe. The surgery fruit has surfaced as well? Truly, we are ushering in a capricious era. New assassins, you say? I wonder if they possess the capability to eliminate my old adversaries. Ha ha ha. The information circulating externally painted a vivid picture, as though someone had witnessed the events firsthand. Moreover, reports from spies in the Sunflower Kingdom confirmed that the rumors aligned perfectly with the internal circumstances, solidifying the convictions of many skeptics. The rumored location of the transaction remained on the island of Rubeck in Beihai, where various dark forces would converge, some seeking to purchase, others hoping to profit, while many merely sought to take advantage of the chaos. In any case, it promised to be a tumultuous clash. And amidst it all, the orchestrator of this entire affair lay quietly upon the bed in his clinic, luxuriating in the comfort of a spacious mattress. These days have been spent in tranquility, attending to patients and offering guidance to Luo and Drake regarding their training. Time has swiftly passed, and one morning, Chun Sheng awakened the two, stating, "Let us depart. From today onwards, this establishment may close its doors. We shall venture outside and expose you to the wonders of the world. Are we not staying? The property has already been acquired. It seems a pity to leave together now." Luo and Drake expressed their surprise at the thought of leaving, having grown accustomed to their serene existence. What is this a matter? Once you become a pirate hunter, financial concerns will be trivial. Moreover, what is a pirate hunter without the baptism of battle? Your skills are already well honed. What remains is merely the experience of real combat. Skills untested in the crucible of conflict are but empty displays. Only through the trials of bloodshed can one truly enter the fold. Rubeck Island is not far from Tuggle Port. A boat journey would take merely half a day, and Chun Sheng was in no hurry to set sail. Upon arriving at the pier, they discovered that nearly all vessels bound for Rubeck Island had been commandeered by various kingdoms and underground factions, leaving only a few fishermen's boats offering exorbitant fares for passage. What chaotic scene! The instigator of this turmoil remarked, oblivious to the disorder surrounding him, where skirmishes over boats erupted sporadically, occasionally resulting in fatalities. Fortunately, Chun Sheng had anticipated this situation. He led his two disciples to the naval base, where they approached a navy vessel. An officer who had been in contact with Chun Sheng promptly appeared, inviting them aboard. "Good day, Mr. Chun. If you do not mind, please join us." In the early days of his arrival at Tuggle Port, Chun Sheng had routinely delivered drug pirates to the Navy, enhancing his reputation and placing him on the cusp of promotion, thus earning him the respect of the Navy officer. "Then I shall impose," Chun Sheng replied without hesitation, leading Luo and Drake onto the warship, marveling at its opulence, which far surpassed that of the EC's vessels. Is this the pirate hunter you spoke of? What an amusing young fellow." A hearty laugh erupted as the black-haired Carp stepped forth, keenly observing Chun Sheng and his two apprentices. Accompanying Carp was an elderly lady, Vice Admiral Tru. The two old partners were once again together in action. "Admiral Carp, as per your instructions, we have prepared Mr. Chen's quarters," the naval officer reported with a bow. "Well done. Show those two young gentlemen to their rooms for rest. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Chun, Carp instructed, returning the bow. Yes, you may follow for some rest. According to rumors, transactions commence at night. It would be wise to conserve your energy, as a fierce battle may ensue. Then I shall gladly comply. Upon receiving the command, the officer escorted Luo and Drake to their quarters for rest, while Chunsheng followed the two into the warship's command room. Accompanied by Carp and Crane, they entered the ship's cabin, where the atmosphere grew notably heavy. It was unexpected that the Ope no Mi would be in your possession, and the elaborate fabrication of such rumors to deceive the opponent is quite remarkable. Speak, what exactly do you desire? Once inside the room, Crane's demeanor turned serious as he inquired first. Spare me your negotiation tactics. Your intelligence network cannot possibly be unaware of my presence, can it? The commotion I caused in the East Blue was considerable, and this pressure cannot sway me. The aura of the two formidable figures before me is extraordinary. A pirate of lesser psychological fortitude would likely divulge everything by now. However, Chunsheng remained remarkably at ease, feeling not the slightest pressure. Chunsheng, an enigmatic user of a devil fruit, suspected to be a mythical zoan of a dragon, possesses the ability of swift flight. Your disciple is also a rare devil fruit user, believed to wield the mercury fruit, capable of manipulating liquid metal and cloaking his appearance with it. No one has yet glimpsed his true visage. Drake, the son of the former Navy officer Barrels, has followed your tutelage since your victory over him. To date, you have claimed the lives of 436 pirates, amassing a bounty of 188 million berries. Having eradicated the majority of pirate crews in the East Blue with bounties exceeding 3 million, and established the town of 7 heroes in the Goa Kingdom, directly leading to a coup within its government. You have been evaluated by headquarters as one of the most promising newcomers at sea, with the recommendation to strive for enlistment in the Navy, with the ultimatum being to avoid joining the pirates or opposing the world government. Mr. Chun, we have gathered some information regarding your situation, and now I wish to discuss the particulars of this transaction. Admiral Crane quietly recited all known intelligence about Chunsheng, outlining the Navy's bottom line. Observing Chunsheng's unperturbed demeanor, Crane sighed softly and began to elucidate the details of the trade. From a Navy side, I can offer a bid of 2 billion berries, along with the rust fruit and the gas fruit as part of the exchange, and provide a fake Ope no Mi as a replacement. The transaction will remain confidential, ensuring no rumors will escape, and your plans will remain unaffected. That is far too little. Chunsheng shook his head, exclaiming, to exchange a fruit valued at 5 billion for merely 2 billion and 2 devil fruits? There is absolutely no sincerity in this offer. The 5 billion is merely a fa-ade. Most devil fruits do not surpass 1 billion in value, and the gas fruit, being a Logia type, is already a generous price, Admiral Crane explained. However, I find that fa-ade quite appealing. Chunsheng retrieved the Ope no Mi from his pocket, delicately examining it. In his large hand, the fruit resembled a lychee. Now let us hear the offer from the world government. Surely, they will not disappoint me? Upon hearing Chunsheng's words, Admiral, he felt a sense of helplessness. If it were within her power, she would not wish for the surgical fruit to fall into the hands of the world government, which harbored countless unspeakable darkness. Once in their possession, many cruel experiments, which had hitherto existed solely in theory, would soon become a grim reality. However, despite the Navy's vast resources, their daily expenditures were equally substantial. In a short span of time, the cash they could muster was limited, while the treasures in the hands of the nobility within the world government were beyond measure. Even a slight leak would surpass what the Navy could offer. The world government had placed a price of 4 billion berries, along with the Moku no Mi and the Rakogama no Mi. Upon hearing the world government's offer, Chunsheng nodded in satisfaction. The value of the Moku no Mi far exceeded that of the Navy's 2 fruits, while the Rakogama no Mi served merely as a filler. This was indeed a sincere offer. However, Chunsheng suggested that the Rakogama no Mi be exchanged for Vegapunk's technology that allowed weapons to consume devil fruits, which could justify a reduction in the monetary figure. He inquired whether the world government had a representative, as he had contacted both the Navy and the world government early on to compare prices. Now that the Navy's representative had appeared, the world government still lacked anyone. The world government's demands are fixed. You cannot alter them, Admiral, he explained. However, the Navy's offer can be adjusted. We also possess technology that allows weapons to consume devil fruits, albeit limited to zone-type fruits. Besides berries, we have other resources at our disposal. What can you provide? Chunsheng remained skeptical about the absence of CP agents, suspecting that they might already be among the Navy personnel. Nevertheless, he considered that in such critical matters, The other side would not dare to conceal the world government's offer. With the world government's price established, subsequent negotiations would surely proceed more smoothly. 20 billion berries remains unchanged. We can provide real-time intelligence on pirates, and in addition, there is a wealth of information unrelated to Navy secrets that we can share with you. As a bounty hunter, you must understand the importance of intelligence. Admiral, he reiterated her offer. I do not require such things. Let us discuss other matters, Chun Sheng replied. Razanandi, a secret undercover agent for Admiral Sengoku, held a position of high confidentiality within Navy. Although Admiral, he was aware of Razanandi's identity. She remained oblivious to the clandestine dealings between Sengoku and Chun Sheng. Is it not satisfactory? Admiral, he asked, feeling perplexed and unsure of what to offer. The initial berries and fruits could not be diminished, and on this foundation, Chun Sheng expressed his intention to establish a bounty hunter organization. I require the full support of the Navy, including essential land resources, weaponry, and scientific technology. Furthermore, I need some Navy personnel to serve as part-time members of my hunter organization to lend it credibility. As Chun Sheng articulated his demands, Admiral, he fell into deep contemplation, realizing that his requests exceeded her expectations. Initially, she had thought he merely sought some financial gain, but his ambitions appeared far grander. Please hold on. General Crane retrieved a communication device and dialed a number, the voice of Marshal Steelbone Kong resonating from the other end. Is that you, little Crane? What troubles you? Marshal Kong, it is as follows. He recounted Chun Sheng's requests. Kong responded swiftly. Is it that ambitious young lad again? Not long ago, the warring states mentioned him to me. Now you find yourselves entangled with him as well. Inform him that I am willing to acquiesce to these terms, but only if he can demonstrate the capacity to maintain stability in the ocean. If he possesses such ability, then all matters are negotiable. Did you hear that? These are our stipulations, General Crane remarked, casting a glance at Chun Sheng. Isn't this merely a blood oath? I comprehend, yet under such circumstances, I must demand an additional devil fruit. An empty promise cannot equate to the value of the surgical fruit, Chun Sheng stated. What a greedy young man. General Crane expressed his discontent. This is not greed, this is shrewdness. In a transaction, one must ensure that value is reciprocated, Chun Sheng replied with a hint of arrogance. He dares to haggle with the demon lords. Trading with the Navy poses him no pressure at all. Thus, the deal is struck, you greedy youth. Ultimately, General Crane conceded to Chun Sheng's demands and added a gum fruit to the arrangement. Let's sign the contract, Chun Sheng declared, producing a document adorned with two skull symbols, seemingly gazing intently at both parties involved in the agreement. He inscribed the terms of the transaction, signing his name with a flourish before handing it to General Crane. What significance does signing such a clandestine contract hold? It only heightens the chances of exposure. General Crane inquired, furrowing his brow. At present, it remains a secret, but the future may prove otherwise. Moreover, should there be unfulfilled promises, how will you handle defaulting? Chun Sheng had ample justifications at his disposal. As long as he retained control over the transaction, General Crane could not refuse such trivial requests. After a final glance at the contract, General Crane picked up the pen and affixed his signature. Congratulations to both of you. This item shall henceforth belong to you. Remember to deliver the agreed-upon items and fruits. Tossing the surgical fruit into General Crane's hands, Chun Sheng, observing the still dark-haired Garp, could not resist extending an invitation. I have long heard of the Navy hero Garp. Shall we engage in a brief spar? Chun Sheng, curious about the disparity between his abilities and those of the top combatants in the pirate world, did not wish to miss this opportunity under secured conditions. The recent negotiations had lulled Garp into a deep slumber, but upon hearing Chun Sheng's invitation, he awoke with laughter, exclaiming, "Good lad, I admire your spirit. Let us proceed. It has been a while since I last exercised." Garp raised his arms, cracking his knuckles, and led Chun Sheng to the deck, positioning themselves 20 meters apart, ready to confront one another. Given the multitude of vessels around us, shall we keep it light? Agreed. Surrounding the scene, numerous naval officers gathered upon hearing the news, drawn together to witness this fierce contest. The naval hero, Garp, was renowned far and wide, and not everyone possessed the audacity to challenge him. Alongside the Navy were Law and Drake, who had only just set down their burdens when they caught wind of Chun Sheng's intention to spar with Garp. Upon their arrival on the deck, the atmosphere between Chun Sheng and Garp was palpably tense, as if the very air pressure had diminished, heralding an imminent clash. Chapter 35. Sparring with Garp in the face of Garp, Chun Sheng harbored no thoughts of retreat. He initiated the encounter by swallowing a blue wave ball, entering a state of enhancement. Blue wave ball, Dragon Chi enhancement. This newly developed state, Dragon Chi enhancement, allowed Qinsheng to unleash a more potent dragon energy through the amplification of his dragon jade, stimulating his body to attain formidable strength. Should he choose to disregard all caution, he could enter a frenzied state, exponentially increasing his power, albeit at the peril of sustaining severe injuries from the chaotic energy. In this dragon chi-enhanced state, the dragon jade within Qinsheng's chest began to swell and expand, with portions even protruding from the fissures in his torso. An immense volume of air was drawn into his body, and the entire vessel could sense the air converging towards him. The air transformed into dragon energy, a crimson luminescence coursing through his veins, reaching every cell within him. As the capillaries ruptured, his skin flushed red, and his azure eyes morphed into a vivid scarlet. Amidst the excruciating pain lay immense power. Dragon energy seeped from the interstices of his scales, his right hand morphing into a claw, with his wings and legs propelling him. Qinsheng surged forward at an astonishing speed. In a series of explosive bursts, his velocity eclipsed the technique known as shave, and he appeared before Karp in the blink of an eye. A forceful strike aimed directly at Karp was effortlessly countered by the latter's arm. Enveloped in a layer of dark-hued haki, the book's default color for armament haki, Qinsheng's lethal claw met Karp's haki, and sparks flickered at the intersection of their powers. What formidable strength! Karp exclaimed in astonishment as he absorbed Qinsheng's blow. More than the sheer force. Karp was acutely aware of the peril posed by Qinsheng's devil fruit abilities. Those razor-sharp claws instilled a sense of danger, leading him to believe that without haki, his flesh and blood would falter against such an attack. In the world of pirates, those skilled in physical combat predominantly relied on armament haki. Although their physical prowess surpassed that of the majority, they remained flesh and blood, not transcending the limits of humanity. Except for Big Mom, who was born a living steel balloon, very few could endure haki and gunfire purely through their physical might. With no thought of underestimating his opponent, Karp's other fist transformed into the same dark hue, launching a fierce assault towards Qinsheng's abdomen. In response, Qinsheng unleashed dragon energy from his wings, twisting his body in an almost impossible manner, and directed his left elbow toward Karp. In yet another collision, this time Karp took the initiative. Qinsheng felt an overwhelming force as he was propelled backward by Karp's terrifying strength. Haki, possessing an unparalleled talent for martial arts. Qinsheng discerned that Karp's strike did not possess such formidable strength. It was only through the augmentation of haki that such power could be unleashed. Yet, the question lingered. Why was he unable to perceive it? Releasing the tension from his body, Qinsheng floated in midair, intending to attempt the mastery of armament haki. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of grasping the intricacies of the technique. This is, after all, not merely a combat skill, but rather a unique form of vital energy akin to inner strength, the mysteries of which cannot be discerned through talent alone. Let's try once more. Reappearing before Karp, Qinsheng extended both hands, launching a tempest of strikes from various angles aimed at Karp's vital points. The technique, turbulent flow, all directions obliterated, unleashed a dragon-like energy that shimmered with indistinct crimson afterimages, reminiscent of chaotic currents in the deep sea. The relentless barrage of attacks came from all sides, rendering evasion nearly impossible. This skill, inherited from a master of rapid punches, had been refined to meld with the form of dragon claws, resulting in diminished resistance and enhanced speed. Were this a true battle, Karp would undoubtedly respond with a powerful punch, adept at countering all flamboyant displays. However, as this was a sparring session, Karp was equally eager to gauge Qinsheng's prowess. Thus, he enveloped himself in the armor of haki, bracing himself against Qinsheng's assault. A resonant thud echoed as Qinsheng's fists fell like raindrops, the sparks and ripples obscuring both figures. As the noise subsided and the brilliance faded, Karp stood unscathed. In the brief span of mere seconds, Qinsheng unleashed thousands of strikes. While not every blow was delivered with utmost force, at least 70 to 80% of his strength was behind each one. Yet, even this ferocity could not penetrate Karp's haki, a testament to the formidable strength he possessed. Exhausted from his efforts, Qinsheng acknowledged his defeat upon witnessing Karp's intact condition. The armor of haki, Qinsheng perceived it as the key to unlocking the gateway to the realm of the strong. Had he possessed this ability, Karp would not have found this sparring session so effortless. Quite impressive. Young man, you possess such strength. The future ultimately belongs to you, Karp remarked, relieved to see Qinsheng fatigued. This lad's explosive power was astonishing, with hundreds of strikes landing in the same spot, while occasionally targeting other vital points, preventing him from concentrating his haki in a single area. Such a degree of assault placed considerable pressure on Karp, who was nearly breached by an individual devoid of haki. Karp was indeed taken aback. Upon hearing Karp's assessment, Admiral Tsuru displayed a look of astonishment. She was well aware of her old friend's capabilities and had never witnessed a junior naval officer receive such high praise. It appears he is quite an extraordinary young man, though regrettably, he harbors little fondness for the Navy. Based on the available intelligence, Admiral Tsuru had been in contact with Lack from the East Blue, who had extended multiple invitations to Chung Sheng to join the Navy, all of which were met with clear refusals. It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations. It has been long since she encountered a young individual brimming with ambition. Should he succeed, who should we designate to lend their name? Karp inquired. We must not underestimate this matter. I believe it would be most appropriate to assign a capable vice admiral to lead, selecting several elite members from the academy, Tsuru contemplated. Chung Sheng's ability to attract such a multitude to Rubeck Island suggests he has grand aspirations. According to the intelligence gathered, it can be confirmed that the forces arriving include the Don Quixote pirates, the Gecko Moria pirates, Germa Kingdom, and various shadowy figures from numerous kingdoms. Rubeck Island is poised to descend into unprecedented chaos. The thought of the evening's trading event gave Admiral Tsuru a headache. Fortunately, the surgery fruit had arrived early, alleviating many uncertainties. I hope this young man can prove himself. If he can establish a name for himself, perhaps the proposal for the 7 warlords could be rescinded. Reflecting on the recent proposal put forth by the world government regarding the 7 warlords, Admiral Tsuru felt an even greater weight on her mind. Granting pirates legal status to balance the scales against other pirates undoubtedly slaps the Navy in the face. However, the present Navy finds itself somewhat powerless, unable to rein in the increasingly rampant pirates, and is at a loss to provide a robust response to the world government's proposal. If the abolition of the 7 warlord system could be achieved, I'm certain many vice admirals would not hesitate to lend their names as a means of repaying a favor, even if he himself remains unaware. Within the Navy, most of the leading figures in warfare are resistant to the 7 warlord system. Should Chung Sheng influence the implementation of this system, he would undoubtedly win the favor of these commanders. Redirecting her focus to the trading event tonight, Admiral Tsuru fixed her gaze upon a bounty poster, a face obscured by sunglasses reflected in her eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, we must capture Don Quixote Doflamingo this time. We cannot allow him to continue his arrogance, lest we face dire consequences. Chapter 36. Rubeck Island within the storeroom of a naval vessel. Chung Sheng beheld the goods of his transaction. 2 billion berries, in the form of gold, were neatly stacked, accompanied by 2 devil fruits ensconced within small boxes. Due to the soft candy fruit and the devil fruit technology being supplementary clauses, they would be dispatched later. Oh, what a fortune! Entering the warehouse with his 2 disciples, the golden radiance seemed blinding, causing Luo and Drake to fumble their coconuts, which fell to the ground with a thud. After witnessing the battle between Chun Sheng and Kapu, they were about to express their astonishment when Chun Sheng interrupted them and brought them here. The successive shocks left them momentarily dazed, their minds blank. All of this belongs to us, so make sure to keep an eye on it, Chun Sheng instructed them. Moreover, I wish to discuss tonight's arrangements. Ensure the main gate is securely closed. This place is absolutely safe and soundproof. Tonight, I intend to keep everyone on the island except for the Navy and Germa. What? How is that even possible? The 2 stared wide-eyed, struggling to fathom Chun Sheng's words. Leaving everyone behind? Surely you jest? What is impossible about this? The most troublesome among them are the pirate crews of Doflamingo and Moria. The rest, comprising the nation's underworld and those greedy marauders drawn by the scent of blood, are nothing but a rabble. If my assumptions are correct, even without my intervention, they would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Given Doflamingo's insatiable desire for the Op no Mi, the moment I appear on the island with the fruit in hand, he will immediately deploy his birdcage to prevent my departure. At that point, it will become a veritable hunting ground. Tonight, Luo, do not set foot on the island. I will give you instructions. Upon receiving them, destroy all vessels capable of leaving. Leave none behind. We shall catch them like fish in a barrel. Drake, since you lack a devil fruit, your task tonight is to eliminate 50 pirate lackeys. Achieve that, and I shall reward you. As they deliberated their strategy, dusk approached, and the warship arrived at a small island not far from Rubeck Island. With the counterfeit Op no Mi in hand, Chun Sheng stealthily entered Rubeck Island with Drake, while Luo transformed into a silver dragon and concealed himself on a nearby large reef. At that moment, Rubeck Island was teeming with various factions, each on high alert, claiming their own small territories. Were the rumors true? Who could say? At least, I had not heard of this organization. Surely no one would dare deceive. So many? Were they not afraid of death? As the factions debated the veracity of the news, an abrupt, discordant voice echoed through the air. Who? When did this happen? Did anyone see? The speaker was a member of a national underworld group, masked and cloaked in voluminous garb, even altering their voice, yet their fear was palpable. What has transpired? I do not know. Those are people from the White Tower Kingdom, and they seem utterly terrified. Look quickly at the supply area. Is there not an additional note? Soon, the reason became apparent. Among the supplies of all factions, a slip of paper had silently appeared, bearing only a few brief lines, a treasured prize, to be claimed by the worthy. Only the last one standing on the island may partake in the transaction. When, holding the note in hand, the various factions were struck with both astonishment and dread, realizing they had been oblivious to the intruder's presence. If one could silently infiltrate their supply tents, it was evident that their own defenses were inadequate against the foe. A truly formidable assassin, Don Quixote Doflamingo, accompanied by his cadre from the Don Quixote family, had also landed on the island, receiving the same ominous note. Doflamingo, too, was unable to detect the whereabouts of Chunsheng. As he stared at the paper, veins throbbed on his forehead, his mood decidedly darkened. When had he ever been subjected to such a threat? What should we do, Doflamingo? Inquired Toribol, whose nose was running profusely as he approached Doflamingo, gazing at the island before them. The adversaries had issued a challenge. There was no reason to decline. Onward to the island. Under Doflamingo's command, 3 core members, accompanied by a throng of followers, ventured into Rubeck Island. Hee. Dr. Hogback, with this surgery fruit, will you be able to create even more formidable zombies? Moria tossed aside the note he held, his gaze lingering on it. Master, with the surgery fruit in my possession, I shall undoubtedly forge the mightiest legion of zombies. Dr. Hogback envisioned the power of the surgery fruit, rumored to grant immortality and resurrection. Should he consume it, he could truly resurrect Sindora. Let us proceed. Let them behold my army of the undead. As Doflamingo and Moria's pirate crews made their entrance, Chunsheng recognized the opportune moment. Standing atop the highest peak, he unleashed several dragon breath projectiles into the sky, their crimson glow illuminating the night, heralding the onset of conflict. You dare! A flash of red light was followed by a piercing scream. A minion from the White Tower Kingdom fell lifeless to the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the neighboring nation, as if he had something to convey. The demise of that minion was merely the beginning, swiftly followed by a cacophony of anguished cries erupting from various encampments. Someone has made the first move. Eliminate them. This wretched crew seeks to monopolize the spoils. Kill. Amidst the screams, with a few resounding shouts, the forces of the White Tower Kingdom were the first to be incited into battle against the throng surrounding them. The chaos spread like wildfire, everyone engaged, either willingly or unwillingly, in combat with the enemies nearby. A disorganized rabble can hardly achieve greatness. Draped in a snowy white cloak, Drake emerged from the snow-laden terrain. This tumult was orchestrated by him. Upon witnessing the signal, he incited fear within the camps of the various factions, igniting a fray. Rubeck Island, being relatively small, became a cauldron of chaos with so many individuals congregated, compounded by numerous outsiders. Inciting disorder was all too effortless. What cunning these fellows possess! First, they employed notes to instill anxiety, then fanned the flames further. Indeed, these inept beings were like puppets, easily manipulated. Doflamingo perched atop a hill, lauding Chunsheng's tactics, while his Don Quixote family remained restrained under his command. Doflamingo, shall we seek that individual? Inquired Toripol, standing beside him. That fellow possesses remarkable skills in evasion. Should he resolve to conceal himself, we may never uncover his whereabouts. His calculations are astute, yet since he dares to show himself here, he shall not escape. With that, Doflamingo rose, raising his right hand, palm facing the sky. Birdcage, Chapter 37. Beneath the dome, countless threads erupted into the air like a volcanic explosion, shooting upward. These thousands of transparent strands, upon reaching a certain height, cascaded down like a meteor shower. As they fell to the ground, the strands formed an arc, creating a colossal birdcage extending from the sky to the earth. What is that? Who is orchestrating this? The combatants, deeply engaged in their struggle, suddenly beheld the immense birdcage above them, halting their battles in sheer terror. Doflamingo's sudden intervention not only ceased the fighting, but also disrupted numerous plans. The Navy intended to seize this opportunity to capture the pirates en masse, yet now found themselves unable to enter the fray. Chunsheng desired these individuals to turn upon one another. With only a few dozen casualties thus far, the bloodshed had come to an abrupt halt. How arrogant! to draw everyone's attention to oneself in such a manner. Doflamingo truly exhibits hubris. Meanwhile, Moria, accompanied by his army of zombies traversing the snowy landscape, had yet to plunge into the battlefield when he beheld the birdcage spanning the sky. But how could I allow you to have your way? Go forth, annihilate them. Such a wealth of quality corpses. Every shadow and the powers of the ope fruit shall belong to me. Hey. With a command from Moria, hundreds upon thousands of uniquely grotesque zombies surged onto the battlefield, indiscriminately attacking and reigniting the chaos that had only just begun to settle. There was no time for contemplation. Hesitation would lead to death at the hands of the undead, and the once orderly battlefield devolved into utter disarray. Moria dares to disrupt my plans, he thought, realizing that just as he had managed to restore some semblance of calm, Moria unleashed his legion of zombies. Was this not an affront? Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, rage igniting within him. Diamante, it falls upon you to deal with that oblivious pirate. Surely you can manage. He instructed one of his highest-ranking officers. Not at all. I am hardly that remarkable. Doflamingo, you flatter me, replied a man with 2 streaks of red paint across his face, waving his hands in modesty. You are certainly capable. You are my most dependable ally, Doflamingo insisted. Oh no, I'm not that formidable. Well then, perhaps I misremembered, Doflamingo said with a hint of sarcasm. Huh, since you say so, I shall reluctantly accept the task. A mere band of pirates dares to incite Doflamingo's wrath. I shall take my men to deal with them at once. With that, Diamante drew his sword and set off toward the direction where the zombies had appeared. Since the chaos has already erupted, let us stoke the flames further. As he watched Diamante depart, Doflamingo cast his gaze upon the tumult below, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Parasite line, he proclaimed, scattering dozens of threads into the air. The invisible strands fell like a meteor shower, piercing the bodies of numerous zombies and survivors alike, manipulating their movements and inciting them to attack indiscriminately those nearby. Doflamingo crouched upon a rock, retracting his index and ring fingers while extending his middle finger, using his thumb and pinky to control the puppets, his sunglasses reflecting the hellish scene beneath him. Beside him, Rosinante felt a twinge of anxiety. His instincts warned him that this situation was far from ordinary. Doflamingo had merely inquired about his return without further elaboration, which was unusual. He was undoubtedly scheming something sinister. Suppressing his unease, Rosinante silently followed Doflamingo, playing his role as usual. Meanwhile, one of Moria's peculiar subordinates, the transparent Absalom, activated his fruit ability to conceal himself, utilizing his hand cannon to eliminate enemies amidst the chaos. What a tumultuous scene! Chun Sheng maintained the celestial dragon posture, concealed within the shadows of the sky. With his mastery of assassination techniques, he could now shroud his draconic aura within the shadows, revealing no glimmer even in the darkest of nights. The sudden attack from Doflamingo caught Chun Sheng off guard. He had anticipated that this individual would only activate the birdcage upon witnessing the powers of the Ope no Mi, yet he seemed overly eager. Chun Sheng underestimated Doflamingo's resolve regarding the Ope no Mi and overlooked the mindset of Doflamingo from over a decade ago. The man before him was not yet the formidable joker who would instill terror in the underworld. His psychological fortitude was not yet so formidable. However, Moria had inadvertently proven to be quite the asset, serving as a capable disruptor. From his vantage point in the sky, Chun Sheng observed the entirety of the island, taking note of all the changes occurring below. Among everyone present, there was but one individual who particularly piqued his interest. Not far from Absalom, a figure clad in pure white was reaping lives amidst the chaos. The 16th victim fell as Drake wielded his dual-bladed axe, swiftly disappearing again in search of his next prey. The major factions were thrown into disarray by Moria's zombies, allowing numerous lone wanderers to escape the battlefield. These individuals became Drake's targets. Chun Sheng had bestowed upon him a quota of 50 individuals, a feat that would require considerable effort on Drake's part, as even the physical exertion alone posed a significant challenge. What is this? He had set his sights on a solitary wandering pirate when, unexpectedly, the reckless pirate collapsed to the ground, blood staining the snow, lifeless and silent. Who did this? He had not seen any enemy. How did this happen? Drake heightened his vigilance, scanning the surroundings with unwavering attention. A cold wind stirred the drifting snowflakes, revealing an abrupt line of footprints in the desolate snowfield. An invisible assailant? Observing the footprints receding into the distance, Drake refrained from making any rash movements, instead recalling the information Chun Sheng had provided him. Absalom, one of Moria's 3 oddities, possessed the powers of the transparent fruit. His body had been modified by Hogback, endowing him with a lion-like head and formidable primal strength. Despite his considerable physical prowess, he preferred to utilize a hidden firearm concealed within his hand, rendered invisible by the powers of his fruit. Was this man truly one of Moria's crew members? Drake reflected on Chun Shung's instructions. If he could eliminate any member of the pirate crew, he would successfully complete his mission. According to the available intelligence, Absalom's strength was average among the cadre of pirates. If he could unravel the secrets of the transparent fruit, killing him was certainly within reach. With a newfound determination, Drake set his sights on Absalom, gradually trailing the line of footprints concealed by the snow. From this day forth, you shall learn to embody the role of a hunter. This is your trial. Chapter 38. Drake's hunter trial. In the midst of such chaotic battles, it is indeed a splendid opportunity to procure corpses. Master Moria would be exceedingly pleased. After dispatching yet another pirate, Absalom emerged for the first time from his cloaked invisibility. The ability of the transparent fruit demands a continuous expenditure of stamina. Thus, to maintain his combat efficacy, Absalom would rest for 2 minutes after every 2 hours of usage. Discarding the pirate's lifeless body, he revealed his true form, inhaling deeply as he gradually recuperated his strength. At the moment Absalom relaxed, a colossal, double-bladed axe hurtled toward him, whistling ominously through the air. With a terrified scream, Absalom was met with a torrent of blood as the axe carved a gruesome gash across his body. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancements bestowed by Hogback, his physique was as resilient as that of a beast. Otherwise, that blow could have claimed his life. Yet even so, Absalom sustained considerable injury, the excruciating pain causing his body to tremble involuntarily, blood staining the pure snow beneath him. His expression contorted in agony. "How dare you ambush me? You shall face the wrath of the dead," he roared, launching a rocket at the position from which the axe had come. The explosion erupted, sending snow and dried grass flying, yet no figure was revealed. Damn it! Realizing he had failed to strike, Absalom swiftly activated his fruit's ability to turn invisible, seeking to retreat. However, the snow-covered ground betrayed him, revealing a trail of footprints and bloodstains as he moved. This was not a battlefield conducive to the transparent fruit's powers. In stark contrast, although Drake had not formally studied assassination techniques, he had absorbed the rudimentary knowledge of stealth under Chen Shung's guidance. Cloaked in a white mantle, he concealed himself adeptly amidst the snowy landscape. Thus unfolded a comical scene. Absalom, possessing the ability of invisibility, struggled conspicuously to escape, while Drake, devoid of such powers, lay hidden in the shadows, resembling a patient predator awaiting Absalom's stamina to wane. In the biting cold, Absalom's grievous wounds and the profusion of blood would inevitably lead to a drop in body temperature. The longer he prolonged the encounter, the more weakened he would become. Meanwhile, Drake was well equipped with ample supplies, capable of wearing Absalom down completely. Consequently, Drake trailed behind Absalom, following the long trail of blood, ever watchful. Absalom, however, was not idle. With the slightest disturbance, he would unleash his rocket launcher, yet each attempt proved fruitless. As his ammunition dwindled and his blood flowed freely, a sense of foreboding gripped Absalom. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to flee toward the battlefield, where Moria's legion of zombies awaited. There lay his slim hope of survival. As Absalom drew ever closer to the battlefield, Drake remained remarkably unperturbed. He understood that as long as he did not escape the confines of the island, an opportunity to strike would inevitably present itself. Soon, figures emerged within his line of sight. A bear-like zombie was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of well-dressed thugs. The zombies exhibited an unwavering fearlessness towards pain and death. Combined with the brute strength of the bear-like creature, one zombie managed to subdue 3 humans, forcefully pinning them to the ground. In mere minutes, 2 of the individuals had been grievously injured and brought low, while the last one, realizing his fate, could hardly endure for much longer. At that moment, a rocket struck the suited man squarely in the back, ending his life. Absalom emerged from his transparent state and approached the zombie, for he was the leader of the entire undead legion, and every zombie would heed his command. "Take me too." Before he could finish his sentence, the bear zombie lifted its massive paw and delivered a resounding slap to Absalom's face, sending him flying. Behind the bear zombie, a translucent thread was connected to the nape of its neck. The bear zombie was immensely powerful, and Absalom, already injured, found himself losing consciousness as his vision faded to white. Meanwhile, manipulating dozens of warriors, Doflamingo could not meticulously observe every aspect of the battlefield. He could only issue vague commands for the victims to attack indiscriminately around them. Thus, after launching Absalom away, The bear zombie redirected its fury towards the two injured suited men, disregarding Absalom in the distance. Drake was utterly perplexed as to why the zombies would turn against their own. However, he understood that opportunities like this were fleeting, with Absalom unconscious. There was no time to waste. Emerging from his concealed position in the snow with his double-edged axe in hand, Drake sprinted towards Absalom, raising his great axe to strike at his neck. With a resounding crack, the blade shattered bone, and the heavy, sharp axe severed half of Absalom's head, spilling a torrent of red and white. Absalom, one of Moria's three oddities, was dead. Drake did not feel overly exhilarated at having slain a cadre of a notorious pirate crew. Absalom's abilities are rather mediocre, with most of his strength invested in the transparent fruit. Unfortunately, this locale is ill-suited for battles involving the transparent fruit. One might even say it is a natural counter. Given such a significant advantage, it is inconceivable that Absalom could not be vanquished. Drake, not overly attached to the task of eliminating Absalom, promptly prepared to retreat to a safe location according to Chang Sheng's meticulous instructions. Meanwhile, Moria remained blissfully unaware of his companion's demise, reveling in the blood-soaked battlefield, still fantasizing that the individuals before him were merely his trophies. On this island, aside from the blustering snow, there exists a considerable stock of explosives seized from the underground black market of the Sunflower Kingdom. Chang Sheng had strategically placed these explosives throughout the island's unstable regions. Once detonated, survival would be a rarity, save for a few select areas. Days prior, Chang Sheng had inscribed a colossal sacrificial formation upon Rubeck Island, transforming every intruder into a sacrificial offering, compelling them to engage in mutual slaughter as part of the ritual. Hundreds, even thousands, clashed in a frenzy driven by their avarice, with some blood staining the ground and staining the snow, while much more flowed underground, pooling together. When a number of survivors dwindled sufficiently or no one remained willing to fight, Chang Sheng would detonate the buried explosives, completing the final rite with flames and blood. Chaos, slaughter, and death. These are the elements favored by demons, and Chang Sheng eagerly anticipated the rewards that would arise from this grand sacrifice. Chapter 39. The Might of the Silver Dragon Beyond the Island. Witnessing the birdcage enshrouding the land, Luo stealthily commenced his mission. Following Chang Sheng's directives, he was to commence the sabotage of the vessels of those who ventured onto the island upon seeing the birdcage or when the dragon sheet exploded half an hour later. Transforming into the form of the silver dragon upon the reef, the silvery behemoth glided swiftly across the sea under the moonlight, its liquid metal blade slicing through the water, silently approaching the anchored sailboats. The first vessel belonged to the Northern Kingdom's forces, bolstered by national power. The crew was notably affluent, and their ship, a grand, robust sailing craft, boasted remarkable stability, capable of enduring multiple cannon strikes, making it challenging to damage. On board, a mere handful remained to guard the ship. All those with any semblance of strength had disembarked to partake in the battle for the surgical fruit, leaving only a few injured and frail warriors behind. As the birdcage descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire island, the guards immediately sensed something amiss. The majority among them had rushed to the birdcage's side, exerting every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to breach it. At this juncture, Doflamingo was not yet the formidable figure he would become a decade hence, capable of ensnaring admirals and formidable foes alike. However, his birdcage was not something that could be easily dismantled by mere rabble among the defenders. Few possessed the ability to wield haki, rendering them incapable of inflicting damage, and many were severely injured as a result. What the hell is this thing? It's utterly impossible to open. A soldier of a kingdom shattered his weapon in frustration, yet the delicate thread before him remained unscathed. This was the manifestation of Don Quixote Doflamingo's power. Although unrecorded in the files, such a spectacle could only be attributed to his string fruit. The kingdom's advisor, adjusting his glasses, observed the scene with a steely gaze. Doflamingo, fully aware that representatives from the various northern seas were present, chose to act defiantly, challenging them with his audacity. Just a mere pirate, the advisor seethed, gritting his teeth, yet the fact that Doflamingo bore the identity of a celestial dragon rendered any retaliatory action perilous. Commander, something is approaching from behind. As the advisor contemplated the structure of the birdcage, a crewmate's urgent shout jolted him back to reality. He turned to see a monstrous creature with a silver-white body and crimson eyes descend upon their ship, its razor-sharp blades slicing through the vessel with terrifying ease. What is this beast? The advisor's heart raced as he witnessed the destruction of their warship, their sole means of escape. Without the ship, how could they retreat? Swim back. Unfortunately, The advisor was merely a civil servant, tasked with verifying the authenticity of the devil fruit while assisting the kingdom's military in eliminating competitors. Helplessly, he watched as the beast ravaged their ship and moved on to the next, witnessing another vessel, akin to their own, sink beneath the waves. Suddenly, the advisor grasped the grim reality. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a conspiracy. First, they lured us with the allure of the surgery fruit, then ensnared us with Doflamingo's abilities, ultimately annihilating our ships. Now, we are but trapped beasts awaiting slaughter in a cage. Staring vacantly at the direction the beast had departed, the advisor sank to the ground, a bitter smile crossing his face. But for what purpose? Why are they doing this? Is it merely to display their power? His hat fell to the ground, and his composure shattered. His disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulders. He understood that they were doomed to die tonight. With such extensive preparations, the mastermind behind this scheme would undoubtedly leave no survivors. Commander, what troubles you? A soldier from the kingdom's army rushed to the advisor's side, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, but it seems we may perish here. Though uncertain of the mastermind's capabilities, anxiety gnawed at him, and he felt an unsettling premonition that his suspicions were correct. As one warship after another succumbed to destruction, they finally arrived at Doflamingo's pirate ship, where Law encountered his first opponent. Members of the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji and Jorah, stood before him. What is this creature? The not-so-aged Lao Ji, adorned with a rabbit-eared hat and robust in stature, exuded the aura of a formidable martial artist. Oh ho ho, what a peculiar animal. I can feel my inspiration surging once more. Jorah, who has yet to gain any excess weight, gazed at Luo, who was relentlessly wreaking havoc upon the ships, as peculiar bubbles began to form above his head. It seemed that the battle was about to commence. Ji, observing the silhouette of his foe drawing ever closer to his family's vessel, Rao Ji summoned his muscles, adopting a stance of combat. Though unaware of the identity or intentions of his adversary, the mere thought of threatening the young master's ship provided ample justification for confrontation. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of art, he bellowed with fervor. With that, Jorah seized a multitude of bubbles from atop his head and hurled them in Luo's direction. Possessing the keen vision akin to that of an ancient dragon, Luo spotted the two sentinels from a distance and, armed with the intelligence provided by Chen Sheng, was well prepared. The bubbles cast by Jorah moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Luo to nimbly evade them with a swift maneuver. As he approached Doflamingo's ship, Luo enveloped his entire body within a colossal sphere of liquid metal, solidifying its exterior as he charged toward the vessel. This technique is developed by Luo, drawing inspiration from Chen Sheng's skills. Although Si Yinlong lacks the formidable mobility and physique of Tian Huilong, he adeptly mimics numerous moves by manipulating the transformation of liquid metal. Earth Elder Fist, Ji's mark. Throughout the approach, Qiao La continuously utilizes his abilities to exert influence. Yet the abstracted liquid metal is deftly redirected by Luo, who replenishes it with fresh liquid metal, sustaining minimal impact. At this juncture, Rao Ji must step forward, deploying his martial arts to halt the immense metallic sphere several meters in radius. His muscles bulging, Rao Ji expends nearly all his strength to unleash a forceful strike. Just as his fist nears the metallic sphere, the liquid metal sphere unexpectedly opens a fissure, revealing Luo, who has transformed back from the Si Yinlong form into his human shape. In stark contrast to the colossal sphere, Luo's body appears diminutive, affording ample space for concealment. Hidden above the sphere, Luo commands the metal ball to engulf Rao Ji, whose strike has missed, before gracefully exiting the metallic sphere and landing on the deck. Gazing at the imposing sphere before him, Luo smirks coldly, his right hand grasping the air, causing the massive metallic sphere to suddenly constrict. Akin to a plastic film devoid of air, tightly enveloping Rao Ji. The liquid metal contours Rao Ji's form, with substantial quantities penetrating his body, targeting his internal organs. Within Chen Sheng's teachings, beyond the powerful physique characteristic of ancient dragons, the most valuable asset of Si Yinlong is the ability to freely manipulate metal. The human body harbors myriad acupoints and vulnerabilities. Employing the knowledge imparted by Chen Sheng, a multitude of liquid metal needles pierce Rao Ji's acupoints from various angles, rendering his muscles limp and his nerves paralyzed. Simultaneously, vast quantities of liquid metal infiltrate his body through any openings, such as mouth and nose, wreaking havoc on his internal organs, effectively dismantling the enemy from within. Even though Rao Ji can utilize armed color, unless he can achieve full body coverage akin to Virgo, he stands no chance of evading Luo's strike. The moment he is enveloped by the liquid metal, Rao Ji's demise is sealed. As Luo withdraws the liquid metal encasing Rao Ji, what remains is a battered corpse. Rao Ji. The confrontation between Luo and Rao Ji may appear prolonged, yet it transpires in an instant. Within mere seconds, Xiao La has lost his companion. You bastard! At this moment, Luo is still shrouded in silvery metal, obscuring his visage, leaving Xiao La unable to recognize his identity. However, the fury within him is uncontainable as the number of bubbles atop his head surges, preparing him for a desperate battle against Luo, an art fruit user. As Law's gaze darkened, he realized that there was no effective countermeasure against the powers of the art fruit. His capability to swiftly eliminate Lao Ji was solely reliant on Chun Sheng's tactical support. Having spent some time within the Don Quixote family, Law possessed a comprehensive understanding of each member's abilities. Thus, he had conducted numerous tactical simulations concerning the cadre of the Don Quixote crew. However, both Chun Sheng and Law found themselves at a loss when it came to countering Jorah's fruit. Despite the art fruit's inherent disadvantages, such as its sluggish speed and considerable wind-up time, these flaws were not overtly pronounced in defensive battles. Only the recently employed method of discarding liquid metal could provide minimal resistance. Among the many cadres of Don Quixote, Lao Ji and Senior posed the least threat, as both relied on close combat and lacked devil fruit abilities, rendering them vulnerable to a potentially fatal strike under Law's focused intent. Suddenly, a commotion arose. As the battle progressed, Buffalo and Baby 5, accompanied by a young Durlinge of merely 3 or 4 years, emerged from the ship and fortuitously encountered Law, who was locked in a standoff with Jorah. You've arrived just in time, Law remarked. Buffalo, naive as ever, attempted to provoke Law due to his platinum lead illness, only to be swiftly subdued by a mere ice cream cone from Law. Despite his fortunate gambling, he perpetually found himself short of funds, often resorting to borrowing from Baby 5, whose impressive stature belied her lack of intellect. Even after consuming the spin fruit, she remained a mere tool. Due to her traumatic childhood, Baby 5 was unable to refuse requests, yet her heart was pure. Upon hearing Law's story, she felt a deep sympathy for him, and the bond among the three was relatively harmonious. Law, having undergone a profound transformation since those days, stealthily approached the trio, his shadowy steps soundless, with blades hovering ominously at their throats. Submit your fruit, or witness their demise, he intoned, partially transforming into his dragon form beneath the liquid metal, his voice resonating with a rugged timbre. Simultaneously, a blue ball of energy descended through the heavy metal and reached Law's lips, which he consumed in one swift motion. Jorah appeared somewhat neurotic and erratic, yet within the Don Quixote family, she played a gentle and nurturing role, harboring fondness for the 2 children who had chosen to remain. She often took care of them. Is this how you threaten children? You scoundrel! She fumed, her teeth clenched in anger, yet her abilities remained stifled. When did pirates resort to such tactics? Law taunted, reflecting on the myriad transformations he had undergone in just over a year. His childhood innocence had been shattered by the malice of others, plunging him into despair and darkness, compelling him to join Don Quixote and become a pirate, intent on annihilating the world and making everyone experience suffering. Subsequently, he was gently healed by Rosinante, emerging from the shadows of his heart to rediscover the kindness that had been obscured. Under Chun Sheng's guidance, he established a noble aspiration to eradicate the evils of the world and alleviate the suffering of others. Reflecting on his experiences within the Don Quixote pirates, one could truly assert that they had committed numerous atrocities. Yet even Law could hardly deny that these selfish individuals cared deeply for the lives of their comrades. They exploited every conceivable weakness, resorting to any means necessary to vanquish their foes. Empowered by the enhancements of the Rumble Ball, Law's mastery over the manipulation of nuclei was amplified several times. In the unseen shadows cast by Jorah, liquid metal coalesced to form a blade that stealthily approached her from behind. Release them? Are you jesting? Disable your devil fruit ability quickly. The razor's edge grazed the necks of the 3, crimson blood trickling down, inciting a sense of urgency in Jorah. You must release them, otherwise, when a young master returns, you shall meet a gruesome fate. Noticing Jorah's attention was captivated by him, Law smiled triumphantly beneath his mask. He had succeeded, without the 2 companions beside him hearing. A silvery blade abruptly pierced Jorah's heart from behind, the bloodied weapon protruding from her body as droplets fell steadily. After defeating the adversaries before him, Law rendered Buffalo and Baby 5 unconscious, wielding the metallic blade to obliterate the entire vessel, thus severing Don Quixote's escape route. Having accomplished this, Law transformed into his silver dragon form, hoisting the incapacitated duo and ascending towards the naval warship. Buffalo and Baby 5 possessed commendable devil fruit abilities, and their minds still held potential for reformation. Chun Sheng had advised Law to seek out promising newcomers, and he had contemplated recruiting the two. However, their personality flaws were severely detrimental, making them susceptible to manipulation. Consequently, Law decided to entrust these two to Vice Admiral Tsuru, a user of the wash fruit, believed capable of cleansing the malice of pirates, and thus could also address their psychological issues. As for Delinger, he could be nurtured due to his age, potentially leading to opportunities for greatness in the future. In the air, Law spotted Carp on the deck, enjoying some rice crackers. He casually tossed the two towards Carp's direction before turning to depart. From a distance, Carp noticed Law's flight, raising his hand to catch Buffalo and Baby 5. His expression far from the ease it had exhibited during the day. What had he done to destroy all the ships? What was he truly planning? Chapter 40. The despair of Senior. At this moment, the inhabitants of the island remain oblivious to the fact that their escape routes have been irrevocably closed off. The majority have succumbed to the machinations of Doflamingo and the relentless army of zombies commanded by Moria, leaving the survivors to cast aside their prejudices and unite in their struggle for survival. The figure leading them is a retired naval brigadier, seasoned in battle, yet lacking the requisite rank and strength to guide the remaining souls through the perilous onslaught. Having endured catastrophic losses in the chaotic skirmishes, the survivors have come to a grim realization of their predicament, faced not only with the relentless tide of zombies, but also with comrades inexplicably ensnared in a state of control. Each individual bears wounds, and the glimmer of hope for escape seems increasingly elusive. As the onslaught of zombies intensifies, the fallen grow in number, and despair begins to seep into the hearts of the remaining souls. In the skies above, Chun Sheng observes a somber hue, emblematic of despair, gathering under the influence of the ritual. Such overwhelming despair is truly exquisite. In Chun Sheng's eyes, the essence of the ritual is ceaselessly siphoning the blood of the island. With an abundance of emotions, avarice, rage, fear, and despondency encircling him. Once the ritual is complete, it will constitute a flawless dish, one that even the most diabolical of beings would find irresistible. Among the two remaining factions, Diamante has successfully located Moria's whereabouts, accompanied by his combatant troops. Beside him, Senior and Mahabais eagerly fix their gaze upon Moria, for they have yet to claim the bounty of 300 million on such a notorious pirate. Hee. The members of the Don Quixote family? In contrast to the formidable forces of Doflamingo, Moria, having been vanquished by Kaido, has lost all his comrades, leaving him a solitary figure alongside Absalom. In terms of collective strength, he pales in comparison to his former glory. However, Moria does not cower before the Don Quixote family. Despite his spirit being shaken and his strength diminished, he has not yet descended into the lethargy of a 10-year recluse. He remains a pirate capable of making his mark on the Grand Line. Upon hearing the news of the surgical fruit, Moria deliberately departed from the terrifying three-masted ship, opting for a more ordinary vessel to journey vast distances in pursuit of it. Moria, are you prepared to meet your demise? There was little dialogue as Diamante unsheathed his long sword, unleashing the power of the fruit, the iron blade twisting like a great serpent. Serpent's sword. Scatter bats. Moria raised his hand to conjure a multitude of shadowy bats to intercept Diamante's sword, and thus commence their fierce duel. Hey, are these two just going to fight like this? Should we intervene? Mahabais, a user of the ton pressure fruit, could elevate his weight to an astonishing 10,000 tons, employing terrifying gravity to assault his adversaries. Yet, against those who possess a modicum of agility, his power proved ineffectual, appearing formidable while being fundamentally flawed. His frequent partner, Or, was a man of deep emotions and resilience, adept in combat with firearms and possessing commendable physical prowess. Although he had yet to consume a devil fruit, his strength was not to be underestimated. Lord Diamante disapproves of our interference in battle, especially against a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. We might not even be able to contribute, or acknowledge their current capabilities. They thrive in the Grand Line due to the might of Doflamingo and the 4 highest-ranking officers of their family. At this moment, they lack the experience that would characterize their formidable team a decade hence. Doesn't Moria have any subordinates? He is such a powerful pirate, Mahabais mused, having privately searched the vicinity without discovering a single opponent, suggesting that Moria was acting alone. Did you not catch the news? Moria suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of that newly emerged Kaido subordinate. His crew was completely annihilated, leaving him with no allies, say, or replied. Oh, what a pity. I had hoped for a bit of excitement, Mahabais lamented. If you two are feeling bored, how about I join you for a little game? Suddenly, a man's voice echoed softly from behind them. Who is it? They exclaimed, turning warily, yet finding no one in sight. Right here, fools. The voice resonated in their ears, and Say or abruptly realized that his handgun had been stealthily taken from his waist, now pressed against his temple. You are a member of the assassin organization, the Unreturning. Recalling the organization that had drawn everyone here, rumored to have silently and mysteriously assassinated the 5 voices of the Sunflower Kingdom. He recalled how 2 powerful bodyguards had failed to notice their demise before being fed to sharks by the king. With the manner of the intruder's appearance, Say or quickly deduced the identity of the assailant. Correct, but alas, there is no reward. With a resounding gunshot, Mahabais fell to the ground. Even a decade later, he displayed little mastery of the armed color, and the impact from the fall left him completely numbed. The bullet pierced through his thigh, causing him to collapse in agony. You bastard, what do you intend to do? Senor seethed with rage, ready to resist, when the gun's muzzle was pressed against his forehead once more. I'm merely engaging you in a little game. Why the sudden outburst? Shun taunted. It's a pity you were once a man of character, but alas, you chose the wrong allies. Should I eliminate your leader, I presume you would be consumed with thoughts of vengeance? Senor scoffed. And you think you could kill the young master? Why not? Care to guess how many will depart this island tonight? Shun replied. Are you suggesting this island is a trap? Senor's mind raced with implications upon hearing Chun Sheng's tone. Indeed, no one shall leave this island tonight. Not you nor your leader, Chun Sheng boldly affirmed. You've lost your mind. Do you realize how many individuals you will offend? Senor incredulously asked. Offend whom? Why should I concern myself with that? Do you truly believe one can survive in these waters without ruffling feathers? Since conflict is inevitable, why shouldn't I maximize my gains? Chun Sheng answered. What do you stand to gain? Is it you who orchestrates this? The Navy? Or the world government? Senor pressed for more information. That is not for you to know. It's a pity. You were once a commendable man, but now perish. With that, Chun Sheng pulled the trigger, executing Mahabais with a single shot. What have you done? Senor exploded with rage, having already steeled himself for death. Yet he was forced to witness his friend's murder before his very eyes. What have I done? Clearly, I am toying with you. Chun Sheng declared with pride. You scoundrel. Why would you do this? The more principled Senor could hardly bear Chun Sheng's actions, fury surging within him, unable to contain himself any longer. Disregarding the gun aimed at his head, he turned and swung a fist at Chun Sheng. Let that rage consume you. A man like you is worthless in hell. Yet you have committed so many vile acts. You think heaven would welcome you? Do you realize how awkward your soul is? It shall dissipate into the ether, becoming fodder for new souls. Either let the brilliance of humanity shine through suffering or succumb to utter madness. Only then will you possess any value. Chun Sheng mocked Senor, ruthlessly pursuing the maximization of these souls' benefits. Such a vacillating soul is most vexatious. Yet if it can be driven to madness, the reward shall be immense. By the way, I have heard that you possess a wife, correct? It seems you have been deceiving her into believing that you are a mere bank clerk. What would transpire if she were to discover that you are a pirate? Or should she learn that you are a scoundrel with blood on your hands? Would her love for you endure? Furthermore, as a pirate, you must have numerous adversaries. Do you not fear for your wife's safety? There are many scoundrels in this world who would harm women and children, such as myself. Senor had long poured his entire affection into his wife, and now, upon hearing Chun Sheng speak of her, his heart was pierced, igniting a fury that threatened to overwhelm his reason. You wretched fiend. Senor's movements grew increasingly rapid and wild, yet they lacked any semblance of strategy. What has incited your anger? You exhibit a remarkable lack of composure. Who is it that you seek here? As he toyed with Senor, deftly evading a punch, Chun Sheng smiled as he sidestepped Senor's descending kick once more, drawing upon the martial legacy obtained from the old devil. Chun Sheng had also mastered certain techniques of psychological hypnosis through physicality and language, enabling him to induce a state of obsession in others. Mahabais let out a harrowing scream as Senor's furious blow struck him squarely on the temple, extinguishing his final breath. You are truly cruel to slay your own comrade. Perhaps I have misjudged you. Striking his own ally jolted Senor back to reality, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just a moment ago, you were, Senor stammered, unsure of how to proceed. I'm merely severed an ear. It is you who has taken his life. Chun Sheng cackled wickedly from his side, having merely manipulated Senor into believing he had killed Mahabais through a clever trick of perspective. BRR. The sound of the phone bug resonated through the air as Chun Sheng retrieved a small device from his pocket, a sly smile gracing his lips. Lucian, is it not? That is her name, correct? What do you mean? Senior exclaimed in shock. How could he possibly know this? How does Chun Sheng know? Naturally. He obtained the information from heaven, where details concerning every member of the Don Quixote family are available. Chun Sheng had perused the original work, though some details had slipped his mind. However, as a means of recollection and supplementation, such information was exceedingly affordable. Now, she is in my possession, and I present you with two choices. Take up your weapon and slay your boss, Diamante, or watch your beloved perish before your eyes. Regardless of the choice made by Sei, or he would be compelled to forsake his principles. Chun Sheng, intrigued by this predicament, pondered whether Sei or might fall from grace. As the most principled individual within the Don Quixote team, Sei or bore the highest probability of succumbing to corruption, drawing upon the tricks often employed by devils. Chun Sheng devised a scheme. He tossed a pistol to Sei, or who instinctively caught it, yet this robust man appeared somewhat feeble. Why must he be coerced in such a manner, despite being a formidable force? Time was of the essence. Make a choice. The voice prompt urged Sei, or, while Chun Sheng, with his arms crossed, wore a mocking expression. Driven to his limits, Sei or raised the weapon and fired several shots at Chun Sheng, all of which were deflected by Chun Sheng's scales. Futile endeavor. I have spare ammunition, you know. Come, let me witness your decision. Once more, Sei or shakily aimed at the shadow of Diamante, who was embroiled in battle. Faced with Moria, Diamante was stunned to realize he was outmatched. Forced to rely on his iron attire to endure, all the while wary of losing his shadow to Moria. Just as he evaded Moria's shadow bat, Diamante was preparing to strike when suddenly a bullet struck the back of his neck, a crimson flower blossoming. Who? Caught unawares, the shot injured Diamante's spine, affecting his nervous system and rendering half of his body numb, allowing Moria to seize the opportunity and pierce his waist with the shadow gun. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Diamante turned to see Sei or holding the gun aimed at him. Sei, or why? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Diamante exerted all his effort to inquire. He could not comprehend why his subordinate would not assist him, but instead turned the weapon upon him. My lord Diamante, I am sorry. Dropping the pistol, Sei or collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Clap, clap, clap. Chun Sheng emerged from the shadows, applauding as he exclaimed, Congratulations. You have succeeded. However, I forgot to mention that I only know the name of your beloved, and there are none of my people by her side. So you have merely slain your own kin. This phrase became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Sei or's sunglasses fell to the ground, and his eyes lost their luster. It seemed that he had been irreparably damaged. Well, let us grant him liberation. With the extinguishing of Sei or's life, a soul was held in the hands of Chun Sheng. Such profound despair. Could this be the soul of despair? No, it is not merely the soul of despair. It is the soul of chaos. Chun Sheng gazed in astonishment at the spirit in his grasp, intending to forge a fallen soul, only to inadvertently create a soul of chaos. Though this chaotic soul may not rival that of a fallen one, it possesses an immeasurable worth in its own right. The majority of schemes concocted by the devilish lords often culminate in such chaotic souls, each valued at a sum comparable to thousands of wicked souls. Indeed, it is no loss. It appears I possess a certain aptitude. Typically, souls forcibly shaped in such a manner are left with nothing but emotions of anger and despair. Their worth equivalent to a few hundred wicked souls, yet still inferior to that of chaotic souls. Securing the soul of Senor, Chun Sheng cast a malevolent glance towards Moria. It was now his turn. Chapter 41. Moria, unlike Diamante, Moria, while engaged in battle, retained enough vigor to attend to his surroundings. Uncertain of the precise events unfolding, he had witnessed Chun Sheng systematically entice Senor into attacking Diamante. Who are you? What is your purpose in luring us here? A moment's reflection made it clear to Moria that Chun Sheng's identity could only be associated with that enigmatic organization. By now, it was apparent to Moria that this was a trap. However, the bait was simply too enticing for anyone to forego. Merely killing, Chun Sheng replied flatly, feeling quite pleased after acquiring a soul steeped in despair. Such a few words could yield a soul of such high value. You possess courage. Have you contemplated how this all will conclude, with so many drawn to you? Casting aside Diamante's lifeless body, Moria regarded Chun Sheng, assuming a combat stance. He had witnessed numerous schemes, yet the Grand Line was a realm where strength dictated the outcome. Seeing this, Chun Sheng readied himself for battle. Moria was the trial he had prepared for himself, an opportunity to attempt to awaken his armament haki through their confrontation. According to Carp, there exists no superior method for cultivating armament haki. The prevailing approach is to naturally invoke it amid combat. Armament haki serves as a threshold for advanced combat prowess. Once crossed, one can continue to grow stronger. Even within the Navy, the largest bastion of violence in the world, only a select few elite Marines wield this power. Should one fail to cross this threshold, while strength may still burgeon, the efficiency is greatly diminished. Among the foes present, Doflamingo stands as the mightiest. Despite the numerous cards Chunsheng held, the risk of failure loomed. With Moria's diminished strength and lack of available subordinates, he served as an excellent sharpening stone. Chunsheng recognized he was not a qualified warrior. The path of a reckless brute was not suited for him. Steady and methodical progress was the true way forward. In the recent battle, Moria had demonstrated considerable skill in both armament haki and observation haki. Far from the uselessness of a decade hence, when he could not even manifest haki. Before the current Moria, Chunsheng dared not underestimate him. To emerge unscathed beneath Kaido's blade was itself a testament to one's strength. After consuming a blue wave ball, Chunsheng seamlessly transitioned into his dragon chi-enhanced form. In this confrontation, Chunsheng chose not to employ his assassination skills. Having mastered the art of assassination, he harbored confidence in his ability to eliminate Moria. Yet such an approach would not serve to hone his skills. Even without resorting to assassination techniques, his mastery of various martial arts had elevated his combat abilities beyond those of the majority of pirates, warranting the title of master. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Chunsheng's body gradually shifted into a combat-ready state, his neural pathways igniting with exhilaration. His body was inundated with a surge of hormones, heightening his senses and inducing a thrilling sensation akin to that of battling in a dream. Unlike the dream battles, however, there lay a stark difference. In those dreams, he was aware that failure would not result in death, and the encounters were not of a corporeal nature, thus underscoring the disparity. This battle marked the first genuine conflict for Chunsheng since his arrival in the pirate world. His previous encounters, such as hunting pirates, had merely been acts of slaughter. As his heartbeat quickened, blood surged through his veins, his body temperature rose, and his physical strength intensified. With a burst of explosive power, Chunsheng executed the Shattered Fist, Explosive Mountain. Utilizing the momentum of his shave technique, he appeared before Moria in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck the air before Moria, producing a deafening crack that echoed through the surroundings. The Shattered Fist, a technique Chunsheng had developed from his dreams, dispersed the force of his punch into a shock wave through the air, amplifying its impact without diminishing its power. This technique, which could reduce anything within its range to dust, earned its name from its devastating efficacy. Moria reacted swiftly, employing his observation haki to track Chunsheng's movement, and managed to block a significant portion of the punch's force with his massive sword. Nonetheless, the strike, infused with dragon energy, inflicted numerous wounds upon Moria, underscoring the terrifying nature of the Shattered Fist, difficult to defend against. Shattered Fist, Earth Pulse, Rising Dragon. Chunsheng raised his hand once more, executing a Rising Dragon Fist that targeted the air in front of Moria. With an unwavering stance firmly rooted to the ground, he channeled all his strength into a single, devastating blow. The force unleashed over the short distance disarmed Moria, sending his sword flying several dozen meters away, as Chunsheng's fist landed solidly on Moria's abdomen. Even with Moria's timely activation of his armament haki, he was nearly rendered unconscious, his eyes rolling back in his head. Is this the extent of a pirate with a bounty of 320 million berries? As Moria lay on the ground, struggling to rise, Chunsheng realized he may have underestimated his own strength. He had prepared numerous contingencies for this battle, yet it seemed they would not be necessary. Despite his confidence in the outcome of his previous encounter with Carp, he felt somewhat disheartened, pondering if Carp's strength was indeed overwhelming. The Earth Pulse Rising Dragon was merely a standard technique of a Shattered Fist. He had yet to unveil its ultimate move and secret techniques. Yet Moria was faltering even against this basic offensive. Perhaps this would invigorate you? Noticing Moria's waning will to fight, Chunsheng revealed the lifeless body of Absalom. Moria had lost his fighting spirit after his defeat to Kaido, contemplating surrender in the face of an unbeatable foe. Perhaps the sight of his fallen comrade could rekindle the fire within his dormant heart. Absalom, the familiar face, lay before him, the last remnant of camaraderie now reduced to a cold corpse. Moria was suddenly reminded of his devastating loss to Kaido, recalling the helplessness he felt as he watched his comrade perish. How could you? Stimulated by this jarring reminder, Moriya's eyes blazed crimson, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. Trembling with rage, he rose once more, declaring, "Shadows, gather." Determined to reclaim all the shadows on the island, Moriya was at a disadvantage without his terrifying three-masted ship. Although the number of zombies was limited, there were still several hundred present. With over 100 shadows at his disposal, Moriya's combat prowess doubled instantaneously. The pitch-black haki enveloped him like a tattoo, intensifying his aura manifold. Excellent. Now this is more like it. Let us engage. Noticing Moriya finally exhibiting a sense of battle, Chunsheng even reverted from his dragon form, preparing to confront Moriya in his human guise. Having recently realized he had underestimated his own strength, Chunsheng worried that under the pressure of his dragon form, he might be unable to grasp the essence of haki. Thus, he opted to fight in his human form. Chapter 42. Haki in his human state. Chunsheng's strength diminished, while Moriya, having absorbed the shadows, experienced a surge in power, potentially providing him with some pressure. Shattered fist. Raging tide. Chunsheng delivered a straight punch into the air ahead. The explosive shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Compared to his previous two strikes, this punch possessed considerably less power. However, having suffered twice already, Moriya did not flinch or evade, bracing himself to absorb the impact head-on. You choose not to evade? Chunsheng had intended to compel Moriya into dodging, thereby forcing a direct confrontation by restricting his evasive maneuvers. To his surprise, Moriya did not shy away at all. Quite intriguing, since Moriya chose to stand firm. This aligned perfectly with Chunsheng's intentions, prompting him to unleash a full barrage of attacks. Shattered fist. Meteoric barrage. A flurry of heavy punches rained down upon the air barrier, each strike generating an immense shockwave that relentlessly battered Moriya, causing him to retreat step by step. As he absorbed the shadows, yet lost control over his own body, not only could he not utilize his powers, but he also seemed incapable of evasion. Is this what it means to lose one's fighting spirit? Moriya, you are disappointing me greatly. Were it not for the enhancement of haki from the absorbed shadows, Moriya would likely find himself in dire straits, hardly qualifying as a formidable foe. With no intention to prolong this skirmish, Chunsheng once again used the shave to appear before Moriya, crouching low with veins bulging. It ends here. Fatal strike, core detonation. Based on the Earth Pulse Dragon style. His legs rooted firmly in the ground, he drew upon the strength of the Earth's core. After a brief moment of accumulation, he unleashed his deadly technique. Boom! A deep, muffled sound resonated as the ground beneath Chunsheng cracked like a spider's web. His massive right fist struck Moriya's chin without reservation, sending a shockwave soaring through Moriya's body, even piercing through the birdcage and scattering the clouds above. This marked Chunsheng's inaugural moment of unleashing his full power in battle. As he delivered the punch, a faint sound of shattering seemed to resonate, a sensation of strength emanating from his muscles, enveloping the surface of his body. Was this the manifestation of haki? Gazing at his jet-black right hand, Chunsheng found it hard to believe. He had made extensive preparations, even formulating desperate plans. Yet this awakening occurred with such ease? Perhaps it was not that I underestimated myself, but rather that I had underestimated the formidable power bestowed by the ancient dragon fruit. Upon awakening haki, Chunsheng began to reflect on his recent thoughts. He maintained a strong sense of self-awareness, having engaged in only a handful of skirmishes across both worlds. It seemed implausible that he could awaken haki solely through combat. Thus, the only rational explanation was that his exceptional physical prowess facilitated this natural awakening, with the battle serving merely as a catalyst. After extracting Moriya's soul, Chunsheng chose not to end his life, but instead dragged his body to a secure location, intending to manage it carefully after the conclusion of the ritual. Chunsheng had set his sights on Moriya's shadow fruit. Functionally, it appeared to be one of the most valuable abilities within the paramecia category, and it had drawn little attention from others, presenting a potential opportunity for acquisition. In this battle, Chunsheng's objectives have reached a midpoint. However, his observation haki has shown no improvement, necessitating a change of plans. Transforming into a celestial dragon, he positioned himself above Don Quixote da Flamingo, gazing down at the man clad in sunglasses, his eyes gleaming with the allure of a radiant treasure. Da Flamingo, not only born of the celestial dragon lineage, but also officially recognized as the embodiment of evil, bears the title of the Knight Yasha, suggesting that his soul must surely be a fallen one. Moreover, should he eliminate Da Flamingo, he could detonate the explosives buried within the island, swiftly claiming the lives of all remaining survivors. The notion of killing such a formidable adversary with mere explosives had never crossed his mind. To achieve that, one would need to reduce the entire island to ashes. He had only acquired a stockpile of conventional explosives, not nuclear devices. The purpose of the explosives was primarily to eliminate the lesser foes and erase the traces of his own rituals. Thus, he realized that he must take matters into his own hands to bring Doflamingo to an end. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, I shall claim your head, he declared, locking eyes with Doflamingo, as his dark haki gradually enveloped his scales. What vexing gaze! Are you the mastermind behind this? Doflamingo questioned, concealing his inner fury with laughter. It appeared that his prestige was waning, allowing even the most insignificant to tread upon his name. Was he to be overshadowed by such trivialities? Suddenly, an invisible wave radiated outward, causing all the survivors to succumb to unconsciousness, leaving only a few of Doflamingo's subordinates at his side. The Conqueror's haki. Chun Sheng recognized this ability, said to be an innate power bestowed upon individuals, a mark of royal potential that could not be cultivated. A chilling aura emanated from Chun Sheng, a pressure derived from the blood of ancient dragons, distinct from the domineering nature of Conqueror's haki. The oppressive force stemming from his bloodline clashed invisibly with Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki, ultimately dissipating into the air. Was this a unique manifestation of Conqueror's haki? Ah, you are indeed an intriguing opponent. I surmise you have encountered Diamante? Doflamingo remarked, his initial anger shifting to caution and seriousness, no longer perceiving this confrontation as mere child's play. His subordinates, too, felt the tension rise. What was thought to be a simple act of plunder had unexpectedly drawn them into a more complex web. Regrettably, I had anticipated a more entertaining foe, only to find you lacking. Chun Sheng feigned disappointment before tossing a counterfeit surgical fruit to Doflamingo. Here lies the surgical fruit you so desperately sought. Let's see what you make of it. Doflamingo caught the fake surgical fruit, twisting it open to examine its internal structure, only to discover the deception. A counterfeit, he exclaimed. Indeed, the surgical fruits are already in the possession of the Navy, and they must have been secured by now, Chun Sheng remarked with a smile. I have truly been led in circles, what a scoundrel. In that moment, a surge of fury threatened to erupt from Doflamingo, who was poised to unleash his wrath. Surrounding him were several formidable officers, and even Chun Sheng would find it difficult to vanquish them all in an all-out assault. Escaping unscathed would be a triumph. However, he was not alone in this endeavor. Time to make your appearance, gentlemen, Chun Sheng commanded. Suddenly, a number of naval officers emerged from seemingly nowhere, led by the current Rear Admiral, Ghost Spider. Both Carp and Admiral Tsuru were seasoned veterans, and Chun Sheng was aware that if these two old-timers discovered his arrangements on the island, it would complicate matters. Thus, he advised them to remain at sea, preventing any pirates from taking advantage of the chaos, while allowing a few rear admirals to assist him. The Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, closest to the North Sea, had taken half a day to arrive, ultimately concealing himself on the island. I did not expect you to possess such a ruthless disposition. When Admiral Tsuru sent me to collaborate with you in capturing Doflamingo, I assumed you were merely a figurehead, he stated, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Wielding 8 long blades with the technique of life return, presenting a fearsome visage. As a staunch hawk within the Navy, Ghost Spider harbored no affection for pirates. In his eyes, all malevolent brigands deserved to be eradicated without hesitation. He was thoroughly satisfied with Chun Sheng's preparations on the island, viewing both the pirates and the underhanded elements of various kingdoms with disdain, preferring to eliminate them for a semblance of peace. I must trouble you, Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, to hold back Doflamingo and his subordinates. As for that fellow, I shall handle him myself. The encirclement of Doflamingo had long been established through a prior agreement between Chun Sheng and the Navy, initially in collaboration with Razanani, and later involving Admiral Tsuru. Taking down Doflamingo was not solely Chun Sheng's undertaking. Moreover, considering Doflamingo's celestial dragon status, it was uncertain whether Ghost Spider, as a naval officer, could act decisively. Even if he could overpower Doflamingo, would he be able to strike him down, given his noble lineage? Thus, Doflamingo had to be dealt with by Chun Sheng, who was unperturbed by the potential repercussions from the celestial dragons. According to the intelligence retrieved, Doflamingo had long been a thorn in the side of the Holy Land, with a desire for his swift removal. Were it not for his control over the secrets of the celestial dragon aristocracy, he might have already fallen victim to assassination by CP agents. Chapter 43. The battle begins. Doflamingo, Major Chapter. The Navy, truly a relentless specter. Having been pursued relentlessly by Tsuru's fleet, Doflamingo finally found a moment to catch his breath, only to discover that these adversaries had indeed followed him. Ha! Navy, you have forced my hand. Faced with Chun Sheng and a multitude of Navy personnel, Don Quixote Doflamingo felt an immense pressure. The presence of Chun Sheng was formidable, and the outcome of a potential battle remained uncertain. Should there be ambushes lurking outside the Navy ranks, the situation could swiftly spiral out of control. At this juncture, Doflamingo began contemplating a retreat. Suddenly, he employed his powers to bind Rocinante, his younger brother, who stood behind him. Initially, he intended to gather evidence before dealing with his dear sibling. However, circumstances compelled him to act prematurely. This unexpected maneuver took everyone present by surprise, as no one anticipated Doflamingo would turn against his own kin. "My beloved brother, you are one of the Navy, aren't you?" Doflamingo inquired, suspending Rocinante before him. During your absence, the relentless pursuit of the Navy seemed to vanish, only to resurface upon your return. This operation to seize the Ope Nomi was conducted under utmost secrecy. Just days ago, I deliberately circumnavigated the Navy's gaze, yet here they are, lying in wait for me. The conclusion is glaringly evident, is it not? I never imagined that my beloved brother would betray me. I abhor traitors, yet today, fortune smiles upon you. You may still have a chance to survive. Releasing Rocinante, Doflamingo fixed his gaze upon the members of the Ghost Spider crew. Now, you shall take him and depart, or face death together here. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Diamante and the others vanished without a sound. Doflamingo, sensing the precariousness of his situation, prepared to use his hostage as leverage to escape. Ghost Spider scrutinized Rocinante, searching his memory for any recollection, but found none. With a fierce countenance, he delivered his chilling words. "I do not recognize him. However, even if he is indeed a Navy officer, it cannot absolve you, the vile pirate, from your crimes. To purge evil, sacrificing one is a trivial matter. Each sailor aboard a warship has already made peace with the prospect of sacrifice." With that, Ghost Spider, wielding 8 long swords, charged forth, followed closely by several other officers. So, my dear brother, farewell. Their negotiations had shattered, and Doflamingo unfortunately encountered the hawkish marine Captain Ghost Spider. Doflamingo drew a pistol and fired several rounds, creating gaping wounds upon Rocinante's body, leaving him to languish in the snow. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Rocinante's wounds were gradually staunching, his heartbeat slowing but still resiliently pulsing. Earlier, Chun Sheng had bestowed upon Rocinante a life-saving potion. As long as it was consumed before landing on the island, it would induce a state of apparent death when the heart rate dwindled to a certain threshold, effectively prolonging his life. Dragon's Breath Enhancement. As the battle loomed, Chun Sheng consumed a blue wave ball to activate Dragon's Breath Enhancement. The aura emanating from him became somewhat uncontrollable, glowing brilliantly in a dazzling display. Only Chun Sheng truly understands that it is Moria, that wretched fool who has squandered a precious opportunity for transformation. In the original plan, Chun Sheng intended to awaken both the armament Haki and observation Haki through his encounter with Moria. After vanquishing Moria, he would wait for Doflamingo to lose patience and prepare to depart, coordinating a surprise attack with Rocinante, ultimately reaping the rewards alongside the likes of Spider and others. However, having easily dispatched Moria, he has only managed to learn the armament Haki, not even graze the surface of the observation Haki, failing to achieve his objectives. Thus, Chun Sheng found himself compelled to confront Doflamingo directly. Yet, he never anticipated Doflamingo's resolute nature. He immediately exposed Rocinante's identity, denying him the chance for a stealthy strike. Shattered Fist, Falling Heaven. Utilizing his formidable mobility, Chun Sheng soared above Doflamingo, executing a grand arc in midair before unleashing a punch that resonated like a cannon, a shockwave infused with crimson dragon energy descending upon him. Spider's Nest. Doflamingo, unwilling to yield, promptly employed the powers of the string fruit to weave a vast net in the air, attempting to defend himself. But how could a mere web withstand the force of air? The expelled air ruthlessly slammed into Doflamingo, creating a massive crater upon ground. Shattered Fist is a technique I have meticulously developed to counter you. Your string fruit cannot possibly withstand it, Chun Sheng declared, his gaze fixed upon Doflamingo, his movements relentless. He had never underestimated Doflamingo. In fact, he had consistently overestimated his opponent, preferring to strategize against the very air itself and risk failure. The offensive capabilities of the string fruit derive from the slicing effect of its fine threads, while its defense relies primarily on intercepting attacks with a web formed of those very threads, thus making it perfectly countered by the Shattered Fist. Amidst Chun Sheng's continuous barrage, Doflamingo, ensnared by the pitch-black haki, struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught of air blasts. Seizing a fleeting opening with his observation haki, a transparent thread shot forth from the breach, securing itself to the edge of the birdcage. Leveraging the thread's strength, Doflamingo propelled himself out of the hole, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, cautiously fixing his gaze upon Chun Sheng. While the shattered fist can disregard the defenses of the string fruit, the absence of direct physical contact prevents the infusion of armament haki, meaning Doflamingo could potentially mitigate a considerable portion of the force if he utilized his armament haki. Despite sustaining some injuries from the relentless attacks, Doflamingo could rely on his fruit's abilities for recovery, ensuring his combat effectiveness remained intact for the time being. Following an intense exchange, Doflamingo quickly discerned the precariousness of his situation. Judging by the current circumstances, Chun Sheng not only possessed remarkable aerial capabilities and agility, but his physical prowess was equally formidable, complemented by a fighting style that was entirely unfamiliar to him. This was the most challenging battle he had faced since setting sail. 5 colored threads. With a swift motion of his 5 fingers, nearly translucent threads surged toward Chun Sheng, only to be evaded by him in midair. The advantage of air superiority in combat was vividly displayed. Striking the agile Chun Sheng proved exceedingly challenging. Even the rare hits would be mitigated by his formidable defense. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Ghost Spider and the Navy had cornered Pika and Toribol. Mastering advanced techniques such as life return, the Ghost Spider dominated Pika in battle, and the situation appeared dire. Realizing the futility of the circumstances, Doflamingo contemplated retreating, signaling for withdrawal while gradually moving towards the ship. Suddenly, a collision occurred. An air cannon soared past Doflamingo's threads and struck him, leaving bloodstains on his body. Unable to contain himself, Doflamingo spewed forth blood, retreating several steps in the snow. Each clash saw Chun Sheng's strikes largely unimpeded, whereas Doflamingo's attacks were diminished by shockwaves, struggling to breach Chun Sheng's dragon scales. After numerous encounters, Doflamingo's disadvantage grew increasingly apparent. Curse be this fellow, he seems to be targeting my power directly. Doflamingo felt an unprecedented frustration. The inability to unleash his strength was truly stifling. You have nowhere left to retreat. The ships on this island have been cleared. Yours is no exception. Surrender your struggle and fight with all your might. Perhaps a path to survival remains. After a relentless pursuit, he finally reached the edge of the coast, where once ships should have been docked. Only scattered remnants now drifted upon the sea. Seeing his last escape route severed and familiar ruins floating on the surface, Doflamingo halted, unable to suppress his inner fury. Suddenly throwing his head back and laughing maniacally. How dare you? Did you plan to ensnare me from the very beginning? The accumulated rage since landing on the island erupted forth, and Doflamingo's aura surged dramatically, with Chun Sheng acutely sensing the rising pressure. As the intensity escalated, the ground beneath Doflamingo's feet began to transform. Solid earth morphed into a tangle of threads at a rapid pace, dozens of meters converting into white lines. The fruit awakened? Chun Sheng stared in astonishment at Doflamingo, realizing he had awakened under pressure. What an extraordinary talent! Doflamingo's sudden awakening imposed great pressure on Chun Sheng, who had already expended one opportunity to use the Shadow Ball against Moria. Under these circumstances, his backup strategies might not be reliable. Come now. A bit more pressure suits me well. As the tension mounted, Chun Sheng felt the seed of haki stirring within him, his fighting spirit gradually rising, revealing an eager expression. This only fueled the fire of Doflamingo's impending explosion. Truly an arrogant fool. Perish! As he spoke, Doflamingo wielded the awakened threads, surging forth like tumultuous waves. The white tidal waves. Thousands of slender white threads arranged horizontally, resembling the cresting sea, surged upward from beneath Chun Sheng, swiftly approaching him in midair with the intent to ensnare and crush him within their embrace. Yet this assault, as furious as it was, failed to capture even a glimpse of Chun Sheng, who, thanks to the maneuverability of the celestial comet, evaded the overwhelming onslaught effortlessly. The white torrents, despite their grandeur, could not even graze the tips of Chun Sheng's wings, allowing him the opportunity to counterattack. Dragon's Breath. A massive surge of dragon energy shot forth toward Doflamingo, only to be completely intercepted by the awakened white threads, which stood like an impenetrable wall. Doflamingo, manipulating the chaotic white waves with both hands, simultaneously sought to familiarize himself with the sensation of his fruit's awakening. In light of his inability to touch Chun Sheng, Doflamingo attempted to alter his strategy. Transforming the myriad white threads into elongated strands, each aimed at Chunsheng with intent to strike. 1,000 arrows through the heart. Feather strike. The clusters of white threads unfurled like a pair of majestic wings, each strand's tip darkened by the infusion of armament haki, exponentially increasing the velocity of dozens of strands. What was once an effortless evasion and counterattack for Chunsheng now became a daunting challenge as Doflamingo's tactics evolved. This attack not only enhanced speed, but also synergized with Doflamingo's observation haki, allowing him to anticipate Chunsheng's evasive maneuvers and seal off escape routes. The difficulty of the battle escalated abruptly, and Chunsheng felt the mounting pressure. Evading Doflamingo's strikes became increasingly arduous, sharpening his senses under the duress. The awakening of the string fruit yielded an astonishing enhancement. The disparity in Doflamingo's combat prowess before and after his awakening was akin to that of two different individuals. Even Chunsheng's powerful punches were effectively countered by a multitude of strings. With the remaining duration of his dragon chi enhancement dwindling, Chunsheng resolved to alter his strategy. In the face of the vast expanse of white strings, he slowly closed his eyes. Having just withstood an attack, he surmised that his haki prowess could endure a few more blows without sustaining injury. Beyond that, the outcome was uncertain. Continuing to evade would make it exceedingly challenging to defeat Doflamingo. Thus, he opted to conclude the battle decisively, even if it meant incurring some wounds, pushing himself to unlock his full potential. As he closed his eyes, the dragon chi coursed through his veins, infusing his muscles with vigor, and glowing veins became visible beneath his skin. The state of fury enveloped him. This marks the inaugural application of the dragon chi enhancement developed by Chunsheng since its inception. The initial experiments took place in the East China Sea, where insufficient control over the dragon chi resulted in a backlash, causing his dragon gem to explode, compelling him to employ the cross-restoration technique to salvage himself. In a state of fury, every aspect of Chunsheng is exponentially amplified, including his perceptual abilities. Through the resonance of sound and the movement of air, he can evade Don Quixote Doflamingo's attacks, even with his eyes closed. While evading, Chunsheng prepares for his ultimate strike, readying the final essence of his shattered fist to conclude the battle. This build-up necessitates the compression of his entire strength into his arms, rendering his evasive maneuvers somewhat rigid. In the course of repeated dodges, he inevitably sustains injuries, and gradually, wounds begin to mar his body. The pain from the bloodshed stimulates his nerves, yet fails to impede the accumulation of his power. How dare you underestimate me? Doflamingo, incensed by Chunsheng's south audacity to close his eyes during their confrontation, feels his fury peak, prompting the already swift white threads to accelerate further. Such disdain for him. The razor-sharp threads launch a relentless barrage, and under the tempest of assaults, Chunsheng struggles to endure, finding it increasingly difficult to evade every strike. As blood spills forth, the distance between Chunsheng and Doflamingo diminishes, and his injuries worsen. When Chunsheng draws within a certain proximity, and his injuries reach a critical threshold, Doflamingo suddenly alters his approach, channeling all his haki into one final onslaught. Divine Bullet, Holy Execution. From the ground, 16 strands of densely armed white threads surge forth at an astonishing speed, infused with all of Doflamingo's haki. With such a concentrated attack, he is confident he can pierce through his enemy completely, anticipating all of Chunsheng's evasive trajectories with his observation haki. This is the most powerful strike Doflamingo can currently unleash. As the 16 threads are poised to penetrate Chunsheng's body, he abruptly opens his eyes, perceiving time itself slowed down before him, rendering Doflamingo's assault crystal clear. Observation haki awakened. His formidable combat instincts predict the subsequent paths of the 16 attacks, and miraculously, Chunsheng dodges this strike, reappearing before Doflamingo, ready to unleash his long-prepared finishing blow. Shattered Fist Essence, the moment of annihilation. The dragon aura ignited Chunsheng's cells to their utmost potential, allowing him to concentrate this formidable energy within his right fist. In mere microseconds, an overwhelming force was unleashed. Confined to a mere few cubic meters, the immense power surged forth in a fleeting moment, compressing the air within the vicinity to its maximum capacity. Under such tremendous pressure, the elastic potential energy generated by the compressed air transformed into a vast outpouring of light and heat, radiating with a brilliance akin to that of a miniature sun. Naturally, Doflamingo, who had nearly exhausted all of his domineering energy, could not evade the onslaught. Beneath the searing intensity of this radiant heat, his body began to carbonize. Starting from the skin, it darkened as moisture rapidly evaporated, rendering even his blood unable to escape. Under the overwhelming pressure, his form gradually disintegrated, a force far beyond what the human body could withstand. In such an environment, even sand can be transformed into glass, let alone human beings. The blow came swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind only a shattered body and a scattering of fragmented solid and gaseous air compressions. In a single strike, Chun Sheng paid a harrowing price. The scales on his right hand were entirely shattered, revealing a skeletal structure riddled with cracks. Having endured such immense force, his muscles and blood vessels vanished completely, beyond the reach of even Chun Sheng's medical expertise. With the demise of Doflamingo, the powers of the string fruit dissipated, and the birdcage no longer enveloped the island of Rubeck. This strike even startled the likes of Ghost Spider and Pika amidst the battle, as such blinding brilliance shone so dazzlingly in the darkness. Young master, Doflamingo. Clearly, this is not the manifestation of Doflamingo's prowess. The resultant commotion, coupled with the vanishing birdcage, suggests that Doflamingo's predicament is dire. Concern breeds confusion, and the members of the Don Quixote family momentarily lost their composure. Dare to divert your attention? You shall perish. The disappearance of the birdcage is a clear signal to the Ghost Spider. It signifies an opportune moment for a decisive strike. Wielding 8 long blades, the Ghost Spider charged at Pika, who, at that moment, had yet to consume the stone fruit and was relying solely on his swordsmanship. The youthful Pika, despite his skills, was no match for the battle-hardened Ghost Spider. The Navy, equipped with formal training and comprehensive medical logistics, engages in combat without excessive trepidation, allowing for rapid advancement. Seizing upon a fleeting opening in Pika's defense, the Ghost Spider inflicted a horrific wound upon Pika's chest, blood spattering forth. With the Ghost Spider triumphing over his opponent, he allocated time to confront the remaining adversaries, and the Don Quixote officers found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Being swiftly dispatched under the Ghost Spider's encirclement, the battle concluded. Chapter 44. The Harvest of the Ritual. I commend you all for your efforts. Here lies the corpse of Doflamingo. Though considerably damaged, it should suffice to establish his identity. I must now request that you all evacuate the island, as I intend to detonate the explosives here to prevent any thieves from escaping. With the conflict at an end, Chun Sheng delivered Doflamingo's body to the Ghost Spider and his companions, subsequently employing a healing technique to mend his own injuries, leaving him with 13 uses remaining. It is our obligation to eradicate pirates, and Mr. Chun, who trapped them here, deserves our utmost respect. None shall receive less than their due bounty. The Ghost Spider accepted Doflamingo's remains with gratitude, acknowledging the difficulty of capturing someone as vigilant as Doflamingo. With the mission accomplished, the Navy had no reason to linger and departed Rubeck Island with the members of the Don Quixote family. After seeing off the Navy, Chun Sheng first sought out Rosanani's feigned dead body, checking his condition. Though his pulse was weak, he appeared stable. Administering a few gentle taps to control Rosanani's injuries and extracting the bullet, Chun Sheng then provided him with several life-saving medications before entrusting him to Drake for temporary care. Returning alone to the center of the sacrificial ritual, Chun Sheng's fingertips exuded tendrils of dragon energy, igniting the buried explosives. With a resounding quake, the explosives concealed beneath the island erupted, sending thick black smoke spiraling skyward. On the warship of Admiral Crane, the flames illuminating Rubeck Island pierced the night, igniting the parched trees, while toxic fumes enveloped the island, resembling a scene of apocalypse. This young man indeed acts with cruelty, unwilling to leave a single survivor. Admiral Crane shook his head. While the extermination of pirates is acceptable, there is no need for slaughter. He often preferred to capture them alive. Perhaps what the seas lack are spirited youths like him. The future belongs to these young ones. Compared to Admiral Crane, the boisterous carp did not harbor many thoughts. After all, he was a naval hero who had fought his way out of the Valley of Gods and would not hesitate to strike when necessary. However, it appeared that we had little reason to refuse his Hunter Guild proposal. Admiral Crane pondered quietly, initially intending to delay the acquisition of the surgical fruit, only to find that this young man had, within a few days, stirred up such significant news that tomorrow's headlines were inevitable. Why refuse? Just recently, there had been discussions regarding the so-called warlord scheme. This young man's style should align well with those individuals, allowing Akainu to lead a nominal expedition. Carp maintained a relaxed demeanor, his attitude untroubled. Admiral Crane cast a glance at her old friend, silently sighing. If it were a minor organization, she would not be so conflicted. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that Chun Sheng harbored grand ambitions, potentially seeking to divide the world among the Navy and pirates. This complicates how to approach matters. There were far too many issues to consider, particularly since Chen Sheng had offended numerous kingdoms in the North Sea, who also held sway within the world government. Truly concerning. On Rubeck Island, Chen Sheng walked through the raging flames, kneeling at the heart of the ritual, completely submerging the parchment in blood while softly reciting incantations to commune with hell. As he opened the ritual space, preparing to summon a devil for a transaction, the Absolute Devil unexpectedly sent a trade request through the contract. The Absolute Devil exhibited no extraneous emotions. However, as an anomaly among devils, they possessed absolute rationality and could occasionally initiate trade requests, engaging in transactions of equivalent value to meet the needs of the requester. Recalling the records about the Absolute Devil, it seemed they seldom initiated trades, making this occurrence genuinely rare. Evidently, his ritual was quite enticing. With the initiation of trade, Chunxing saw no reason to refuse. The capabilities of the Absolute Devil were formidable, and producing the blood of legacy was as effortless for them as drinking water, making them an excellent target. Chaotic Wanderer, I am Savian, requesting to acquire the results of this ritual. An ice blue flame appeared in midair as the Absolute Devil Savian spoke in an unperturbed tone. I require a base of operations. Faced with the towering flaming skeleton, Chun Sheng articulated his first demand. After a brief silence, the immense skeleton articulated the terms of the trade. Trade request. 1 seed of the ancient tree, with the potential for supplementary requests. Ancient tree? Upon hearing the item Savian offered, Chun Sheng began to analyze the information provided. The ancient tree is an integral part of the new continent's ecosystem within the Monster Hunter world, forming a vast forest ecosystem centered around it, known as the Ancient Tree Forest. Essentially, the ancient tree is a mysterious composite of various plants, possessing the ability to cultivate flora and attract small creatures. With numerous monsters and plants thriving in its vicinity, even ancient dragons frequently roaming about. From an ecological perspective, the ancient tree holds a status akin to the mother tree of the elven race in fantastical tales, serving as the vital essence of a regional ecosystem. The ancient tree seed presented by Sevian is no ordinary specimen. True to its name, the growth cycle of the ancient tree spans an exceedingly protracted duration. Although the researchers at the Monster Hunters Botanical Institute have succeeded in replicating a diminutive ancient tree, its scale remains vastly inferior to that of a genuine ancient tree, requiring centuries to achieve any substantial utility. Thus, this particular seed has been specially crafted by Sevian. Once Cheng Sheng confirms its necessity, he can immediately commence the transformation process. Initially, through enigmatic methods, a copious amount of nutrients and catalysts will be compressed into the seed, allowing it to reach towering heights of over 100 meters within a mere 2 months. Concurrently, Sevian will imbue the tree with a soul, granting the ancient tree its own volition, enabling it to enter into a chaotic covenant with Cheng Sheng, thereby comprehensively understanding and mastering all its capabilities. Ultimately, the functionality of the ancient tree will be augmented, allowing all flora within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to flourish to their physiological limits, ensuring bountiful harvests year after year. The fauna will exhibit enhanced robustness, prolonged lifespans, greater resistance, and increased reproductive capabilities. Even the ichthyid population within the maritime expanse will proliferate. While such uses may not seem extravagant, it is essential to acknowledge that this realm is not a magical world. Possessing such power is already remarkably beyond the ordinary. Indeed, I require more potent bloodlines of heritage. Upon reflection, Cheng Sheng accepted Sevian's offering, initially desiring blueprints for a technologically advanced stronghold, but now considering the ancient tree as a splendid alternative, envisioning a future where he could barter for technological advancements in paradise. Transaction request. 1 drop of blood from an extraordinary life, 1 drop of high-grade heritage blood, 5 drops of ordinary heritage blood. Transaction concluded. Extraordinary life? Hearing Sevian's demand sent a slight tremor through Cheng Sheng. What constitutes an extraordinary life? Its potential strength may transcend the limits of the world of the transaction requester. Such a life is indeed worthy of the title extraordinary, even within the realm of Monster Hunter. It is likely that only a few taboo-level elder dragons would meet this criterion. Not necessarily. Beyond the taboos, many formidable elder dragons could also be classified as extraordinary lives. Recalling information on those elder dragons, Cheng Sheng found each to be a worthy acquisition. Thus he nodded in agreement to the transaction. Very well. Transaction confirmed. Production commences. Chapter 45. Behemoth having consented to Sevian's terms, the colossal skeletal figure of flames fell into a momentary silence. Before long, Several items materialized before Cheng Sheng, a seed and 7 droplets of blood. With the heritage blood in hand, Cheng Sheng promptly scrutinized the single drop originating from an extraordinary life. A flood of information surged into his mind. The blood of Behemoth's lineage. Remarkably, it is Behemoth? Cheng Sheng was taken aback by the sight of blood, as it was theoretically inconceivable for him to encounter such a phenomenon. Behemoth is not a native creature of the Monster Hunter realm, but rather a collaborative beast from the Final Fantasy universe. Conceived as a monstrous entity hailing from an alternate dimension, towering in size and possessing formidable strength, Behemoth is adorned with a striking purple hide and well-defined musculature. With its arms thicker than the load-bearing columns of ordinary architecture, it boasts a pair of long, robust horns atop its head, capable of wielding thunder, flames, hurricanes, and meteorites, earning it the epithet of the mightiest beast that transcends the natural order. While the name Behemoth may seem somewhat unfamiliar, its alternate moniker, the legendary creature known as the Behemoth of fantasy realms, is well known. The creature's immense power is nearly akin to that of a bug-level entity, rightfully classified as an extraordinary life form. However, the formidable strength of such beings comes with high summoning prerequisites. Firstly, the term extraordinary implies that they are unlikely to smoothly undergo the transformation dictated by the laws of the world, as their power exceeds the limits of existence. Direct transformation carries a substantial risk of failure. Such extraordinary items and the transformation of life typically require a medium as the foundation for the conversion. Once the blood of inheritance is transformed, it becomes a devil fruit. Therefore, during the process of transformation, it is essential to offer a devil fruit as the fundamental medium to enhance the probability of a successful conversion. The transformed Behemoth devil fruit not only retains its original powers, but also possesses the ability to absorb a fragment of the fundamental devil fruit's capabilities. Although these abilities may not compare to the original, a portion can indeed be inherited. However, such an extraordinary devil fruit is not something just anyone can wield. Even a common ancient dragon-type devil fruit has the potential to transform an ordinary individual like Cheng Sheng into a being beyond humanity. Thus, the transformative effects of this superlative devil fruit would be even more profound. The amalgamation of its already formidable powers with those of basic devil fruits renders consuming this fruit almost equivalent to devouring 2 devil fruits simultaneously. Should one's physical foundation be inadequate, there exists a significant likelihood of either failing to endure the transformation or, if one survives, being unable to fully harness the resulting powers. The selection of a host for the limitless devil fruit requires meticulous consideration, ideally favoring individuals with a compatible affinity. The constraints imposed on the limitless devil fruit are numerous, primarily due to its overwhelming power. The Behemoth, upon transforming into a devil fruit, not only experiences a terrifying enhancement of physical strength, but also possesses the ability to summon meteors through its gravity fruit, invoke lightning via its thunder fruit, conjure fierce winds with its gale fruit, and trigger explosions with its explosion fruit. Even summoning Kaido's azure dragon fruit may not rival its might. Having acquired the Behemoth's bloodline, Cheng Sheng's mind whirled with possibilities regarding the transformation of this blood into a fruit. The rust fruit, classified as a paramecia-type devil fruit, is undeniably formidable, serving as a bane to nearly all swordsmen and a slayer of renowned blades. However, such a potent fruit is not without its drawbacks. Its ability can only be unleashed through direct contact, significantly curtailing its effectiveness. As a swordsman, the bulk of one's lethality resides within the weapon wielded, and to confront a swordsman's strike barehanded is akin to courting death unless one possesses exceptional mastery of Haki. Moreover, as one traverses the latter half of the Grand Line, it becomes apparent that most formidable swordsmen employ the technique of Haki to coat their blades, thereby diminishing the rust fruit's utility. In contrast, if one could leverage it as a foundation to inherit the Behemoth's power, allowing the Behemoth to embody a degree of rusting capability, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger. The Behemoth's formidable physique renders it impervious to most weapons. Thus, acquiring the ability to dismantle weapons will be nothing short of a nightmare for adversaries. Envisioning the Behemoth confronting foes, one realizes that not only must they endure its myriad magical assaults, but when they finally manage to retaliate, their weapons would be rendered useless. Such imagery is simply too exquisite to behold. Aside from the limitless life form of the Behemoth, Cheng Sheng turned his gaze towards the sole ancient dragon-type devil fruit, the Shade-Winged Dragon. Within the expansive universe of Monster Hunter, the number of elder dragons is vast, yet few are deemed the shame of their kind, with the Shade-Winged Dragon being the most renowned. often jestingly referred to as the photographer by players. Unlike other elder dragons that boast striking appearances and terrifying powers capable of controlling the elements, the shade-winged dragon, with its ability to cloak itself and emit toxins, resembles a more roguish character among the elder dragons, frequently engaging in guerrilla tactics within forests, utilizing its long tongue to pilfer hunters' belongings, and occasionally making cameo appearances in various tomes. However, in terms of ecological lore, the shade-winged dragon is anything but weak. As an elder dragon, it not only possesses the power of invisibility and toxin emission, but can also generate vast clouds of mist to obscure vision and sensory perception, even infusing the mist with potent venom, thereby ensnaring entire regions in a state of poisoning. The mist released by an adult shade-winged dragon can envelop entire forests, and when combined with its stealthy mimicry, it becomes an exceptionally lethal predator, able to strike unseen in any locale. In circumstances where life is imperiled, the Xiaolong, upon unleashing its potent toxins on a grand scale, could precipitate regional biological extinction. This phenomenon coincides with the seeds of ancient trees, culminating in the formation of a forested landscape. In such an eventuality, the behemoth and the Xiaolong, embodying both light and darkness, would stand resilient even against the onslaught of a naval commander. Furthermore, the 5 bloodlines of inheritance are, in fact, representative of the more commonplace monsters within the realm of Monster Hunter. These creatures predominantly belong to the reptilian category of monsters adapted to forest environments, including the brute wyvern, thunderjaw, great bull wyvern, flying thunder wyvern, and the bombardier wyvern. The classification of monsters, wyverns, their overall form resembles that of bipedal theropods, akin to the Tyrannosaurus rex, lacking the ability to fly. Flying wyverns. Their morphology is similar to bipedal flying dinosaurs, with the largest population, some adept at flight, while others have regressed to merely leaping. Fawn wyverns. Typically quadrupedal, resembling lizards, they are fewer in number and ecological significance compared to wyverns and flying wyverns. Fish wyverns. Appearing as large fish, they can briefly come ashore, but are relatively rare. Bird wyverns. Their forms diverge into 2 types, one akin to ostrich-like dinosaurs, and the other resembling small, feathered flying wyverns. Elder dragons. These formidable beings transcend ecological systems, possessing a classic 4-limbed, 2-winged skeletal structure, representing the apex of the world's ecological chain, each wielding catastrophic powers. Beast wyverns. A broad category of mammals, including prototypes like pigs, bears, and gorillas. They are not numerous. Shell and horned wyverns. Monster types modeled after insects, such as crabs, scorpions, and spiders. Serpent wyverns and sea wyverns. Monsters inspired by serpents and those inhabiting the ocean, also relatively scarce in appearance. The brute wyvern, modeled after the Tyrannosaurus rex, bears an uncanny resemblance to its prototype, adorned with a crown-like crest and dorsal spines. It hunts and attacks utilizing its formidable jaws lined with sharp teeth, possessing an internal organ that generates flames, allowing it to unleash fiery breath upon its prey, earning it the moniker of the forest marauder. The thunderjaw, a subspecies of the brute wyvern, has undergone a transformation where its flame pouch has morphed into an electropouch for reasons unknown, enabling it to expel plasma instead of fire. This creature can harness electricity to enhance its physical prowess, making it equally formidable. The great bull wyvern is a large herbivorous wyvern, devoid of flamboyant abilities, but compensated with a robust physique that imparts terrifying strength. Its thick skin and carapace not only offer formidable defense, but also allow it to thrive in a multitude of environments. The flying thunder wyvern inhabits dense forests and is characterized by its blue and white fur, capable of accumulating static electricity to unleash in battle. Akin to the combat style of fur-covered species, its membranous wings enable it to glide through the trees with remarkable agility. The bombardier wyvern, a member of the flying wyvern category with diminished wings, possesses limited flight capabilities yet can traverse quickly on the ground. Its impactful charges can effortlessly shatter rock, and it can scale nearly vertical cliffs. Its fearsome roar has the power to obliterate the internal organs of its foes. With a ferocious temperament and insatiable appetite, it asserts dominance through reckless charges and earth-shattering roars, earning the title of an absolute powerhouse. The blood of inheritance must have been extracted by Seiwian within the same region, varying in quality, yet possessing similar traits. Except for the thunder dragon, which shuns dense forest environments, the others can adapt to woodland settings. Among these creatures, the thunder dragon occupies the highest ecological niche, exhibiting unparalleled strength, far surpassing the other 4 monsters. With a single charge, it can turn the world upside down, asserting itself as a dominant life form within its territory. Although their strengths differ, each of these monsters, when considered individually, could easily overpower ancient dinosaurs. Each one proving more precious than ancient species, positioned between ancient varieties and mythical beasts. Chapter 46. The significance of the Hunters Guild as the sacrificial rite must occur at the site of the ceremony. Chun Sheng did not immediately manifest the blood of inheritance. Instead, he temporarily entrusted it to Sei Wuyan, intending to extract it only upon reaching a secure location. Upon arriving at the cave, where Drake was concealed, Chun Sheng utilized the tools at his disposal to provide urgent aid to the injured Rocinante, thus momentarily averting a life-threatening situation. Given the terrifying effects of the crucifix, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary exposure. For those he could heal with his medical skills, he refrained from expending opportunities for restoration spells. Drake, take him to row. I will deal with this fellow and join you shortly. With Rocinante now out of immediate danger and entrusted to Drake, Chun Sheng focused on the soulless Moria, re-establishing contact with the heavens, entering a resplendent cathedral. To negotiate with the lords of hell, one must accumulate a certain number of souls to gain leverage, whereas exchanging merits with heaven imposes no such requirements. One can connect at will and expend as much as desired. Thus far, Chun Sheng had amassed 17,564 points of merit. After accounting for previous expenditures, over 8,000 points remained. State your needs, O Walker of Chaos. The current representative was yet another of Gabriel's endless incarnations, inquiring with an emotionless voice about the items Chun Sheng sought. I wish to exchange 10,000 points of merit for an intelligent soul that can aid in my analyses, Chun Sheng declared. In heaven's exchange, one must strategically address their shortcomings. In terms of combat, after this period, Chun Sheng believed he had reached the level of the 7 warlords, which sufficed for now. He possessed extraordinary talent, and his forthcoming training would undoubtedly progress more smoothly. Yet, he recognized numerous deficiencies in other areas. For instance, his capacity for analyzing various intelligence, calculating the current political landscape, and acquiring new technologies remained lacking. Although he seemed to have mastered all medical knowledge from Earth, that was merely a legacy of civilization. Even now, Chun Sheng would not dare claim to fully realize its effects. The profound wisdom accumulated over millennia was intricate, and even assimilating a fraction of that knowledge was sufficient for Chun Sheng to establish himself as a renowned divine doctor. This is merely a branch of medicine, complemented by the martial arts and other knowledge required in the future. Chun Sheng urgently needed an intelligent assistant to help him organize this wealth of information for greater efficiency. No problem. Your request will be fulfilled, Gabriel said as he reached behind his wings and produced a softly glowing orb of pale golden light, gently placing it into Chun Sheng's consciousness. Greetings, sir. I am a level 3 intelligent tower spirit, designated as 68528 at your service. The orb was, in fact, a tower spirit, a creation of the magical realm, its essence derived from the souls of sentient beings, intricately fused with the elemental essence of life through complex alchemical processes. In a magical world, intelligent tower spirits serve as the core of magical towers and can also function as personal assistants for wizards. A level 3 tower spirit is a highly intelligent being, excelling in calculations and research far beyond human capabilities, albeit devoid of emotions. In addition to its formidable computational prowess, the tower spirit, like the virtual map in Chun Sheng's mind, is directly fused with the soul, safeguarded by the legacy of the Chaos Pact, thereby exempt from the constraints of worldly laws and the associated concerns of rejection. Welcome. From this moment forth, you shall be called Charles. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration, Chun Sheng declared. Understood, sir. Charles is at your service, the tower spirit responded, transforming into the image of a composed middle-aged man. Charles had been Chun Sheng's guide in his previous life. After all, traversing the world alone was unfeasible, given the myriad languages and customs that would hinder his progress. Charles was a skilled individual, proficient in 8 languages and well-versed in the unique cultural knowledge of various minority regions, assisting him through countless challenges. Prior to his untimely demise, Chun Sheng had arranged another adventure with Charles, leaving him uncertain of his companion's current circumstances. Now, Charles, please analyze the current situation and advise on the most cost-effective items I should acquire. With that, Chun Sheng opened a portion of his memory to Charles, posing his first inquiry. Certainly, sir. After thorough analysis, I recommend upgrading your heavenly token to enhance its sacred contract capabilities, Charles promptly replied. Excellent. That aligns closely with my original plan. Let us proceed with this course of action, Chun Sheng praised, acknowledging that upgrading the sacred contract was indeed one of his objectives. As representatives of heaven and hell, the characteristics of a devil-esque contract are its coercive and deceptive nature, while the hallmark of a sacred contract lies in its fairness and inclusivity. A devil-esque contract can only be made with an individual, exploiting loopholes to seize the opponent's soul, a tactic Shinsheng had previously employed against Quet. Conversely, a sacred contract can be established with many, possessing weaker enforcement capabilities, but allowing for the inclusion of special clauses, the efficacy of which is protected by heavenly forces, thereby circumventing worldly regulations to a certain extent. It is my utmost honor, sir. Charles spoke in a monotonous tone. Your Excellency, the Angel, I humbly request an upgrade to my sacred contract privileges, as I aspire to forge sacred contracts with a greater number of individuals. Chunsheng bowed respectfully to Gabriel. Certainly, Gabriel replied, and upon his affirmation, the crucifix adorning Chun Sheng's chest radiated a brilliant light. The luminous silver glow, reminiscent of fireflies, danced around the crucifix before dissipating, transforming the original wooden cross into a gleaming metallic sheen. Chunsheng's primary objectives for this transaction were twofold. Firstly, to successfully extract the elusive Moria's shadow fruit, a versatile asset, and secondly, to fully initiate his plans for the Hunter Guild. By enhancing the divine contract in heaven, Chunsheng could extend his ability to harvest souls and accumulate merit to others through its stipulations. This contract would serve as the admission agreement for hunters, mandating that every pirate hunter must sign it. Consequently, all actions undertaken by members of the hunter organization would be intrinsically linked to him. For each pirate slain by a hunter, Chunsheng would receive a portion of the merit and could remotely collect souls, despite some inevitable losses. This method would allow him to amass a significant amount of malevolent souls and merit while remaining comfortably at home, far surpassing any previous efforts. However, the cost of upgrading the contract was substantial. The basic sacred contract had a cap of 100 individuals, but Chunsheng could utilize 5,000 merit points to elevate this limit to 10,000. The crucifix he possessed could accommodate a maximum of 20 contracts, leaving ample room for over 100,000 potential members, more than sufficient for his needs. Lastly, I wish to acquire a tool for extracting abilities from other fruit bearers. Chunsheng articulated his final request. Not a problem, Gabriel replied, as usual, conjuring a list for Chunsheng to peruse. At the top of the list was a scientific apparatus resembling a stasis chamber, the nano-healing pod, capable of extracting all materials at the atomic level, including the genetic factors that serve as the source of devil fruit powers, without compromising the health of the subject from whom they are extracted. The nano-healing pod could only be produced by a level 3 galactic civilization and was available for rental at a cost of 1,000 merit points per use. Additionally, there was the purification technique scroll, which could invoke a 5-ring divine technique to restore a living being to its natural state by purging all foreign substances and energies, whether beneficial or detrimental, for 800 merit points per scroll. The purification elixir could decompose a living entity into its most primitive inorganic components, forcibly extracting and consolidating genetic factors. If appropriate fruits were available to serve as vessels, new devil fruits could be formed, valued at 500 merit points each. The distinction among the items on the list primarily hinges on whether the severed remains are still alive. Moria has already lost his soul, and Chunsheng, indifferent to his fate, naturally opts for the most cost-effective purification potion, retaining the remaining 2,000 merits for future use. Chunsheng also procures a common fruit with a small portion of his merits. He bids farewell to Gabriel, clutching the purification potion acquired through trade, and returns to the realm of reality. As he pours the potion over Moria's corpse, a hissing sound ensues, reminiscent of a legendary corpse-cleansing liquid. Moria's massive form disintegrates as if it were snow meeting an open flame, swiftly breaking down into particles invisible to the naked eye. An unseen force, released upon Moria's demise, enters the apple in Chunsheng's grasp, resulting in the emergence of a brand new devil fruit, the shadow fruit. Chapter 47. The Thunder Dragon Drake on board a small warship. Luo and Drake await Chunsheng's return in the cabin. Did you handle all these ships by yourself? Impressive. Drake exclaims in astonishment upon learning that Luo single-handedly dealt with all the vessels and remaining crew. Oh, it was merely the power of the fruit. There is still much for me to learn. Luo waves his hand dismissively, acknowledging that many of the guards were formidable fighters he could not have defeated alone. However, with the ability of the Silver Dragon, Luo seized the opportunity to vanquish them. A fruit, you say? I want one too, Drake remarks enviously. recalling the rewards promised by Chun Sheng, and he feels a sense of anticipation. Teacher, you're back. Spotting Chun Sheng from a distance, Luo and Drake hurry to greet him. Yes, I have returned, and all went smoothly. Who is this? As Chun Sheng steadies himself, he notices a small child, a few years younger, standing behind Luo, sporting two newly sprouted horns that suggest he is not entirely human. This is Durling, a half-fishman brought back recently by Doflamingo and his crew. He has lived with the Don Quixote family for about 2 months. I felt sorry for him when I saw him on the broken ship, so I decided to bring him along, Luo explains. Through their conversation, Luo learns about Durling's background. As a child of both fishmen and humans, he was rejected by both races and endured a miserable existence until Doflamingo took him in. This reminds Luo of the disdain he faced during his own illness. A half-fishman? Interesting. Let's keep him for now. He is still quite young. We shall see what to do when he grows up, Chun Sheng says, crouching down to call Durling closer for a closer inspection. All right, teacher, where are we headed next? With Chun Sheng's approval, Luo is elated and inquires about their next destination. We are off to the Fog Sea to seek out Moria's fearsome 3-masted ship. There are treasures awaiting us there. The vessel's pace was leisurely, and Chun Sheng sought out sailors in a nearby town to serve as crew members. Relying on the mental map in his mind for navigation, he anticipated that the journey would take several days. Along the way, Chun Sheng and Drake were in the cabin preparing for his reward. With a serious expression, Chun Sheng addressed Drake, stating, I promised that if you could complete the trial, I would bestow upon you a substantial reward. You have not only vanquished numerous pirates, but have also defeated Moria's officer, Absalom. You have performed admirably. You now have several options. First, you may inherit Moria's power by consuming the shadow fruit, which possesses immense potential. If developed properly, it can provide you with significant assistance, as some of my plans require this fruit's involvement. Second, you may consume a special Zoan-type devil fruit. I have many fruits akin to the one held by law. Each of these extraordinary Zoan fruits has a baseline power that rivals ancient types, with an upper limit comparable to mythical types, and some even surpass them. However, the varieties currently available for your selection are limited. You may choose one that you deem suitable for yourself, or wait a while longer. Of course, if the devil fruits do not appeal to you, I could develop a unique combat technique tailored specifically for you, though it may take a bit more time. Listening to Chun Sheng's options, Drake fell into contemplation. He harbored no aversion towards the devil fruits. After all, his father had once been a Navy officer, and he possessed a deeper understanding of them than the average person. His experiences with law had further intensified his desire for such power. Even with the limitations imposed by sea stone and the inability to swim, the enhancements provided by the devil fruits were undeniably significant. Drake had heard of the shadow fruit, which could manipulate shadows and sever other shadows to create zombies. However, as these zombies lacked life, they could not wield haki and generally possessed weak abilities. Furthermore, the shadow fruit did not align with his combat style, leading Drake to lean towards Chun Sheng's Zoan fruits, as Law had already demonstrated their potential. After observing the numerous devil fruits showcased by Chun Sheng, Drake ultimately focused on the bomb dragon fruit and the mist dragon fruit. With choices at hand, it was only natural to select the more powerful fruit. Theoretically, he should opt for the mist dragon. Yet, upon hearing Chun Sheng mention that choosing the mist dragon would confine him to the base, requiring him to remain close to it for an extended period, Drake hesitated. The mist dragon was indeed formidable, but if it meant he could not leave, it would be of little significance. He was unwilling to remain on a solitary island indefinitely. I choose the bomb dragon fruit, Drake finally declared with determination. Are you certain? The bomb dragon is not an ancient dragon type. While powerful, it still falls short compared to the ancient dragons, Chun Sheng confirmed, seeking affirmation. I am certain, Drake replied firmly. Very well, I shall respect your choice. Chun Sheng handed a brownish-yellow fruit to Drake, which bore 2 blue markings resembling the shape of a melon. As Drake held the fruit in his hand, his heartbeat quickened. He felt a surge of power coursing through him. With a decisive bite, Drake furrowed his brow, for the flavor was truly indescribable. Forcing himself to swallow, he soon became aware of its extraordinary nature. Instinctively, a unique force began to spread within him, and as he took control of this energy, his body began to transform. Before long, a colossal beast emerged, its body adorned with brownish-yellow scales and blue stripes. In comparison to the celestial dragon and the silver dragon, the thunder dragon possessed a larger head, triangular ears, and conical teeth, with remarkably developed jaw muscles. Its long, thick neck housed a resonating pouch capable of emitting thunderous roars. The forelimbs were elongated, connected to membranous wings, while the hind limbs were short yet powerful, and its tail was slender with a prominent tip. The Thunder Dragon could walk on its hind legs or traverse on all fours. Its territory was vast, and it was notoriously bloodthirsty. Even after capturing prey, it would relentlessly pursue until every attainable target was annihilated. This ferocity led to its migratory habits, resulting in frequent encounters with apex predators from various regions. In the face of these adversaries, the Thunder Dragon never yielded. No matter how formidable the opponent, it would charge recklessly into battle, becoming more enraged when wounded. In its fury, the Thunder Dragon's forelimbs and face would swell with blood, enhancing its strength while diminishing its rationality, even dulling the sensation of pain. It would not relent until its adversary was torn apart, embodying the essence of a natural berserker. This savage demeanor earned the Thunder Dragon the title of an absolute powerhouse. Yet it also meant that few would live to see old age. For now, you should gradually acclimate to your newfound power, being cautious not to cause excessive destruction aboard the ship. Once you have adapted, I shall teach you the martial arts that complement the fruit. After consuming the fruit, a period of adjustment is necessary. So, Chun Shang was in no rush and decided to head to the terrifying three-masted ship first. The following day, the newspaper headlines reported astonishing news. A mysterious organization had executed the infamous pirate crews of Don Quixote, Da Flamingo, and Gecko Moria on Rubeck Island in the North Sea, with an enigmatic figure announcing the establishment of a bounty hunter guild. The headquarters would be formed in 4 months, welcoming any hunter without a criminal record, though the specific location remained undisclosed. The Navy announced its intention to collaborate with the Bounty Hunter Guild, stating that a team of naval officers will be dispatched for support. This news has sent shockwaves throughout various factions. Some minor pirates are troubled by the emergence of a new adversary, while the majority regard him with disdain. For what bounty hunter has not been encountered before? Merely a pack of hyenas pursuing a corpse. The Navy's support has only served to obscure the true nature of the Hunter Guild's background. The true nature of this organization will remain shrouded in mystery until 4 months hence. Chapter 48. The resurgence of the demon training has commenced. Given the lengthy duration of their voyage, Chun Shang has taken this opportunity to instruct the two. The most crucial characteristic of the Silver Dragon is its transformative ability. The liquid metal possesses the freedom to alter its form, and with mastery, it can adapt to any scenario. Learning to exhibit different traits according to varying circumstances is the essence of your training. During the instructional process with Luo, Chun Shang maintained human form, honing Luo's control over liquid metal while in humanoid shape. When confronted with an enemy whose perception and physical prowess surpasses your own, what course of action will you take? As he spoke, Chun Shang unleashed his dual-colored haki and assumed a combat stance. Seeing Chun Shang's arms cloaked in darkness, Luo felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, overwhelmed by immense pressure. He commanded the liquid metal to morph into metallic blades, encircling Chun Shang with dozens of them. The blades moved erratically, attempting to divert Chun Shang's attention, poised to strike from the blind spots of the targeted assailant. A commendable strategy, yet your current control is insufficient. While the blades may appear random, they harbor numerous flaws. Those devoid of Kinbunchaku haki may overlook them, but those who have awakened their haki can discern the issues at a glance. Seizing the opportunity presented by the erratic movements of the blades, Chun Shang grasped one, disrupting Luo's assault. Your technique to defeat Lao Ji was quite effective. Utilizing a metallic sphere to obscure the opponent's perception, evading attacks through transformation can yield surprising results. The beast form is a strength of the ancient dragon, yet it bears its own shortcomings. Ancient dragons, being colossal creatures, often exceed 20 meters in size, making it difficult to remain undetected by enemies. In the future, you will undertake numerous assassination missions, and integrating the characteristics of the Silver Dragon with assassination techniques will be the focus of your specialized training. Assassination technique? Reflecting on the skills Chun Shang had previously imparted, Luo slowly recalled those techniques, continuing to command the metallic blades to orbit around Chun Shang. Luo extracted a minuscule volume of liquid metal from the blades that Chun Shang had sent flying, camouflaging these metals as fragments hidden in concealed corners. As Chun Shang dispatched 2 blades, Luo seized the opportunity to control the concealed metallic fragments, unleashing them in a torrential downpour from all directions. Silent Blade, Torrential Rain. Utilizing the silent blade technique, these fragments approached silently, transforming mid-air into shapes capable of penetrating armor. These silent blades were distinctly visible within Chun Shang's extraordinary dynamic vision, and with a commanding observation, he effortlessly deflected all the lethal strikes. Indeed, seizing the moment when the enemy's attention wavers to launch a surprise attack is a tactic that ensnares most pirates. Having successfully thwarted every assault, Chun Sheng commended Law's ingenuity while also advising, however, you must enhance your control over the liquid metal. Should these blades move even slightly faster or become more chaotic, it could prove quite troublesome. The metallic projectiles can also target the enemy's vital points, necessitating a more robust manipulation skill. After a brief exchange of techniques, Chun Sheng identified Law's current challenges. He emphasized the need for rigorous training in manipulation abilities, for there exists no shortcut to mastery. On the other hand, Drake's training was considerably more straightforward. As a natural berserker, he did not manipulate elemental energy. Instead, his focus lay on enhancing his physical prowess and combat skills. A warrior of his caliber required a martial discipline that embraced an indomitable spirit, living on the edge of death. This aspect would require Chun Sheng's careful contemplation, while for now, Drake needed to devote himself entirely to physical conditioning. It would be prudent to delay the study of martial arts until he reached a plateau akin to Chun Sheng's, at which point he could commence combat training. How much longer until we reach our destination? Chun Sheng inquired of the sailors aboard. We should enter the Fog Sea by tonight, but Captain, this area is notoriously known as the graveyard of warships, littered with wreckage and fraught with peril, the first mate replied. Reluctant to venture into such a treacherous domain, he felt compelled by the generous compensation Chun Sheng offered, willing to risk it all for the sake of gold. Indeed, the Grand Line proved to be unpredictably dangerous. At the slightest wave, the small warship would exhibit noticeable turbulence, and during torrential downpours, Chun Sheng and Lan nearly found themselves carrying the vessel to safety. Were it not for the allure of the largest ship in history, Chun Sheng would have preferred to leave these individuals and the ship behind and simply take flight. I shall scout ahead. You may proceed with confidence. I will return when we reach the edge of the sea, he declared, transforming into the celestial comet dragon form and soaring into the sky in search of the notorious three-masted ship. Despite the sheer size of the vessel, comparable to an island, it was still mobile, rendering Chun Sheng's map ineffective for navigation. Utilizing his keen eyesight, he patrolled the waters at a velocity exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, and after 2 hours of flight, he finally located the world-renowned three-masted ship. Chun Sheng descended upon the ship, making his way towards the castle at its center. With Moria's demise, the island zombies had lost control of their shadows and returned to their master, leaving no active zombies on the island. Instead, many pirates and hunters who had unwittingly wandered and had acquired shadows and began to roam the ship. Upon reaching the castle, Chun Sheng found it occupied by a band of unknown pirates. Observing these individuals, he noted that each bore an initial evil value of 8 points. Without hesitation, he struck, mercilessly slaying them all. Entering Moria's mortuary, he discovered a collection of all the corpses Moria had gathered during this time, the majority being grotesque and unremarkable, save for 2 that captured Chun Sheng's attention: the corpse of the demon of the country, Ors, and the body of the dragon slayer, Lama. While a swordsman's physical form is undoubtedly important, it is the heart of the sword that holds true power, without a soul. Even the corpse of a great swordsman might pale in comparison to a lesser martial artist of renown. Thus, Chun Sheng's purpose in this endeavor lay with the body of the demon, Ors, hoping it would not disappoint him and could harness the power of Behemoth. With that thought, Chun Sheng placed his hand upon Ors's corpse, initiating the resurrection ability of the crucifix for the first time, awakening this ancient giant who had slumbered for 5 centuries. Ors, a warrior of the ancient giant race from centuries past, towered over 60 meters, several times the height of ordinary giants, and was said to possess the strength to move islands. In terms of physical potential, it would be challenging to find a race in the world of One Piece that could rival the ancient giants. Through the 9-ring resurrection technique inscribed within a crucifix, Ors's shattered body was gradually restored. Even the injuries sustained in life were healed entirely. Within mere seconds, he returned to the perfect state he had known in life. However, the long passage of time had eroded Ors's soul, leaving before Chun Sheng merely a soulless corpse, akin to the pirates whose souls he had claimed. For Chun Sheng, this was merely a trivial matter. As long as he desired, he could effortlessly procure the souls of either celestial beings or infernal demons. Provided that Aza's physique could endure the might of Behemoth, everything that followed would be manageable. He retrieved the rusty fruit and the bloodline of Behemoth, infusing the fruit with Behemoth's formidable power. As the essence of the bloodline permeated, the exterior of the rusty fruit underwent a remarkable transformation. The originally patterned fruit morphed into the appearance of a round eggplant, sprouting 2 prominent black horns at its apex. Go, he commanded, casting the fruit into Aza's cavernous maw. Chun Sheng observed as the fruit slid down Aza's throat and into his stomach, monitoring the process intently, only to find no signs of disintegration. This indicated that the demon Oz could indeed bear the strength of Behemoth. Next came the matter of the soul. Chapter 49. Perona Charles. Which soul do you consider most suitable? As Chun Sheng deliberated on selecting a soul for the demon Oz, he found himself in a quandary, confronted by an abundance of exceptional souls, making the choice rather arduous. Sir, if you do not mind, you could opt for a pure blank soul. I can create subordinate control directives to manipulate the blank soul. As a tower spirit, I can bifurcate into a secondary intellect hub and 3 primary intellect hubs, Charles responded. Control through the intellect hub? Chun Sheng pondered. The two were now one entity, fully cognizant of Charles's capabilities. The secondary intellect hub, while somewhat lacking in adaptability and rather rigid in action, remained formidable in learning and analytical tasks. It would suffice as the core of the soul. Moreover, given Oz's colossal size, in Chun Sheng's strategy, Oz's role after consuming the behemoth fruit would primarily be that of a guardian deity and a strategic deterrent, not requiring the acumen of a human. Thus, employing the tower spirit for control emerged as a commendable choice. Furthermore, utilizing an intellect hub as the soul bore unique advantages, such as mastery over the body. A typical human, in order to fully command their own body, must engage in prolonged training to master the advanced technique of life restoration, a process that demands not only considerable time and effort, but also luck and innate talent. The intellect hub, however, could leverage its formidable computational prowess to achieve perfect control over every organ, ensuring comprehensive bodily mastery and stable performance under any circumstances. Of course, the shortcomings of the intellect hub were apparent. Aside from its limited intelligence, it could not unleash latent potential, with both training and combat following a methodical progression, resulting in consistent upper and lower limits. Let us proceed with this course of action. Having weighed the pros and cons, Chun Sheng ultimately resolved. By employing the intellect hub as the core of the soul, he need not concern himself with issues of loyalty. The tower spirit, as an intelligent program, would unfailingly execute Chun Sheng's commands. After all, the power of Behemoth is exceedingly formidable. Once unleashed, the consequences could be dire. While summoning heroic spirits from the heavens may ensure loyalty, each spirit possesses its own distinct personality, making them challenging to control. Thus, it is far more prudent to rely on one's own trusted tower spirit. Chun Sheng sought to exchange for a completely blank and pure soul from heaven, an acquisition that proved to be quite economical. Even for the finest quality pure soul, he required only 20 merit points. In his mind, he instructed Charles to delineate a secondary intelligence hub to manipulate the blank soul, and soon, a formless new soul was conceived. Chun Sheng then infused the new soul into Oz's body, patiently awaiting his revival. The synchronization of soul and body necessitated a period of adjustment, approximately half an hour, during which the intelligence hub gradually acclimated to the rejection between soul and body, beginning to exert control over the physical form. After over an hour of attempts, the intelligence hub finally managed to gain preliminary control of the massive body, slowly opening its eyes. Wobby 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 bab. As the intelligence hub took command, it struggled with the intricacies of detail, rendering speech a formidable challenge. Charles transmit all essential linguistic knowledge and combat-related information to him, allowing him to assimilate it gradually. For now, maintain this body in a state of feigned death until I arrive. Instructing Charles to keep a vigilant watch over the newly revived Oz. Chun Sheng was about to depart when he discerned the sound of weeping emanating from a nearby room. Following the cries, he stumbled upon a dimly lit chamber, where he discovered a small girl with pink hair, approximately 10 years of age. The girl sported twin ponytails and was clad in a Gothic-style lawn dress. It was unmistakably Perona. As a significant companion of Moria, Perona had been taken in and cared for by him from a tender age. With Moria now vanquished by Chun Sheng and the castle overtaken by a band of pirates, her fright was surely profound. It dawned on him that he might be perceived as her adversary. Reflecting on Perona's bond with Moria, Chun Sheng cautiously approached her. His towering height, exceeding 2 meters, was enough to frighten Perona, who retreated into the corner as she perceived the unfamiliar figure drawing nearer. What do you want? Please don't come any closer. Noticing her evident fear, Chun Sheng knelt down and spoke gently. Hello, were you captured by Moria? Do not be afraid. I am a pirate hunter, and Moria has been defeated. You are safe now. Though Chun Sheng possessed the means to deceive the 10-year-old Perona, he saw no necessity for such pretense. A fire cannot be contained indefinitely. Rather than allowing animosity to fester into the future, it was better to confront it in the present. A pirate hunter, pray tell. Lord Moria, he mused, I had long suspected the outcome concerning Moria. The uncontrollable zombies are testament to this. Yet, upon hearing Chung Shung's confirmation, Perona could not restrain her tears and exclaimed in horror, "Indeed, he has been vanquished. You scoundrel." Chung Shung replied, with the news of Moria's demise solidified in her mind. Perona found herself engulfed in a void of thoughts. From an unknown wellspring of courage, she summoned 2 specters to soar towards Chung Shung's direction. "Have you already consumed the ghost fruit at such an early stage?" Chung Shung inquired, somewhat astonished. He was aware of Perona's abilities as a user of the ghost fruit, yet he was unaware she had ingested it so soon. However, Perona's mastery over the fruit remained rather rudimentary. The 2 lethargic phantoms floated aimlessly towards Chung Shung, easily avoidable even for an ordinary person, let alone someone endowed with the foresight of observation haki like Chung Shung. With a wave of his haki, he shattered the specters and, with one hand, seized the terrified Perona, rendering her unconscious before turning towards the battleship. At that moment, the vessel had reached the periphery of the fog-laden sea, and the captain hesitated, gazing at the faintly dissipating mist, reluctant to venture into its depths. Fortunately, Chung Shung did not keep them waiting long. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he returned to the battleship, carrying the unconscious Perona. "Teacher, you have returned." "Who is this?" asked Ruranoa, his curiosity piqued as he noticed Perona in Chung Shung's grasp. "Her name is Perona, a maiden under Moria's care, deeply attached to him. Do tend to her. If you find it unbearable, then deliver her to the Navy," Chung Shung instructed as he entrusted Perona to Ruranoa. Though Ruranoa was still of tender age, having just turned 14 after the new year, the effects of the fruit made him appear closer to 18, and his maturity surpassed that of his contemporaries. This sudden turn of events caught Luo off guard. Initially, he was tasked with caring for Dorinji, and now, with the addition of Perona, he was becoming quite the caretaker. This was merely the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him in the future. Chun Shung remarked with a smile that, although he did not mind Luo harboring feelings of resentment, living with such burdens was exhausting. Perhaps taking care of a few children could help him find a bit of light amidst the shadows. While navigating through the dark world, one must learn to blend into the darkness, yet it is essential to have a glimmer of hope within. Chapter 50. The terrifying 3-masted ship under Chun Shung's guidance. The first mate and numerous sailors, through relentless effort, finally located the terrifying 3-masted ship anchored deep within the misty seas. The crew docked their vessel alongside the imposing ship, and Chun Shung led everyone aboard what was to be the largest ship in history. When Chun Shung revealed to the sailors that they were not standing on an island, but rather on a ship, they were left in awe, as if they had stepped into a mythological tale. What kind of craftsman could possibly create such a grand vessel? Do not be astonished. This will be our ship from now on. Come, let us proceed. Chun Shung rallied the entranced crowd as they made their way toward the castle at the heart of the island. When the time comes, follow my instructions, and together we shall sail this magnificent vessel away. Navigating such a grand vessel is no simple feat. It is nearly impossible to accomplish without a substantial crew. Just as I stepped through the gates of the castle, a familiar voice echoed. "Yo-ho-ho-ho! Greetings! Might you be the valiant warrior who has vanquished Moria?" Chun Shung had not departed long before yet another guest graced the castle. Gazing upon the peculiar, explosive-haired skeleton before him, he recalled the information regarding Brook. Brook had resided here for an extended period, trapped in the foggy seas due to his inability to defeat Moria and reclaim his shadow. Now that Moria had perished, Brook was finally free. "Indeed, I have come to claim my spoils. What brings you here?" Chun Shung feigned ignorance, inquiring of Brook their first encounter. "Yo-ho-ho, I am Brook. As you can see, I am a skeleton, having been ensnared here for many years. Your triumph over Moria has liberated me, for which I am profoundly grateful, despite lacking a heart." Yo-ho-ho-ho. Observing the skeleton, who held a cup of red tea and exhibited peculiar manners, the onlookers felt their worldviews being repeatedly challenged. Legendary dragons, island-like ships, and a conversing skeleton. Was the ocean truly so wondrous? Well then, Mr. Brook, what are your plans moving forward? Chun Shung inquired. Yo-ho-ho, if possible. I shall seek out my companions. I have an unfulfilled promise. As he reminisced about his past comrades and his vow to Laboon, Brook's tone grew somber. It sounds like a romantic tale. I intend to depart with this ship. Would you care to join me? Chun Shung extended an invitation to Brook. Oh, certainly. Brook calmly accepted, sighing at how quickly the two reached an agreement. The others were left in disbelief. What sort of thought process was this? Very well. Let us locate the kitchen and enjoy a hearty meal tonight. We shall prepare to leave at dawn. With Brook's acceptance, Chun Sheng felt buoyant and promptly led the crew to the kitchen to explore the culinary delights, eager to reward them for their arduous journey. Feast time. Hooray! There's meat. Upon hearing of the impending feast, everyone's spirits lifted as they reveled through the night, indulging in wine and merriment. The following day, Chun Sheng directed the sailors to commence maneuvering the colossal ship. Due to prolonged mooring, many components had succumbed to rust, but thankfully, Ro's abilities proved invaluable. The damaged areas were repaired with a blend of liquid metal and other alloys, allowing for a seamless restoration. The rusted sections were treated with liquid metal for effective descaling, proving to be remarkably convenient. With Charles conducting the analysis, the complexities of both repair and navigation were significantly diminished, rendering the process quite smooth. After toiling for much of the day, they finally succeeded in getting the grand vessel underway. Due to its immense size, the ship did not achieve great speed. As he consulted the mental map, Chun Sheng deftly steered the formidable three-masted ship closer to his intended maritime domain. This is a deserted island, with the most recent sighting reported over a century ago, and the latest cartographic update was made 2 centuries prior. According to the map, the island boasts a significant expanse, comparable to the capital of the Earth, and its lack of development is attributed to the presence of numerous ferocious beasts inhabiting its interior. The vegetation here is extraordinarily lush, with the leaves of towering trees casting a dense canopy that obscures the sun. Countless venomous insects and ferocious beasts inhabit this realm, where only life forms that have adapted over countless generations can thrive. Such an extraordinary environment, coupled with the occasional misfortunes of sailors, has given rise to a plethora of enigmatic maritime legends, including endless treasures hidden within the forest and mysterious colossal beasts. Such an environment conceals many of Chun Sheng's actions, including the immense ancient trees, the behemoths, the ancient giants, and a plethora of enigmatic devil fruits. Indeed, the Grand Line is replete with wonders, and this particular marvel is but one among many. Based on the distance calculated, the journey would take approximately 20 days. Fortunately, the supplies aboard the formidable three-masted ship are ample, allowing for a continuous voyage. After a protracted expedition, on the 24th day of departure, Chun Sheng finally arrived at his destination island. It must be noted that a large ship is distinctly advantageous, particularly one of such considerable size, for its navigation remains remarkably steady. However, the persistent antics of Perona are quite troublesome. Upon awakening, her immediate intent is to confront Chun Sheng with fervor. Despite several attempts by Luo to restrain her, he could not quell her desire for revenge. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, Luo ultimately allowed her to pursue her intentions. For with Chun Sheng's capabilities, neither she nor Luo himself could confidently execute an assassination. Throughout the journey, Perona's numerous attempts to eliminate Chun Sheng resulted in a series of comical blunders, each failure met with Chun Sheng's reprimand, leading her to depart in tears. During this period, witnessing Perona's disdainful efforts culminating in tears of despair has become a significant source of amusement aboard the ship. Brook even accompanies Perona's antics with the melodious strains of his violin, rendering the otherwise tedious journey far more entertaining. Centuries have slipped by, and the records on the map to their destination have undergone considerable alteration. One might say that this hastily crafted map lacks precision. This place is exceedingly perilous. The expedition fleet, tasked with charting the map, merely circled around to sketch a rough outline before departing without delving into a thorough exploration. Allowing the others to rest aboard the three-masted ship, Chun Sheng prepared to venture forth alone to explore the island, but was halted by Luo and Drake. "Teacher, let's accompany you," they urged earnestly. "Indeed, I believe I can be of assistance," added Luo. Upon observing their serious demeanor, Chun Sheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. There is little benefit in long-term habitation within a greenhouse. Let us proceed together." "Excellent." With Chun Sheng's consent, Luo and Drake exchanged excited high-fives and followed him off the three-masted ship. This island was fraught with danger, inhabited by an array of wild beasts and unfamiliar venomous creatures. Thus, it was prudent to adopt their beastly forms for entry to shield themselves from unseen perils. As he spoke, Chun Sheng transformed into a celestial comet dragon, with Luo and Drake morphing into a silver dragon and a thunder dragon, respectively. Among the 3 colossal dragons, Chun Sheng was the largest, measuring approximately 26 to 27 meters in length, indicative of an adult celestial comet dragon. Luo was somewhat smaller, just over 10 meters, reflecting his youth and the distance he had yet to travel towards maturity. Drake's thunder dragon was notably larger than Luo, exceeding 20 meters. Aesthetically, he appeared the most formidable, blending seamlessly into the forest. Chun Sheng and Luo resembled beings that had emerged from a sci-fi realm, their silver metallic scales contrasting starkly against the lush greenery. Luo, you and Drake will take one route while I take another. We shall explore separately, first seeking any signs of human activity, and subsequently looking for suitable plains to establish a settlement, preferably adjacent to a lake or river. Should you encounter danger, retreat immediately and contact me, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Do you understand? Chun Sheng instructed. Understood. Chapter 51. The Island of Eclipse parting ways with Luo and Drake. Chun Sheng maintained a low-altitude patrol, collaborating with Charles to refine the mental map in his mind. Charles, have you made any special discoveries? Charles possessed the sensory permissions of Chun Sheng, synchronizing all that he saw, heard, and perceived. Chun Sheng's body functioned like advanced hardware, while Charles represented the latest generation of intelligent software, their collaboration yielding tremendous advantages. Evidence of unnatural deforestation has been detected, indicating possible human activity, Charles replied, adjusting the map while analyzing the surrounding landscape. Is it possible that humans exist in this place? Chun Sheng mused. Despite exuding the formidable presence of an ancient dragon, which typically ensured dominion over the seas, he found that the island's ferocious beasts were not so easily deterred. Some even dared to launch attacks against him. The ancient dragon's aura, while not as pronounced in the pirate world as in the monster hunting realm, still failed to exert its usual influence here, suggesting that the island's fauna were extraordinarily savage. Begone! With a single slap, a formidable tiger was sent flying, as Chun Sheng followed the route meticulously analyzed by Charles. As Chun ventured deeper into the island's interior, the evidence of human activity became increasingly pronounced, leading him to a valley surrounded by sheer cliffs. Under Charles's guidance, he discovered a crevice over 3 meters high and more than 2 meters wide, with all signs pointing toward this hidden entrance. The crevice was cleverly camouflaged by robust fencing and dense artificial vegetation, making it difficult to discern without careful observation. The existence of such a natural fortress explained the survival of humanity in this region. Gazing at the towering rock face, which loomed 70 to 80 meters high, Chun expressed his astonishment. Just moments ago, he had repelled a gigantic bear, nearly 10 meters tall with horns protruding from its head. Astonishingly, despite the bear's tough hide, it sustained little damage from a strike and continued to advance, shaking its head defiantly. It was only through a significant exertion of force that Chun managed to render it unconscious, yet it still emerged relatively unscathed. Even in his dragon-like form, dealing with such ferocious beasts proved challenging. It was evident that without a formidable leader to command a team, eradicating the threats in this place would be nearly impossible. Unsurprisingly, no faction was willing to undertake such a thankless endeavor, resulting in centuries of neglect. Let us venture inside. At the mouth of the crevice, Chun transformed back into his half-dragon form and proceeded into the canyon. The walls of the deep valley were wide, and after traversing 40 to 50 meters, he emerged from the rock face into a breathtaking landscape reminiscent of a paradise. The valley was expansive, with Charles estimating its sides to be nearly 8 kilometers long. Approaching the area of the second ring road in the capital, to the north lay a vast lake, nestled against the highest ridge of the valley, its slopes cloaked in pale snow. The melting snow fed into the lake below, and according to Charles's analysis, beneath the lake lay both the ocean and subterranean water veins. South of the lake, an impressive cluster of large structures appeared, seemingly serving a warehouse-like purpose. To the west of this architectural ensemble was a quaint village, comprising nearly 100 residences, indicating a substantial settlement. Beyond the village stretched expansive fields, cultivated with flora Chun had never before encountered, likely unique to this island. The remaining areas were populated by a peculiar species of large herbivores, whose anatomy was quite unusual. They moved with 4 limbs, yet their forelimbs were disproportionately short, less than a third the length of their hind limbs, giving them the appearance of walking with their backsides elevated. Moreover, the front halves of their bodies were relatively small, while their midsections expanded like balloons, resulting in rotund and plump posteriors that seemed to tempt predators into pursuing them. The creatures move with remarkable lethargy, leisurely feasting upon the verdant flora beneath them, resting when fatigued and resuming their indulgence upon waking. They unmistakably embody the essence of domesticated livestock, nurtured over a prolonged period. Truly, it is a veritable paradise untouched by the outside world. As Chun Sheng ambled through such a resplendent plain, his spirits lifted considerably, and just as he was poised to continue his journey, a group of individuals clad in animal skins and wielding spears abruptly emerged to block his path. Halt! Who are you? One demanded. Captain, what manner of creature is this? It appears rather intimidating. It must be human, another replied. Look, it bears a striking resemblance to us, albeit with a few extra features. Extra features, indeed? Aside from possessing 2 arms and 2 legs like us, what else is there in common? I suspect it is a new breed of beast. The accents of these individuals were exceedingly strong, yet one could faintly discern the conventional language of the pirate world, albeit with certain distinctions akin to the differences between Mandarin and Cantonese. Essentially, there was little divergence, but through mere auditory perception, it was challenging to bridge the connection between the two. Fortunately, Chun Sheng possessed the skill of linguistic comprehension, enabling him to understand their speech effortlessly and engage in dialogue. Greetings, I come bearing goodwill, and I wish to meet your leader, ensuring that the beast bone spears in their possession posed no threat to himself. Chun Sheng gradually transformed back into his human form and spoke. Captain, this creature has altered again. What manner of beast is it? No, it appears to be a human. Captain, could this individual be the divine envoy mentioned by the village chief? Indeed, Captain. Did not the village chief proclaim that our village is under the protection of deities, and that eventually someone would come to lead us away from here to the outside world? Listening to the hushed whispers of the group, Chun Sheng felt a surge of curiosity after spending such a considerable time in the world of One Piece. It was the first occasion he had encountered the notion of deities. The leader of the hunting team appeared to be quite youthful, barely in his early 20s. Yet his imposing physique suggested he was a formidable character not easily trifled with. Upon overhearing the discussions among his comrades, the captain of the hunting party found himself in a moment of hesitation. The teachings he had received since childhood echoed the sentiments expressed by his teammates. They resided in a valley believed to be blessed by the divine, as long as they offered their devotion day and night. They believed there would come a time when the deity would be moved by their faith. At that moment, the great god would send forth his messenger to guide them away from this isolated island to witness the vast, boundless sea and the vibrant world beyond. Each villager, living in this secluded hamlet day in and day out, yearned for the arrival of the divine envoy. With each passing generation, the knowledge within the village had become severely fragmented, and having never witnessed the transformation of a devil fruit, they mistook the shape-shifting Chun Sheng for the divine emissary descending from the heavens. Then please accompany us, they urged. Our village chief resides within. After meeting him, we can discuss further matters. The captain, uncertain whether Chun Sheng truly was the divine messenger, decided to lead him into the village. Despite the perplexity of the situation, Chun Sheng felt a sense of ease as he followed them into the largest dwelling of the village. Chapter 52. The village on the way to the village chief's home. Chun Sheng gleaned insights about the village through his conversation with the hunting team leader. Firmly believing that this valley was a gift from the divine, the village was aptly named God's gift. They had little sense of how long it had existed, only knowing that their ancestors had dwelled here since their grandparents' time. Perhaps only the village chief possessed knowledge of its true history. The chief's name was Shadu, and each successive chief was the most learned individual in the village, responsible for overseeing all aspects of village life, including agriculture, herding, and the upbringing of children. The leader of the hunting team was named Paru, the foremost warrior of the village and the captain of the hunting patrol. Paru had ventured into the outside world numerous times, battling fierce beasts. During his rite of passage, he had even single-handedly slain a terrifying juvenile unicorn bear, a creature so formidable that even Chun Sheng had been unable to defeat it. The hide of that bear, a symbol of his glory, was prominently displayed in the chief's home, visible to all who came to pay their respects. The members of the hunting team were swift on their feet, and within 10 minutes, guided by Paru, Chun Sheng arrived at the village chief's abode. A burly man opened the door, and his appearance was quite different from what Chun Sheng had envisioned. He had imagined the chief as a scholarly and wise elder. Yet before him stood a robust middle-aged man, even more muscular than Paru. The man's formidable muscles rivaled those of Chun Sheng, whose physique had been transformed through the power of the ancient dragon fruit. At this moment, Chun Sheng recalled a detail mentioned by Paru. The village leaders were not chosen by bloodline, but rather selected their successors from among the many exceptional villagers, imparting knowledge that had been passed down through the centuries. In this perilous island, the most suitable candidates for leadership were undoubtedly those endowed with the greatest physical prowess, as strength was essential for survival. Initially, candidates were filtered based on their martial capabilities, and over the passage of time, they would gradually impart the peculiar knowledge they had inherited. Village chief, we have discovered an outsider who can transform into a monstrous form. Could this possibly be the divine messenger you spoke of? Paru introduced, as he led Chun Sheng to the chief. An outsider? Upon hearing Peru's introduction, the village chief, Shadu, appeared momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. As clarity returned, a glimmer of excitement shone in Shadu's eyes as he scrutinized Chun Shang, whose attire starkly contrasted with that of the villagers. A smile, akin to hope, suddenly graced his face. "Please enter, outsider. Let us converse at length." He warmly invited Chun Shang into his dwelling. Having received the knowledge passed down from the previous village chief, Shadu understood that their ancestors had originally been merchants stranded on the island. During a perilous voyage, they encountered a shipwreck and, forced to abandon all their goods, drifted here inadvertently. Initially, their numbers were considerable, amounting to several hundred, yet the harsh living conditions of the island gradually claimed many lives, leaving only a few dozen to reach this valley. Over the course of generations, they lived in this place, during which time they lost their civilization and even their sense of self. This valley had transformed into a prison, constructed from stunning landscapes and abundant resources. Gradually, some began to falter under the weight of existence here. Some ventured out of the valley, only to meet their demise at the jaws of wild beasts, while others chose to end their own lives, and some even incited riots within the village. Thus, the leader of that time fabricated an illusory tale, inventing a meaningless and arcane ritual to worship an imaginary deity, placing all hopes upon this ethereal entity to prevent anyone from succumbing to despair and taking their own life. Generations passed, and by the time he became the 37th village chief, the quest for an escape had never ceased. Many chiefs perished in their pursuit, yet all their efforts yielded naught. By now, he had relinquished all thoughts of leaving, only to be unexpectedly confronted by a flicker of hope for departure, igniting within him an overwhelming excitement. Life in the land bestowed by the deity was far from blissful. While they could be self-sufficient in terms of sustenance and the climate was relatively temperate, the land's capacity was inherently limited and could not sustain a burgeoning population. Therefore, each generation of village chiefs had to impose stringent regulations on demographics to prevent rapid overpopulation that would deplete the valley's resources. Currently, the population in this sacred land had reached its zenith. Any further increase would render their livestock and crops inadequate to meet their growth requirements. Additionally, the gender ratio among villagers required meticulous oversight. If the number of males or females in a generation became excessive, newborns of the surplus gender would have to be eliminated to maintain equilibrium. Beyond these duties, he, as the village chief, also had to scrutinize genealogies to prevent chaotic breeding scenarios from arising. It could be said that the enduring existence of this village was largely attributable to the unassailable efforts of its successive leaders. "Haru, kindly step outside for a moment. I wish to converse with this outsider," the chief commanded. "Very well, esteemed chief," Haru replied, vacating the room and leaving only Chun Shang and Shadu within. "Greetings. I am Shadu, the village chief. May I inquire if you hail from the outside world?" Shadu probed cautiously. "Of course. Is that not apparent?" Chun Shang replied with a hint of arrogance. "My apologies. I merely wish to confirm. I might have been overly excited. If I may ask, how did you traverse the forest teeming with beasts? Is there a method to avoid them? How did I pass through?" "I strode through with dignity, as those beasts are no match for me," Chun Shang declared, exuding confidence. "Strode through with dignity?" Shadu was momentarily taken aback. Although he had heard tales of many formidable beings outside, he still found it hard to fathom that someone could vanquish those terrifying monsters using merely the strength of a human body. Could it be that he was not human at all, but rather a monster in disguise? "May I inquire what brings you to our humble abode?" Suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and inquired directly. Although incredulous, he chose to believe Chun Shang's words. From the moment Chun Shang entered his abode, his finely honed sixth sense, developed through years of battling wild beasts, warned him of the man's inherent danger. Without questioning further, he elevated Chun Shang's status in his mind several notches. "I find the environment on this island quite appealing. I intend to establish a stronghold, perhaps even a city here. However, I did not anticipate that this place was already inhabited. What do you say? Are you willing to join my city and accept my protection?" Chun Shang stated his intentions plainly, leaving Shadu momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 53. Preparations for settlement to settle on this island? "Are you certain?" Shadu asked, incredulously. In such a perilous place, where he barely managed to escape, someone was voluntarily choosing to reside here. "If I may speak candidly, while your strength may allow you to vanquish these ferocious beasts, ordinary individuals stand little chance of survival. That is precisely my dilemma. What you must decide now is whether to live freely in the outside world under my escort or remain as a citizen beneath my governance in the city I will create." Chun Sheng replied. If we choose to accept your protection, what would be required of us? Despite lacking first-hand experience with the deceptions of the outside world, Shadu understood, through the wisdom passed down through generations, that nothing in life comes without a price. Quite simple, work for me. According to my plans, we will soon welcome powerful individuals from around the globe, and your responsibilities will involve basic reception tasks and maintaining the city's operations. I will handle the security management, Chun Sheng elaborated. Moreover, once the island is connected to the outside world, you will have the freedom to choose your fate. Those who yearn for the outside may venture forth, and I will ensure your safe passage to a secure nation, providing you with some fundamental possessions. For those who wish to remain here, you may do so in peace, as I will guarantee each of your safety. Regardless of your choice, your living conditions will vastly improve from what they are now. Of course, the aforementioned are merely the basic provisions, a form of compensation for occupying your village for many years. If you seek more, I will require a different form of exchange. A different life. Village Chief Shadu hesitated. Having lived for so long in this small, isolated land, they had long forgotten what the outside world was like, dreaming daily of escape. Yet, this sudden opportunity filled him with trepidation. Perhaps this was the proverbial dragon that Yi Gong admired from afar. Is it difficult to make a decision? He mused. Very well. I shall grant you a day to contemplate. Tomorrow, I will return with my team to establish a camp, and I hope to receive your answer by then. Chun Sheng remarked, you may keep this cooperation agreement for now, should you choose to sign it. It will signify your ascension to one of the pivotal management roles in the future city. In return, beyond securing a permanent residential area, all of you will enjoy numerous preferential policies, the specifics of which will only materialize once order is established. Thus, Village Chief, contemplate this at your leisure. I shall take my leave now, but I will return here at dawn, hoping we all achieve the outcomes we desire, leaving behind a written contract for Shadu to ponder. Chun Sheng departed the village, transforming into his celestial dragon form and soaring into the sky. Look, it's a divine envoy. There truly are deities. We must have moved the heavens, exclaimed the villagers. Indeed, the divine envoy just emerged from the village chief's home. We have hope of departure, unfazed by their adulation. Chun Sheng wielded his fruit abilities, and the villagers regarded him as a divine being descending upon them, eagerly rushing to Shadu's residence to seek clarity. Is this not further pressuring me? Shadu thought with a wry smile. Chun Sheng's actions undeniably placed him in a precarious position. The villagers had long yearned for freedom, and now that an opportunity lay before them, should Shadu refuse, he would become an adversary to all. Yet, he was not overly concerned, for he too yearned to depart. The true dilemma lay in whether he should sign this contract and what its underlying intentions might be. After leaving the Valley of Divine Blessings, Chun Sheng ventured towards the island in search of Drake and Luo. He launched a dragon breath projectile into the sky, illuminating it with a crimson glow. Shortly thereafter, another signal flare erupted from the eastern side of the island, indicating the whereabouts of Luo and Drake. Upon locating them, Chun Sheng found them grilling an enormous mammoth, towering 5 stories high. Is this your catch? Chun Sheng inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Sort of, replied Drake. This seems to be the territory of the mammoth. As soon as we entered, it fixated on us, and no matter how we tried to evade it, we couldn't shake it off. Eventually, we decided to team up and take it down. As he chewed on the mammoth's meat, Luo handed a piece of grilled flesh to Chun Sheng. Indeed, we also encountered something unusual. Teacher, take a look at this, said Drake, producing a devil fruit from his waist pocket and presenting it to Chun Sheng. We discovered it within its territory, but I cannot identify which fruit it is. Chun Sheng accepted the fruit and examined it closely. It bore no distinctive features. It was the elephant fruit in its white elephant form, likely the fruit that Spandam had later fed to his sword. An ordinary animal-type devil fruit, it was of little value. Just a common elephant fruit, nothing particularly noteworthy. What of other matters? Have you uncovered any valuable discoveries on the island? Chun Sheng inquired further. We found no signs of human activity, but we did encounter an abundance of peculiar plants and animals, including this one. Ron produced a ginseng root, measuring over 5 meters in length and thicker than an average man's arm. This remarkable specimen appeared to be an exceptionally rare plant, as the elephant had deliberately flattened the surrounding vegetation to preserve it. However, I had never encountered any records of such a plant, so I decided to collect it, as it might prove useful. What a magnificent ginseng! Chun Sheng exclaimed inwardly. This herb is known for its ability to restore vitality and energy, and its potent properties could be immensely beneficial when cultivated. Chun Sheng appreciatively stored the colossal ginseng away. Is there anything else besides this ginseng? Indeed, In the distance, there appears to be an entrance to an underground cavern. We couldn't discern its interior due to the elephant relentlessly pursuing us. But I sense that the space within must be considerable, Drake interjected. The roar of the dragon was thunderous. Typically, echoes would resonate within an ordinary cave. Yet this cavern remained silent, leading Drake to preliminarily conclude that its dimensions were substantial. A fruitful expedition. Let us return to the ship. I have gathered sufficient information about the island, and we shall officially embark at dawn tomorrow. Very well. The two trusted Chun Sheng implicitly, without inquiring about the specifics of our landing. Upon their return to the vicinity of the formidable three-masted ship, the crew was engaged in a fierce struggle with a wild beast. This fierce beast is not an imposing individual. It resembles a black leopard, which was frightened away by the ancient dragon aura emanating from Chun Sheng and Luo without any physical confrontation. Captain, you have finally returned. That leopard was exceedingly troublesome. A sailor remarked, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Was that truly a leopard? I have never encountered one capable of leaping dozens of meters. For Chun Sheng, it posed no significant challenge. Yet for these ordinary men, it was a terrifying beast. At this moment, the ship's greatest combatant was the newly joined Brook, whose exceptional swordsmanship enabled him to contend with the creature. Otherwise, the situation would have ended unfavorably. It is merely a small cat. Rest well. We shall disembark tomorrow. Chun Sheng reassured them. Disembark? Isn't that too perilous? The sailors wore expressions of dread. A mere leopard had proven formidable, and they had witnessed the presence of many powerful beasts on the island, which resided in its depths, avoiding the periphery to preserve their lives. Not at all. Follow me, and witness what miracles await. Chapter 54, The Power of Beasts. Leading the crew to Moria's morgue, Chun Sheng turned his back to the door and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, come and behold my greatest treasure. As the door creaked open, a chill wafted forth, forming a mist of white air. Within the morgue stood an imposing corpse, towering several meters high. It was a slumbering giant, adorned with dark horns atop its head and possessing deep purple skin. Its muscular form causing an oppressive atmosphere, even in stillness. Allow me to introduce this ancient giant, who has been entombed in ice for centuries. Excavated by Moria, they were unaware that this giant had not perished, but rather lay in a deep slumber amidst the cold. As you may know, my medical skills are quite proficient. By a stroke of fate, I have awakened this giant, and he shall soon fight for us. Awaken, behemoth. At Chun Sheng's call, the purple giant stirred its fingers. Shards of ice cascading down, its heartbeats resonating like thunder within the chamber. Gradually, the giant began to move, its eyes opening to reflect the forms of everyone present. Great master, ancient warrior, behemoth stands ready for your command. The voice boomed, resonating with such magnitude that it compelled the onlookers to shield their ears. After undergoing central adjustments, the newly reborn Oz had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer resembling a top-heavy figure, excess fat had been converted into nourishment for muscle, granting him a more defined physique akin to Kaido. Now, the giant slowly knelt before Chun Sheng, its head, several times larger than Chun Sheng's, bowed before him. The contrast between their two silhouettes leaving them both in disbelief. Rise. Prepare yourself, for the time to battle has come. With hands clasped behind his back, accepting Behemoth's pledge of fealty, Chun Sheng smiled and declared, I shall follow you unto death. With a thunderous roar, the Behemoth conjured a tempest that swept across the land, rousing the onlookers from their stupor. The ancient race of colossal giants? Hadn't they been long extinguished? Remarkable in size indeed, the awe was palpable, as even Brook could not suppress his astonishment at the Behemoth's grandeur. Now, regarding the decision to disembark on the morrow, do any of you have further inquiries? This time, no one voiced any dissent, quietly returning to their abodes to process the profound impact of the encounter. To speak of impact, it was none other than Perona who felt the most overwhelming shock upon witnessing the Behemoth. Even the toes of the giant dwarfed her stature, leaving her to ponder how she could ever seek vengeance. Under the daunting visage of the Behemoth, Perona collapsed onto the ground, her mind gradually succumbing to overload, as a procession of little phantoms emerged, swirling around her in a whimsical dance. Amidst the profound silence, night swiftly ebbed away, yielding to the dawn. Securing the fearsome, three-masted ship in the bay, Chun Sheng strode purposefully atop the Behemoth's shoulder, heading towards the valley. From the moment the Behemoth set foot on the island, an eerie stillness enveloped the land. No beasts roamed, nor did the insects chirp, rendering the entire island hauntingly silent. It was not merely the ancient giants that resided here. Within this formidable form lay a beast from another realm, and instinctively, no creature dared to utter a sound in provocation. A modest group of individuals trailed quietly behind the behemoth, much like the island's wildlife, scarcely daring to breathe. As the only sound that echoed through the stillness was the rhythmic thud of the behemoth's footsteps, devoid of any other noise. Such a sudden shift has indeed captured the attention of the villagers of the God-given land. Palu, accompanied by a patrol team, ventured into the outside world to assess the situation. As soon as he emerged from the valley, he beheld a colossal giant, towering several dozen meters high, advancing towards the valley. A cold sweat drenched Palu's back, prompting him to hastily return to the village in search of Shadu to deliberate on the matter. A giant, standing several dozen meters tall, Shadu, in shock, shattered the bowl in his hand upon hearing this and sprang to his feet, clutching the covenant tightly. After a night of contemplation, Shadu ultimately decided to accept Chunsheng's terms. He realized he lacked both the confidence and leverage to negotiate with the other party. He possessed neither capital nor strength. It seemed the only bargaining chip he had was the other's benevolence. Given this, it would be more prudent to embrace the invitation, as his own side had already reached a dead end. Let us inform the others that the divine envoy has arrived. We shall greet him together. Hastily donning his attire, Shadu, along with Palu, gathered the entire village, standing at the mouth of the valley in preparation to receive Chunsheng. With each stride of the behemoth, the ground trembled. And finally, the giant arrived at the valley's entrance, prompting the villagers to kneel in reverence, praising their deity. I have come bearing the divine will, Chunsheng declared, standing upon the behemoth's shoulder and gazing down at the assembly. Your unwavering sincerity over the centuries has moved the divine. I bring the seed of the sacred tree and the guardian giant, His Excellency Behemoth, to save you. From this day forth, you must remember the kingdom of the divine and the sacred paradise. By living according to the doctrines of the divine, you may enter the kingdom of the gods and attain eternal life. Under the nascent sun, the figures of Chunsheng and the behemoth appeared magnificent, instilling such awe that the populace dared not lift their gaze, instead prostrating themselves in gratitude for his arrival. Let me inside, commanded Chunsheng, and the kneeling villagers scrambled to their feet, revealing the entrance behind them. How shall we enter this passage? Behemoth, open the mountain gate. With a disdainful huff, Behemoth responded, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow, and he transformed into the form of a behemoth. Standing 60 to 70 meters tall, even the indigenous people here, let alone the warriors of light from the game, would tremble in fear. This was strength that transcended mere terror. The gorge, originally towering over 80 meters, had served as a formidable barrier protecting the villagers. Yet before the behemoth, it was merely a head taller than him, not an impenetrable fortress. Upon receiving the command, the behemoth began to take deep breaths, its heartbeat gradually accelerating as its body entered an exhilarating state, emitting a crimson glow through its skin. Prepared for battle, the behemoth elevated its form, raising its fists above its head and forcefully striking the mountainside before it. At the moment of impact, the colossal energy within the behemoth surged into the mountain, causing it to heat up and transform into a molten red hue. The earth-shattering blow created a massive pit several meters deep, with the rock within radiating intense heat. As the behemoth lowered its fists, mere seconds passed before the struck mountain erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of energy that cascaded into the valley, instantly breaching the mountainside. A gaping hole formed, compromising the internal structure, which could no longer withstand its own weight, leading to a swift collapse that revealed a spacious passageway, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Debris sent clouds of dust soaring, threatening to obscure the valley. The behemoth then showcased another of its abilities. A blue-white luminescence flickered from its head, and the surrounding air, under its command, began to swirl, forming a colossal vortex that drew in all nearby dust, compressing it into a clump of earth. Let us proceed into the mountains. After accomplishing this, Chunsheng sat atop the beastly behemoth and strode confidently into the valley. Chapter 55. Planting ancient trees, witnessing the behemoth's display of power. Not only the island's natives, but even the sailors began to believe Chunsheng's words. After all, how could humans possess such might? Comforted by this revelation, they suddenly found all of Chunsheng's actions to be entirely reasonable. He was, after all, a messenger of the divine. Luo and Drake exchanged glances, suddenly sharing the same doubts. Under the gaze of hundreds, Chunsheng guided the behemoth to the lakeshore, leaped down from its shoulder, and produced a seed the size of a human head, raising it high above and proclaiming, "This is the seed of the divine tree, under the blessing of the gods. It will grow within 2 months, bestowing divine grace upon this land. You must care for this tree with utmost diligence, treating it as an embodiment of the divine. Do not treat it lightly. Do you understand? Understood. The commanded individuals shivered in response, including some sailors who joined them. With the eyes of hundreds upon him, Chun Sheng buried the ancient tree seed in the soil by the lake and implanted a split-level intelligent core into the essence of the tree. Within seconds, a tender sprout emerged, just a few centimeters tall. For the time being, organize the valley properly and establish clear delineations. Once the divine tree matures, I will rely on it to establish our city. Luo, Drake, familiarize yourselves with the situation here and prepare for linguistic integration based on the texts. Shadu, Haru, accompany me. Leading the two to Shadu's dwelling, Chun Sheng naturally took the seat of the village chief and addressed them in matters of mutual interest. Only through binding benefits can we ensure trust. There exist two devil fruits. One is the Paramecia-type shadow fruit, while the other belongs to the Zoan-type mist dragon fruit. One orchestrates from the shadows, while the other stands guard in the limelight, allowing you the liberty to choose. Upon making your selection, do remember to sign this contract, which delineates your corresponding obligations. Presenting the two fruits before the individuals, Chun Sheng provided a brief introduction to their respective powers. Following a brief exchange, Shadu opted for the shadow fruit, while Palu chose the mist dragon fruit, each subsequently signing the contract. Partake in the fruits. After consuming them, we shall venture outside to tend to the divine tree, for there remains much work to be done. Observing as the two consumed their fruits, Chun Sheng instructed them to depart while he made his way to the cave, discovered by Drake for inspection. Following the route described by Drake, Chun Sheng located a narrow entrance, barely wide enough for two, near a marshland, which led into a vast cavernous space. This expanse consisted of intricate passages, and upon thorough examination, its total area surprisingly exceeded that of the valley itself, indicating that significant effort would be required for proper development. As time progressed, under Chun Sheng's guidance, everything unfolded in an orderly manner. After more than a month, the ancient tree had grown to over 100 meters in height, with a diameter of a full 20 meters, and the surrounding environment had transformed in tandem with its growth. For instance, the ferocity of the island's beasts gradually softened, as the substances released during the tree's growth enhanced their physical forms, necessitating longer periods of rest and sleep, resulting in a decrease in their combat frequency and a notable tranquility enveloping the island. Not only the animals, but also humans were subtly influenced by the ancient tree. Those who had consumed the Zoan-type fruit, including Chun Sheng and his companions, felt markedly invigorated, experiencing daily improvements in their physical condition and mental clarity. Seizing the opportunity, Drake engaged in battles with the island's ferocious beasts for training, relishing each encounter despite returning home battered and bruised. He had almost established himself as the king of beasts, having fought nearly every regional beast lord, with the exception of a few exceptionally powerful ones, most of whom had already succumbed to his prowess. Beyond the fauna, the flora also underwent changes under the ancient tree's influence, with new plant species continuously emerging alongside the island's existing vegetation. Luo accompanied Chun Sheng in analyzing and developing the island's rich botanical resources, experimenting with various plants to ascertain their medicinal values, subsequently naming and classifying them according to their uses. On the western side of Bu Island, a simple dock rose from the ground. Beeman is tasked with transporting materials and leveling the terrain, while Chun Sheng collaborates with sailors and the island's indigenous people to construct a rudimentary dock, which is expected to be completed on schedule in a month. Under the guidance of Talon Charles, the ancient trees within the valley are adjusting their forms. Due to the implantation of an intelligence core, Charles can remotely control the growth of these ancient trees. During their growth, every 5 meters, the ancient trees sprout platforms for construction, with each layer supported by branches, adorned with a network of vines and various plants that form a sturdy foundation. On these foundations, the villagers utilize timber harvested from outside to construct their dwellings, which are subsequently secured by Charles directing the ancient trees, ultimately integrating them into the trees themselves. Over the course of this month, the villagers gradually relocate their homes from the village to the ancient trees, transforming the external village into a reception hall, to serve as a future guild welcoming point. Beneath the ancient trees, the headquarters of the Hunter Guild is evolving alongside the growth of the trees. As a representation of the Hunter Guild, the headquarters is not artificially constructed, but rather formed from the intricate roots of the ancient trees. Its design is inspired by one of the emblems of the Chaos Pact, the Gate of Heaven, exuding a grand and majestic style that harmonizes beautifully with the surrounding environment. At this moment, the guild headquarters occupies a modest area, but But as the ancient trees continue to flourish, it too will expand, ultimately becoming one of the iconic structures upon the sea. The transformation of the subterranean cavern is also underway, due to its concealed nature. Chun Sheng has not disclosed its existence, and instead works on its renovation during his leisure time. Unlike the headquarters, the design for the underground cavern will adopt the visage of the Eye of Hell, altering the passageways to disorient intruders perceptually. Those with weak directional senses will become utterly lost upon entry. Moreover, within the cavern, Chun Sheng has raised numerous carnivorous amphibians, such as salamanders, leeches, and millipedes. Unauthorized entry would lead to unfortunate consequences. Of course, beyond these fundamental changes, the greatest advantage lies in the biological entities that yield direct benefits. For instance, not long ago, Chun Sheng and Luo captured a specific insect. Chapter 56. The honeybug Luo gazed at an insect resembling an enormous bee in the distance and inquired, "Teacher, look at that bee. It's so large. Is that nectar it has collected below?" "No, that is a honeybug, an insect similar yet distinct from bees. And it is a rare find. Let us follow it and see where its nest lies." The honeybug before them possesses 2 pairs of transparent wings, a head akin to that of a bee, and 6 fluffy long legs. The legs of the honeybug are considerably thicker than those of ordinary insects, secreting a special substance that envelopes the honey, forming a transparent membrane that dangles beneath its body. The size of the healing honeybug far exceeds that of a typical bee, with its body alone measuring the size of an adult's palm. The nectar accumulated beneath it has swelled to the size of a bowling ball and continues to grow. Chun Sheng gazed at the honeybug with eyes aglow, fully aware of the immense value this creature possesses. In the world of Monster Hunter, every hunter is intimately familiar with it. Countless hunters owe their lives to the honey derived from this insect, which has saved them from the clutches of monsters. The honey produced by the healing honeybug is a pale green and possesses remarkable healing properties, effective for both internal consumption and external application, swiftly mending wounds and restoring vitality. It is no exaggeration to assert that the honey can even bring a dying person back from the brink of death. And the bowling ball-sized nectar collected by the honeybug is sufficient to heal an ordinary injury. Initially, there were no traces of healing honeybugs on Sunshade Island. They are evidently a new species birthed under the influence of ancient trees. The 2 individuals employed stealth techniques from their assassination skills, closely following the honeybug as it harvested the juices of plants to craft its healing honey, ultimately soaring away with a mass of nectar larger than a basketball. They finally discovered an incredibly large giant healing honeybug nestled within a concealed tree hollow, its abdomen several times larger than that of a typical specimen. In stark contrast to its corpulent body, its 6 legs and wings appeared rather diminutive. Surrounding it were a dozen smaller honeybugs diligently gathering the collected nectar in a waxy pit. This must be the queen of the healing honeybugs. Luo, prepare to use your abilities to weave a net to capture them, but be careful not to harm them. Chun Sheng felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the enormous honeybug. This was a resource. Receiving the command, Luo nodded, and a vast quantity of liquid metal surged forth, enveloping him and morphing into fine threads that interconnected to form large nets. The metallic nets moved silently in the dark corners, advancing without causing any disturbance in the air, completely unnoticed by the honeybugs. Finally, upon closing in to within 20 centimeters, the nets suddenly unfurled, ensnaring all of the honeybugs present. After capturing the honeybugs, Luo utilized the liquid metal to uproot the pool storing the honey, packaging it all for transport. Well done. We shall pause here for today. I must ensure these little ones are properly taken care of. With the captured dozen healing honeybugs in tow, Chun Sheng and Luo returned to their abode within the ancient tree. Luo's dwelling, situated at the base of the tree, was influenced by the silver dragon, as the metal's conductivity made him averse to excessively damp environments or those prone to lightning strikes. Thus, he resided at the tree's lowest point, cultivating medicinal herbs while monitoring the surrounding order. In contrast, Chun Sheng's residence was established on the highest platform of the ancient tree. Perched atop its crown, at an elevation of several hundred meters, Chun Sheng's requirements were barely met. Ordinarily, the nests of the celestial dragons are situated at altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters. In the world of pirates, only the Sky Islands are likely to meet such criteria. Accompanied by the captured honeybees, I arrived at the midpoint of the ancient tree, where a secret passageway grants access to its interior, known solely to Chun Sheng and Charles. Within the ancient tree, apart from a myriad fibrous conduits responsible for nutrient transport, there also exist a few tree hollows, serving as clandestine storage spaces left by Chun Sheng, thereby enhancing the tree's multifaceted utility. Indeed, it is now that these confessional spaces prove their worth. The tree hollow is approximately the size of a basketball court, illuminated by the soft, pink glow of bioluminescent moss, releasing the captured honey insects. Chun-Sheng placed the reservoir of honey in the corner. Perhaps startled, the honey insects were not in the best condition. Chun-Sheng communicated with Charles to instruct the ancient tree to release calming substances for the flora and fauna within the hollow. Gradually, the honey insects began to settle down. The ancient tree's ability suggested that it created a space of absolute safety, allowing them to rest without fear, making it a suitable haven. Once tranquility was restored, the honey insects began to circle around the hollow, occasionally approaching Chun-Sheng as they became accustomed to his presence. Everything here is absolutely secure, and thus Chun-Sheng's life is also safeguarded. The honey insects can boldly familiarize themselves with him. Under Chun-Sheng's watchful gaze, these honey insects secrete a special wax through their limbs, establishing their hive within the tree hollow. Meanwhile, the rejuvenating honey insects approach the reservoir of honey, using their limbs to extract a portion of the restorative honey, which they continuously need. During this process, it appears they incorporate certain special substances, and soon the restorative honey transforms from a liquid state into a gel-like consistency. Intriguingly, do the rejuvenating honey insects also produce royal jelly? Quietly, Chun-Sheng took a piece from the gel-like honey and tasted it. In comparison to the regular restorative honey, this gel not only boasts greater nutritional value and enhanced restorative properties, but is also easier to absorb and digest. In a world of monster hunting, this royal jelly is likely what brings hunters back from the brink of death. While analyzing the composition of the restorative honey, an idea suddenly struck Chun-Sheng, prompting him to return to the warehouse and rummage through his belongings until he retrieved a devil fruit, specifically the gummy fruit. This fruit was a gift from a navy during a trade with Chun-Sheng, possessing modest capabilities. Aside from its commendable defensive strength, it lacks distinctive features. Moreover, the user of the gummy fruit may find their transformation abilities influenced by the sugary nature of the fruit. If developed skillfully, it might rival Karu's mochi fruit, but that is contingent upon Karu's own prowess rather than the fruit itself. Chun-Sheng had long pondered how to utilize this fruit, and upon observing the rejuvenating honey insects, an idea dawned upon him. He returned to the queen bee's side with the fruit. Having already acclimated to Chun-Sheng's pheromones, the queen exhibited no reaction, continuing her leisurely task of producing royal jelly, which would serve as her sustenance. Approaching the queen, Chun-Sheng gently placed a hand atop her head and tenderly caressed her, then pressed his forehead against hers. This represents the third form of contract ability within the realm of chaotic pacts, known exclusively as the chaotic covenant of the chaotic pact maker. While the contracts of heaven and hell pertain to sentient beings, the chaotic covenant is directed towards ordinary animals of lesser intellect. In contrast to the clearly defined nature of the two grand contracts, the chaotic covenant, true to its name, exhibits a perplexing and multifaceted utility. Even a single chaotic pact maker finds it arduous to forge two identical contracts. The most distinctive feature of this contract, named after chaos, is its inherent randomness. Lowly intelligent beings are utterly incapable of grasping the concept of a contract, leaving everything to fate. The only assurance that the chaotic contractor can provide is that the overarching outcome will benefit both parties, while the specifics remain uncontrollable. With his forehead pressed against the queen bee's head, Chun-Sheng can faintly perceive her thoughts, an exceedingly simplistic form of intelligence, driven solely by the desires for sustenance, rest, and reproduction. Deep within Chun-Sheng's soul, the invisible force of chaos transforms into a tether, gradually intertwining his spirit with that of the queen bee. He experiences a dizzying sensation as a feeble thought enters his mind, akin to a small creature lost on a football field, helpless and disoriented. Fortunately, the impressions left by ancient trees influence the queen's consciousness, preventing her from rejecting Chun-Sheng. A gradual bridge, constructed from the force of chaos, forms between their two minds, establishing the contract of chaos. Upon regaining clarity, Chun-Sheng discovers the contents of the chaotic contract. He is tasked with safeguarding the safety of the honeyed insect colony, while the colony, in turn, provides him with honey and other products. It is an ordinary contract devoid of any remarkable content, with a moderate level of fortune. Merely average, really. With this contractual bond, the queen bee's affection for Chun-Sheng surges, and she eagerly approaches him, nudging her large head against him like a playful puppy. Having established this contractual relationship, Chun-Sheng produces a piece of soft candy fruit, offering it to the queen bee as an invitation to partake. The simple-minded queen does not refuse. She clutches the fruit and begins to nibble on it, soon consuming it entirely. Insects lack taste organs, and their underdeveloped nervous systems are insufficient for the perception of flavor. Thus, they do not resist the devil fruit, perceiving it merely as an odd fruit. Once the queen has finished the fruit, Chunsheng conveys a signal through their connection, prompting her to continue producing royal jelly from the honey she currently possesses. Approaching the pool with a hint of confusion, the queen bee raises her tiny hands, beginning to knead the honey. During this process, Chunsheng subtly stimulates her consciousness, prompting her to instinctively utilize the powers of the devil fruit. This time, the royal jelly in the queen bee's possession transformed, evolving from a viscous, gelatinous liquid into a soft, solid confection resembling gummy candy. Success was achieved. Chunsheng picked up the freshly crafted pale green candy, scrutinizing it before tearing off a piece to taste. Due to its increased density, its therapeutic effects surpassed those of royal jelly. After taking a portion of each of the 3 forms of honey, Chunsheng urged the rejuvenating bees to accelerate their reproduction, striving to achieve a substantial scale as soon as possible. Entering his chamber with these 3 samples, Chunsheng circled his cabinet, retrieving several medicinal herbs to commence his experiments. He soon extracted one herb, grinding it down, boiling it, and isolating its active components. Subsequently, he combined several medicinal substances, pouring the mixture into the rejuvenating honey and stirring before allowing it to rest. Before long, a bottle of vibrant green potion emerged, fresh and invigorating. Taking a sip from a bowl, Chunsheng closed his eyes to savor the moment, only to furrow his brow in contemplation. The proportions are still amiss. The medicinal properties are somewhat conflicting. A stabilizer is necessary. After another round of meticulous work, Chunsheng finally produced a potion that satisfied him. Holding a 250 milliliters bottle filled with a jade-like elixir, which, thanks to the honey, bore a sweet and tangy flavor, he recognized its remarkable healing properties. Given Chunsheng's current physical condition, any injury not involving internal organs could be healed within a day after consuming the potion. Others, perhaps with slightly lesser recuperative abilities, would not take more than 3 days, and the potion could be taken multiple times with a maximum of 2 doses in a single day, the second dose retaining 70 efficacy. To commemorate his creation, Chunsheng named this potion the Great Rejuvenation Elixir. With the experience of his initial success, he subsequently combined royal jelly and rejuvenating honey with various medicinal herbs, producing the superior Jade Balm and Secret Potion, both boasting enhanced healing capabilities. The Jade Balm could be used both internally and externally, effective against all manner of injuries, rendering it an essential remedy for travelers traversing vast lands and seas. As for the Secret Potion, while it could not facilitate the regrowth of severed limbs, its efficacy was comparable to Chunsheng's advanced restoration techniques, capable of completely healing the vast majority of injuries within just a few hours. These preparations have been meticulously orchestrated by Chunsheng for the Hunter Guild, as the guild seeks to entice individuals to join by offering sufficient benefits. The Navy possesses ample intelligence on pirates. However, to attract a considerable number of formidable individuals, one must provide not only freedom, but also material advantages. Depending on the strength level of each pirate hunter, various medications will be allocated upon accepting tasks, complemented by additional concealed benefits, such as affordable healthcare and accommodations on the islands. Chunsheng is confident that no hunter would remain indifferent to such offerings. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, merely a week remains until the Hunter Guild's official unveiling. During this period, Chunsheng has once again utilized honey derived from the reply bee to develop the Chi-Yu series, which replenishes vital energy and blood, and the ZU series, designed to activate the body's immune potential for the healing of ailments and toxins. With these pharmaceutical products monopolizing the market, he has attracted hunters to join while simultaneously generating revenue. Furthermore, through Charles's continuous testing and design of the hunter management system, the framework of the Hunter Guild has nearly taken shape. In ancient times, trees grew to heights exceeding 200 meters, with diameters surpassing 50 meters. Including the platforms that extend from them, they reached over 100 meters. The surrounding fields continue to cultivate crops, yet the varieties have been altered, emphasizing flavor and nutrition over mere yield. The once scattered fields have transformed into a more orderly agricultural layout, and the free-range pastures have been redeveloped into expansive concentrated ranches. The large animals, affectionately referred to as mia, possess excellent meat quality and a rapid reproduction cycle, although they are often accompanied by a pronounced fishy taste, which can be masked by the skills of a talented chef, making it a viable industry nonetheless. The headquarters of the Hunter Guild, situated within the valley, has grown to a height of over 50 meters, allowing even the giant race to enter comfortably. The interior is furnished entirely with wooden furniture, harmoniously integrated with various plants, enabling self-repair in the event of damage. After more than a month of instruction, the inhabitants of the Divine Land can now engage in basic exchanges with outsiders. Their accents may lack standardization, yet they can at least grasp the general meaning. In the midst of a range of mountains, Bai Meng has established his home. During this time, he has become the acknowledged guardian deity of Bai Ri Island, and every ferocious beast unconditionally obeys his commands. Thus, the once tumultuous island has transformed into a serene haven under the oppressive presence of the behemoth. The beasts have come to understand that they must not harm the inhabitants of the island indiscriminately, retreating to their territories to lead a tranquil existence. Under Drake's vigilant watch, the dock remains largely untroubled. Possessing the formidable powers of the Thunder Dragon and the dual-colored domineering aura, Drake's strength now rivals that of an average naval rear admiral, making him more than capable of overseeing the dock. Apart from the absence of modern technological creations, this island has transcended the realm of a desolate isle, becoming suitable for human habitation. In his chamber, Chun Sheng has prepared a considerable number of permanent pointers. Today, he intends to distribute these pointers, which will guide the first batch of pirate hunters to their new abode. Chapter 57. The Dark Side of Light, the Shadowed Realm. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest quantity of 30 pointers. Each one has been procured at a significant cost. The manufacturing process for permanent pointers is exceedingly intricate. Beyond the technical barriers, it necessitates a prolonged presence on the island to stabilize the magnetic field. Therefore, the 30 pointers in Chun Sheng's possession are completed samples purchased directly from Paradise, each bearing a merit of 20 points. In recent days, Chun Sheng has exhausted the remaining 2,000 merit points without reservation. Apart from the permanent pointer, the rest of his merits have been utilized to acquire the technology for crafting life cards and the breeding and modification techniques for telephone worms. Life cards, a marvel of technology within the pirate world, can be created using mere strands of hair and fragments of nails, linking directly to the life of the individual and indicating their direction. Through extensive research and enhancement of the life card technology, a novel type of life card, made from the leaves of ancient trees, has emerged. In the future, the Hunter Guild will no longer see the advent of new permanent pointers. Life cards will be the sole guide to the elusive sun-shielding island. The island's environment is equally conducive to the cultivation of telephone worms. Influenced by the ancient trees, these worms will exhibit superior growth rates and vitality compared to their counterparts outside the island. Following modifications through heavenly technologies, the transformed telephone worms can connect directly to the communication network of Sun-Shielding Island, transcending the traditional one-to-one communication, thus giving birth to the concept of telephone numbers. Within the Grand Hall of the Hunter Guild headquarters, Chun Sheng found Shadu and Palu, briefing them on the final preparations for the opening of Sun-Shielding Island. Palu, have you mastered the powers of the Shalong fruit? After consuming the fruit, Palu's body began a second transformation, adopting a more robust demeanor akin to that of Chun Sheng and the others, exuding an overwhelming presence simply by standing still. In response to the divine envoy, the power of the sacred beast is immensely potent. I have only grasped a mere fraction, and there remains a long journey ahead, Palu humbly replied, kneeling. Chun Sheng has been keenly aware of his efforts. Palu has trained diligently every day, mastering all the abilities of the Shalong, which is far beyond mere superficial understanding. However, Chun Sheng refrained from correcting him, as they all regarded the divine as supreme. As a divine envoy, Chun Sheng too possesses divine might, and the powers he bestows surely harbor limitless potential, instilling in them a sense of humility. Over half a month ago, Drake unintentionally awakened his potential during battle. Manifesting the dual-colored haki, and with unwavering resolve, he succeeded in defeating the last beast lord on the island. With no worthy opponent, Drake began sparring with the training-focused Palu. Their strengths were comparable, and each duel was evenly matched. Palu's advantage lay in his long-accumulated combat instincts and a fearless, aggressive mindset, while Drake boasted years of professional fighting knowledge and techniques, recently enhanced by Chun Sheng's tailored martial arts training, granting him a technical edge over Palu. In their encounters, the odds were about 40 to 60 in favor of Palu, who won more frequently. Despite awakening the dual-colored haki, Drake found it challenging to catch the elusive Palu, often relegating him to a position of passive defense. Under the pressure exerted by Drake, Palu made rapid progress, on the cusp of fully awakening his dual-colored haki. Palu, from this day forth, you must harness the power of the sacred beast to unleash the mist. I hope that within 3 days, the mist will envelop the entirety of Sun-Shielding Island, truly becoming the Sun-Shielding Island. as the island becomes shrouded in mist. You must assume the solemn duty of safeguarding it against intrusions. You possess the unbridled authority to eliminate any unauthorized wanderers. Ensure the completion of your mission. Palu knelt on the ground, his tone exceedingly earnest. Go forth. Commence your task. Assign Palu's duties. Chun Sheng turned to Shadu and said, Now, Sha, I have previously conveyed to you that all things possess duality. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. You are the master of shadows on the Kangri Island. Follow me. I shall lead you to a certain place. Guiding Shadu to a concealed underground cavern, Chun Sheng showcased the interior while handing Shadu a map, stating, This is the prison for those who cause disturbances and criminals. Your task is to utilize the abilities of the shadow fruit to sever their shadows and place them into these corpses, commanding the resulting zombies to serve as wardens of the prison. Pointing to coffin-sized cavities on the wall, he continued, Those who are sent here will undergo special treatment, falling into an eternal slumber without resistance. You need only to place them into the recesses and insert the vines from this place into their mouths. Do not concern yourself with the remaining matters. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, report to me immediately. Do you comprehend? The cavern had been meticulously carved by Chun Sheng using dragon chi, resulting in numerous coffin-sized pits, each accompanied by ancient vines that could provide essential sustenance. Understood. Shada nodded, a chill creeping through him. Gazing at the myriad of openings before him, he envisioned the scene of them filled, the ground strewn with zombies, an abysmal purgatory. Recognizing the flourishing life above, Shadu understood that this dark domain would grow in tandem with the surface. They were two sides of the same coin. The grandeur of the Hunters Guild paralleled the misery of its prisoners. Having witnessed all that lay before him, he realized there was no turning back. Manage this place well. It is the Guild's secret. And remember my words, do not divulge the secrets of the divine. Do not let me down. Patting Shadu on the shoulder, Chun Sheng departed from the shadowy realm, allowing him time to acclimatize to his surroundings and duties. The development of this dark domain was the true assurance of Chun Sheng's power. No matter how numerous the hunters, not all could be harnessed for his purposes. The Guild's significance lay in the accumulation of wealth and connections, while the dark domain represented the gathering of strength. The construction here remains in its nascent stage. Their shadows serve not only as fodder, but also as a means to augment one's martial arts experience. Each individual can harbor multiple shadows, allowing Chun Sheng to comprehend his master's insights into combat through this method. By harnessing his formidable talent, he is able to innovate and ultimately deliver his findings to the Guild, thus creating a seamless cycle. Furthermore, in the near future, Chun Sheng intends to initiate a human modification program based on his medical expertise. These prisoners are invaluable resources. Medicine, after all, serves purposes beyond mere healing. Chapter 58. Setting sail armed with 30 permanent pointers, Chun Sheng transformed into the form of the celestial comet dragon, heading towards the marine headquarters at Marineford. Following the events at Rubeck Island, he encountered a journalist from the World Economic News Agency, disclosing plans regarding the Hunter Guild. They agreed to convene at the marine headquarters today. 5 of the permanent pointers were designated for the Navy, while the remainder would be delivered by the agency's newsbird to the various factions. In exchange, the World Economic News Agency would gain exclusive rights to report on the Hunter Guild and subsequent first-hand information. Upon Chun Sheng's arrival at Marineford, the current fleet Admiral Sengoku awaited him, accompanied by numerous high-ranking naval officers, recognizing the significant implications of the Hunter Guild's establishment for the Navy. Prior to the Rubeck Island incident, the world government, dissatisfied with the Navy's actions, prepared to placate pirates in managing the seas and drafted the Shichibukai proposal, intending to counter the increasingly rampant pirates in the New World. This proposal, however, was unlikely to receive the Navy's consent. Despite their vehement opposition, the world government pressed on. Just as they were preparing to implement the plan, the Rubeck Island incident erupted, leading to the near annihilation of one of the Shichibukai candidates, the Moria pirates. The formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo pirates also met their demise, leaving the Shichibukai in a precarious position. At this juncture, news of the Hunter Guild's establishment unexpectedly emerged. Such news has placed the 7 warlords' proposal in an awkward predicament. The Navy, under the leadership of Admiral Sengoku, seizes this opportunity to exert influence, pushing back the 7 warlords' proposal under the guise of developing the Hunter Association. Although the reputation of bounty hunters is not particularly commendable, it is certainly more favorable than that of the infamous pirates of Zhaoan. As Lu Sun aptly articulated, human nature tends to favor harmony and compromise. For instance, should one suggest that this room is too dim and that a window be opened, there would be unanimous disapproval. However, if one were to advocate for the removal of the roof entirely, A compromise would be reached, and they would then agree to open a window. Had Chen Sheng made such a request at any other time, the Navy might not have acquiesced, yet with the backdrop of the Seven Warlords' proposal, they are inclined to accept the demands of the Hunter Association. Nevertheless, agreement is one matter, and if Chen Sheng fails to meet their expectations, the Navy will not allow anyone to take advantage of them. Beside Admiral Sengoku stands Crane, who has fought alongside him for many years. Such an opportunity for their collaboration is rare. Apart from these two, the rest of the Navy, led by Kaido, includes the hawkish generals fiercely opposed to the Seven Warlords' proposal, such as the Ghost Spider, who has fought alongside Chen Sheng in the past. Driven by a profound disdain for evil and a steadfast commitment to absolute justice, they harbor no affection for pirates, wishing to eradicate them entirely. In the future, it is they who will be affiliated with the Hunter Association. Among these Navy personnel, a peculiar bird-like figure stands, holding a transponder snail and awaiting something. This individual dons a black top hat adorned with a red and white feather, a light blue shirt, and a yellow bow tie. His lower attire consists of red and white checkered trousers, complemented by a black cloak. He is Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency and a user of the albatross fruit, whose true visage remains unseen. Recently, the seas have been remarkably tranquil, devoid of significant news, and Morgans finds himself troubled by the lack of headlines when suddenly Chen Sheng emerges, presenting him with a substantial scoop that Morgans is eager to exploit. Regardless of the nature of Chen Sheng's association with the guild, any connection to the Navy guarantees sufficient attention. Should it prove favorable, it can be lauded, and if unfavorable, it can be ridiculed. As Chen Sheng's crimson dragon aura streaks across the sky, Morgans excitedly begins to photograph the spectacle. Oh, what a rare fruit! Possessing such formidable aerial capabilities, it is perfectly suited for the vocation of a pirate hunter. Unperturbed by Morgan's incessant photography, everyone awaits Chen Sheng's arrival. Morgans, indifferent to the Navy's stance, is one of the sovereigns of the underworld, distinctly separate from the Navy. Due to the influence of the World Economic News Agency, the Navy dares not act against him, and he has no desire to curry favor with them. His presence at Navy headquarters is solely due to Chen Sheng's arrangement for a meeting here. Upon landing in the square, Chen Sheng approaches Sengoku and the others, carrying a black box and states, "Here are 30 permanent pointers, 5 for you, and the rest to be distributed across the seas. Have you prepared what I requested?" Upon opening the chest, 30 permanent pointers were neatly arranged within, each inscribed with the name of Bu Island. Chen Sheng retrieved 5 pointers and handed them to the Navy, while passing the remaining chest to Morgans. Morgans glanced at the chest before entrusting it to the head of the newspaper office beside him, choosing to remain. He scrutinized Chen Sheng, for it was the first time they met, despite the fact that the warring states had previously engaged with Chen Sheng. "Are you prepared? The techniques for consuming the devil fruit and the supporting troops are all in place, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. I must inquire if your guild is equally prepared." The tone of warring states was quite assertive. At this moment, he embodied a justice that reigned supreme, exhibiting a sharper demeanor than in days past. "Having long awaited your arrival, I am ready," Chen Sheng replied. "The ship is prepared and can set sail today. I hope you will not disappoint us." With a wave of his hand, warring states signaled, and a large warship emerged from the harbor. As the strongest force upon the seas, the Navy's warships were unparalleled, their might unmatched by any other faction. The formidable large warships possessed astonishing combat capabilities, fully equipped. The firepower of just a few could obliterate a small nation. Even at the Navy headquarters, the number of large warships was limited, so being able to present one was a significant display. After showcasing the warship, Vice Admiral Tsuru initiated the conversation. "Let us discuss your guild. After the Rubeck Island incident, you vanished without a trace. I have been searching for you for quite some time. What is the purpose behind establishing this guild?" Feigning contemplation, Chen Sheng replied, "What else could it be? I cannot abide those pirates, nor do I have any fondness for the Navy, so I chose to become a bounty hunter. However, bounty hunters lack organization and discipline, resembling a disarrayed mob. Thus I had no choice but to establish my own order." "Why the disdain for the Navy?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. "First, there are too many restrictions. The organization and factions are overly complex and lack freedom. Second, there are numerous obligatory missions, and I dislike being compelled to act against my will. Third, I aspire to be the leader. No one should command me. Are these reasons sufficient?" Chen Sheng articulated numerous justifications, the essence being his undeniable confidence in his autonomy. Upon hearing such audacious responses, Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head, choosing not to press further. After all, their relationship was merely one of collaboration. She could not forcibly alter his perspective as long as he did not disrupt the order of the seas. She would allow him his freedom. What manner of assistance can you offer the Navy? Vice Admiral Tsuru further inquired. She had agreed to assign a portion of the Navy to be nominally under the banner of the Hunter Guild to bolster Chun Shang's standing. But who would bear the cost of such exchanges? What benefits would arise from assisting you in this manner? Rest assured, we have established a comprehensive promotion assessment system. All naval personnel affiliated with the Guild will automatically receive the elite prefix corresponding to their current rank upon successful evaluation, with benefits calculated based on their highest rank. We shall take care of their living expenses during their time in the Guild. Does this sound satisfactory? Chun Shang inquired. It sounds promising. Could you elaborate on your system? Vice Admiral Crane asked. That is a lengthy discussion, but I shall gradually converse with Mr. President about it. I will publicly disclose the promotion system and benefits of the Hunter Guild in the newspaper, ensuring fairness, transparency, and impartiality. Chun Shang remarked as he summoned Morgans, who was busy giving instructions to his subordinates. I am rather looking forward to this news. Upon hearing Chun Shang's words, Morgans felt quite pleased, as he relished captivating news stories. Noticing that Chun Shang was fully prepared and realizing there was little he could alter, Vice Admiral Crane sighed and glanced at Sengoku, curious if his old friend had anything to add. Sengoku shook his head. Some matters must be witnessed firsthand. Even though he, as a fleet admiral, could not attend personally, he had instructed Sakazuki to closely observe Chun Shang's guild and promised to provide a detailed report following the assessment. I appreciate your cooperation. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. President, so please board the ship first. Noticing that the Navy had no further inquiries, Chun Shang gestured for them to proceed aboard. Are the two of you?'s conversation not even suitable for the Navy to overhear? Sengoku remarked bluntly. He held a certain admiration for Chun Shang, having saved Razanani once, yet as a fleet admiral, he felt the need to retain control over some matters. Very well, let us discuss this on the ship. Chun Shang chose not to confront Sengoku and disregarded his comment. Walking alongside Morgans, he boarded the warship, which then set sail. This endeavor is led by Sakazuki, while warring states and Karp remain at the naval headquarters, standing at the shore to bid farewell as the others board the warship. Watching it gradually sail away, the naval vessels are well equipped with various personnel, as long as there is a permanent pointer. Reaching the intended destination is remarkably easier than navigating a ship alone, a stark contrast to the trials of his own modest vessel, which evokes a profound sense of melancholy. Chapter 59, The Hunter's Guild, Starry Outpost, a grand chapter. During the voyage, Chun Shang reclines on an enormous deck chair under the sun, clad in sunglasses, while Morgans lies on a neighboring chair. The two engage in leisurely conversation regarding the Hunter's Guild. Chun Shang raises a glass of red wine towards Morgans, declaring, Mr. President, you must help me promote the Hunter's Guild. I am in this impoverished and remote place, quite destitute. Morgans chuckles heartily, responding, I shall not overlook any significant news, but I will not disseminate falsehoods. If your news is compelling enough, I will ensure that it resonates throughout the entire sea. Chun Shang, patting his chest in assurance, replies, Rest assured, Mr. President, I will not disappoint you. This is undoubtedly a world-shaking piece of news. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. Morgans lifts his glass to clink with Chun Shang's, both reveling in the beauty of life. The naval contingent leading this voyage comprises hawkish commanders, renowned for their ruthless combat style. Their demeanor is typically serious and devoid of levity. Their existence revolves solely around training, their faces seemingly etched with malevolence. Chun Shang finds it difficult to engage in conversation with these naval officers, yet he converses amiably with Morgans. Well then, Mr. Chun, or should I say chairman, might it be time to introduce your guild? Morgans inquired, draining his goblet of fine wine and sitting up straight. There's no rush. We are less than 2 days from Sunshade Island. We can discuss it upon our arrival. Some things are challenging to articulate without first-hand experience, Chun Shang replied. Morgan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Chun Shang's enigmatic demeanor. I find myself increasingly intrigued, he remarked. Chun Shang had kept his secrets well guarded throughout the journey. Had it not been for the allure of his guild, Morgans would have departed long ago. If there are not sufficient revelations, do not blame my pen for its lack of mercy. Morgans mused inwardly. As one of the sovereigns of the underworld, Morgans wields immense influence over global media and public opinion, commanding respect even from the world government, who dare not mock him. Were it not for Chun Shang's fervent assurances of earth-shattering news, he would not squander his time here. As the warship continued its journey, it approached the waters near Sunshade Island within 2 days. Chun Shang rose to stretch his weary limbs and proclaimed from the bow of the ship, Just ahead lies Sunshade Island. Please prepare yourselves. and I shall guide the vessel ashore. The navigator, tasked with guiding the ship, stared at his map, bewildered. He held the official naval chart, which should have been the most comprehensive version, yet this area appeared as a blank void. Observing the navigator's confusion, Chun Sheng offered an explanation. Sunshade Island is an uncharted isle, so it is entirely understandable that you cannot locate it. It is exceedingly concealed, and without external assistance. Entry poses a challenge. As they directed the warship toward the harbor, a small naval vessel awaited to receive those disembarking onto the island. Behind the ship stood a towering lighthouse, constructed from the skeletal remains of sea kings vanquished by Beeman, alongside stone and earth, rising nearly 100 meters. No pedestrian access was provided, and tasks such as changing the light bulbs necessitated the abilities of aerial adept individuals. We have arrived. Welcome to Sunshade Island, the headquarters of the Hunter Guild, where the stars await your presence, Chun Sheng announced, his arms outstretched toward the naval personnel as they neared the lighthouse. Behind him loomed an island shrouded in thick fog, the dense mist spilling forth from the land and enveloping the surrounding waters. The dense fog rendered the island's landscape nearly invisible, revealing only fleeting glimpses of green treetops swaying in the sea breeze. Yet on this obscured island, there stood a remarkable entity that the thick mist could not conceal, a colossal ancient tree towering majestically in the valley, reaching over 200 meters in height. Combined with the valley's elevation, even the haze of the Xiaolong could merely obscure half of its grandeur, allowing the upper portion of the ancient tree to remain visible from beyond the island. The trunk of this ancient marvel measured several meters in width, and its sprawling branches and leaves covered an area exceeding 100,000 square meters, resembling a vast umbrella shielding the island sky. Ethereal, jellyfish-like flying hats floated freely in the fog, emitting a luminous glow. Their presence ensured that, even under the shroud of mist, the island did not seem dreary. The navigator gazed in awe at the immense treetop peeking through the fog, his mouth agape. As a sailor who had journeyed across seas and encountered numerous breathtaking vistas, he was nonetheless struck with astonishment. Is that truly a tree? How could it grow so enormous? Indeed, it is a tree, Chun Sheng explained. A miraculous plant revered by the island's inhabitants as the divine tree. The environment and ecology here are intricately linked to it. One could say it has given rise to all the life in this place. What are those things? Morgan exclaimed, marveling at the wonders of nature. He took out his camera, capturing the scene, enchanted by the plethora of unknown life visible even from a distance. Wait, this island feels peculiar. I sense an aura of danger within. Sakazuki did not immediately command his crew to follow. His focus was not on the ancient tree. His formidable observation haki alerted him to the presence of a threat that could endanger his life. Feeling the impending danger, Chun Sheng was unsurprised. The power of the behemoth could easily obliterate an island, and it was not surprising that Sakazuki, a future admiral of navy, possessed such acute perceptive abilities. What you refer to is likely the guardian deity of this island, an exceedingly mysterious entity whose domain encompasses this land. I have merely been granted permission to establish my base here. If fortune smiles upon you, you may encounter this guardian, provided you do not provoke him. He is quite gentle. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's explanation, Sakazuki's expression grew serious. What he initially perceived as a mere reconnaissance mission now seemed far more complex. The other naval officers felt a tightening in their chests at Sakazuki's words. At this moment, Sakazuki was already one of the most formidable vice admirals in the Navy, nearly assured of promotion to the next admiralty. If he sensed danger, it was unimaginable what hidden threats lay in wait. The premonition of danger continued to prick at Sakazuki's nerves, yet he remained undaunted. The presence of a threat does not imply the ability to overcome oneself. He possesses unwavering faith in his strength to confront any peril. With a gesture to maintain vigilance, the navigator commanded the sailors to follow the guiding vessel into the fog. Beyond the ephemeral lights shimmering in the distance and the occasional luminescence of jellyfish-like creatures, visibility in these waters was less than 5 meters. Even the most seasoned mariners were fully alert, fixated on the ship ahead to avoid losing their way. Before long, the warship arrived at a rudimentary dock, where the mist had notably thinned. Although the haze lingered, visibility had improved to over 100 meters, a significant enhancement compared to the open sea. A closer inspection of the structures revealed that the bricks and stones were hewn from massive rocks, entwined with flourishing vegetation that formed the main body of the buildings. This resulted in an extraordinarily rugged aesthetic, yet amidst this rawness lay an innate grandeur. However, the desolation was palpable, as not a single small boat was in sight besides the 2 warships, rendering the area remarkably forlorn. Suddenly, before the ship could dock, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, dispersing the thin mist around. Even the elite soldiers aboard instinctively covered their ears. As the roar echoed, a colossal creature thundered onto the ground, causing the surrounding trees to sway as if the king of the forest were about to emerge. Was that a guardian spirit? Morgan, who had been snapping photos throughout the journey, curiously approached Chun Sheng and inquired. Setting aside other matters, this island alone was a captivating, newsworthy subject. While it might not suffice for the headlines, it could certainly fill a dedicated section of a newspaper. He is no guardian spirit. This individual is the head of the port and one of the captains of the Hunter Guild's headquarters, Chun Sheng replied. Just as his words fell, a massive beast of a brownish-yellow hue emerged, its dinosaur-like head protruding from the woods, adorned with numerous scars. Drake lifted his sturdy forelimb and pressed it against the dock structure, unleashing another resounding roar to make a grand entrance. Well done. Chun Sheng silently commended Drake. The opening was quite impressive. Following the roar, silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the incessant clicking of Morgan's camera. Drake transformed back into his human form at the dock's edge and waved, saying, "Welcome back, Mr. President. The stars are ready to receive our guests, naval officers. Please step forward. Let's proceed, my friends. The truly intriguing experiences lie ahead." Chun Sheng was the first to leap from the warship, declaring, "What an exceptional hunter. Endowed with such formidable abilities, his name shall surely echo across the seas in the times to come." A close-up photograph of Drake was taken, prompting Morgans to express his admiration. Sakazuki gazed intently at Drake for an extended period before gesturing for the naval personnel behind him to take action. Leaving a portion of the Navy to oversee the warship, Sakazuki disembarked with the majority of the crew, following Drake as they made their way out of the port. The disembarking naval officers were commendable, numbering just over 100, each adorned in the distinguished coat of justice, representing the elite of the headquarters. Due to the sparsity of the population at the port, the planned commercial streets and residential buildings were closed, leaving no noteworthy sites for exploration. Thus, the group proceeded directly past the port. Leading the way, Drake reached the edge of the port and retrieved a luminous jar from his waist. Upon opening it, dozens of glowing insects resembling fireflies emerged. From within his attire, he produced a peculiar leaf, and, after hovering it several times near the insects, watched as they took flight towards the horizon. "What is this?" Morgans inquired, holding up a camera-like insect. The naval personnel remained remarkably silent throughout the journey, exhibiting a commendable level of discipline. Consequently, the role of inquirer fell to Morgans. These creatures are known as guiding insects, possessing the ability to record the essence of objects and trace corresponding scents. By harnessing their luminescent qualities, they can direct the way. The mist surrounding Bu Island is exceedingly dense, causing even the indigenous inhabitants to occasionally lose their way. Thus, these guiding insects are of utmost importance. While elucidating the function of the guiding insects, Chun Sheng produced a similar jar from his waist, adding, "It is advisable not to wander aimlessly without their guidance. This island harbors numerous ferocious beasts. Under the watchful eye of the guardian deity, they refrain from attacking us, but venturing into their territory uninvited could yield dire consequences." "Ah, fascinating," Chun Sheng exclaimed, capturing several images of the guiding insects before leading the group onward. Following the path illuminated by the greenish glow of the guiding insects, the group soon arrived at the entrance of the God-given valley, a wide opening several meters across coming into view. This area was originally a secluded gorge, which was opened under the influence of the guardian deity's power, allowing people to relocate and reside upon the sacred tree. Thus, it is also referred to as the God-given valley. As Chun Sheng introduced the area, he and Drake led the naval personnel across the strewn stones. Entering the valley and arriving before the headquarters of the stars, the dark brown roots of ancient trees resembled colossal dragons rising from the soil. Countless dragons intertwining to form the structure before them. Various herbaceous plants and shrubs flourished rapidly under the influence of the ancient trees, embellishing the stars' headquarters with vibrant hues, exuding a majestic yet gentle presence. The scale of the stars' headquarters was far less grand than that of the marine headquarters at Marineford, which had taken decades to construct into a maritime fortress. In contrast, the stars had merely taken 2 months to establish their outpost. However, most hunters do not require permanent residence at headquarters, making such a scale entirely sufficient. The seamless design appeared to be intrinsically connected to the ancient tree itself. No, it is merely a fragment of this divine tree, a testament to the miraculous craftsmanship of nature. Morgans continued to marvel, his camera never ceasing to click. capturing hundreds of photographs unbeknownst to anyone. This is the root of the sacred tree. The land here has succumbed to an inexplicable subsidence, revealing an interior space. Thus, I have designated it as the Grand Hall of our guild headquarters. The visage of the stars has undergone a remarkable transformation, with an array of bioluminescent flora and fauna bustling about, reminiscent of the alien world depicted in Avatar. Although the ancient trees obscure the sunlight, the ambience remains far from dim. Instead, it possesses a certain romantic allure. Following Chan Sheng, we approached the entrance to the hall, where a colossal counter awaited us. At its center rested a peculiar videophone insect. Come, each of you, take a photograph here as your identification picture. It will subsequently be placed in your personal files. Leading the naval personnel, they stood in front of the videophone insect one by one for their portraits, while Chun Sheng observed attentively. This extraordinary device, known as the telephone insect, is equipped with a primary intelligence central management system capable of discerning the sins and virtues of every individual. For those whose malevolence does not exceed 10 points, Chan Sheng may permit their passage. However, those surpassing this threshold must undergo a brief examination. Should their transgressions be excessive, they are promptly escorted to an alternate corridor where Shadu is tasked with their resolution and confinement in the shadowy realms. Through the feedback received from the telephone insect, Chun Sheng observed that although the naval personnel were stained with blood and possessed a considerable degree of malevolence, their virtues were equally significant. The majority of the Navy exhibited a greater accumulation of merit than misdeeds, with only a small fraction marked by excessive sinfulness. None were entirely devoid of virtue. Indeed, it is reassuring to note that the naval forces at headquarters have yet to succumb to moral decay. Chun Sheng contemplated that, at the very least, the Navy remains engaged in the frontline struggle against piracy and other evils. Of course, it is also plausible that this reflects the caliber of the naval elite. Once each naval officer had received their respective photograph, Chun Sheng guided them to the reception hall. The reception area featured a series of corridors, each attended by no fewer than 2 individuals dedicated to providing assistance. Here, the primary focus is to facilitate the registration, upgrading, and special applications for hunters. The indigenous residents are tasked solely with documenting requests, which are subsequently handed over to Chun Sheng for processing in the evening. Hundreds of naval personnel are allocated to various channels, where service staff provide each waiting sailor with a form and a small vial. The form contains essential personal information such as name, age, and occupation, while the vial is designated for collecting each individual's hair and blood. All present are required to submit their hair and blood, as our staff will create special life cards for you. These life cards will permanently point towards the sacred tree. In the absence of a permanent pointer, the life card will serve as your guide. Observing the confusion among the Navy personnel, Chun Sheng offers an explanation. Sakazuki readily complies, allowing the Navy to provide their hair and blood. For after all, One Piece is not a fantastical realm where individuals consciously prevent their genetic material from being shared. The creation of the life cards will take 1 day, to be completed by tomorrow. During this time, attendees can familiarize themselves with the guild's operations and the surrounding environment. After submitting the forms and samples to the staff, they present a contract to the group. Upon receiving the contract, Sakazuki scrutinizes its details. The document is extensive, spanning several pages, outlining the rights and obligations of both the hunters and the guild, resembling a labor contract found on Earth. According to the regulations, hunter ranks range from the highest S rank to the lowest E rank, with all hunters starting as E rank apprentices and gradually ascending. The ranks correlate with military titles such as Admiral and Vice Admiral. Advancement is based on the cumulative bounty earned from hunts. The esteemed S rank requires the elimination of a criminal with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, or a total bounty surpassing 5 billion berries. Rank hunters must hunt criminals with bounties over 1 billion or accumulate bounties exceeding 3 billion. The remaining ranks follow suit, providing 2 pathways for advancement: strength and experience. The benefits and treatment associated with each rank vary significantly. The highest S rank hunters possess the authority to mobilize guild resources, enjoy complimentary medical care, supplies, intelligence, and receive monthly salaries and perks. They can garner resources worth over 1 million berries each month, offering a superior compensation package compared to even the Navy admirals, while the hunters' tasks are considerably less strenuous. Conversely, E-rank hunters receive minimal benefits. They are merely apprentices and must pay for services rendered. As hunters rise in rank, these costs gradually decrease until S-rank hunters enjoy complete exemption from fees. What then is this so-called 5 insurances in 1 fund? Sakazuki reviews the contract thoroughly and discerns that it is fundamentally a commercial agreement. albeit filled with terminology he finds perplexing. The 5 insurances in one fund refer to a collective of protective benefits granted to hunters by the guild, encompassing pension insurance, medical insurance, unemployment insurance, work injury insurance, maternity insurance, and a hunting accumulation fund. Upon hearing the inquiry from Sakazaki, Chun Sheng proudly straightened his chest and explained aloud. The so-called 5 insurances in one fund refers to the practice whereby, after each successful hunt, the Hunters Guild deducts a commission of 20% and further allocates an additional 5% of the bounty into a dedicated account for the hunter. Concurrently, the guild contributes a matching amount in Bailey to this account. Should a hunter sustain injuries, fall ill, retire, or be compelled to relinquish their title, they may access these funds. With the guild support, this amount accumulates at an accelerated pace, aiding hunters in navigating unforeseen dangers. However, should any hunter choose to opt out, the guild may refrain from deducting this portion, disbursing the full amount directly to the hunter. While the intricacies of the 5 insurances in one fund are somewhat elaborate, Chun Sheng offered a brief overview of the mechanism, intending to provide further enlightenment in due course. It sounded quite promising. Though Sakazaki was not well versed in commercial matters, he could discern that this initiative appeared to significantly benefit the lives of hunters. With a swift flourish, he inscribed his name on the contract, thereby establishing the agreement. And the first cohort of hunters became members of the Hunters Guild. Chapter 60. The astonishing Navy. Chun Sheng carefully secured the naval contract, his spirits buoyant. The initial batch of workers was in place, and the venture had entered a promising trajectory. Come, let us partake in some refreshments and take a moment to rest. From now on, you shall all be members of the Hunters Guild. Upon arriving at the reception area near the lounge, they found dozens of tables arranged, with staff members separated from the hunters by a wooden railing, allowing them to observe the bustling chefs in attendance. Nonetheless, the island's workforce was severely lacking. With merely a few hundred indigenous residents and sailors distributed across various roles, resulting in a somewhat desolate atmosphere. Although the numbers were scant, the preparations had been thorough, with ample provisions ensuring that the Navy would not go hungry. During the meal, Chun Sheng addressed Morgans, saying, "Your Excellency, as you can see, we are indeed in need of personnel. You must actively promote our cause. Rest assured, I guarantee this will be the biggest news of the year." Morgan, holding a hunter's contract, felt an exhilarating rush within. Having spent decades in the journalism field, his experiences and insights far surpassed those of the average individual. To the naval officers, it was merely a standard employment contract. Yet to Morgan, it was an exceptionally meticulous document, akin to a universal template applicable across various industries. The introduction of the concept of 5 types of insurance and a housing fund in the contract was particularly novel. He contemplated the possibility of adopting such a system at the newspaper, revising the current employment agreements. As Morgan engaged in this brainstorming, Chun Sheng, sensing his thoughts, offered a subtle smile. The benefits provided by the Hunters Guild were top tier even on Earth, let alone in the precarious world of pirates. With such enticing incentives, the guild's development was merely a matter of time. Soon, the meal was served, featuring primarily seafood complemented by the island's unique fruits and vegetables. The main dish consisted of a herbivorous creature, raised in the Divine Valley, which Chun Sheng later named the giant porpoise, a playful pun on giant, but due to limited manpower, the food was somewhat humble, and he asked for everyone's understanding. "This is already quite a lavish feast. You are too modest, Mr. President." As cups were raised and toasts exchanged, the atmosphere gradually became more jovial, thanks to the efforts of Chun Sheng and Morgan. The naval officers finally relaxed their tense expressions, lifting their glasses and engaging in hearty laughter as the once empty hall began to buzz with life. "Mr. Sakazuki, having concluded our serious discussions, I have another business proposition I wish to discuss with the Navy." After several rounds of drinks, even the typically icy Sakazuki began to show signs of inebriation. Seizing the moment, Chun Sheng produced a special potion from the Hunters Guild, placing it on the table before Sakazuki. "This is our exclusive potion, boasting healing properties that far exceed the vast majority of remedies available on the market. It is safe, reliable, and free from side effects, with a pleasant taste. I believe it would be quite beneficial for your Navy." After inspecting the potion for a moment, Sakazuki pocketed it, stating, "I will take this back to Admiral Sengoku. Any decisions regarding procurement will be left to him." "I look forward to it," Chun Sheng replied. Sakazuki was a quintessential Navy officer, steadfastly adhering to his boundaries of authority. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the bioluminescent life forms inhabiting the hall suddenly fell silent, their glow dimming significantly. The once brightly lit banquet lost its vibrancy in an instant, startling the naval officers, who instinctively grasped their weapons in readiness. Do not be alarmed. It appears our guardian deity has awakened. Let us proceed to the trees. If fortune favors us, we may witness the guardian's hunt, Chan Sheng reassured, observing the officer's anxious reactions. The guardian of this island? Oh, another significant news story, Morgan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Since his arrival on the island, he had been eager to glimpse this enigmatic guardian, curious about the life form that rendered the island so mysterious. Follow me. There is a path leading to a platform in the trees. As they spiraled upward along the ancient tree's branches, it wasn't long before the group arrived at a robust limb extending from the trunk, reaching out beyond the valley. This was the longest branch of the ancient tree. Upon this branch, Chun Sheng pointed to a bowl-shaped stone in the distance, proclaiming, "That is where we offer food to our guardian deity. To express our gratitude for the protection bestowed upon us, we must fill this vessel with offerings every few months. In return, the guardian grants us special gifts." No sooner had Chan Sheng spoken than the group sensed a shift in the air pressure around them, plunging the entire island into a profound silence. Accompanied by a subtle tremor, a vague silhouette emerged from the mountains, enveloping the island in an aura reminiscent of an ancient primal terror. In awe, Sakaski clenched his fists tightly, a faint crimson glow emanating between his palms as the presence in the distance exerted immense pressure upon him. "Do not display hostility. It will be considered a provocation," Chun Sheng interjected, his expression tense as he reached out to restrain Sakaski. "Relax, yes, relax." Gradually coaxing Sakaski to unclench his fists, Chun Sheng exhaled deeply, stating, "Though the guardian giant is generally amiable, it shows no mercy to those who dare to provoke it. Any being that displays animosity towards it will be banished." As the behemoth drew nearer, Sakaski finally discerned the colossal creature before him. It was a purple-black giant, towering several dozen meters high, adorned with long, ebony horns and sinewy muscles, its mane extending from its back to its tail. Its mere movement left a distinct trail in the forest, and its formidable appearance instilled a sense of dread that discouraged any thoughts of challenge. Seemingly aware of being observed, the behemoth abruptly turned its gaze towards the group, instantly amplifying the already oppressive atmosphere. This is a creature beyond human conquest. At that moment, a thought struck Sakaski. The being appeared to be a born sovereign, and even meeting its gaze required tremendous courage. Glancing back, he noticed that out of the more than 100 Navy personnel, fewer than 20 dared to meet the behemoth's eyes, while the majority bowed their heads in fear. Fortunately, the behemoth did not linger long. It merely cast a glance before striding towards its feeding bowl. Once its gaze departed, a sparse sound of heavy breathing emerged behind, as many had momentarily forgotten to breathe under its scrutiny. Such immense power. Morgan's was also taken aback. Just moments ago, his phone bug had refused to open its eyes to record the scene, even under his firm orders, as it seemed to tremble in fear. Morgan's had never encountered anything like this before. "What is the name of this guardian deity?" Sakaski inquired with a grave demeanor, recognizing that such a formidable entity must be reported to headquarters. This colossal beast, in terms of sheer power, is undoubtedly on par with an ordinary marine admiral, rendering this intelligence exceedingly significant. We refer to it as the guardian giant or simply the giant, yet the local inhabitants possess a unique appellation for it, behemoth. Chapter 61. Behemoth versus Sea King. Behemoth ambled over to a gigantic bowl brimming with food, peering into the assortment of meat. Grasping a piece, he sniffed it before slowly placing it back, seemingly dissatisfied. "What is the matter? Your guardian deity appears to be unimpressed with your offerings," observed Morgans, a hint of unease in his voice. Among all the beings he had encountered, this creature ranked among the most intimidating, if it were to suddenly lose control. His frail frame would stand no chance. "Fear not. It seems the giant desires a change in its diet. You may soon be graced with a spectacle," Chun Sheng explained, his tension easing. "The island's fauna is rather limited, and if the giant indulges freely, the resources would quickly deplete. Thus, it often resorts to hunting the gigantic fish of the sea for sustenance. Today, it appears the giant craves fish." In apparent agreement with Chun Sheng's words, Behemoth retrieved a thick vine from a nearby tree, wrapping it around the meat in the bowl. He then produced a somewhat rusted iron anchor, inserting it into the makeshift weapon, resembling a meteor hammer. Grasping the blood-soaked mass of meat, Behemoth approached the shoreline and forcefully hurled the lump into the ocean. With a resounding splash, the meat plunged into the sea, crimson blood dispersing across the surface, quickly attracting a multitude of fish. In the face of these voracious sea creatures, Behemoth exhibited patience, sitting upon the cliffside as he awaited the larger catch. After several minutes, as the meat was nearly devoured, a massive pink pillar suddenly surged from the depths, engulfing a plethora of blood and fish into the abyss. Is he fishing? Does he possess intelligence? Morgans remarked in astonishment, witnessing the spectacle. Indeed, he is the guardian of the entire island. While he may lack the intellect of humans, he certainly surpasses mere beasts, Chun Sheng elucidated. On the shore, the underwater Leviathan and Behemoth began a tug-of-war over the vine, stretching it taut. Fortunately, this vine, derived from ancient trees, was of superior quality, capable of withstanding the struggle that would ordinarily sever standard steel cables. As time passed, the underwater giant seemed to falter, gradually being pulled closer to the shore by Behemoth. As the distance diminished to just over 100 meters, the silhouette of the creature beneath the waves became discernible. It was a massive golden toad, its imposing form rivaling that of Behemoth himself. Such a size indicated that it was indeed a sea king. Morgan exclaimed in astonishment. The creature caught by Byman was a colossal sea frog, measuring over 100 meters in length, far exceeding the size of ordinary sea beasts. Those who navigate the vast oceans are well aware that the true rulers of the sea have never been humans, but rather the majestic sea kings residing in the depths. Each sea king possesses the power to effortlessly annihilate human vessels. All sea kings that reach the 100-meter mark can disregard most artillery, with only a select few formidable beings capable of overcoming them. The largest of these sea kings can even attain lengths of up to 5,000 meters, each one a terrifying entity capable of obliterating nations. Although the sea frog before them was merely a little over 100 meters in size, even a major general from their ranks would find it a formidable challenge to vanquish. Byman, however, seemed unfazed by such prey. Arcs of blue electricity crackled from his horns as dark clouds gathered overhead. Within the clouds, lightning danced wildly, and immense charges collided, culminating in a thick bolt of lightning that struck the head of the sea frog under Byman's command. The terrifying discharge instantly charred the creature, its massive form reduced to a mangled heap, motionless as Byman dragged it ashore. With just a single strike, he had slain the Sea King. The question loomed, how could he wield such control over lightning? Was it a power derived from a devil fruit? Witnessing Byman's effortless defeat of the sea frog left the onlookers in profound shock. Could such strength truly exist? Is it any wonder I acknowledge the identity of the guardian deity? Chun Sheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Morgan suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Through their time together, he had come to understand Chun Sheng's character. How could this free-spirited individual possibly recognize a fearsome beast as a guardian deity? Perhaps it was not merely a matter of being outmatched, but also related to the giant beast's dominion over the forces of nature. Truly a marvel. The telephone insect in Morgan's hand finally calmed down. He promptly seized it and began snapping photos, documenting the hunt for the behemoth. After being struck by a bolt of lightning that nearly extinguished its life, the sea frog offered no resistance, remaining motionless even as the behemoth wrenched its head from its body, a testament to the ferocity of that lightning. After severing one of the sea frog's thighs and placing it into a bowl, the behemoth slowly retreated into the mountains, disappearing into the dense mist. The blood of the aquatic creature flowed like a river, merging with the island streams, destined to nourish the flora of the future. With the behemoth's departure, the island gradually revitalized, the dormant life awakening once more. Now, everyone should find a place to settle down and rest well. Remember to collect your life cards and the standard hunter benefits in the hall tomorrow. After assigning the Navy personnel to their respective quarters, Chun Sheng returned to his abode atop the treetops, collapsing onto his bed to alleviate the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. The establishment of the Hunters Guild signified that his collection of evil souls and merits had officially entered a fast track. Once the Navy personnel became acquainted with the Guild's basic procedures tomorrow, he would no longer need to worry about everything. The following day, the Navy members, adhering to their usual routine, rose early to gather for breakfast. By the time Chun Sheng arrived at the lounge, they were already dining. Good morning, everyone. It appears you are all well prepared, he said while taking a seat beside Sakazuki, a breakfast plate in hand. Capturing pirates is, after all, the Navy's duty. It is merely a change of venue. Nothing different, Sakazuki replied in a stiff tone. That is not quite accurate. In the Hunters Guild, you can share the bounty for capturing pirates. Does the Navy offer such benefits? Chun Sheng responded with a smile, accustomed to Sakazuki's rigid manner. I cannot guarantee much, but in terms of benefits, I can assure you that the Hunters Guild surpasses the Navy. Aside from slightly inferior overall quality and organizational discipline, being a hunter is undoubtedly more comfortable than being a Navy member. Captured pirates in the Navy can be recorded as military achievements in personal files, which holds significant weight for future promotions. Although the Navy does not distribute bounties, there are corresponding bonuses, albeit modest in amount, Sakazuki continued. Oh, I see. I wonder, after capturing pirates, does Admiral Sakazuki prefer delivering them to the guild or to the Navy headquarters? Qin posed a rather pointed question. The Navy headquarters. Sakazuki replied without hesitation, casting a glance at Qin. Ultimately, Sakazuki's fundamental identity remains that of a Navy officer. His presence here is merely for the sake of a mission under the guild's banner. Is that so? It seems Admiral Sakazuki holds a strong appreciation for his naval identity. I wonder if other Navy members share the same sentiment. Qin revealed his intentions without reservation, as he aimed to undermine the Navy's standing. He firmly believed that with the right approach, no foundation was too sturdy to be dismantled. He remains unconvinced that under the allure of generous benefits, there would be no Navy personnel joining the Hunter Guild. Chapter 62, Farewell. Their opinions are their own. Should they choose to become hunters, I shall not interfere, Sakazuki responded. Qin had made a favorable impression on him throughout their interactions, and the original intention behind the establishment of the Hunter Guild was noble. If indeed there were Navy members willing to join, he had no reason to obstruct them. In truth, as long as they refrained from criminal activities and adhered to Navy discipline, Sakazuki was quite lenient towards his subordinates. Once you have rested, familiarize yourselves with the process of accepting tasks as hunters. As the first batch of hunters, I will also need you to instruct the future hunters, he said, leading the Navy personnel to the service hall. Beside the membership counter stood a massive bulletin board, densely covered with pirate bounty posters. The highest bounty was prominently displayed at the top, the notice enlarged for visibility. In the first tier, there were currently fewer than 10 individuals, all notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 2 billion. Following them were those with bounties above 500 million and 100 million, respectively. Pirates with bounties below 100 million were grouped together and arranged in descending order. Providing target information was also an implicit benefit of the Hunter Guild. As long as 1S rank was sufficient, they could access corresponding pirate data. However, this information primarily comes from your Navy, so it may not be particularly advantageous for you, Qin explained while standing beneath the bulletin board. By roughly selecting your hunting targets from the bulletin board, you can then consult our staff for a more precise selection, ultimately choosing a pirate that matches your capabilities. Unfortunately, the guild was still in its infancy. As operations matured, each staff member would be able to recommend suitable opponents based on the hunter's strengths, thereby maximizing the utilization of guild resources for a more equitable distribution. Qin produced a hefty tome and handed it to Sakazuki, stating, "This is a pirate compendium I have compiled using your Navy's intelligence, comprising several volumes. All known information is recorded within. What do you think? Is it not more professional than what you possess?" Upon perusing the compendium, Sakazuki could not help but concede that it surpassed their Navy's efforts. While the Navy had a wealth of information, it was quite fragmented. The individual capable of organizing such data in such a short time was undoubtedly a genius. In truth, this compendium was not solely Qin's endeavor. Compiling this material within such a brief period was beyond human capability. It was the formidable computational power of Charles that brought the pirate compendium to fruition. An excellent compendium. Highly valuable, Sakazuki remarked. If possible, I hope you can provide a copy to the Navy as well. It would greatly assist our operations. Such a proposal was naturally not one that Qin would decline. With an air of generosity, he remarked, "Of course, this is merely a trivial matter. However, since we are being so magnanimous, perhaps you could refrain from being so secretive and ensure that the information you provide is comprehensive." He shifted the topic, stating, "I will report this to the General of the Warring States." It was evident that the Navy's intelligence was indeed a censored version, lacking numerous sensitive details pertaining to the world government and other nations. Such information was delicate, and Akainu could not make unilateral decisions regarding it. "Then I must rely on you, Vice Admiral Akainu. If possible, we would like to acquire items such as the Devil Fruit Compendium and the Famous Blade Compendium. We are also open to accepting peculiar items of uncertain utility. The more, the better." Qin continued to articulate his requests. "I will report all of this," Akainu affirmed. "Having familiarized myself with the process, I have fulfilled my responsibilities. Now, I must inquire about the technology for weaponizing devil fruits." Qin introduced another of his demands after explaining the overall procedures of the Hunter Guild to the Navy. At that moment, Akainu whispered something to the communications officer beside him, and soon the officer approached, carrying a briefcase. Inside this briefcase are all the materials and manuscripts you need. Vegapunk assures that this is sufficient to master the techniques contained therein. As for whether your technical personnel can achieve this, that is beyond our concern. Furthermore, this technology must not be leaked. Should we discover any breach, we will come to you immediately, Akainu stated as he handed the briefcase to Chun Sheng. Receiving the briefcase with one hand, Chun Sheng shook his head, replying, "Does your navy, with such vast interests, still engage in this kind of game?" Vegapunk is, after all, the most brilliant scientist in the world. His ability to learn does not guarantee that others can do the same. There is a distinct lack of sincerity here. Akainu remained stoic, offering no response. In his view, such behavior was akin to deceit, and he was not fond of such tactics, yet he lacked the authority to intervene. Despite his spoken allegiance to the Navy, Chun Sheng's actions were swift. Even if the Navy provided counterfeit information, it mattered little. He could always seek a complete set from heaven. The primary objective of this transaction was to ensure the legitimate emergence of this technology. The technology itself was not the crux. Rather, the Navy's attitude would ultimately influence Chun Sheng's perception of their actions. At present, it appeared that future endeavors to undermine the Navy would no longer require caution, although you may merely be nominal participants. I must remind you that every hunter is required to complete a hunt within 3 months and undertake a task that corresponds to their rank within a year. Failure to do so will forfeit their access to the benefits of the Hunter Guild, the Navy included. With the briefcase in hand, Chun Sheng signaled the conclusion of the transaction with the Navy, establishing a relationship of mere cooperation between the two parties. You are now free to choose your course of action. Whether to return to Navy headquarters or remain here is entirely up to you. However, should you decide to leave, I must insist that you leave at least 20 individuals behind to guide the subsequent hunters who wish to join. Before Chun Sheng departed, he addressed Sakaski, saying, "I shall allow them the freedom to choose." Upon hearing this, Sakaski promptly organized the team to ascertain the intentions of the naval personnel regarding their stay. Shortly thereafter, Morgans staggered down the stairs, his eyes appearing somewhat puffy, as though he had not rested a wink throughout the night. "This place is truly remarkable. I hardly slept a wink yesterday in pursuit of the news, yet it is all worthwhile. I am confident that this edition of the newspaper will sell exceptionally well." Despite Morgan's evident fatigue, his tone was filled with exuberance. What could be more worthy of celebration than such news? "Then I must trouble you, dear President, to promote us diligently. The future development of the Hunters Guild relies on your efforts," Chun Sheng replied graciously. "Leave it to me, President Chun. I must take my leave now, but do not forget to contact me for any significant news in the future. Until we meet again." After bidding farewell to the naval personnel and Morgans, the development of the Hunters Guild gradually began to take shape. Chapter 63. The Naval Headquarters meeting following the tally, a total of 34 naval officers opted to remain, becoming permanent members of the Hunters Guild. Sakaski would facilitate their temporary leave from the Navy. Among these permanent members, the notorious Ghost Spider, who had previously collaborated with Chun Sheng, took the lead in forming the inaugural hunting team. The day after Morgan's departure, the World Economic Daily published its latest edition, entirely dedicated to reporting news about the Hunters Guild. From the address and origins of Biu Island to the intricate details of the guild structure, the entire organization was meticulously introduced, accompanied by a striking photograph of a sea king captured by the behemoth, prominently displayed on the front page. Along with the newspaper, 25 Eternal Needles were dispatched. Given the severe shortage of personnel at the initial Starlight Stronghold, an influx of individuals could complicate matters due to their varied backgrounds. Thus, Morgans was enlisted to help filter out reliable factions to form the first batch of recruits, with further additions to follow gradually. In the ensuing days, a steady stream of individuals from around the world aspiring to become pirate hunters began to arrive, and the once quiet guild finally gained some much-needed attention. With the once empty harbor now bustling with vessels of all sizes, the registered hunters had reached several hundred. Among these individuals, there exists a multitude of unruly characters, fueled by prohibition, find themselves increasingly inclined to venture into the mists in pursuit of mischief. Daily, numerous souls endeavor to engage in nefarious activities within the fog. Yet most of them meet their demise at the jaws of ferocious beasts. A select few who manage to triumph over these creatures often fall victim to Palu's covert ambushes within the mist, their shadows severed and subsequently imprisoned in the dark recesses. Within a mere few days, a dozen bounty hunters found themselves ensconced in the shadowy depths, while the number of patrolling zombies in the caverns surged by several. At the naval headquarters, Sakazuki meticulously presented his findings to Sengoku, awaiting a verdict from the higher echelons of the Navy. In truth, The Navy had already acquired intelligence regarding the Hunter Guild through newspapers prior to Sakazuki's return. Morgan's World Economic Journal, for all its faults, boasted an unparalleled speed of dissemination. It was as if a mere print publication could rival the electronic information flow on Earth. During the high-level Navy meeting, the current fleet admiral, Steel Bone Akainu, sat in the center, grappling with a headache as he perused Sakazuki's report. What is the meaning of this, Sengoku? Did you not assure me that this was merely a commonplace hunting organization? These reports hardly resemble that of a small local entity. Akainu was aware of the Hunter Guild, viewing bounty hunters simply as scavengers, akin to wild dogs feasting on leftover scraps. The Navy's bounties were primarily intended to signify the threat level posed by adversaries, with little regard for the bounty hunter's actual role. Perhaps in its inception, the Navy harbored expectations, but the dismal performance of bounty hunters extinguished any such aspirations. Thus, to Akainu, the emergence of the Hunter Guild was a matter of little consequence. Furthermore, with an intention to groom Sengoku as the next fleet admiral, he entrusted all matters pertaining to the guild to Sengoku's capable hands. Yet, mere days later, Sengoku presented him with a shocking revelation. Do you see how this newspaper describes it? The Hunter Guild is heralded as the savior of the seas, the hope to end the era of great pirates, and the redeemer of our inept navy, the savior of the common folk. How does this differ from them pointing fingers and berating us? Is this what you assured me of? Sengoku's visage darkened, as though smudged with soot. Sakazuki had relayed the entirety of events to him. Chun Sheng had cooperated with the Navy's endeavors, and Sengoku prided himself on his discerning judgment. However, Morgans, with his unbridled tongue, dared to speak so boldly. Did he not fear being sent to impel down by the Navy? Handing the report to Admiral Akainu, Sengoku elaborated. The president of the Hunter Guild has exhibited a relatively amicable disposition towards our Navy. Compared to other forces at sea, I believe the Hunter Guild is an organization worthy of trust and collaboration. We have fought alone on the vast ocean for far too long, and the Navy is showing signs of fatigue in various aspects. If we could forge a powerful alliance, it would significantly bolster our position. In the context of the warring states, the true agenda of this meeting centers on how to navigate the relationship with the Hunter Guild. Regardless of the newspaper's claims, the Navy's strength remains formidable and cannot be fundamentally altered by a single report. The reason for Admiral Kong's ire stems from the Hunter Guild's displayed power, which has somewhat surpassed the Navy's control. Take the example of Baiman. According to Sakazuki's report, it was assessed that 2 admirals would be required to effectively subdue him. Observing the current state of the Navy, there are only 2 serving admirals at the Navy headquarters, one of whom, Zephyr, is in a semi-retirement due to certain circumstances. This implies that should the Hunter Guild harbor ulterior motives and choose to rise against the Navy, they would lack sufficient means for punitive measures. Thus, Sengoku promptly asserted that the Hunter Guild is an ally of the Navy and does not require excessive caution. Admiral Kong, this is a compendium of pirates compiled by the Hunter Guild, which I believe will greatly benefit the Navy as well. Furthermore, during discussions, the other party proposed deepening cooperation with the Navy, enhancing the exchange of intelligence systems, and establishing trade routes. As Sengoku spoke, he placed a vial of potion on the table, explaining this is a sample of the potion brought back by Sakazuki. According to the results provided by the scientific department, this potion is approximately 40 to 60% more effective than the standard potion used within Navy. It can treat the vast majority of injuries with virtually no side effects and boasts a high degree of versatility. If we can secure a stable trading channel, the Navy's casualty rate could decrease by at least 10%. Upon reviewing the testing report provided by Sengoku, Kong was visibly astonished. Having traversed the seas for decades, he had encountered many effective healing potions, yet those were nearly impossible to mass-produce for widespread distribution among Navy personnel. The current healing potions within the Navy are already the result of the scientific department's meticulous selection, and he did not anticipate that they would be supplanted so swiftly. As his anger subsided, Admiral Kong began to contemplate the feasibility of Sengoku's assertions. What is the production capacity of this potion? What is its price? He inquired. Sengoku promptly addressed Kong's questions, having long been well-versed in this information. According to the data provided by the president of the Hunter Guild, the basic material cost of this potion, known as the Great Recovery Potion, is around 50,000 berries. The publicly announced cost is 200,000 berries. But we can offer an internal price for the Navy. The specifics will require negotiation. Upon hearing this, Kong felt a sense of disappointment. That is too expensive. The Navy sustains no fewer than 1,000 injuries daily. Even a price of 50,000 berries is beyond our capacity to bear. The Navy's influence spans the 4 seas. with active personnel numbering well over 1 million. Even if the Navy were to possess boundless wealth, they could not afford such potions. Chapter 64. The Potion Dumping Scheme. Noticing the disappointment in Marshal Kong's eyes, Sengoku promptly added, "Current intelligence indicates that the president of the Hunters Guild is not only a formidable bounty hunter, but also a highly skilled physician. These potions were developed under his guidance. The Great Recovery Potion offers the best cost-effectiveness, yet the Hunters Guild can provide a variety of potions beyond this one. For instance, there exists a recovery potion with an efficacy merely 40% that of the Great Recovery Potion, the Jade Ointment with potency exceeding that of the Great Recovery Potion by more than double, and the legendary elixir rumored to heal any injury, among others. Aside from the most precious elixir for which we do not have a sample, the Hunters Guild has provided us with samples of the other potions for testing. However, the analysis of the other potions is quite complex. For now, we have only one test result, with additional reports expected to be completed within 3 days." Upon hearing this, Kong nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the value of collaborating with the Navy. "Is that so? How effective is the potion known as the recovery potion?" "We previously conducted a practical test with a standard recovery potion, and the results indicated a rather weak effect, requiring substantial quantities for a notable impact. Nonetheless, it has a broad applicability and acts swiftly, making it quite suitable as a battlefield companion potion. Furthermore, according to the president of the Hunters Guild, should the transaction proceed smoothly, he will gradually unveil additional categories of potions to the Navy, including but not limited to those that replenish vitality and those that cure diseases and toxins. If we can ensure that each bottle maintains such quality, I believe we could establish a trade route." Sengoku concluded in one breath, and Kong felt a flicker of excitement within him. Such potions held immense significance for the Navy. The prospect of saving even one more life could bolster hope in ending the era of great pirates. As his heart swelled with aspiration, he pondered, "Sengoku, this individual possesses not only formidable strength, but also remarkable medical skill. Why, I wonder, has he not chosen to join the Navy? It is truly a pity." With a deep sigh, Kong remarked, "I once attempted to invite him to the Navy, but his rebellious nature and less than favorable impression of the Navy led him to establish his own organization." "What a shame," Kong sighed again. After a moment of contemplative silence, he finally resolved, "Regarding the matter of intelligence, you may respond to him. I agree to share the Navy's intelligence system with the Hunters Guild, but information concerning the world government remains off limits. As for the potion trade, we shall decide after the test reports are completed." Upon hearing Kong's decision, Sengoku exhaled in relief. The Marshal had essentially accepted his views, recognizing the Hunters Guild as a friendly entity, deeming the benefits to the Navy to outweigh the drawbacks. "Very well, Marshal. I shall respond at once." The figure from the Warring States period nodded in agreement. The Navy had established an overarching strategy. What remained were the finer details that would require prolonged deliberation to yield results. On Bu Island, Chunsheng was engaged in training alongside Shadu to instruct the zombies in the creation of restorative potions. Unlike the grand restorative elixir, Chunsheng's ordinary restorative potion was crafted by proportionately mixing a small quantity of herbs and a certain amount of restorative honey into the sap secreted by ancient trees, which was then slowly simmered in a large cauldron to produce the final concoction. This is also the source of Chunsheng's confidence in exporting restorative medicines. The production cost of these restorative potions is remarkably low, by utilizing large-scale restorative medicines as a foundation, and subsequently employing greater restorative potions and jade ointments to penetrate the upper echelons of the Navy's market, once the Navy experiences the benefits of these restorative elixirs. The gradual introduction of the other two major series will undoubtedly enhance his prestige within naval ranks. At that juncture, will the Guild still lament the absence of berry? The primary ingredients for both the greater restorative potions and jade ointments derive from restorative honeybugs. Despite their relatively low yield, even when accounting for labor costs, the total expenditure will not surpass 10,000 berry. Once a trade route is established with the Navy, a substantial influx of berry will naturally follow. And as the Navy savors the sweet rewards of these elixirs, it is certain that many naval personnel will be inclined to register with the Hunters Guild. The process is straightforward. First, open this color jar and pour its contents into a pot to simmer for 10 minutes. Then, open the other jar, add its contents to the pot, and let it cook for a while. After 30 minutes, turn off the heat. Have you learned? Chunsheng instructed the zombies. The personalities and habits of the zombies closely resemble those of their shadowy masters, and their capacity for learning is commendable. With proper education, these zombies can be utilized as tireless workers who require no wages. Currently, The number of zombies in the shadowed region is limited, but as their population increases in the future, the production of these elixirs will multiply exponentially. Moreover, these zombies can adapt to various industrial manufacturing processes. As long as their corporeal forms remain intact, they will serve as unflagging machines. Contemplating the potential future, Chun Sheng could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. With the contributions of these free laborers, the Hunters Guild's products will become increasingly affordable. Once they dominate the entire market, half the world will be under their control. Additionally, the Guild offers generous benefits and low-intensity work, which will undoubtedly attract a multitude of hunters. As the visible number of hunters increases, the Guild's tangible strength will also grow, leading to a conquest achieved without bloodshed. Currently, to maintain such high welfare, a substantial source of revenue is required, and the Navy is the most suitable target for such exploitation. The Navy, being affluent and backed by the world government, possesses nearly inexhaustible wealth, allowing Chun Sheng to pursue this opportunity without restraint. At this moment, the zombies had essentially mastered the art of potion making. However, these unfortunate beings are not particularly bright. They are stubborn and reckless, with commendable combat prowess but lacking in intellect. It is understandable, for if they possessed normal intelligence, they would not be recklessly wandering about, effectively bringing about their own demise. The instruction was not yet complete when Shadu entered, dragging a masked individual behind him, stating, "My lord, I have captured a peculiar person whose strength is particularly formidable. Had it not been for a covert ambush, I might not have been his match. How shall we deal with this individual?" Gazing at the masked figure, Chun Sheng chuckled. Was this not an agent from CP? Regrettably, he could not ascertain which specific CP series this individual belonged to, but fortune had placed him right in Chun Sheng's grasp. Upon assessing his malevolent value, it was slightly higher than that of an average pirate, though not conspicuously so. This type of agent bears resemblance to combat soldiers, for their relatively low malevolence stems from their commitment to executing mission orders. The bulk of culpability rests upon their orchestrators, rendering their elimination a rather unprofitable endeavor. Upon seizing the soul of the adversary, Chun Sheng entrusted the captive to Shadu, stating, "Just in time, I find myself in need of a leader for the production team. Shadu, please extract his shadow and confine the individual in a cell. The soul shall serve as a sacrifice offered to the demon, while the shadow will be employed as labor." Chun Sheng contemplated the necessity of authoring a treatise on how to fully exploit residual value, sharing his insights. Chapter 65. Return to Donghai. As the initial wave of hunters gradually completed their reporting, the most frenetic period had subsided. Without the perpetual compass, those wishing to join must either seek guidance from the first wave of hunters or devise a means to acquire the permanent compass of Bu Island to gain access. Regardless of the approach, a certain amount of time will be required, and for the time being, a large influx of hunters will not occur. Despite encountering minor setbacks during this period, no significant issues arose. Having addressed the pressing matters at hand, Chun Sheng summoned Drake and Luo to the Hunters' Hall. During their initiation into the Hunters, Drake primarily oversaw the security of the Star Guild, quelling rebellious hunters who dare to disrupt the peace. Human nature often leads individuals to take reckless risks, and even the looming presence of the behemoth did not deter many from seeking confrontation. Meanwhile, Luo diligently explored the island, applying the medical knowledge imparted by Chun Sheng to investigate the medicinal properties of various plants and small creatures. Once he discerned their potential effects, Chun Sheng would take charge of further analysis. Of course, on occasions when Drake found himself overwhelmed, Luo would step in to handle the unruly members. In the eyes of the current hunters, Luo was, in fact, far more formidable than Drake. Although Drake was known for his volatile temperament, those who fell under his discipline merely faced a beating. In contrast, encountering Luo could leave one with indelible memories, often of a harrowing nature. Seated at a table, Chun Sheng addressed the two. "Having accompanied me for so long, you have finally acquired the capability to operate independently. I may need to depart from the Hunter headquarters for a time to recruit additional personnel for our stronghold. During my absence, you shall be responsible for maintaining stability within the Hunter Guild. For trivial matters, you may consult each other. However, if significant issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me using the telephone bug. Is that clear?" Upon hearing of Chun Sheng's impending departure, Drake and Luo were not taken aback. Given the current scale of the Hunter Guild, it was impractical for them to remain confined to the Sunshade Island, which was far from self-sufficient and required Chun Sheng's intervention for numerous matters. After all, the guild was critically understaffed, especially following the recent influx of hunters. Even the chefs were in short supply. Chun Sheng felt assured regarding the two. The Hunter Guild was still in its infancy, lacking complex regulations and factions. Thus, management posed little difficulty. In terms of combat, after participating in hundreds of battles, Drake had demonstrated remarkable growth. With the formidable physical prowess of the Gormagala and a fervent warrior spirit, his dual aura had surpassed that of Luo. Indeed, experience in battle was the finest form of training for honing one's aura. However, Luo was well-versed in assassination techniques and possessed the body and unique abilities of an ancient dragon, making the outcome of a life-and-death confrontation between them uncertain. Should they join forces alongside the gifted Palu, even a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would find themselves at a disadvantage. "No problem, teacher. We will handle things here," Drake promptly replied. Perhaps influenced by the Gormagala, Drake had recently adopted a more brash demeanor, expressing himself with haste. Upon hearing Drake's response, Chunsheng nodded and said, "Excellent. Drake, continue overseeing the visible security operations as usual. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, simply hand them over to Palu and Shadu for resolution. As for Luo, during my absence, I entrust you with the daily affairs of the Hunter Guild. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek my counsel." Fortunately, the guild scale is still modest, and the tasks are not overly burdensome, allowing you to experiment with this responsibility. Upon hearing his assignment, Luo nodded gently. It is no exaggeration to assert that among all members of the Hunter Guild, Luo has been by Chunsheng's side the longest, and he possesses the most profound understanding of Chunsheng. Throughout the routine medical research, Luo frequently observed Chunsheng managing the guild's affairs. Thus, he is quite familiar with the operational processes. Very well, in a moment, coordinate with Shadow and the others. For the time being, the Hunter Guild shall be entrusted to your care. After arranging for the two, Chunsheng returned to his residence, gathered his belongings, and transformed into his celestial comet dragon form, soaring towards the East Sea. It has been nearly a year since he departed from the New Gia Kingdom, and he is uncertain of the current developments in Chixia Town. Due to the East Sea's relative backwardness, he has been unable to procure an ultra-long-range telephone bug to contact the New Gia Kingdom, hence he has not communicated with them since. While in midair, he consumed a blue wave ball, entering a state of wing enhancement. In his celestial comet dragon form, Chunsheng vanished in a streak of red light. After mastering the dual-color hockey, he enveloped his body in armament hockey, further augmenting his speed, which could even exceed Mach 4. Though the duration of the blue wave ball's effect limits sustainment. During regular flight, Chunsheng can maintain a speed of Mach 1, rendering him scarcely distinguishable from the celestial comet dragon of the Monster Hunter world. After a lengthy journey, upon returning to the East Sea, the landscape of the New Gia Kingdom had transformed dramatically. The former wasteland has been entirely converted into a quaint town, and where Chunsheng's training ground once stood, a grand central plaza has been erected. The ground occasionally emanates a crimson dragon aura, making the central plaza of Chixia Town famous throughout the East Sea, attracting a multitude of visitors each month. Before the entrance of the plaza stands a colossal statue shaped in the likeness of the celestial comet dragon. The celestial dragon, sculpted from the sun and moon stone left by Chunsheng, had its claws firmly pressed against a massive boulder, its body silently roaring towards the heavens, exuding an air of dominance. Transformed back into human form, Chunsheng strolled through the streets adorned in a white coat reminiscent of the Assassin's Creed, appreciating the transformations around him. With the disappearance of the garbage dump, the area was free of wandering vagrants. The former scavengers had been gathered to construct homes and tend to the sanitation, receiving compensation from the New Heia Kingdom. Through the collective efforts of many scavengers, although Chixia Town was not overly beautiful, it was clean and orderly, now a warm haven. Moreover, according to the town's layout, the vast majority of residents dwelled within the protective radius of the sun and moon stone, relying on its radiance to ensure their health. Not only had Chixia Town undergone significant changes, but the main city within the New Heia Kingdom had also experienced considerable transformation. The previously prominent inner city walls had been dismantled, merging the inner and outer cities into a cohesive whole, abolishing the geographical division between the nobility and the commoners. Commoners could now freely traverse the noble quarters without fear of retribution. Under the iron fist of Quite, all opposing nobles were stripped of their titles and wealth, exiled to foreign lands. To the nobility, Quite was merely a tyrant propped up by Chunsheng, a scoundrel. Yet, in the eyes of the common folk, he was the most virtuous monarch in the history of the New Heia Kingdom. With figures like a Jean from Chixia Town present, this shift not only avoided chaos, but also led to a flourishing city. Any noble attempting to stir trouble was discreetly dealt with by a Jean. Having acquired the true essence of assassination techniques from Chunsheng, A Ajin had become a notorious killer in the East China Sea, regarded as the #1 criminal in the eyes of the nobility. As he walked, Chun Sheng felt a wave of reflection. Everything here had changed because of him, and he could not deny the sense of accomplishment it brought. Chapter 66. Comments and gratitude for support thus far. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the readers for their support. The unexpected recommendations and numerous collections have truly astonished me. I had prepared for the possibility of failure when starting this work, so receiving such an abundance of collections is a delightful surprise. Thank you, dear readers. This chapter primarily addresses the inquiries presented by readers in the comments. The first pertains to the terminology of devil fruits in the context of Monster Hunter World. The author has contemplated whether to categorize the creatures within Monster Hunter World as mythical beasts. However, due to the significant disparity in power among these monsters and their distinct characteristics from various divine beasts, this classification was ultimately dismissed. For instance, the power difference between the mythical beast, the soaring bird, and the mythical beast, the elder dragon, is substantial, making their inclusion within the same category rather inappropriate. Furthermore, disregarding their strength, one must consider whether the soaring bird should be classified under bird fruits or dragon fruits. The classification of creatures in Monster Hunter World diverges from that of Zoan-type devil fruits in One Piece. A rigid classification would indeed be quite awkward. Hence, it is more suitable to adopt the existing classification for Monster Hunter. Additionally, while the aesthetic of elder dragons differs from that of mythical beasts, even though their abilities may appear scientifically implausible, elder dragons are endowed with relatively scientific explanations. For example, the celestial dragon generates and controls dragon energy through dragon jewels, while the silver dragon manipulates metals through core control, although the underlying principles of these organs remain ambiguous. Conversely, the abilities of mythical beasts are often straightforward and raw, such as Marco's regenerative flames and Sengoku's Buddha fruit, which require no scientific rationale. Power alone suffices. Thus, it is ultimately more fitting to utilize the classification for Monster Hunter. The second issue raised is regarding the presence of a golden finger and whether the concepts of heaven and hell might seem somewhat abrupt. For readers who are not fond of this narrative device, the author acknowledges their inability to change it, as the golden finger is an integral element throughout the entire narrative. As a work that intertwines the realms of pirates and Monster Hunter, the purpose of this device is to bridge the two worlds. When conceptualizing the golden finger, the author considered what would be most appropriate. One option was to adopt a system-based approach where, with a mere chime, one could conjure items from Monster Hunter without further concern. However, given the declining popularity of system narratives, this idea was discarded. Another possibility was to traverse between the worlds of Monster Hunter and One Piece. Yet, as the author is a relatively new hunter in Monster Hunter World, possessing only a basic understanding of its ecological system and overall environment, writing about it could lead to inaccuracies, and it would be more prudent to focus on the world of pirates, which the author knows better. After much deliberation, the author settled on this particular golden finger, which, combined with experiences from a past life on Earth, ensures that its introduction does not feel overly jarring. Moreover, the mechanism of earning rewards through effort prevents the narrative from spiraling out of control, allowing for a broader scope and facilitating the inclusion of elements and items from other works later on. For instance, the first trade occurs in a world governed by the devil, Tort, inspired by the manga Baki, and future appearances of elements from other games or anime will be gradual, limited primarily to items and skills. The third question concerns the potential for venturing into a crossover narrative. The author has indeed not contemplated this issue. As this is their inaugural work, they did not think too far ahead. After establishing an outline, they simply began to write, considering the successful completion of the manuscript a triumph. Regarding the likelihood of pursuing a crossover manga route, it appears rather low, as the author has not watched many series themselves, primarily familiarizing themselves with the settings through videos, without a fundamental objective in mind. Embarking on a crossover manga would be an insurmountable challenge. Lastly, there is the matter of typographical errors. I sincerely apologize for this issue, bowing deeply in remorse. Thus far, this book has consistently maintained an impressive update of at least 4,000 words daily for over a month, which is indeed a considerable challenge for a novice author like myself. Typing in pinyin often leads to homophonic typos, and failing to thoroughly erase discarded drafts while altering the plot can result in further errors. I truly appreciate your understanding. However, it is inevitable that I may overlook certain details in my self-review. I can only promise to strive for improvement in the future. As for the update schedule, the first chapter is typically updated around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while the second chapter follows at approximately 7 o'clock in the evening. There may be slight fluctuations depending on the day's writing progress, but generally, the delay will not exceed 1 hour. If the plot necessitates, I may combine 2 chapters into a single lengthy installment exceeding 4,000 words, although the release time for such chapters may be slightly delayed, likely before 8 o'clock in the evening. Regarding questions, those are largely the main points. Lastly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have offered their support through donations and votes. I sincerely thank readers 161117235042614, 201905062006588827, and 20210710094214216 for their generous contributions. I hope everyone continues to support this book. Thank you. Chapter 67. Quate. David Quate truly exemplifies the exceptional talent of the former Minister of Commerce of the Kingdom of Goya. His acumen in business is remarkable. Not only did he amass significant wealth from the plethora of scales left by Chun Sheng, but he also skillfully transformed Chun Sheng's persuasive words into a renowned brand of falling star diamonds, captivating numerous nobles from the Eastern Sea. With the wealth of influential figures from various Eastern Sea nations consolidated, the overall development of the new Goya kingdom has vastly improved beyond measure. After spending some time in a tavern, Chun Sheng gleaned a general understanding of the recent happenings in the Eastern Sea through inquiries with the tavern staff. Among Chun Sheng's initial students, Ajin chose the path of an assassin, becoming a shadowy figure who has thus far eliminated over a dozen nefarious nobles. The remaining students have refrained from acting alone. Led by Jack, they have been tirelessly traveling throughout the Eastern Sea, searching for traces of pirates and criminals, earning substantial respect among the populace. The majority of formidable pirates had been eradicated by Chun Sheng before his departure, leaving only a few insignificant foes. Against the well-coordinated group led by Jack, these remnants stand no chance, serving merely as stepping stones to fame for Jack and his companions. Throughout this year, new formidable pirates have indeed emerged. However, under the meticulous calculations and cooperation between Jack and the Navy, these pirates were swiftly incarcerated. It is no exaggeration to assert that the East Sea is presently the most tranquil sea within the entire pirate world. The smooth establishment of Quate's commercial ventures is inextricably linked to the serene business environment of the East Sea. The astute Quate has evidently recognized this fact, and, acknowledging the significance of peace, has begun to generously support Jack and his companions, contributing a substantial portion of assets to the construction of Seven Heroes Town. As there remains more than half a month until the agreed-upon time for Chun Sheng's arrival, Jack and the others have yet to return to Seven Heroes Town and are still wandering through the East Sea. Thus, Chun Sheng arrived first at the palace of the new Goya kingdom, where he encountered Quate, who was busy with his duties. Under Quate's transformation, the formerly modest office of the Goya kingdom has become resplendent and luxurious, exuding opulence without a trace of vulgarity. Various valuable artworks adorn every corner, harmoniously arranged so that none overshadow the others, creating a visually pleasing ambience. Your Majesty Quate, I was right about you. You're not only an astute businessman, but also a competent ruler. Under your leadership, the Goya kingdom has developed more in this short time than the past decade. Chun Sheng, when did you return? The sudden voice behind Quate startled him, nearly causing him to leap from his seat, betraying the composure expected of a king. He vividly recalled how this very individual had once barged into his quarters and threatened him through unknown means. Although the outcome has been favorable, he has ascended to kingship. The memory of that experience remains etched in Quate's mind. Fear not, I am not here to trouble you today. You have performed admirably in your royal duties. I have returned merely to inquire if you would be interested in embarking on a venture with me to the Grand Line. Turning to face Chun Sheng, Quate slowly recalled recent articles he had seen in the newspaper. The mysterious and fearsome behemoth, the savior of the Navy, and the burgeoning third great power, the Hunter Guild, seemed to have been established by none other than the man before him. May I ask, Mr. Chun, or rather, esteemed President, what is it that you wish for me to do in the Grand Line? Quate inquired cautiously. Chun Sheng pulled over a chair, seated himself, and crossed his legs. Naturally, I wish for you to assist me in managing the guild. The Hunter Guild is currently in dire need of personnel, particularly someone capable of overseeing its operations. I believe you have demonstrated exceptional capability here and would be well suited for this role. Esteemed President, it is not that I do not wish to go. It is simply that the new Goya kingdom has only just stabilized, and many issues remain unresolved. I cannot leave at this juncture. Perhaps I could send my son, David, instead. He possesses considerable ability, and I believe he could fulfill this role competently. Quate responded with hesitation. Upon hearing that Quate had a son, Chun Sheng's curiosity was piqued. You have another son? Why have I not encountered him before? Upon reflection, Quet is approaching a significant milestone in life, as he will soon be 50. It is hardly surprising that he has a son. With a hint of embarrassment, Quet spoke of his offspring. I feel quite ashamed to admit that my son has harbored a desire to join the Navy since childhood. However, he possesses rather mediocre physical attributes that fail to meet the recruitment standards. In the end, he implored me to leverage my connections to secure him a position at the naval base, where he has been serving as a deckhand for several years without returning. Recently, after hearing about the establishment of the Hunters Guild, David decided to leave the Navy and come to me, seeking my influence to join the guild. I perceive this as a splendid opportunity. Chun Sheng tapped his fingers on the table and remarked, You must understand that I require a talent capable of managing the Hunters Guild. Are you certain he is up to the task? Quet nodded affirmatively, asserting, I am indeed certain. Mr. President, I am not offering David my support without merit. If he wishes for my assistance in joining the Navy, he must demonstrate his capabilities to my satisfaction. These prerequisites include managing the business affairs of my subordinates effectively. David once oversaw my jewelry business, increasing profits by 10% and securing a substantial amount of bailee for me, which is why I consented to his enlistment in the Navy. Upon hearing this, Chun Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Is he still here? With Chun Sheng's approval, Quet immediately rose, stating, He is right here, esteemed president. I will bring him to meet you. As a discerning businessman, Quet understood that managing the Hunters Guild was of greater significance than his role as a minor king, recognizing it as a rare opportunity. No need for inconvenience. Let's go together, Chun Sheng replied, standing to follow Quet out of the office. Under Quet's guidance, Chun Sheng entered a lavish chamber where he encountered his son, Quet David. Quet David presented as a rather frail young man, standing at over 6 feet tall, yet weighing no more than 120 pounds. His muscles were somewhat firm, but he remained far from robust, which likely explained the Navy's refusal to enlist him. Upon entering, Quet bellowed, You rascal, come see who has arrived. The booming voice startled David, who upon recognizing his father, immediately exclaimed, Dad, have you found a way for me to join the Hunters Guild? You lucky boy. Just look who is here. Quet stepped aside to reveal Chun Sheng. Oh, President Chun. Upon seeing Chun Sheng, David instantly transformed into a model of obedience, resembling a university graduate awaiting an interview. Without further ado, Chun Sheng seated himself opposite David, exuding an air of authority as he began. Your name is David, correct? I have a question for you. If your response meets my expectations, I shall facilitate your entrance into the Hunters Guild in a managerial capacity. Upon hearing the question, David's eyes instantly brightened. He straightened his posture, eagerly awaiting Chun Sheng's inquiry. Now, I require you to sell a batch of potions, the cost of which is significantly lower than comparable items in the market, unbeknownst to the outside world. How do you intend to maximize profit? David was taken aback by the question, expecting Chun Sheng to pose queries regarding combat, which was his true passion. Nevertheless, he did not dismiss the matter lightly and pondered Chun Sheng's proposition intently. Although it was not his preferred subject, he possessed a knack for generating income. After a few moments of contemplation, David inquired, May I ask if the sole consideration is to achieve maximum profit, disregarding all else? Upon hearing David's question, Chun Sheng became even more intrigued. This young man had grasped the essence of profit-making, abandoning conscience. Chun Sheng replied, No other matters need to be considered. This question solely concerns maximizing profit. I wish to see what you can conceive without the influence of external conditions. David mused, in such a scenario, I would set an exorbitantly high price, one that a reasonable person would scarcely entertain. Then, I would instigate conflict between two factions and find a way to intervene in the war, escalating its intensity and thereby increasing the demand for the potions. Once casualties on both sides reached a certain threshold, I would slightly lower the inflated price while simultaneously informing both parties that their adversary has procured our potions, instilling a sense of urgency in their minds and compelling them to purchase in large quantities at a premium. Clap, clap, clap. Remarkable. I must say, you're a natural capitalist. If you were on Earth, I would help you choose an appropriate streetlight. But for now, you are hired, Chun Sheng exclaimed, rising with satisfaction at David's response. He patted David on the shoulder and continued, In fact, I share your perspective. The Hunters Guild has a batch of potions ready for sale, and you can oversee this project. Moreover, the collaboration between the Guild and the Navy, along with various future business endeavors, necessitates the management of a talented individual. I believe you are well suited for this position. What do you say, young man? Will you join me? Upon hearing this, David hesitated and replied, I am not unwilling, Mr. President, but I would prefer to take on a combat role rather than serve as a mere business administrator. Hearing this, Queet, who was nearby, grew anxious. This was a management position within the Hunters Guild, a force capable of dominating an entire issue of the world economy. Chun Sheng's offer represented a significant role within the guild's hierarchy, and Queet was genuinely tempted. Meanwhile, David felt conflicted. He did not wish to reject Chun Sheng, but also did not want to occupy a purely administrative position in the rear, as combat was his true aspiration. Do not worry. If your desire is to engage in battle, that is your prerogative. Every hunter in the guild enjoys freedom, including the management personnel. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities, you are free to pursue whatever endeavors you wish. As an administrator, you possess a certain degree of authority over the resources of the Hunters Guild. Furthermore, should you demonstrate commendable performance, this devil fruit can be bestowed upon you. From a suitcase he carried, Chun Sheng produced a pale blue devil fruit and placed it before David, stating, "This fruit belongs to the Zoan category, specifically the Thunder Dragon form. It will significantly enhance your physique, and upon consumption, you will acquire formidable strength, as well as the ability to manipulate static electricity." What do you think? Surely, this offer is enticing enough. Of course, Mr. President, it is my honor. Upon seeing the devil fruit presented by Chun Sheng, David's eyes brightened with excitement, and he eagerly nodded in agreement, akin to a chick pecking a grain. However, Chun Sheng cautioned, "Let's not be overly jubilant just yet. As we agreed, one must approach the duties of the Hunters Guild with utmost seriousness. To formally join the guild and claim the devil fruit, you are required to sign 2 contracts. With that, he produced a standard Hunter's contract alongside another document marked with a demonic insignia. This is the Hunter's contract, which every member must sign, while the other is uniquely yours. Signing it will grant you the devil fruit and affirm your position within the management of the Hunters Guild." Seeing the familiar contract, Quet was suddenly flooded with unsettling memories. Yet, observing David's eager expression and recalling the immense potential of the Hunters Guild, he felt a reluctance to dissuade him. After all, the Hunters Guild was an organization brimming with future potential. Securing a managerial position within it would offer David unparalleled advantages. In this era of rampant piracy, where merely surviving was a gamble for one's life, it seemed far wiser to wager his fate on such an opportunity rather than surrendering it to others or allowing it to languish in the hands of pirates. With these thoughts in mind, Quet refrained from discouraging his son, instead watching as David unhesitatingly inscribed his name on the contract. "Excellent. Congratulations, my child. As of today, you are a member of the Hunters Guild." With the 2 contracts tucked away, Chun Sheng smiled warmly as he pushed the devil fruit toward David. The latter gazed at the blue devil fruit, his anticipation palpable. With both hands grasping the devil fruit, David took a substantial bite. As the succulent flesh filled his mouth, his expression shifted noticeably. He struggled to swallow it down, and soon, transformations began to manifest upon his body. The flying thunder dragon resembled a hybrid of a flying squirrel and a lizard, sporting membranous flaps along its sides that enabled it to glide gracefully through the forest canopy. Adorned with azure scales and white fur, the creature's fur housed specialized organs known as electrostatic needles, capable of gathering static electricity generated through friction while traversing the woods, which it could unleash during combat. In comparison to other creatures within the realm of Monster Hunter, the flying thunder dragon's prowess was moderate, sufficient to prey upon herbivores or small carnivores, yet it fell short against larger predators. Nevertheless, for David, the power bestowed by the flying thunder dragon was ample. After all, he was not a seasoned warrior, and the forest environment of Bu Island bore similarities to that of the ancient tree forests. Among the towering trees and the mists of Palu, the flying thunder dragon could unleash its full potential. Armed with its might, David might find himself slightly challenged when confronting formidable pirates, yet he would be more than capable of dealing with ordinary ones. Take some time to acclimate to your newfound abilities and gather what you need. When the time comes to depart, I will seek you out, and together we shall journey to the Grand Line, he advised. Chapter 69. Dayton and Ace after leaving David's room. Chun Sheng engaged in conversation with Quit. "Let's discuss other matters. During my absence, has anything noteworthy transpired in the East Blue?" "Nothing particularly remarkable," Quit replied thoughtfully. "Your students have been upholding justice, resulting in an exceptionally stable year for the East Blue. However, I am currently planning to establish a commercial alliance that would connect the major kingdoms of the East Blue. It seems a shame not to capitalize on this hard-won peace." Upon hearing Quit's proposal, Chun Sheng expressed his approval. "A splendid idea. Pursue it as you envision. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to reach out to me. I can offer assistance on behalf of the Hunter Guild. The future influence of the Hunter Guild cannot be confined solely to the Grand Line. It is inevitable that we will establish numerous branches across the seas, akin to the Navy. If Quit can indeed forge such a commercial alliance in the East Blue, the guild's voice within it will be crucial for future developments in the region. Gratefully, Quit responded, "Thank you for your unwavering support, President. By the way, I have discovered a band of mountain bandits in the kingdom of New Goya. I am preparing to launch an offensive against them. Would you care to take a look?" Mountain bandits? Chunsheng pondered for a moment, recalling that the mountain bandits in New Goya fell into two groups, one led by Dayton, who cared for Ace and Luffy, and the other was a self-proclaimed bandit king named Sig. Speaking of bandits, wasn't Luffy also nearing his arrival in the vicinity of the Goya kingdom? Should we seize the opportunity to excavate the corner of Carp as well? During this period, Luffy had yet to encounter Shanks and lacked a resolute goal. However, one might ponder whether the Hunters Guild would be swayed by Luffy's influence once he joined. "Send me the locations of the mountain bandits. I will inspect them when I have the time," said Kate. In his view, the mountain bandits posed no significant threat, especially since even the rampant pirates at sea had been largely eradicated. What danger could a few bandits possibly present, even in Chunsheng's absence? Kate had confidence that the soldiers he had trained could vanquish the mountain bandits. Circling the skies above the Goya kingdom, the keen eyes of a dragon swiftly pinpointed the hideout of the bandit king, where the bandits were languidly resting, utterly unguarded. While locating the bandit king, Sig, Chunsheng also discovered the hideout of the bandit Dayton and her crew, observing a small figure bustling about. Compared to the easily dealt with bandit king, Chunsheng found greater intrigue in Dayton's group, for that included Ace. If one were to ponder who the most popular character in the world of pirates is, Ace would undoubtedly be among them. Who wouldn't desire such a dependable older brother? Contemplating Perona and Dringer, who were still residing in the Hunters Guild, Chunsheng suddenly conceived a new idea. Although these individuals were still quite young, given sufficient time to mature, their futures were boundless. The Hunters Guild required more than just immediate combat prowess. The emergence of a new generation of hunters was equally vital. The thought of those promising children depicted in the narrative ignited a fervent flame in Chunsheng's heart, one that was difficult to extinguish. Though inspired, Chunsheng did not act immediately. Ace's current aspiration was likely still to become a pirate, to be the freest person upon the seas. A sudden appearance would likely be met with rejection, necessitating a suitable opportunity. Rather than seeking Ace directly, Chunsheng descended near Dayton's hideout, reverting to his human form. Clad in white, he strode confidently into the bandits' lair, boldly pushing open the door, as if the bandits were oblivious to his presence. By the time they noticed him, he was already seated at the dining table, savoring the feast with them. "Who are you? What do you want here?" Dayton exclaimed, startled by Chunsheng's unexpected intrusion. Instantly, she grasped her oversized wolf fawn club, pointing it at him in a defensive posture. Hearing her inquiry, Chunsheng let out a scoff. "This place? Do you believe this is your territory? You are merely a band of marauders claiming dominion over the mountains. This land belongs to the new Goya kingdom. As the president of the Hunters Guild, I present you with two choices: surrender peacefully and accompany me, or face a thorough beating before being taken away." Upon hearing Chunsheng's declaration, several bandits recalled the recent newspaper articles, and upon seeing Chunsheng's visage, they recognized him instantly. "Be boss. He is the president of the Hunters Guild, the one responsible for the bloodshed incident on Rubeck Island. We appear to be no match for him." Upon hearing his subordinate stammer out Chunsheng's identity, Dadong found himself swallowing hard, bewildered. They were merely a band of brigands occupying a small hill, having long since washed their hands of robbery and even contemplating a shift towards hunting recently. Why then would anyone seek them out? And not just anyone, but a figure of considerable repute within the Grand Line, no less. What merit did they possess to attract such a notable individual intent on their capture? Observing the astonished expressions of the brigands, Chunsheng offered a gentle smile and explained, "Do not be alarmed. Although I am affiliated with the Hunter Guild established in the Grand Line, my actual residence is in the kingdom of Goya. Reflect carefully, it was I alongside my students who helped establish Jisha Town." Having addressed their concerns, he then stated, "Now, I present you with your choices." Chunsheng remained seated before the gathered brigands, devoid of any further action, yet an extraordinary aura of authority emanated from him, rendering the brigands mute. They could only cast pleading glances towards their leader, Dadong, awaiting her response. This oppression and the ability to bear fruit are unrelated. It is merely the result of identity and the charisma of leadership that commands respect. At this moment, Chunsheng's name alone is sufficient to instill fear in a multitude. Faced with such a choice, Dayton feels an immense pressure weighing upon her. Gazing at the person before her, she understands that their group lacks the strength to prevail. Yet how could they resign themselves to being controlled in such a manner? Even if you are the president of the Hunter Guild, You shall not easily defeat us. Let's charge together. As the leader of the bandits, Dayton brandished her Wolfang club and led the charge towards Chun Sheng. The other bandits exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed Dayton into the fray. How amusing! Yet, their strength is insufficient. As the bandits advanced, Chun Sheng merely shook his head, remaining seated with unwavering composure. With a few casual gestures, he brought them all to their knees. Dayton, the first to charge, was also the first to be subdued. Sensing the dire situation, she shouted at Chun Sheng, "Wait, just hold on a moment. Are you familiar with the naval hero Garp? He is an old friend of mine, and we might have some misunderstandings." She continued, "By the way, Garp entrusted us with the care of his grandson." "Oh, are you implying that the esteemed naval hero Garp would entrust his child to a band of marauders? Are you jesting?" Chun Sheng interrupted Dayton, feigning skepticism. After all, in the logic of a reasonable person, no naval officer would entrust their child to bandits, especially not to those who hold high positions within the Navy. "This is all true," Dayton exclaimed, feeling utterly exasperated and unsure of how to defend her claim. While it may sound absurd, it is indeed the truth. As despair began to settle over them, Chun Sheng suddenly produced a transponder snail, stating, "However, you are quite fortunate. I just happen to have Garp's contact information. I shall inquire with him directly. If you dare deceive me, your fate will undoubtedly be grim." After dialing Garp's number, a few seconds later, the rough voice of Garp echoed from the other end. "Moshi Moshi, is this Garp? I have encountered a group of bandits in the kingdom of New Goya, and they claim to know you. I would like to verify this." "Hey, Garp, it's me. Dayton, help. This man is trying to capture us." Upon hearing Dayton's voice, Garp immediately grasped the situation. Remembering Chun Sheng's ruthless reputation, he felt a headache coming on. With concern for his friend's predicament, Garp's usual carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by a hint of panic as he explained, "I believe you must be referring to Dayton and her crew. Do not worry, President Chun. Dayton and her group are merely a bit rowdy. They are good people without bounties, commoners, albeit a bit intimidating in appearance, but they mean no harm." "Commoners, you say? Yet, they appear to be a band of marauders to me. Allow me to inquire further." As Chun Sheng turned his gaze towards Dayton and the others, he inquired, "So, are you commoners or mountain bandits?" "We are all commoners." Dayton immediately nodded in response to Chun Sheng's question. "Oh, so you are commoners. It seems I have misunderstood. Well, I shall let them go now," Chun Sheng said, elongating his tone. Just as he prepared to leave, a small figure brandishing a water pipe stood defiantly before him, exclaiming, "What have you done to Dayton and the others, you scoundrel?" Seeing the scattered mountain bandits behind Chun Sheng, Ace felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Ignoring the disparity in strength, he swung his iron rod and leapt to strike Chun Sheng on the head. "Ace, wait. Do not act foolishly." As Ace charged, a smirk appeared on Chun Sheng's lips. He seized the water pipe from Ace's hand, crushing it effortlessly, while with his other hand, he pressed down on Ace's head, preventing him from advancing. "Who is this little rascal? What mischief have you been up to? I will not let you off easily, you wretch." Even in restraint, Ace's body writhed in defiance, struggling against Chun Sheng's hold. Dayton, nursing a small wound on his forehead, rose and addressed Ace. "Hold on. Ace, this is all a misunderstanding. He is the president of the Hunters Guild. Just now, President Chun mistakenly thought we were bandits, but now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, we are all friends, right?" "Yes, friends. I thought we were bandits. But weren't you originally bandits, Dayton?" Ace blurted out, momentarily taken aback. "Oh ho, it seems I have stumbled upon a significant revelation. Pray tell, what is this all about?" Chun Sheng grasped Ace by the collar, a dangerous smile creeping across his face as he looked at Dayton. "Oh well." Dayton found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain the situation. "Thus, it would be wise for you to accompany me, lest you endure a beating," Chun Sheng declared. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others darkened, and they resignedly lowered their heads. Chapter 70. Dinga in the Town of Seven Heroes. Within the classroom once attended by Chun Sheng, after his departure, the space was not left abandoned. Jack and the others had reconstructed a school, inviting orphans and anyone willing to learn from across the EC to come and study. Inside the classroom, Dayton and the others were squeezed between the cramped desks and chairs, their inability to stretch out their limbs rendering the scene somewhat comical. Standing behind the podium, Chun Sheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, announced, "Each of you now hold the candy. Consume it, and then I shall pose some questions. I hope you will answer truthfully." Upon entering the classroom, Chun Sheng had distributed a transparent candy shimmering with a blue hue to each mountain bandit. Gazing at the candy in their hands, the minds of Dayton and his companions were filled with confusion, yet under Chun Sheng's pressure, they obediently consumed it. Observing the group as they swallowed the candy, Chun Sheng began to speak in a haunting tone. Is it delicious? A bit sweet, one of the bandits instinctively replied. This candy is a drug I have developed. Still in the experimental stage. How do you feel? Is your heart racing, blood pressure rising, and the veins on your forehead pulsating? As they sensed the changes in their bodies, Daiden and the others silently nodded, bewildered. Chun Sheng then produced another candy, holding in his hand, and remarked, this drug is actually an experimental truth serum. Once ingested, you'll be incapable of lying. As is well known, when a person lies, their heart rate instinctively accelerates. And with this drug, the physiological response to deception will be amplified 100-fold. Should you lie, your heart rate will exceed 300, leading to a sudden spike in blood pressure, ultimately resulting in a rupture of blood vessels and a fatal hemorrhage. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's words, Daiden and the others felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively trying to gag and expel the candy they had just consumed. Chun Sheng stood on the platform with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the persona of a true antagonist. It's too late now. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to cooperate with me. Otherwise, do not blame others for the loss of your lives. Nearby Ace, who was tied up and hung like a piñata, struggled and shouted, you bastard. How dare you make Daiden eat such a thing? Let me go. I will kill you. Kill me? Ha ha ha. I welcome it any time, but you are currently far too weak. It is far too soon for you to think of slaying me. Chun Sheng laughed heartily at Ace's threats. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The first question, have you ever killed anyone? Chun Sheng's gaze swept across the room, his tone grave. The aura of intimidation reminiscent of Gulong was instantly released, and Daiden felt as though they were being watched by some monstrous entity, their skin prickling with terror as their already accelerated heart rates surged even higher. And no, Daiden stammered. Although they had been bandits, their actions typically involved collecting tolls rather than direct violence. They seldom resorted to lethal force, and any skirmishes usually ended with opponents merely being knocked unconscious. All present echoed the same response. Chun Sheng nodded and continued. The second question, what is the source of your livelihood? After a moment of contemplation, Daiden chose to respond truthfully. In the past, we collected tolls. Now, sometimes we hunt, and at other times we extort protection fees from merchant caravans. Chun Sheng nodded approvingly, stating, fairly honest. Now for the final question. Starting today, you must undergo labor reform under my authority. Do you have any objections? No, none. Upon hearing they might survive, Daiden shouted at the top of his lungs without any rebuttal. Observing their terrified expressions, Chun Sheng pondered to himself, is my reputation truly so dreadful? In a corner, Chun Sheng unearthed a textbook he had once compiled. As he perused its pages, he remarked, from this day forth, you shall receive education and transformation here. I hope you will study diligently, reform yourselves, and soon return to society. Turning to Charles in his mind, he assigned the task. Help me recompose this book, creating separate versions for criminals and for the general populace. Approaching Ace, he continued, young lad, although you have not committed any transgressions, having lived among bandits for so long, you too must undergo education here. You may only leave upon graduation. Shut up. Who wants to learn from a scoundrel like you? Let me go. I'll show you. Ace, bound like a silkworm, shouted back with vigor. With a smile, Chun Sheng turned to Daiden and said, keep a close watch on this little rascal. If I catch him outside, he may not find his situation very pleasant. After tidying up the classroom, Chun Sheng moved toward the door. Just as he was about to step outside, he paused and added, the food I provided is actually an experimental drug designed to activate the body and enhance combat capabilities. There are no truth-revealing effects, so do not worry. The effects will wear off in a few minutes, though you may feel a bit cold afterward. This is entirely normal. With that, Chun Sheng departed, leaving the bandits drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily. How terrifying, boss. This man is truly something else. One bandit hesitated to voice his thoughts, having never been so frightened in his life, lacking even the courage to make eye contact. He is a renowned figure known throughout the Grand Line. We are fortunate to be alive, yet we dread the transformation he spoke of. A fellow bandit sighed, fear creeping into his expression as he recalled the bizarre tales he had heard. Daiden sat silently for a while, pulling a cigarette from her pocket and lighting it quietly. After taking a drag, she said, so be it. Since we've fallen into this predicament, we must accept it. As bandits, we must be prepared for such realities. Whatever happens next, you must find a way to take care of yourselves. As the leader of the bandits, she felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing she could no longer protect her comrades. With a creak, Daiden pushed aside the table and staggered toward Ace, untying the ropes that bound him. She spoke earnestly, Ace, listen to me. Never seek revenge against that man. We are no match for him. If we provoke him, we will truly perish. Ace gazed into Dayton's eyes, seeing her for the first time with such seriousness since they had been together. However, he thought, that man is indeed formidable. We must heed his words without question. Only the strong possess a voice, while the weak must submit. Such is the fundamental rule of this vast ocean. Dayton interrupted Ace, grasping his shoulders with both hands and declaring, Ace, I understand that you aspire to become the freest person upon these waters. If you desire freedom, you must strive to become stronger. Only with formidable strength can one attain true liberty. After a prolonged gaze into Dayton's eyes, Ace ultimately lowered his head and murmured, I understand. Concealed outside the room, Chunsheng observed this scene with a quiet smile. Ace, fervently determined to become a pirate, would only grow rebellious if met with outright prohibition. Instead, subtle influence would guide him to relinquish his ambition of piracy in favor of a more righteous path. Witnessing Ace's moment of compliance, Dayton felt a weight lift from her heart. During the escort of the mountain bandits into Qixia town, Chunsheng discreetly handed Dayton a note, which simply read, Encourage Ace to forget about becoming a pirate and instead aspire to be the freest individual. Under Dayton's influence, Ace had shifted his focus towards self-improvement, no longer fixated on the pursuit of piracy. Sir, the preparations are complete. The voice of Charles echoed in his mind as Chunsheng exited the classroom, stating, Then let us proceed to draft tomorrow's lesson materials. Throughout the night, Chunsheng instructed Charles to replicate the textbooks. In addition to moral education, these texts encompassed fundamental subjects such as mathematics and language, totaling 8 volumes. With the textbooks in hand, made his way to the principal's office, where a young scholar named Dingu now oversaw the school's administration. It was only after Chunsheng's departure that Dingu arrived in the kingdom of Goa, having eagerly absorbed the foundational knowledge imparted by Jack and others. He devoured all the materials left by Chunsheng, becoming the most erudite individual in Qixia town. It is worth noting that the books left by Chunsheng were a reward from the heavens, containing the essential knowledge across various fields, richly comprehensive and requiring several years of study for a typical person to master. Dingu's ability to complete them within a year speaks volumes about his insatiable thirst for knowledge. It was precisely this fervor for learning that led Jack to appoint him as the principal, entrusting him with the management of the school. Tap, tap, tap. Please enter. Upon stepping into the principal's office, Chunsheng encountered Dingu, who was engrossed in reading. President Chun, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your return for quite some time. Upon noticing Chunsheng, Dingu promptly rose to greet him. After preparing a pot of hot tea, he humbly seated himself beside Chunsheng, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, May I ask, President, if you have brought any knowledge of the Grand Line upon your return? Meeting his innocent gaze, Chunsheng chuckled softly, his demeanor shifting to that of a wise elder as he replied, The world is replete with countless truths and knowledge. Which domain of wisdom do you seek? Upon hearing Chunsheng's inquiry, Dingu fell into a contemplative silence. He was uncertain about what he truly wished to learn, harboring only a simple desire to immerse himself in books. For reasons unknown, it was only during the act of reading that he felt a profound sense of tranquility. Observing Ding Ji's bewildered expression, Chunsheng was reminded of a condition known as bibliomania from a previous life. Within the realm of celestial medical knowledge, bibliomania is classified as a psychological disorder wherein individuals are compelled to read every piece of text in their vicinity, irrespective of its significance or logical coherence. Turning to the indecisive Dingu, Chunsheng posed a question. Do you remember the content of every book you have read? Indeed, I can recall every single word from the books I have perused, Dingu replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Do you possess a photographic memory as well? Upon hearing Dingu's response, Chunsheng realized he was indeed a hidden genius, endowed with both bibliomania and an extraordinary memory, akin to a future living library. As he gazed at Ding Ji's eager demeanor, Chunsheng's thoughts drifted toward the vastness of the ocean. It was disheartening to consider that such talent might remain unrecognized in the future. Perhaps he could meet an untimely end at the hands of pirates, or, due to poverty and societal status, remain deprived of the books that could unveil his remarkable gifts. In this boundless ocean, how many geniuses remain undiscovered? How many talents, who could have achieved greatness and left a mark on history, have been buried in this chaotic era of piracy? Chapter 71. The Eastern Sea Commercial Alliance. Indeed, they exist. Though temporarily absent from my possession, I shall present them to you tomorrow. Chunsheng reassured Dingu. However, before that, should you not attend to your appearance? Such disarray is unbecoming of a principal. Upon observing Ding Ji's disheveled state, with unkempt beard and hair that clearly hadn't been washed in days, One might mistake him for a beggar if left outside. While studying is commendable, life cannot be solely devoted to books. I entrust you with a task. Bring me the mountain bandits and educate them. These texts shall serve as your curriculum, and I will assess your progress. Upon satisfactory evaluation, I will provide you with more books. He casually extracted one of Ding Ji's books and continued, soon, the Eastern Sea will establish a commercial alliance, uniting the entire region. With the support of the Hunter Guild, the Eastern Sea will experience unprecedented stability. Such peace is hard-won, and I intend to transform this place into a center of knowledge and education. You, Ding Gu, must play a crucial role here. You must learn independence and maturity, rather than remaining a mere bookworm. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Ding Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could he truly be so significant? He vowed, I will not disappoint the president. Go now, refine your appearance, and familiarize yourself with the curriculum. After leaving the principal's office, night had fallen. After arranging accommodations for Dadong and the others and providing a schedule, Chen Sheng returned to his humble wooden cabin to rest. The wooden cabin, crafted by him, had remained in use for nearly a year, yet it was still remarkably tidy, evidently having been diligently cleaned by someone. Early the next morning, Chen Sheng commenced organizing the actions of Dayton and the others according to the schedule, collaborating with Dinger to instill ideological education. It was rather amusing to observe a group of burly bandits furrowing their brows while clutching pencils. In the following days, Chen Sheng engaged in teaching alongside Dinger. The instructional process was primarily led by Dinger, with Chen Sheng stepping in to assist only when Dinger encountered difficulties. Throughout this period, aside from Ace's incessant disruptions in class, the other bandits behaved remarkably well under Chen Sheng's stern influence, not daring to overstep. However, despite Ace's penchant for mischief, he gradually began to comprehend the significance of knowledge and started to study earnestly, particularly focusing on subjects such as mechanics and biology that could potentially enhance his strength. The textbooks compiled by Charles were roughly equivalent to middle school level on Earth, with mathematics even reduced to elementary standards. The foundational education in the world of One Piece was commendable. Literacy and basic arithmetic were not an issue, yet they lacked higher education. Nevertheless, as bandits, Dayton and her crew had not even completed their basic education and were compelled to catch up on knowledge in this manner. In the present days, apart from their studies, the individuals under the guidance of Chen Sheng also engage in labor, such as maintaining the cleanliness of the cigar plantations within the kingdom of New Goya and assisting in the harvesting of cigar branches. The cigar tree, a distinctive botanical legacy left by Chen Sheng, has evolved into a renowned industry within the kingdom of New Goya. Notably, several cigar trees, positioned near the central square as ornamental specimens, have absorbed the vitality of the plaza, resulting in an exceptionally invigorating flavor, making them highly sought after by the nobility of the East Sea, although their living conditions bear resemblance to those of labor reform convicts. Chen Sheng has ensured that their basic nutritional needs are adequately met. While the culinary offerings cannot be deemed gourmet, they do reach a level of homely satisfaction, certainly not subpar. Throughout these days of existence, Chen Sheng has discerned the necessity for establishing a labor reform institution. In the pirate-infested world, due to various historical factors, the prevalence of crime surpasses that on Earth by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, minor offenders, such as petty thieves, persist, individuals whose offenses rarely accumulate to a significant degree. Executing them would be inappropriate, yet allowing them to roam freely could lead to more severe transgressions over time. The Navy tends to overlook these individuals, primarily targeting the most heinous of pirates. Minor thefts are typically met with a brief reprimand, after which the offenders are released. The crimes committed by these petty criminals are often insufficient to warrant even the lowest tier of the underwater prison, and apprehending them only incurs additional burdens of oversight. In the absence of intervention from the Navy and the world government, these small-scale offenders congregate to form the gray areas of each city, aligning themselves with influential figures, thus intertwining the various cities and nations into the underworld of the Pirate King's domain. To transform the East Sea into a realm of peace, it is imperative to curtail the activities of these petty criminals, necessitating the emergence of a new system to eradicate the soil that fosters criminality. Upon briefly sharing his thoughts with Quite, he seemed contemplative and indicated that the matter of a labor reform system will be discussed post-establishment of the alliance, with an intention to establish it under the alliance's auspices. Thus far, Quite's commercial alliance has taken shape, with the remaining pivotal issue being the approval from the world government. Despite Quite's assurance of regular tax payments, the world government has yet to provide a response. At this juncture, the proposal lies in the hands of the five elders, who find themselves troubled by such demands. Although the East Sea is relatively weak, the potential for unforeseen complications arising from their unification remains uncertain. The newly emerged Hunter S Guild has already proven to be a source of concern. The operatives they dispatched have yet to uncover any substantial secrets, revealing little more than what ordinary bounty hunters might know, lacking any deep insights into the Guild's inner workings. Holding Quite's report, the still vigorous five elders are deliberating on how to address the issue of the commercial alliance. Should we consent to this proposal? According to CP Intelligence, the king of the New Goya Kingdom has profound ties with the Hunter S Guild, and should his influence expand significantly, it could alter the maritime landscape. In the feeble sea of East, let them engage in their futile endeavors. They are but a congregation of insignificant beasts. Do they truly believe that their union can withstand the demon-slaying edict? Even the formidable heirs of the devil succumbed to its might. Allow them to flounder as they wish. Simply raise their taxes by 50% and let them pursue their whims. I am in favor of this proposition, for as long as sufficient taxes are remitted, the trifling East Sea may be left to their caprices. I concur. Thus, this proposal is deemed approved. Following a brief discussion, the five elders reached a conclusive decision. The commercial alliance may be established, yet it must adhere to increased taxation, and all members of the alliance shall be required to register with the world government, refraining from trading in goods prohibited by the world government. Many of these demands resemble oppressive treaties, yet Quite, clearly unable to resist the authority of the world government that wields global influence, had no choice but to acquiesce to all these stipulations. Upon obtaining approval, Quite promptly convened a teleconference with the nations of the East Sea to discuss the establishment of the East Sea Commercial Alliance. Chun Sheng, representing the Hunter Guild, also participated in this meeting. Within the projection-filled conference room, Quite's image occupied the position of honor, while Chun Sheng's image took the secondary seat. Once all were in place, Quite picked up the approval document from the world government and displayed it to the assembly, declaring, "Esteemed leaders of the East Sea, I have secured the endorsement of the world government to establish the East Sea Commercial Alliance. In accordance with the directives from the world government, several amendments will be made to the alliance's framework." After outlining the world government's requirements, Quite continued, apart from the alterations concerning taxation, the essence of the alliance remains largely unchanged. Furthermore, Mr. Chun, the president of the Hunter Guild, has expressed a desire to join the alliance. I now invite Mr. Chun to share the Hunter Guild's perspective. Without allowing time for questions from the other sovereigns, Quite immediately transferred the floor to Chun Sheng. Seizing the moment, Chun cleared his throat and stated, "Regarding the commercial alliance, I speak solely on behalf of the Hunter Guild. I firmly believe that once established, the East Sea Commercial Alliance will evolve into the largest regional alliance in the world, uniting the economic strengths of the EC nations. I harbor no doubts about the alliance's promising future. However, reflecting on its inception, I observe that while the East Sea Alliance possesses substantial financial resources, it lacks an organization capable of safeguarding the interests of its members. Although the Navy is formidable, it has yet to find a common interest with you all, thus not prioritizing its efforts here. In contrast, the Hunter Guild is not only abundant in combat personnel, but also aspires to establish the world's largest pharmaceutical and medical enterprise, alongside weapon manufacturing companies. As long as we can forge collaborations with each of you, we shall become one family. Through sincere cooperation, I am confident that our futures will flourish together, enabling mutual growth and achievement." Charles, adhering to the customs of his previous life, composed a speech, while Chun Sheng succinctly articulated his thoughts during the assembly. With a burgeoning number of zombie laborers, Chun Sheng's production of potions is set to increase significantly, thereby allowing the establishment of additional trade routes to garner greater profits. However, both potion and weapon production are matters for the future. At present, the scale of the Hunters Guild remains modest, capable only of providing fundamental military protection, while other aspects are still in their nascent stages. Yet, for the Eastern Sea Alliance, this is sufficiently adequate. As kings, they are acutely aware that the most precarious aspect of the Eastern Sea lies in its military might. Without robust military support, even the finest products struggle to thrive and are inevitably vulnerable to pirate plundering. The inclusion of an organization that shares common interests and possesses formidable military assurance is undoubtedly a boon for the nations of the Eastern Sea. Upon concluding Chun Sheng's remarks, the kings of various nations disregarded the recent demands presented by Quite from the world government and began to confer with their close advisors and ministers. "Greetings, President Chun. May I inquire what kind of military assurance the Hunters Guild can provide?" One king posed. We can offer a communication channel through which you may economically engage our hunters for escort services during any commercial activities. You will issue tasks specifying the rewards, and the guild will categorize these tasks according to varying levels of difficulty, allowing hunters the freedom to choose whether to accept your assignments. Should any hunter agree to undertake your task, our guild will notarize the arrangement, ensuring that the transaction is both lawful and equitable, thus preventing any party from defaulting. After hearing Chun Sheng's response, the king nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction. While it may not entirely align with his expectations, it is nonetheless a commendable option. Chapter 72. Reunion and Individual Dreams. Once Chun Sheng had addressed the inquiries posed by the kings, the atmosphere was devoid of dissenting voices. Ultimately, under the proclamation of Quiet, the East Sea Commercial Alliance has been officially established. This assembly delineated the overarching framework of the alliance, as well as its purpose and significance. According to the discussions held during the meeting, the formation of the alliance aims to facilitate more effective connections among the nations of the East Sea, establish additional trade routes, enhance commercial exchanges between diverse countries, share experiences, and rectify individual shortcomings. Furthermore, should any member nation fall victim to piracy or threats from elsewhere, the other member states are obliged to extend their assistance to the afflicted nation. In return, the nation receiving aid is expected to express gratitude and reciprocate the support offered by its fellow members once it has overcome its difficulties. Politically, this assembly allocated varying numbers of voting rights based on each nation's economic strength. Notably, the economically robust New Goya Kingdom was granted 5 votes, while the Hunter Guild, having invested through force, was accorded 3 votes. It is anticipated that as matters are resolved, the number of votes will be adjusted accordingly. In instances requiring collective decisions from all nations, each king possesses the authority to convene a high-level meeting of the alliance, where members will participate in parliamentary voting. Beyond these broad directives, the meeting did not yield further conclusions. Additional discussions and subsequent meetings will be necessary to finalize the details. At the time of the alliance's establishment, Chun Sheng had no intention of signing a contract, as a devil's contract is only applicable to individuals, while the binding effect of a divine contract is relatively weak. It pales in comparison to Chun Sheng's own formidable deterrence. When individual strength is sufficient to overturn the table, the necessity of entering into a contract becomes moot, not only rendering it superfluous, but also lacking in substantial significance. As for the intricacies of the alliance, they cannot be resolved in a single meeting. Rather, multiple subsequent sessions will be required for thorough deliberation. Chun Sheng has entrusted David with full representation of the Hunter Guild, and he remains indifferent to the discussions, focusing solely on the outcomes. This marks David's inaugural mission, with the backing of the Hunter Guild and the assistance of his father. If such conditions still fail to meet Chun Sheng's expectations, he must reevaluate whether to place his trust in David's capabilities. Upon receiving the news of Chun Sheng's return to EC, Jack and his companions hurried back. In what was once a rubbish rescue station, now transformed into the central restaurant of Seven Heroes Town, Chun Sheng had reserved the largest private room and ordered a sumptuous meal, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Jack and his friends. When they finally met, the usually composed Ajin displayed an unexpected excitement, his hands trembling slightly behind his back. "Teacher, you are back." Ajin was the first to approach Chun Sheng, speaking with fervor. Chun Sheng patted Ajin's shoulder and replied, "Indeed, I have returned. I have heard all about your stories. You have all done remarkably well this past year. The stability of EC today owes much to your efforts." Ajin, typically serious and composed, felt somewhat flustered by Chun Sheng's praise, awkwardly responding, "It is all thanks to your teachings, teacher. We are merely practicing the knowledge you imparted to us." Chun Sheng responded with appreciation. "Knowing that you have fared well brings me great satisfaction. Now that EC has stabilized, would you like to join me on the Grand Line?" Ajin inquired, "Is it to join the Hunter Guild you established, teacher?" Chun Sheng nodded. "Precisely. The Hunter Guild is in dire need of manpower. Although hunters have been joining sporadically, giving the illusion of rapid growth, I lack trustworthy individuals. Therefore, I hope you can accompany me to the Grand Line. With your presence, the Hunter Guild will flourish." Ajin promptly declared, "Of course, teacher. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." Chun Sheng replied, "There is no need for such dramatics. We are all comrades, after all. Now tell me, have you made any gains this year? Have you discovered your dreams?" Ajin pondered for a moment before saying, "Over the past year, I have lived on various islands in the East Sea. I have come to realize that no matter how peaceful or happy an island may appear, darkness lurks beneath, with some shadows capable of toppling the very foundations of these islands. This world is rife with evil. If possible, I wish to follow you and vanquish all the evils in this world." Upon hearing Ajin's words, Chunsheng gently shook his head. "Ajin, it is essential to appreciate both the dark and the light sides of the world. I understand that your childhood environment has made you wary of trusting others, but I still hope you can learn to see the beauty in the world. East Sea, in comparison to the world at large, is relatively happy and stable. On the Grand Line, you may encounter even more wickedness. If you remain entrenched in darkness, your future may be fraught with challenges. As your teacher and friend, I wish for you to embrace the warmth of the world. One day, you will surely meet gentle souls." Ajin nodded thoughtfully, beginning to contemplate the deeper meaning behind Chunsheng's words. He then turned his gaze to Jack and the others, asking, "Jack, what about you all?" The most composed, Jack, after a year of diligent training, exudes the aura of a mature leader, earning the unwavering trust of his companions. Reflecting on his experiences, Jack spoke. "Throughout this year, aside from my advancements in martial skills, I seem to have grasped the essence of the chivalrous spirit you spoke of, Master. As we aided the villagers in various towns in repelling pirates, witnessing their joyous faces brought us immense satisfaction. There is no need for overly complex reasons. I simply wish to safeguard their happiness, and that is a cause worth fighting for." Indeed, we share that sentiment. Johnny and Joseph nodded in agreement. Both of them had experienced significant growth in strength over the year, and under their cooperative efforts, even Jack would need to tread carefully. The outcome of their encounters remained uncertain. Chunsheng then turned to the two young women and asked, "Sally Bourne, what about you? Have you discovered your dreams?" As the only two females in the team, Sally's aspiration was to become a navigator, sailing her own ship to explore the farthest corners of the world and witness diverse landscapes. Through the foundational texts Chunsheng had provided from various professions, Sally gained insight into the fundamental requirements of a navigator and diligently pursued her goal throughout the year. During this voyage, not only did Sally enhance her navigational experience, but she also learned about the cultural elements of different regions, filling a thick journal with her sailing logs, which imbued her with a profound sense of accomplishment. However, Sally understood that in comparison to the complexities of the vast seas, the experiences she accumulated in the East China Sea over the past year were still far from sufficient. There remained much for her to learn. After a year of nurturing, the signs of her former wanderings had vanished. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, her face adorned with charming freckles, exuding youthful allure. With a vivacious and energetic personality, her long legs were always eager to move. Upon her return, she was not only burdened with a sizable backpack, but also equipped with a wooden bow, arrows, and a quiver. During one of her voyages, an unfortunate mishap caused gunpowder from Sally's firearm to spill onto her navigational charts, resulting in a minor conflagration that destroyed her drawings. Following that incident, Sally resolved to abandon firearms, rendering her drawing room devoid of any flammable or explosive materials, and she opted for the bow and arrows as her weapon of choice. Though archery demands considerably more physical strength and presents a greater challenge than firearms, Sally persevered in her practice. After more than 6 months of engaging with the bow, she had yet to attain the standards of a marksman, but she had become proficient enough to accurately strike stationary targets from several dozen meters away. Extracting a thick maritime journal from her backpack, Sally proudly proclaimed, "This year, I have traveled to numerous places alongside Brother Jack, encountered countless individuals, and experienced tales far more captivating than those found in books. I relish this sensation immensely. I have envisioned my dream, to journey with Brother Jack to every corner of the world, to inscribe my own narrative. I eagerly anticipate the breathtaking vistas that await me along the Grand Line. I have heard that the Hunter Guild you established is hailed as a marvel of the seas. If possible, I would love to visit it." Witnessing Sally's discovery of her life's purpose, Chunsheng remarked, "I wholeheartedly welcome this. The vessels of the Hunter Guild require the hiring of navigators from the Navy, who provide guidance during their voyages. Although the Hunter Guild appears formidable, it lacks a solid foundation. The Guild is in dire need of its own navigators, and your participation would be invaluable. Furthermore, your ambition is commendable. It is indeed a splendid goal, and the community will do its utmost to assist you. What about you, Bon?" At Chunsheng's inquiry, Bon hesitated. Despite a year of battles and travels, she remained disinterested in combat, finding her heart drawn more towards music. Throughout the year, Bon had dedicated herself to collecting distinctive folk melodies, intriguing tales, and various musical elements from the nations and islands of the East Sea. With her enchanting music, Bon effortlessly connected with the villagers, adeptly adjusting the atmosphere to her advantage, regardless of success or failure. Her interest in combat was minimal. She merely practiced some marksmanship while devoting most of her energy to honing her skills in instruments and vocal performance. With her long, wine-red hair naturally curling at the ends and her striking figure exuding allure, her singing could easily captivate any audience. Gazing at Chun Sheng's face, Bon nervously confessed, "I apologize. Teacher, after this past year, I've come to realize that I truly lack interest in combat. My sole desire is to pursue more music." Chun Sheng observed Bowen's awkward demeanor and simply smiled softly. There is nothing to apologize for. Everyone harbors their own dreams. Those who pursue their aspirations are eternally worthy of respect. One should never feel remorseful for their dreams. Our relentless efforts to enhance our abilities and combat evil are driven by the desire to allow others to pursue their dreams without the burden of conflict. Consider traveling the world with Sally. Witnessing diverse landscapes will surely inspire you further. Seeing that Chun Sheng not only refrained from admonishing her, but instead expressed unwavering support, Bowen felt a weight lift from her heart. Although Jack and Akin had repeatedly reassured her not to worry, she remained uncertain. At that moment, Jack approached Bowen and said, "What the teacher said is absolutely correct. Our reason for fighting is to protect more people, allowing them to live without the necessity of struggle. So go ahead and chase your dreams with confidence, Bowen." Johnny and Joseph approached playfully, adding, "Indeed, leave the fighting to us men." After hearing their encouraging words, Chun Sheng concluded, "Excellent. Shout out your dreams loudly and advance courageously. For the eradication of evil, for the protection of more individuals, to become heroes and champions, to traverse the globe and behold more exquisite sights, to share enchanting music with a greater number of people, for a better world. Cheers." That night, the group indulged in revelry, becoming quite inebriated, while only Chun Sheng, with his formidable digestive and metabolic capabilities, remained sober and enjoyed a restful slumber. After a night of recuperation, everyone awoke with renewed vigor. Once gathered, Chun Sheng addressed them, "It brings me great joy to witness your growth. Most of the East Sea has calmed, but to my knowledge, there remains one last area of turmoil that requires our attention." As he spoke, Chun Sheng's gaze fell upon Akin. Sensing the implication, inquired, "Teacher, are you suggesting?" Chun Sheng affirmed, "Indeed, Akin, it is your homeland, Omega Island. It is in urgent need of our assistance." Akin's hometown is situated on an island known as Omega. Geographically, Omega Island serves as a vital transportation hub in the East China Sea. However, decades ago, a band of pirates seized control of Omega, utterly dismantling the local order. The rampant criminals intensified their reign of terror over the following decades, ultimately transforming Omega into a den of iniquity. Furthermore, the local pirates forged clandestine alliances with the naval authorities overseeing Omega Island, effectively suppressing any awareness of its plight. According to Chun Sheng's findings, the naval headquarters remained oblivious to the existence of such an island for many years. Otherwise, given the frequency of Captain Garp's visits home, the criminals on Omega could not have persisted for so long. Sally, a navigator, had heard of Omega and immediately recalled relevant information. "I believe I have heard of this island. However, it is marked on maps as uninhabitable for humans. A desolate ruin ravaged by war, devoid of any signs of human life. Teacher, is there something amiss there?" Chun Sheng replied, "Indeed, there are those who have concealed the true state of Omega Island. To put mildly, it is a veritable hell. Yet, I lack detailed knowledge of the situation within Omega. Akin, why don't you share your experiences with everyone?" Akin harbored no profound sentiments for his homeland, nor did he possess any obsession to return. If Chun Sheng desired a change, Akin would not hesitate to cleanse Omega Island thoroughly. Very well. Akin nodded and began to recount his decades of experiences on Omega Island. His mother was a humble merchant who, while honeymooning with her husband aboard a passenger ship, encountered pirates. The ship's supplies were pillaged entirely, forcing them to dock at Omega Island in search of provisions. However, unbeknownst to the captain, there was not a single soul on Omega who could be deemed a good person. The phrase "man eats man" was not merely metaphorical here. The pirates, lacking culture and productivity, had decimated the farmland since the island's conquest 73 years prior, consuming all resources within a mere year. To procure sustenance, the pirate captain devised numerous fraudulent treasure maps, designating Omega Island as a land of riches to lure fellow pirates. They then relied on ambush tactics to attack incoming pirates, slaying their leaders and recruiting the remaining henchmen. Through such methods, the number of pirates on Omega swelled to the thousands. Yet, as pirates are wont to do, they thrived on plunder rather than governance. As their numbers grew, the rate of resource depletion accelerated, and gradually, the replenishment of resources could not keep pace with consumption, leading to an internal conflict among the pirates. In that battle, The then leader personally destroyed all vessels, sealing off any escape routes, resulting in the deaths of over 70% of the pirates. The remaining pirates splintered into numerous factions, concealing themselves in various corners of Omega Island. Biding their time, for unfortunate outsiders, they seized every unsuspecting vessel that came near, while some pirates chose to escape aboard stolen ships. Rising to infamy as notorious marauders of the East Sea, others remained on the island, subsisting on plundered resources, and when their survival became precarious, they turned against one another, devolving from humans into predatory beasts. The fate of Akin's parents on such an island is all too predictable. Upon their arrival, Akin's father was slain, leaving his pregnant mother behind. Though alive, her existence was akin to a living death. Born into this grim reality, Akin was raised by the pirates as a mere pet, growing up like a wild beast. At the tender age of 3, Akin was sold by his biological mother in exchange for sustenance. The pirate who purchased him, recognizing his latent talents, resolved to train him as a thug. Thus, after 2 years of grueling education, Akin, at the age of 5, took his first life, slaying a pirate with a dagger, and thus commenced his bloody journey of growth. By the time he reached 12, Akin had stained his hands with countless lives. His fearless ferocity and brutal fighting style rendered even adult pirates wary of provoking him. The pirate who trained Akin ascended to become one of the island's leaders, known as the Black Demon. However, the training Akin endured was exceedingly cruel, far beyond the limits of ordinary human endurance. Miraculously, he persevered. Throughout the training, the Black Demon showed no regard for Akin's feelings, often weaving heartwarming tales only to shatter Akin's illusions with harsh realities, aiming to mold him into the most merciless weapon. At the age of 14, unable to bear the island's oppressive environment and the Black Demon's tyranny, Akin killed him one fateful night. The brutality of Akin's method left the Black Demon's subordinates horrified when they arrived, prompting a rare unity among them as they imprisoned Akin in a dark, solitary underground cage, where he endured the relentless tide, struggling for survival with every ounce of strength. Yet, the pirate's cage, long neglected, had succumbed to the ravages of seawater, and through prolonged effort, Akin broke free, seizing a small boat to venture out as a pirate. The subsequent tale unfolds simply. Akin, beset by a maritime disaster, washed ashore on the coast of the Goya Kingdom, where he was discovered by Chun Sheng. As Akin recounted the entirety of his harrowing journey, the expressions of Jack and the others grew grave. The nature of the crimes here far surpassed those of ordinary pirates. Chun Sheng, unaware of the depth of Akin's tumultuous past, was the first to break the silence, declaring, "We are about to leave the East Sea, but before we depart, we must thoroughly address the security threats within it." Johnny and Joseph, filled with fervor, echoed, "Indeed, such heinous events cannot be overlooked. Islands like this should not exist." With tears welling in her eyes, Sally spoke up, "So what should we do?" "Initially, I believed my life to be exceedingly tragic, yet upon hearing Akin's experiences, I suddenly recognized that my past was, in fact, remarkably fortunate. At the very least, I still possess someone willing to brave the storms for me." It is no wonder that Akin, in her daily life, pays no heed to anyone but Chun Sheng. After living for decades in such an environment, it is a considerable feat for Akin to trust them and remain in their company. Chun Sheng did not directly answer Sally's question, but rather posed a counter-query. "I would like to ask you all, having listened to Akin's words, what action would you take?" Upon hearing Chun Sheng's retort, Jack, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. "First, we should investigate the situation inside, discern who deserves punishment and who are the innocent. Then rescue the innocents and eliminate the wretched scoundrels." It was evident that even the most composed Jack's voice brimmed with fury. Such an island deserved obliteration long ago. After listening, Chun Sheng praised him, stating, "A commendable idea. This operation will be led by you, Jack. I shall merely document your actions through photographs, regardless of what transpires. As long as there is no threat to life, I shall not intervene, and you shall bear all consequences." Upon hearing this, Jack felt an additional weight settle upon his shoulders, yet he did not refuse and accepted this challenging task. At that moment, they had not yet acquired the devil fruit, and aside from Akin, Jack and the others had not undergone extensive training, making their venture perilous. Chun Sheng addressed Jack, "In the time to come, plan your actions carefully and inform me when you are ready to proceed. I have matters to attend to elsewhere." After assigning the task, Chun Sheng departed with his luggage towards another village in the East Sea. Chapter 74. Frost Moon Gung Shiro in Frost Moon Village of the East Sea. Chun Sheng arrived with his suitcase, leisurely walking to the Isen Dojo in search of the reclusive Gung Shiro. Decades prior, Gung Shiro had come to the East Sea as a member of the prominent Frost Moon family from Wano country, having departed due to the beast pirates led by Kaido dominating his homeland. Now, Gung Shiro had resided in the East Sea for over a decade, fully assimilated into the local milieu, with no one aware of his origins. At this moment, within the Isen dojo, Gung Shiro was instructing Kanazoro and several other students in swordsmanship. Upon noticing Chun Shung's arrival, Gung Shiro was taken aback, instructing the students to practice freely for the time being. He then stepped outside, sword in hand, squinting at Chun Shung, and inquired, "President Chun of the Hunter Association, what brings such a distinguished figure to this humble village in the East Sea? It is truly an honor." Despite Gung Shiro's squinting gaze appearing amiable, he was, in fact, a master swordsman who had already attained the realm of cutting iron. Should a confrontation arise, Chun Shung might not prevail against him. Chun Shung responded, "Not at all. It is I who must apologize for intruding upon your time." After exchanging pleasantries, Gung Shiro invited Chun Shung into the dojo and brewed a pot of red tea, then asked, "Might I inquire what brings President Chun here on this occasion?" Chun Shung spoke directly without preamble. "I indeed have matters to discuss, Mr. Gung Sailang. I hope you do not take offense." Gung Sailang narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised that Chun Shung knew his name, as he had not yet introduced himself. His surname was a closely guarded secret. As the president of the Hunters Guild, I consider myself somewhat adept in the realm of information. If my intelligence serves me correctly, you hail from the Land of Harmony, do you not? Upon hearing Chun Shung unveil his identity, Gung Sailang's gaze turned icy, his eyes opening wider as he responded coldly. "President, Yuyist, the Land of Harmony has been closed off for many years. How could we possibly be connected to it?" Ignoring Gung Sailang's tone, Chun Shung continued with an air of calm. "Is that so? Then why, residing in the East Sea, do you exhibit such interest in the Land of Harmony? The news of its isolation is not widely known even among those traversing the Grand Line, let alone in the East Sea, where communication is scarce." Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth in light of Chun Shung's unwavering tone, Gung Sailang spoke once more. "President Chun, you appear to be quite prepared. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" "Do not be alarmed. I have merely stumbled upon something intriguing," Chun Shung replied, retrieving a black longsword from his box and placing it upon the table. The blade was entirely obsidian, with a dark crimson sheen along the edge. "You should be quite familiar with this item." At the sight of the sword, Gung Sailang's eyes widened in recognition. As a scion of the Frost Moon family from the Land of Harmony, he could not possibly fail to identify the weapon in Chun Shung's possession. It was a national treasure, the weapon of the legendary sword god Ryoma of the Land of Harmony, the Black Blade, Chiyo Shui. Not long ago, Gung Sailang had heard rumors that Ryoma's tomb had been desecrated, with the body of the sword god missing, along with his famed blade, Chiyo Shui. This news not only incited widespread fury among the citizens of Wano, but even 1,000 miles away. He felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword against the grave robbers. Every individual from Wano was resolutely dedicated to reclaiming the treasured sword, a kushui, and returning it to its homeland. Suppressing the impulse to seize the weapon, Shimazuki Jingshiru composed himself and inquired of Chun Shung, "The Black Blade, a kushui, is a national treasure of Wano. How did it come to be in your possession?" Chun Shung pushed a kushui toward Jingshiru and replied, "It is merely a spoils of war obtained from a pirate. Due to Wano's isolationist policies, I had no means to approach. Hence I came here to see if anyone might be interested." The words of Chun Shung drifted into Jingshiru's ears, yet his focus was entirely captivated by a kushui. Upon touching the blade, Jingshiru confirmed its authenticity. The aura of the Black Blade was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary imitation. With Wano's national treasure in circulation, Jingshiru felt a duty to retrieve it. Since Chun Shung had presented it here, he must have a particular need. Adjusting his glasses, Jingshiru asked gravely, "What is it that you seek?" "Indeed, you are a straightforward man, so I shall speak plainly," Chun Shung chuckled, outlining his request. "I have heard that your esteemed father is one of the most renowned swordsmiths in Wano. If possible, I hope the Hunters Guild can secure your father's support. The forging techniques in the world of One Piece are uniquely exceptional. Here, blades are not simply sharp, but possess various supernatural qualities. Moreover, the characteristics of sword can vary greatly depending on the smith's techniques. The forging skills of Earth offer little reference. It is far more prudent to seek the expertise of a master craftsman from the pirate world." Shimazuki Jingsibura, Jingshiru's father, is indeed an expert in the art of forging. However, due to the invasion by Kaido and the uprising led by Kurizumi Orochi, few in Wano are aware of this matter. "What else does this man know?" Jingshiru gritted his teeth and remarked, "Chairman Chun, Your intelligence is truly comprehensive. My father has not forged a blade in over a decade. I did not expect anyone to be aware of this. Were it not for his uncertainty regarding Chen Sheng's strength, Zhang Shiru would have been inclined to draw his sword against him. Chen Sheng did not directly answer Zhang Shiru's question, but instead offered a vague response. It is merely a matter of skill. I wonder what your thoughts are, Mr. Zhang Shiru. In the face of Chen Sheng's request, Zhang Shiru did not acquiesce, firmly declining. While I too wish to reclaim Wano's national treasure, my father is of advanced age and lacks the strength to forge blades any longer. I kindly request that Chairman Chen propose an alternative condition. Age is not an obstacle. Chen Sheng countered. As far as I am aware, your esteemed father is over 70 years old, which is not considered advanced age for a samurai. Our Hunters Guild has established a deep cooperative relationship with the medical kingdom, Drum Island, boasting the most powerful healthcare system in the world. Under our medical expertise, your father could live healthily to 100. Furthermore, it is not imperative for your esteemed father to personally oversee every matter concerning his invitation to the Hunter Guild. The guild values his extensive experience and skills far more. Within the guild, he will assume the esteemed position of director of the weapons forging department, overseeing apprentices designated by the guild in the art of forging, only needing to lend his expertise on critical occasions. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Xuanyue Jingsairo chuckled with a hint of irony and remarked, Chairman Chen, you truly possess foresight. Clearly, the other party had already anticipated his likely refusal and prepared various justifications to counter it. Moreover, Chen Sheng was acutely aware of the significance of Akiyuki to the kingdom of Wano, with the national treasure of Wano laid before him. He found himself devoid of grounds for rejection. Xuanyue Jingsairo did not immediately acquiesce to Chen Sheng's proposal, pondering for a moment before responding. I must confer with my father before I can provide an answer. Chairman Chen, do you have any other matters to discuss? In response to Xuanyue Jingsairo's inquiry, Chen Sheng elaborated, should you be inclined, our Hunter Guild is in need of a swordsmanship instructor, and I believe Mr. Jingsairo would be remarkably suited for this role. Xuanyue Jingsairo nearly laughed in disbelief and retorted, Chairman Chen, do you not find this somewhat excessive? To think that you would expect the entire Xuanyue family to pledge their allegiance for the sake of a mere sword. Even if the Black Blade Akiyuki is a national treasure of Wano, such extortion is unwarranted. Mr. Jingsairo, it seems you have misunderstood the nature of our relationship. We are partners, not merely asking you to join the Hunter Guild as a mere laborer. Allow me to elucidate the terms of our collaboration. First and foremost, once you and your father join our Hunter Guild, you will gain direct entry into the guild's management structure. You will have the autonomy to choose whether to embrace the identity of a hunter and engage in combat. The foundational benefits afforded to guild members will not be lacking for you, encompassing provisions such as currency and potions in abundance. Beyond these basic entitlements, I can offer you opportunities unattainable elsewhere. For you, Mr. Jingsairo, I can provide an extensive array of swordsmanship techniques, guaranteed to be unparalleled in the world. Additionally, you'll have the opportunity to connect with other masters of swordsmanship through the guild, allowing for mutual skill refinement and experience sharing. Most crucially, Kaido is a notorious pirate wanted by the world government. Once the Hunter Guild's power is sufficiently robust and you have made significant contributions, it may indeed be possible to leverage the guild's strength to challenge the beast pirates and restore the Kazuki clan's reign over Wano. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's propositions, Xuanyue Jingsairo could not deny feeling a flicker of intrigue. While the first 2 points were agreeable, the last held immense importance for him. The prospect of utilizing the Hunter Guild's might to confront the beast pirates represented the most viable opportunity to reclaim Wano he had encountered in over a decade, particularly after witnessing Chen Sheng's extraordinary intelligence-gathering capabilities and unwavering belief in the guild's future potential. I will consider it further. This time, Keisha Shimizuki's tone was markedly less resolute, clearly indicating that he had been swayed. I shall await your decision before seeking you out again. Remember to contact me through the telephone bug. Handing a telephone bug to Keisha, Chen Sheng then turned his gaze towards Keisha's disciples and remarked, you are indeed fortunate. Your daughter possesses extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Should fortune favor her, she is destined to become a renowned swordswoman. Keisha shook his head, replying, it is a daunting task. A woman's physical attributes are inherently inferior to those of a man, placing her at a disadvantage on the path to becoming a great swordsman. Chen Sheng glanced at Keisha and said, although you have been away from Wano country for many years, you still carry the antiquated notion of male superiority. While there are indeed inherent differences between men and women, these can be compensated for through effort. To dismiss your daughter's future based on such reasoning is quite excessive. Why not accompany me to the Hunters Guild, where I can unveil to you the myriad possibilities of strength? Chapter 75. Sparring. Upon hearing that Chen Sheng wished to take his daughter away, Keishu's gaze sharpened, akin to a drawn sword. You jest, President Chen. I believe I am quite capable of instructing Guina in swordsmanship, so there is no need for your concern. The aura emanating from Keishu seemed capable of piercing skin. Chen Sheng, unwavering in his demeanor, replied, your stereotypical belief that women are inferior to men will inevitably become an obstacle in Guina's journey. Such thoughts will leave an indelible mark on her psyche, suggesting that she cannot attain the level of male swordsman. Continuing her training under you may not be in her best interest. It appears President Chen has great confidence in his swordsmanship. Keishu placed a hand upon the hilt of his sword, poised to draw it at any moment. Chen Sheng's words had struck a nerve. Yet Keishu's love for Guina was unwavering, even if he believed swordsmanship was ill-suited for women. I may not be a master, but I can certainly demonstrate a move or two, Chen Sheng responded. Then shall we engage in a spar, President Chen? Keishu proposed, his forehead revealing the faint outline of veins. Very well. It will provide your students with a valuable insight into genuine combat. Chen Sheng accepted Keishu's challenge. This way, please. Keishu, fueled by his anger, rose and led Chen Sheng outside, calling over his students. This is the esteemed President Chen Sheng of the Hunters Guild, and we are about to engage in a sparring session. Observe closely, as it will greatly benefit your futures. Upon learning of Chen Sheng's identity, the students of Gung Sailang erupted in a flurry of excitement, their youthful hearts brimming with aspiration for the Grand Line. As the most recent luminary associated with this legendary path, Chen Sheng naturally became the focal point of their discussions. Under Gung Sailang's guidance, the students formed a wide circle outside, their eyes wide with anticipation as they observed the two contenders preparing for their duel. Among the throng, Guina's face was etched with concern. The young girl, unaware of Gung Sailang's true background, feared for her father's safety in the impending confrontation. In stark contrast, Zoro, who had consistently found himself outmatched by Guina, was captivated by the prospect of witnessing a duel between swordsmen for the very first time. With a humble steel blade in hand, Chen Sheng casually practiced a few swings before addressing Gung Sailang, requesting his guidance. Please teach me, Gung Sailang replied, drawing his own sword. The duel was not a matter of life and death. Both opted for ordinary iron swords rather than their renowned blades. Gripping his steel sword firmly, a dark hue of haki enveloped the blade, imparting an ominous pressure. His sword has turned black. How extraordinary! What could cause this? One student exclaimed. I don't know. But look, Gung Sailang's sword has turned black too. What does this mean? The spectators, captivated by the spectacle, watched intently as both combatants shrouded their weapons in haki, ready to commence their clash. Gung Sailang, fixated on Chen Sheng's weapon, braced himself. Just as he anticipated an attack, Chen Sheng's blade underwent yet another transformation. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he gently swung the sword, and after a brief warm-up, an additional layer of haki enveloped the weapon. What technique is this? As a member of the esteemed Shimatsuki clan of Wano, Gung Sailang was well-versed in the training methods of haki, including advanced techniques. Yet he had never before witnessed the layering of haki in such a manner. I refer to this technique as aura blade, Chen Sheng explained. By attuning to the weapon, one can understand the principles of haki application, allowing multiple layers to be applied, significantly enhancing the weapon's power and sharpness. As he spoke, 2 layers of haki enveloped his long blade, which now emanated a pale, chilling glow. This is my proprietary technique. Should you choose to join the Hunters Guild, I would gladly share it with you, Gung Sailang. With a subtle invitation, Chen Sheng continued, I must remind you, for now, I can stack up to 3 layers of aura blade, totaling 4 layers of haki. Do be cautious, Gung Sailang. Heeding Chen Sheng's reminder, Gung Sailang refrained from immediate assault, instead observing Chen Sheng with keen interest. At that moment, Gung Sailang had cast aside the recent unpleasantness. The warrior's fighting spirit ignited within him. How could he resist engaging with such an extraordinary technique? As Gung Sailang gazed on, Chen Sheng's blade gradually transformed, shifting from a luminous white to a vibrant yellow, then deepening into a fierce red. This display of 4 layers of dominance culminated in the long, obsidian blade in Chen Sheng's grasp glinting with a terrifying crimson light. As he amassed a red energy blade, Chen Sheng did not strike immediately. Noticing Gung Sailang's cautious demeanor, he gradually sheathed his sword, one hand gripping the hilt while the other clasped the scabbard. With legs spread nearly a meter apart and his body slightly bent, he slowly closed his eyes. Could he be a practitioner of Aikido? Gung Sailang was taken aback by Chen Sheng's stance, While many on the seas practiced Aido, few mastered its intricacies. Aido, also known as the art of drawing the sword, emphasizes the speed and power of the strike. The swordsman channels all his energy into a single blow, capable of instantaneous eruption within a fraction of a second. The potency of this technique surpasses the swordsman's usual limits, enabling him to slay foes stronger than himself. However, while Aido boasts formidable explosive power, it suffers from a lack of follow-up, making it challenging to defend against multiple adversaries. Thus, while skilled swordsmen often learn Aido, few specialize in it. In the tumultuous seas filled with rampant pirates, Aido is better suited for one-on-one duels, rendering it a rare sight. Observing Chun Sheng assume the Aido position, Gung Siling mirrored the stance in response. Despite the evident drawbacks of Aido, its threat in a one-on-one confrontation is undeniable. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, conventional swordplay proves inadequate for defense. In such a scenario, employing Aido against Aido became the most prudent approach. Both swordsmen would concentrate their full might, with a single strike determining the victor. As both warriors adopted their Aido stances, an eerie silence enveloped the training ground. The palpable pressure from the two powerhouses clashed, each seeking to uncover the other's weakness, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. The onlooking students, caught in this tense atmosphere, dare not breathe, their hearts racing. Some chastised themselves internally for their lack of composure, fearing even the sound of their heartbeats might disrupt the duel. In the dojo, a single leaf detached from a branch, swirling gracefully downwards in a gentle breeze. At the instant the leaf touched the ground, the intensity of Chun Sheng and Gung Silang's presence reached its zenith. Ding! In a flash, the crimson blade shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, Chun Sheng and Gung Silang had exchanged positions. Slowly, Chun Sheng sheathed his long sword. Rising, he turned to face Gung Silang, who still held his striking pose, and declared, "The outcome is already determined." As Chun Sheng's voice faded, Gung Silang's long sword shattered into several pieces, clattering to the ground. Is this the power of the air blade? Such formidable offensive strength? Gung Silang lamented as he discarded the bare hilt of his weapon. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Gung Silang grasped the trajectory of Chun Sheng's attack and engaged with his own weapon. The outcome was evident. Gung Silang's sword, merely enveloped in a layer of armed color hockey, was no match for Chun Sheng's blade, which was fortified with 4 layers of the same. Following their collision, Chun Sheng's long sword remained unscathed, while Gung Silang's weapon lay in fragmented shards. Rather than reveling in victory, Chun Sheng remarked, "It was merely a cunning tactic. In terms of swordsmanship, Mr. Gung Silang surpasses me." From the air blade to the Aido technique, these were all but tricks employed by Chun Sheng. Despite his exceptional martial arts talent, his understanding of swordsmanship was confined to the foundational techniques imparted by the dream of inheritance and the shadowy remnants of a few ill-fated hunters. Moreover, Chun Sheng had not practiced swordsmanship with intent, and in a conventional duel, he would undoubtedly fall short against Gung Silang. Thus, after careful contemplation, Chun Sheng opted to combine the air blade with Aido, maximizing his strengths while minimizing his weaknesses. In sheer swordsmanship, Gung Silang far exceeded Chun Sheng. This was evident from Gung Silang's ability to discern the traces of Chun Sheng's strikes during their Aido duel. The speed of drawing the sword in Aido is astonishingly swift. Without a profound comprehension of swordplay and dynamic vision, one cannot hope to perceive the intricacies of their techniques. Chun Sheng's triumph in battle was solely due to the overwhelming offensive power derived from the layering of the air blade, shattering Gung Silang's haki, rendering any skill Gung Silang possessed ineffective. "Look, Master lost. Truly, his sword is shattered. How impressive. I want to join the Hunters Guild too." Chun Sheng's victory left a profound impact on Gung Silang's students, directly altering the course of their aspirations. From a distance, Guena observed her defeated father, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had overheard the conversation between Gung Silang and Chun Sheng, and neither had attempted to conceal it from her. Witnessing Chun Sheng's victory, Guena felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that his words held truth? Perhaps women could indeed triumph over men on the path of a swordsman. This battle yielded significant insights. "I shall take my leave for now. Mr. Gung Silang, do remember to contact me. I will also take Qiu Shui with me." As Gung Silang watched Chun Sheng depart with Qiu Shui, he glanced at the remnants of the shattered sword and began to contemplate Chun Sheng's proposal earnestly. "Today's lesson is hereby cancelled. You may return home. The teacher has matters to attend to." Dispersing his students, Kang Shiro sought out his father, Shimatsuki Kusaburo, who was resting by the shore, to discuss Chun Sheng's proposal. Chapter 76. Father and son, after bidding farewell to Chun Sheng, Kang Shiro found his father, Shimatsuki Kusabu, by the seaside. At this moment, Kusabaru appeared exceedingly aged, his eyes somewhat clouded, as he sat on the coast, listening to the rhythmic sounds of the ocean, savoring the dwindling moments of his life. Having fought many battles and endured numerous injuries throughout his lifetime, the pains of his youth had faded into insignificance. Yet they inevitably left marks upon his body, returning to haunt him in his twilight years. Kneeling beside his father, Kang Shiro began, "Father, I just encountered the recently risen leader of the Hunter Guild in the Grand Line. Shimatsuki Kusabaru, puffing on a cigar produced by Chisha Town, held a fishing rod in his hands and replied, "Ah, the newly established Hunter Guild? The newspapers have spoken highly of him. He seems to be an intriguing fellow. What does he seek from you?" Kang Shiro responded, "He has brought back the stolen national treasure, the Black Blade, Akushi." Upon hearing the name Akushi, Kusabaru's spirit was instantly rekindled. He turned to Kang Shiro and exclaimed, "The Black Blade, Akushui? He possesses the national treasure of Wano. Is he willing to return it?" Kang Shiro explained, "He seeks to discuss this matter with us. As a condition for returning the treasure, he hopes we will join the Hunter Guild." No sooner had Kang Shiro finished speaking than Kusabaru replied, "Agree to his terms. My old bones have little left to cherish. If I can aid the nation in reclaiming its treasure, it would be a worthy end." Observing his father's eagerness, Kang Shiro helplessly said, "Aren't you even going to consider the conditions, father?" Kusabaru looked at his son, speaking with conviction. "That is the national treasure of Wano. Every citizen has the duty to retrieve it. If I can, I shall do my utmost, even at the cost of my life." Kang Shiro reassured him. It need not be so extreme. To be honest, the conditions he has proposed are quite favorable. He proceeded to briefly outline Chun Sheng's terms. After hearing Chun Sheng's conditions, Kusabaru inquired, "Such generous terms, offering not only the opportunity to train in swordsmanship, but also assistance in restoring Wano. Why did you not accept?" Kang Shiro replied, "This concerns the future of the Shimatsuki family. I cannot make a hasty decision without consulting you." Kusabaru shook his head, saying, "Shiro, you are no longer young. Look how much that child Kuina has grown. As a father, you must exhibit the resolve of a family leader. Such trivial matters can be decided by you in the future. I do not know how much longer these old bones will endure. Do not dwell too much on my situation." Kang Shiro implored, "Do not resign yourself to despair, father. President Chin assured me that his medical skills could extend your life by a decade or two. I immediately contacted President Chun and joined the Hunter Guild. You must persevere as well." Shuang Yue Gungsan seemed to be losing hope, prompting Jing Sairo to hastily encourage him. Upon hearing Jing Sairo's words, Shuang Yue Gungsan merely smiled and shifted the topic, saying, "Siro, I can discern that you harbor a desire to join the Hunter Guild as well. What is it that draws you there?" Jing Sairo pondered for a moment before responding. "Before I sought you out, I engaged in a brief spar with President Chun, and I was bested." Shuang Yue Gungsan, intrigued, recognized his son's prowess. Though he may not rival the esteemed Lord Yu Tianabur, he was undoubtedly a master swordsman within the land of Wano. Thus, he inquired, "Oh, I was unaware that the president is also a swordsman. How could he possibly defeat you in a sword duel?" "No," Jing Sairo clarified for my assessment. "His swordsmanship is likely inferior to mine. However, he possesses a unique technique known as Chi Blade, a special application of armament hockey, with the enhancement of Chi Blade. His offensive power is formidable. The sharpness and durability of his weapon eclipse all I have encountered, even outclassing the Black Blades. During our duel, his weapon severed the blade I wielded, and a swordsman who loses his sword cannot rightfully claim victory." After Jing Sairo's account, Shuang Yue Gingsan took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, "That sounds like a fascinating technique. It is no wonder it captivates you. Go forth. I trust your judgment." With his father's approval, Jing Sairo bid farewell and walked away, his visage contemplative as he reflected on Chun Sheng's words. He did not harbor any aversion to joining the Hunter Guild, but at that moment, his thoughts were more concerned with Chun Sheng's perspective on Guena's future in swordsmanship. Could his views truly obstruct Guena's path in the art of the sword? Reason told him that Chun Sheng might be correct, yet he was reluctant to accept this notion. As a swordsman, the thought of having his daughter learn from a stranger filled him with an indescribable discomfort and sorrow. Returning to the dojo with a heavy heart, he found Guena practicing her swordsmanship. Jing Sairo approached her and said, "Come here, Guena. Your mind is unsettled, and your swordplay lacks form. Continuing in this manner is futile. Let's converse." Calling Guena to his side, Jing Sairo sat across from her, gazing into her eyes, and spoke. "Guena, as your father, my thoughts may have been somewhat hurtful, and for that I must apologize. If my words have truly affected you, I implore you to forget them. listening to her father's sincere words. Guena shook her head and replied, "No, father. I too have sensed it. You are correct. Perhaps women truly do struggle more than men in the pursuit of swordsmanship." As she spoke, Guena recalled the child with green hair and said, "When I first encountered Zoro, I defeated him with a single strike. Yet, I sensed his strength was rapidly ascending, making it increasingly difficult to overcome him. Presently, I can still best him through skill, but in due time, I may no longer stand as his equal. However, father, I find myself unable to accept this. Why is it that a woman's swordsmanship cannot measure up to a man's?" As Guena expressed her thoughts, tears began to well in her eyes, and she could not fathom the reason for her emotional turmoil, feeling as if a colossal stone had lodged itself in her heart. Kang Shiro remained silent, quietly observing his daughter as she poured forth her emotions. His heart was tugged by her plight, though he was reluctant to admit it. The sword training methods of Wano country were indeed inadequate to aid Guena in her current predicament. Once Guena had gradually calmed her feelings, Kang Shiro contemplated the unique techniques of Chunsheng and, after a moment of silence, spoke. "Guena, would you consider joining the Hunters Guild and learning from President Chun? Though I hesitate to acknowledge it, he possesses numerous sword techniques that are unattainable in Wano, and perhaps he can assist you in overcoming your challenges and defeating other male swordsmen. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is your dream, is it not? Do not dwell on the opinions of others. Ask your heart if you wish to join the Hunters Guild to learn. When the opportunity to pursue one's dreams arises, it is a right that belongs to everyone." Upon hearing Kang Shiro's words, Guena's mind involuntarily conjured images of Chun Sheng's extraordinary techniques. Previously, Chun Sheng's status had rendered her hesitant to approach him, but now, with her father's suggestion, she felt a spark of desire. "All right, father, rest assured. I will consider it carefully," Guena replied. "Good. Once you have made your decision, simply inform your father," Kang Shiro said, a satisfied smile gracing his face at his daughter's agreement. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps I have been mistaken. Every individual has their own suitable training method, and it may simply be that our family's approach does not align with what is best for you, Guena." Both father and daughter laid down their burdens, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Kang Shiro then shared many stories with Guena, recounting tales from childhood to extraordinary adventures at sea. Observing Guena's joyful smile, he suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. How long had it been since they had shared such a conversation? When had he last seen Guena smile so brightly? "Go and rest now. Father must take his leave, or else that group of rascals will cause trouble." After an entire night of profound discussion, Kang Shiro departed from the dojo, a smile gracing his lips. The duel between him and Chun Sheng had stirred a certain restlessness among the students. If he did not take measures to quell their excitement today, they would likely find it challenging to concentrate on their swordsmanship in the weeks to come. Chapter 77. The arrival of the Xuanyue family having settled the agitated students, Kang Shiro returned to his chamber and began to rummage through the thick tomes in his bookshelf, in search of something specific. Observing his actions, a loyal retainer who attended to his needs inquired, "Sir, what is it that you seek? I recall placing a book here when I first moved into the dojo. Could I be mistaken?" Furrowing his brow, Kang Shiro reflected carefully. That particular volume had been brought from the Land of Harmony, containing the Xuanyue family's centuries-long understanding of swordsmanship, one of their most significant texts. "Sir, I remember you once took that book with you. Perhaps you did not return it?" Upon hearing his retainer's words, Kang Shiro suddenly recalled that he had indeed taken the book to his bedroom. "I remember now. Thank you, Hihiko." Hastily returning to his quarters, Kang Shiro found the tome. The comprehensive treatise on Xuanyue swordsmanship nestled within the drawer of his writing desk. Lacking a flamboyant title, this manuscript chronicling the Xuanyue family's martial legacy appeared to be merely a weathered notebook, its pages slightly yellowed, compelling him to handle it with care. "Very well. You may leave. I shall continue my research alone." With his objective in sight, Kang Shiro immersed himself in the pages of the book. Even though his swordsmanship ranked among the finest of all the Xuanyue family heads, he still hoped to unearth a breakthrough within these teachings. Regrettably, the traditional preference for males over females has long pervaded the Land of Harmony, and even within the Xuanyue family's inherited notes on swordsmanship, there was no mention of techniques suitable for female practitioners. Given the unique circumstances surrounding Guena, had she grown up normally in the Land of Harmony, it would have been nearly impossible for her to pursue the path of a swordswoman. This is not Wano country. By a twist of fate, Kuina has developed the aspiration to become the world's foremost swordsman, which leaves Kayashiro in a state of considerable distress. While Kayashiro is troubled about his daughter's future, Chunsheng has already sought out Shimatsuki Kozaburo, engaging him in leisurely conversation by the seaside. In the world of pirates, the classification of weapons is distinctly defined. Renowned swords can be categorized into supreme great swords, fine swords, and swift swords. There exist only 12 supreme great swords across the vast oceans, wielded solely by the strongest swordsmen, these treasures being both rare and elusive. Beneath the supreme great swords, there are currently 21 great swords, and Shimatsuki Kozaburo, the finest swordsmith of the age, is the one capable of forging them. Seated by the shore, he took a deep drag from his cigar and solemnly remarked, "To be honest, over the years, I have come to terms with life and death. There is little in this world that I cannot let go of. Your arrival has left me somewhat at a loss." After departing from Kayashiro, Chun Shung approached Kozaburo and presented his request. Upon hearing Kozaburo's words, Chun Shung retorted, "Is there truly nothing you yearn for? The people of Wano suffer under Kaido's merciless oppression, and the Kazuki clan has been nearly annihilated. As a vassal of the Kazuki, do you not wish to avenge such profound bloodshed?" Kozaburo, already contemplating death, would likely end the conversation if not provoked with such stirring words. Taking another puff from his cigar, Kozaburo crushed it in his hand and spoke gravely, "Chairman Shun, why must you incite me with hatred? This deep-seated enmity is indelible. I shall never forget it. Odin, though somewhat immature, was undoubtedly a man of great stature. How dare Kaido so humiliate him? That grudge shall remain with me eternally." Recognizing the bitterness in Kozaburo's tone, Chun Shung seized the opportunity, saying, "Then I implore you, Master, to join the Hunter-S Guild. Within the guild, you will encounter numerous hunters. With your swordsmithing prowess, I believe no hunter could refuse the weapons forged by your hands. As the creator of Enma and Aim no Habakiri, I have faith in your abilities. Once you join the guild, you will have access to abundant rare materials at your disposal, and you shall surely forge a blade worthy of the title of Supreme Great Sword. At that time, not merely the beast pirates, but countless individuals would rally to your side at your command." Listening to Chun Shung's proposal, Kozaburo shook his head, replying, "I am acutely aware of my physical condition. The ailments of my youth linger, and they are not easily remedied. No matter how adept your medical skills may be, I might gain only 3 to 5 more years at best, a duration insufficient to forge a supreme great sword, let alone my significantly diminished physical prowess. Even crafting a swift sword has become exceedingly challenging." Chun Shung, brimming with confidence, responded, "Oh, the Grand Line is filled with countless miracles. Why are you so certain that your ailments are beyond cure? I dare not speak of other matters, but I possess a modicum of confidence in my medical expertise while traversing the Grand Line." Shimatsuki Zabur inquired with curiosity, "Is Chairman Chun truly this self-assured?" Chun Shung replied, "In the realm of medical technology, there are few who can surpass me upon the vast ocean." Upon hearing this, Shimatsuki Zabur erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Chairman Chun is indeed a fascinating individual. Very well. If you can fulfill your promise, it need not take 20 years. If you can grant me an additional 10 years of life, I would not hesitate to offer my life in exchange." Thus it was settled. With Shimatsuki Zabur's commitment secured, Chun Shung felt a surge of optimism. After bidding farewell to Shimatsuki Zabur, he spent another 2 days wandering near Shimatsuki village, continuously exchanging insights on swordsmanship with Ji Shur. Chun Shung's understanding of swordsmanship was still somewhat lacking compared to the swordmasters, yet he gleaned invaluable knowledge from their discussions. Ji Shur, intrigued by Chun Shung's unique sword techniques, found their conversations to be quite harmonious. Through their exchanges, Ji Shur came to comprehend the context of their previous sparring session. The Chi blade technique significantly enhances combat capability, yet it is not without its flaws. Each application ostensibly envelopes the user in 4 layers of Busashoka haki, yet the actual consumption of haki is greater than that required for 7 or 8 layers, leading to a considerable drain on one's overall haki reserves. If one's haki is insufficient, the Chi blade cannot be effectively employed. Moreover, the accumulation of Chi blade consumes a substantial amount of Busashoka haki, consequently weakening the defense of other body parts. Thus, when wielding the Chi blade, a swordsman must possess adequate reflexes to evade attacks or adequately defend against them with their weapon. Lastly, the stability of the Chi blade accumulation is precarious. During intense battles, it may dissipate partially, necessitating a reaccumulation. Despite its numerous weaknesses, the Chi blade remains an unparalleled force in offensive capabilities even within the Grand Line. Aware of Chun Shung's foundational deficiencies in swordsmanship, Ji Shur approached their discussions with a mindset akin to that of a teacher engaging with a student. But he was soon taken aback. Regardless of the sword techniques Ji-Shur introduced, Chun Sheng consistently mastered them within an hour, and with a modicum of practice. He displayed prowess rivaling that of seasoned swordsmen who had trained for years. Witnessing Chun Sheng's rapid progress, Ji-Shur ultimately decided to gift him the Shimatsuki family's ancestral sword manual for his personal study. Within the realm of his dreams of inheritance, Chun Sheng dedicated himself wholeheartedly to mastering the techniques recorded in the manual, and after several days, his swordsmanship had evolved to rival that of seasoned swordsmanship experts, achieving the ability to sever steel without the use of haki. After spending 4 or 5 days immersed in the Shimatsuki family's sword techniques, Chun Sheng finally received news from Ji-Shur. "So, Mr. Ji-Shur, have you truly made your decision?" Chun Sheng inquired, gazing at Ji-Shur, who had donned formal attire. "Indeed, I have conferred with my father and Queen Ah," Ji-Shur affirmed. "I am eager to join the Hunters Guild, and I sincerely hope that Guena can also enter the guild to pursue her studies. The swordsmanship of the Shimatsuki family alone cannot aid her in becoming the world's foremost swordsman. I implore you, Mr. Chun, to assist my daughter in realizing her dream." With that, Gung Shiro and Guena bowed respectfully to Mr. Chun, speaking earnestly. "Mr. Gung Shiro, there is no need for such formality. Guena possesses remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Her joining the Hunters Guild would be a boon for the guild." Mr. Chin responded with a warm smile, promptly helping the father and daughter to their feet. The inclusion of Gung Shiro in the Hunters Guild signifies more than merely an increase in combat prowess. Both Shimatsuki Jinsaburo and Gung Shiro, to a certain extent, embody the will of the Shimatsuki family, and even that of the noble clans of Wano. Thus, through Gung Shiro's connections, the doors of the Hunters Guild would surely be open to Wano as well. Upon the confirmation of the Frost Moon family's entry into the guild, Chun Sheng subsequently received news from the Eastern Sea Alliance. Synopsis: in the land of Wano, the beast pirates, led by the mighty Kaido, transformed into a divine dragon soaring through the sky, before which loomed a multitude of formidable figures resembling colossal dragons. Confronted by the overwhelming presence of these dragons, the minions of the beast pirates trembled uncontrollably, their fighting spirit eroded by a primal fear emanating from their apex predator.